Happy Wednesday to all of you, but especially to this guy, Ski Basher, confirmed millionaire after taking down the grand prize in our Fantasy Golf World Championship. Ski Basher, thank you for being here. You're having a pretty good week. How does it feel to win the $1 million top prize?
You know, it hardly feels real. It was quite a weekend, and a weekend that actually spilled over to Monday. Given the hurricane. So, it certainly added to the sweat and, made it, more valuable at the end. Really made me work for it.
Yeah, let's talk about your winning lineup. So you were one of only 2 entries that had all their golfers make the cut after Friday. So can you give us like a little insight on how you went about constructing your lineup?
Yeah, I mean, really the top 2 pieces, Spieth and DeChambeau, were really 2 guys I had targeted. Really going into the week, it seemed like balanced builds were really going to be the name of the game, and that's where a lot of the crowd I thought was going to trend, given some of the pricing on guys like Paul Casey and Tyrrell Hatton. And so really I kind of wanted to flip the script and go a little more, stars and scrubs really. And so those 2 guys were the 2 guys I targeted all week. Flitted a little bit with Brooks Koepka, which, he ended up being 2.5% owned, which would have been a great play. But, Spieth and DeChambeau played okay. Really didn't do much, but definitely made the cut and provided me some scoring. And then really it was guys at the bottom, the guys who like Lowry and Tringali, who really came through at the end. Hoffman was another guy who came through huge. He really started poorly on Thursday. I think bogey in the first 2 holes, and here I am sitting like, wow, it looks like it's over already. I was sitting in 40th place and. He turned it around, made the cut, and, kind of how it came to be.
Yeah, I mean, you talked a little about that stars and scrubs lineup. Now, you had a pretty big lead after round 3, but, you didn't have anyone that was really at the top of the leaderboard. So did that make you nervous heading into the final round?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're sitting up there with a 7-figure score, you're never setting, you're never really relaxing very much. And certainly not having any of the guys at the top and not having those placement points was, made me nervous. One positive thing is I did have a 30-point lead going into the 4th round, or 20 to 30 points. And that was already with some of the guys that were in 2nd and 3rd getting full placement credit for Jon Rahm winning. And so I always knew that if it got tight, there was a chance Rahm not winning would give me an extra cushion. Thankfully, I didn't really need it, and everything worked out. But, it got a little tight there, especially with, I think Hoffman tripled or double bogeyed the 18th hole with the drive out of bounds, which, certainly got me a little nervous, got my heart racing a little bit.
So the full Fantasy Golf World Championship ended up being over the course of 5 days because of weather delays. Hello, hurricane. That's a lot of time to sweat. So at what point were you feeling the most anxious or nervous, if at all? I mean, it sounds like you did have a little bit of a sweat there.
Yeah, I mean, I think with any golf, fantasy golf, you obviously have the Friday sweat trying to get your guys through the cut. That's the best thing I think about fantasy golf is kind of having that double sweat of trying to get the guys through the cut and then worrying about the weekend after that. And so thankfully I was one of only 2 that had 6 get through the cut. And then once the weekend come about, the lead was pretty steady throughout. Things really never got too tight. But, again, like I said, you're never really relaxing. Things should shift very quickly. Golf's a very varied sport. Guys can be on cruise control and then just, fall off a cliff at the end. So, I really wasn't relaxed until I saw Rahm struggling on 17. That's when I kind of knew it was in the bag.
Well, you're obviously very good at it, but is daily fantasy golf one of your favorite DFS sports to play?
Yeah, I went back and looked the other day. I've been playing daily fantasy golf since 2014. That was actually the first sport that I had played with DraftKings, even before football, which I think probably isn't the typical script of most people, which I think most people probably get started with football and then go from there. But I've played golf my whole life. It's something I really enjoy. And I think, playing golf and understanding kind of how frustrating it can be and how variant it can be and how you can have good days and bad days really helps me through my process.
So have you ever competed in one of our live finals before?
I have. I've played in the basketball and the football live finals.
Okay, so with this FGWC win, not only did you walk away with $1 million, but you're going to have another shot at $1 million come January at our DraftKings Tournament of Champions live final. You already pocketed 7 figures. How does it feel to qualify for that event and take another shot at another million.
Yeah, anytime you qualify for a live final, it's great. You know, you're limiting the amount of participants, and you know your equity and chance to win is high. And so, you know, it's quite frankly not something I really thought about until I realized that was an addition to the prize package. But you know, the million's pretty good too.
Yeah, not bad. I gotta ask, like, any big plans for the money?
You know, right now we're doing some construction in the house, and so I think my kid's bathroom's being rebuilt, and I think I got a portion of the money set aside for that right now, which is nice.
A pool. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so finally, we always ask our winners this. Where does your DK handle, Ski Basher, come from?
You know, it's a play off my last name, and it was actually something that came about when I played Call of Duty back in the day when I was in college. And so it's just something that stuck. And, you know, when it came time to pick your handle, which I guess was back in 2014, that's just kind of what I went with. And, you know, you don't realize how much it's going to stick with you. But, you know, still have it. And it's brought me some good luck, that's for sure.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you at the Tournament of Champions live final. Thanks for joining us today, Ski Basher. So lots more to get to on today's show. Before we talk to our NFL panel on some juicy future bets, let's hear from our guy Jason Sobel on the PGA Championship.
Well, we are back in our regular comfortable seats and off the course in the case of Jason Sobel from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. Jason, good to have you back here with us. Let's talk a little golf, obviously, and it took a day longer than normal, certainly because of the weather, but we got a winner at the Northern Trust. It was Tony Finau, his first victory on the tour in almost 2,000 days. That was really something.
Yeah, it really was. We've been waiting for this day for Tony Finau for a long time. He's got all the talent of just about anybody in the world. And at some point, Adam, we're just going to get a normal final round on a Sunday where some guy leads by 3 shots going into the final round, wins by 4 shots, and it's just kind of boring and non-dramatic. Hasn't happened in an awfully long time. We've got playoffs, we've got delays, we've got all sorts of crazy things happening, but we love it.
For Finau, like I said, it had been more than 1,900 days since he had last won at the 2016 Puerto Rico Open. And so now looking ahead to the next stage of these playoffs, the FedEx playoffs, the BMW Championship coming up here on Thursday. In the case of Finau, we'll talk more about him in a little bit, but just in this moment here, with the monkey off the back, does that help him here?
Yeah, certainly. I think this frees him up to go out and play some more open golf, some more freewheeling kind of golf. And the one word that I've heard people use over the last 24 hours is floodgates. I don't think there's such a thing as floodgates anymore, you know, and by that, I think people are saying, you know, is Tony Finau now going to win a whole bunch of events and continue winning on a regular basis? We've had 48 events on the PGA Tour schedule in this super season. We've had 42 unique winners, and nobody's won more than twice. So I'm not exactly sure what these floodgates are supposed to be these days, but there's an awful lot of parity, an awful lot of good players. I expect Tony Finau to win more, maybe even win a major at some point in the not too distant future. But to insinuate that the floodgates are going to open and he's going to win 3, 4, 5, 6 times in the season, nobody's doing that right now.
Yeah, well, it's not like, you know, one home run turning into a handful for a baseball player. Winning an entire tournament over a 4-day stretch is a very different, more challenging thing, certainly. So we'll see. It would be nice, obviously, if Finau were able to go out and win a handful in a row, but it has to start with that next one. So as we look ahead to the BMW Championship, one guy who obviously faltered, and that was Jon Rahm. He led after round 1, and then things kind of went awry for him from that point forward. Does he bounce back, do you think? The DK Sportsbook has him at plus 550 odds to win this thing.
Really short number. Maybe worth it, though. I spoke with John on a couple of occasions last week about sort of his rest and being refreshed going into the Northern Trust. He hadn't played in 32 days in between competitive rounds. And so before the opening round, I asked John, you know, hey, does this give you a competitive advantage? And he said, not right now, maybe later on, though. And then after the second round, when he was in the lead, I asked him sort of the same question again. Hey, do you feel a little bit differently? Do you feel like now, okay, these guys all around me these guys are tired. These guys are wiped. I've got a little gas in the tank. I feel refreshed. He said, no, I still think that it's going to come after the second week, after the third week. So I think that Jon Rahm is trending towards some big things. I think, like I said, he's got a little fresher legs than most of the players that he's playing against. So I do believe that at some point in the next 2 weeks, Jon Rahm is going to pop up there and win one of these. I'd put my money on next week as opposed to this week, though.
All right, so Rahm is the favorite to bounce back and win this thing. After him, at better than plus 2,000 odds on the DraftKings Sportsbook, you have the likes of Xander Schauffele, Jordan Spieth, Colin Morikawa. You have Justin Thomas there as well. Who do you like from this group?
I like Xander Schauffele a lot. You look at his 4 official PGA Tour wins. 3 of them have come in limited fields with no cut. There's a definitive trend here, not to mention the fact that he won the unofficial Olympics just earlier this month, and that was of course, no-cut limited field event. He won, or at least had the lowest 72-hole score at the Tour Championship last year. He didn't get the official win for the PGA Tour. He got first-place points, though, through the world ranking, and so you add them all up. That's now 5 of his 6 quote-unquote wins where he's played really well in these types of events. For whatever reason, he feels more comfortable. I like Xander Schauffele a lot this week.
Cam Smith, of course, lost to Finau in a playoff there at Liberty National on Monday. And so if you look at odds for both of them, Smith is plus 2,800. You have Finau plus 3,000. Again, 2 guys that were right there at the top of the leaderboard. Do you go back to either one of them here for the BMW Championship?
Very interesting that Cam Smith has shorter odds than Tony Finau. I wonder if by the time they tee off Thursday morning, that flips around a little bit, Adam, because I do like Finau a little more than I like Smith. Again, it's just a matter of stepping on the gas pedal. He's obviously playing some solid golf right now. He's putting really well, and that was the key for him on Monday afternoon. So we've seen it before. Camilo Villegas, Billy Horschel. We've seen guys who aren't necessarily superstars get hot in the playoffs. Tony Finau is probably a bigger star than those guys were at the times of their multiple victories in the FedEx Cup playoffs. So if they can do it, I could see Finau doing it as well. I like him more than I like Smith this week.
The top 30, Jason, in the FedEx Cup standings will move on now, of course, to the Tour Championship at East Lake. But is there someone outside of the top 30 that you really like?
From everything we've heard so far about Caves Valley, you're going to have to drive it well. I think long and straight works on any golf course in the world, Adam, but it might be more of an advantage this week at Caves. And one guy who drives it really well is the guy whose story we saw play out in front of us on Monday afternoon. Keith Mitchell went birdie, birdie, birdie to finish T8 and get inside that top 70 and clinch a spot in the BMW Championship. Again, much like Finau, sort of playing with house money right now. I like him to have a really good week and take a run at getting into this top 30 for the Tour Championship.
How about a long shot bet that you like this week?
Yeah, I think if you're not looking at Keith Mitchell, if you're looking elsewhere for a long shot, I don't know how deep I'd get in this field, only 70 players. Kevin Streelman has had a really nice summer, though. Maybe overlooked at 42 years old. Okay, he's probably on the back 9 of his career, and okay, he can't necessarily bang it out there with some of the biggest hitters on the PGA Tour, but he's just enjoying life, enjoying playing golf, and he enjoys the competition. I can see Kevin Streelman. I thought that he was going to win something at some point this summer. He's come close. He hasn't broken through. It could certainly happen this week.
Jason, as always, we need a winner from you. Who's going to take down the BMW Championship?
Caves Valley has been described to me as a big Northeast bent grass golf course. And as soon as I heard that 3-word descriptor, I thought of one player, Dustin Johnson. I get it. Dustin Johnson is not even close to playing his best golf recently. He's missed the cut in 2 of his last 3 starts, including last week at the Northern Trust. But we've seen him win a major championship at Oakmont. We've seen him win multiple playoff events on big Northeast golf courses. He won a WGC at Firestone, almost won the PGA at Bethpage a couple of years ago. This is right up his alley. I think there's a good number on him after, like I said, that miscut last week. He was missing his driver for the opening round. He cracked it right before he started. I think that threw him off last week. With a new driver in the bag, with some confidence, I think this course should be right up Dustin Johnson's alley.
As promised, our NFL panel is here. DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Fellas, let's talk future bets. So if you check out the DK Sportsbook, you can find futures parlays. So we're going to take a look at some of those first. So first up, the worst to first parlay. Now you can get minus 160 odds for any of the New York Jets, Cincinnati, Jacksonville, Denver, Philadelphia, Detroit, Atlanta, or San Francisco to win their division. The NFL does have a history of teams turning things around quickly. Jeff, do you like any of these options?
This I get why would be a tempting bet. You're getting just a basket of teams that, hey, I just need one to hit and I win my bet. But I really think we should be talking about the opposite. Like, there is a bet up here for all of these teams we're talking about: Cincy, Jacks, Denver, Philly, Detroit, Atlanta, San Francisco, not to win their division, Jesse. And you're getting plus 125. So I'm not really interested in having any of them to win the division because, I know people had San Francisco, but that division is a buzzsaw. Philly, NFC East, it's weak. Outside of those two teams, I just do not see a path for any of these teams outside of just catastrophic injuries to the top two teams in their division, which I don't really want to bet on. I think the plus 125 for none of these teams to win their division is the better side to be on. So I'm completely out on them on this win side.
Kenny, you completely out?
It is a hefty price to pay. I will agree with Jeff, but I do think that there are at least two good options here. I mean, the 49ers are probably the reason why people are taking this bet when you talk about the fact that, the Cardinals had sort of a slow end to the season. The Rams, they do have Matt Stafford, but they had their fair share of problems on offense. I think that the Niners could definitely do this. I think that there is an outside chance that the Eagles could do this as well in one of the weakest divisions in football, even though you do have Dak Prescott back for the Dallas Cowboys. And then when you look at the AFC, I mean, sure, why not? Maybe, maybe the Jets could do this. Maybe the fact that the AFC East has to play a very difficult, daunting schedule, the Bills won't have the same easy defenses to go against. Maybe they win a few fewer games, and maybe the Jets could win a few more games, maybe like 7 more games than they won last year. It is a really difficult proposition. I probably would not take it. But I'd probably just take the Niners to win the division, frankly. Take the Niners and the Eagles. I think that's a better way to spend your money.
AJ, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I think both these guys are right. Look, Jeff, especially, I'm on the other side of this bet. You get better odds, and I just don't see any of these guys really pulling it off. But I agree with Kenny here that, San Francisco might be the team to look at here. I'm not as sold on the AFC South as some people are. That doesn't mean I expect the Jaguars to compete, but they could be obviously better than 1-15. They almost have to be better than 1-15, right? But they're, maybe intriguing in another year or two. I think it's just too soon for them to make that huge jump right away. And so, yeah, I'm with Jeff. I'll take the opposite side of this bet.
All right, then there are a ridiculous amount of combinations to parlay 2 division winners, starting with the Kansas City Chiefs and the defending Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Kenny, you can get plus 110 odds that both teams will win their division. Do you think they will?
It's going to sound shocking, but I think the one that I'm less sure about is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, look, I know that it's, you don't have Drew Brees anymore, but Tom Brady's getting a year older, and we've seen, quarterbacks just as good as Tom Brady, like Peyton Manning, just hit an absolute wall. So this defense is absolutely amazing, but could it happen? I mean, there's plenty of great teams in that division. The Saints, I think, still have a pretty good defense and could still have a good offense with the way Jameis Winston played in preseason, even though I refuse to acknowledge that the preseason exists. So it could happen there for them. But, I think that this is pretty ironclad. I think that I'm not really concerned at all about the Raiders pushing the Kansas City Chiefs or the Broncos. As much as I like the Broncos, the Chargers, they had a lot of defensive issues. They probably should still carry some of those over into this season. This is actually a pretty good price on both of those teams to win their divisions.
AJ, plus 110 odds. Both teams will win their division. Do we like it?
I don't, only because I would like a better return here. I do think, I disagree with Kenny here. I do think the Raiders could, be in the mix here. There's so much variance here. One tiny little injury in KC, obviously, to the quarterback or even somebody else could kind of derail them. I think they're almost a lock as a playoff team, but to win the division, I do think the Raiders could challenge here. I agree. We don't really know what we're going to get out of the Saints on that side of it. So for just 110 odds, I don't like this bet. I do think if you were having me pick my division winners, I would pick both these teams to win the division. I just want better odds here than plus 110.
Jeff, how do we feel about it?
Yeah, pretty much exact same as these guys, actually. I would go looking for better odds. And I do kind of agree with Kenny. Like, I like the KC side better. A little bit more concerned about the Tampa Bay side. Look, Bruce Arians, I really like Bruce Arians as a coach, but like the 3 years previous to him winning the Super Bowl, his team had 7, 8, and 7 wins. It's not like he can't go. You know, this defense, for all the glory it got last year, it was actually really bad the last couple of years. So you see a little bit of regression maybe by the corners. Like this could be a secondary that has gotten absolutely burned in the past. I think I would rather go down to plus 155 and take the Titans and the Chiefs if I was going to do a combo with the Chiefs. Again, that Jacksonville, I mean, you've got Jacksonville with the weak O-line. I don't think they're going to be anything. You've got Houston. It's really just like a coin flip between the Titans and the Colts in that division, in my opinion, and Carson Wentz already banged up. So I feel like you're getting better return with the Titans and Chiefs, and the Chiefs is the side I'd rather be on over Tampa as well.
Okay, well, another combo features the Bills and the Packers at plus 170. Do you like that combo better, AJ?
This is perfect. This is a perfect spot for me. I like the value you're getting, and I really don't see a lot of challenges to either of these teams securing their division here. Look, the Jets are what they are. I won't break Kenny's heart by diving into that one. The Patriots, I don't expect them to be significantly better yet at this point. And the Dolphins, I'm not sold on the quarterback situation there. So I think the Bills are probably the easier side of this one. And that's saying a lot when you have Aaron Rodgers under center for the Packers, Aaron Jones, obviously, Devontae Adams, you know, and Aaron gets, you know, his security blanket, Randall Cobb back as well. I really just like everything the Packers have. Minnesota could maybe challenge him here, but a lot of that's going to fall on what they get out of Kirk Cousins. And I just don't think that, you know, when you look at it 1-for-1 on both these sides, I think the Packers are just better, and the value at plus 170 is better.
Jeff, we like this combo, Bills and Packers, plus 170.
No, I definitely like this one. I do feel like the Packers are a side that you should be, if you're looking to make parlays in this futures combo like section on the DraftKings Sportsbook, I think the Packers are a good side to target. The Chicago can't even decide who their starting quarterback is. Detroit is Detroit. So Minnesota, you know, they've had some issues getting guys staying on the field in preseason as well. Could they challenge? They could, but I feel like the Packers are a very, very good bet for the division win. I would probably rather, again, go down to plus 200 and take the Titans over the Bills. I just feel like the division there is so weak. The Titans are so deep on offense, and they've improved their defense. But the Bills are fine. I still pretty bullish on them. I think they have a harder path, though, than the Titans. So, again, I'd rather go down to plus 200, take the Titans and Packers. But I think this one at plus 170 is still very much worth talking about. The Bills have to be the favorite there, no matter what Kenny's about to tell you.
Kenny, say it.
No, I think, again, I mean, the Bills probably win the division. I think it's going to be a lot tougher this year, though. I mean, they're not going to get free wins over, you know, the Patriots and the Jets. They're going to be tougher opponents. That's just how rebuilding works. There's more talent on both teams. So you couple that with, you know, playing a harder schedule. And, yeah, it's certainly possible this could be a tighter division race. I still expect the Bills to win it. But I'm looking at better value here. As Jeff mentioned, I mean, I think the Chiefs are pretty ironclad to win the AFC South. And when you look at the way that there's AFC West, and when you look at the way that this breaks down, I actually really like these division parlays because I like the Ravens to win the AFC North. I really like that bet a lot, but you get plus 200 odds on that now if you bring in essentially a free space in the Chiefs winning the AFC West. The Ravens are a great bet this year. I still don't think the Bengals are nearly where they want to be in their rebuild. The Steelers, they had a great defense. They still do have one, but you saw that the limitations of that offense last year, they overachieved for most of the season. And the Browns didn't really do anything to really impress me, considering all they do is run the ball. Their defense is average, and they can't throw. And they kind of ran into some luck with the Steelers at the end of the season, and we saw what they were made of against the Chiefs. They just got railroaded. So I think that this is actually a pretty good bet. I think the Ravens, this is a big season for the Ravens, big season for Lamar Jackson.
All right, speaking of the Ravens, if you want to take longer odds on two teams to return to glory as division champs, you can get the Ravens and Rams at plus 525. Jeff, is that a parlay you'd be interested in?
No, unlike Kenny, and this is where we're gonna disagree today. I'm not big on the Ravens this year. Again, you've got a team who they're just stuck in a really tough division. Again, I think Pittsburgh is going to be better than people think. Ben looking good in the preseason already, and you've got Cleveland there who's added to their defense. Baltimore already at a disadvantage in their passing game with the loss of Rondale Moore. I just don't know how this offense takes a step forward. They've had trouble beating elite teams. I would much rather take a shot on some kind of other longer shot division winner. Again, I think you look at a team like the Washington football team, you pair them maybe with the Packers at plus 450. You can get them with the Rams at around plus 850 right now, the Washington football team. Look, is Washington a lock like a Green Bay or a Kansas City? No, but they're in a weak division. They've got the best defense there. I think that the odds you're getting with them, pairing them with another strong team like maybe the Packers or the Rams, I think that makes them a very good parlay target here. So for me, I'd be out on the Ravens, and I'd look to get bigger odds on a team like Washington.
All right, Kenny, you're in on the Ravens. How do you feel about the Rams?
Yeah, I actually am in lockstep with Jeff once again. I love all the parlays with the Washington football team. I was looking at the Washington football team and the 49ers at plus 800. You can get similar odds on the Washington football team and the Rams plus 850. I think that you want to take a shot here with the Washington football team. And if you want to take a crazy parlay like this and take two teams that didn't win their division last year, the football team and the Rams, the football team and the Niners, I think are two great bets. And when you look at the way that this defense played last year, this Washington football defense was insane. They have two of the best pass rushers in football. They're going to be disruptors this year for sure. I absolutely 100% do not believe in Ryan Fitzpatrick. I think he's probably going to end up retiring to be a professor or something after 3 weeks. But I think that this team on the backs of their defense, we saw last year they made the playoffs and almost beat the Buccaneers with no quarterback. They can do it again with no quarterback. So I like the football team in some of these parlays.
AJ, Ravens, Rams, plus 525. How do we feel?
Well, I'm with Kenny. I actually like the Ravens side here. And I do think they could be a good team to parlay up with, but I'm not sold on it being the Rams. So I'm going to kind of split the difference here with the guys. I'll take Ravens, Packers as an option, Ravens, Chiefs, something like that, to give you, again, to parlay a couple of them up together. I do think the Ravens are right there in the mix for that division, though.
All right. Thanks, fellas. Our MLB panel is going to join me next to take a sportsbook look at today's slate. The Sweat. We'll be right back. Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. They're DraftKings contributors Gary Thorne and RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is MLB Cover the Bases. Get your favorite bets / DFS plays in the following categories on tonight's MLB slate. So, Gary, start us off with a run line or money line bet that you like.
Yeah, I'm going to start with Dodgers money line. It's just so rare to see the Dodgers not like minus 250 on the money line on any given slate. They're only minus 145 on the road against the reeling Padres tonight. The Padres are 2-10 in their past 12 games. So really the trends say the Dodgers are probably going to win this game. And the fact that Walker Buehler is on the mound is also a big boost. He's got a 1.33 ERA and a 2.32 FIP across his last 8 starts. Unsurprisingly, the Dodgers are 11-4 the last 15 times that Buehler has taken the mound. It's going to be Blake Snell for the Padres, who has looked a little bit better so far in August, but for the season, he still has a 5.61 expected ERA. So I think it's a pretty lopsided pitching matchup. The Padres just can't do anything right lately. I will take the Dodgers as slight road favorites tonight.
Paul, where are you going?
Looking at the Astros hosting the Royals, Jesse, there's clearly not a lot of value on the money line, but I will take a look at the home side on the run line of minus 1.5 and minus 120 bet. Mike Minor has been blasted in each of his last 4 starts, looking like a true Minor. He has not pitched well historically when visiting Houston either. Meanwhile, Lance McCullers has been dominant during his career at Minute Maid Park and comes into this matchup holding opponents to a 234 batting average, striking out 63 in his last 48 innings pitched. The Giants-Mets matchup is an interesting one, too, featuring 2 pretty odd starting pitcher stories. Johnny Cueto can be very good or very bad, as we know if we watch his career closely, but he seems to have found a little consistency lately with 5 straight decent starts, or at least 5 innings plus, giving up a total of 9 earned runs and over 26 innings pitched, with 27 strikeouts against only 9 walks, but is coming off a 2-week stint on the IL. Meanwhile, Taijuan Walker has looked like a guy who's lost his way in the second half. He's allowed 11 homers in his last 33 innings pitched as part of a very inflated ERA in that stretch. I take the Giants, by far the better team on the season, but especially lately, to cover the money line bet here.
All right, Eric, where are you going? Run line or money line?
Yeah, so I normally try to stick to just one here, but there's 2 games that are in more or less identical situations where you have a good team facing a divisional rival who is better, and with a good pitcher on the mound going against a slightly better pitcher. The first one, I'm actually on the opposite side of that Padres-Dodgers game. Blake Snell is much better than his 4.82 ERA suggests. It is still a down year for him. He's walking too many guys, but he's still getting a ton of strikeouts, and he's been better lately, 2.45 ERA. I know the Padres as a whole have struggled, but this is still a pretty good Blake Snell. And Walker Buehler, on the other hand, is over a run better than his FIP. His 313 FIP is still quite good, but that's the second biggest gap among qualified starters. He actually has a career low strikeout rate this season, so I'm not all in on his dominance this year. Obviously, he's still great, but at plus 125 for the Dodgers, I actually think that's a pretty fair reflection of the gap between the 2 teams. And it's basically the same story in Reds-Brewers, but you get much better money on the Reds plus 150. Luis Castillo, his ERA is not fair to him how he's pitched lately. He was a little bit unlucky, but also very bad early in the year, a 7.22 ERA through the end of May. But he's 2.73 since the end of June. He'll face off against Brandon Woodruff, who is excellent, but is slightly outperforming his peripherals. I think the gap between those 2 is smaller than that plus 150 suggests.
All right, Paul, second base is a game total that you're going to be targeting. Where are you going for this one?
Jesse, I find a couple of easy ones here. It's the 3rd straight battle between 2 struggling offenses and 2 outstanding starting pitching matchups, with Giolito facing Ray in Toronto today. A number of key Jays batters have been batting around the Mendoza line for over the past 2 weeks. Boy, that's been tough for me to watch. I go to the alternate run line here and take the under of 7.5 for a 120 payoff. Then I find another easy one when I look at the Marlins versus Nats, 2 struggling offenses who have hit the under in their last 3 head-to-head matchups. I look for that trend to continue tonight. Both starting pitchers, Gray with 4 straight 5+ innings pitched and less than 3 earned runs against, and Cabrera in his major league debut. But this guy's posted a 293 and 13 minor league starts, and he will pretty much be facing a minor league offense again tonight. They've got their acts together on the mound, so I take the under bet here as well.
All right, Eric, which game total is enticing you today?
Yeah, I really like that second one that Paul just mentioned. Nationals, Marlins under 8. The teams are averaging only 8.4 runs per game this season, and both of those lineups are worse after some deadline moves. Obviously, the pitchers are very young. I think there's a combined, 30 innings between them at the highest level, and they're all in Josiah Gray's favor. But both these guys are supposed to be really good. Josiah Gray was the 18th prospect per Fangraphs, 3.90 ERA in his limited sample. 28% strikeout rate versus an 8% walk rate. That's a near match for what Tyler Mahle has done, to give one example. Problem with Gray is that he's got a ground ball rate of 24.3%. Mahle, by contrast, is just over 40%. So that is going to lead to a lot of homers for Gray, but that's less of a problem in Marlins Park against the Marlins. So I think he still has tons of potential, especially in a place like this. Edward Cabrera on the other side, 43rd best prospect according to Fangraphs, 293 in 13 minor league starts across 3 levels, as Paul mentioned. 36.9% strikeout rate overall there, and it's all the way up at 45.6% in his last 4 AAA starts. So nearly a coin flip whether or not he strikes out any given batter. Walking a few too many guys, but when your stuff is that good, I think you should be able to get the Nationals out.
Gary, which game total are you going with?
Yeah, I will also back a Paul bet, which is the under between the Jays and the White Sox. We've clearly been watching the same terrible Blue Jays offense this past 2 weeks. It's been hard for me as well, but this bet just seems to keep hitting. I mean, the White Sox and the Jays, for as good as these offenses can be, all 5 games they've played so far this season have hit the under. There has not been a game where these two teams have combined to score more than 8 runs. And even yesterday's game, where the White Sox had 3 runs before the Jays even recorded an out, still finished 5-2. So you've got Lucas Giolito, who's looked much better since the All-Star break, has a 2.86 ERA in that span of time, holding opponents to a 2.69 WOBA across the 44 innings he's thrown since the Midsummer Classic. And then Robbie Ray, who arguably has been the best pitcher in baseball going back to the start of June. In fact, in that span of time, his 2.22 ERA is the second best mark in all of baseball, and his 32.2% strikeout rate is tops in the league. So I think you just got 2 really good pitchers, and maybe the White Sox can score some runs, but my belief in the Blue Jays to score runs right now is pretty low. So I think this goes under 8.5.
All right, Eric, take us to third base with the DFS pitcher of your choosing.
Well, both of those guys in that game I just talked about, Gray and Cabrera, look like great values, especially Cabrera way down at 5,000. But if I'm looking to spend up a bit more, I think Shohei Ohtani is the place to go. At 8,700 is a pretty fair price for a guy who's had a 1.58 ERA since the start of July. Better than his peripherals, but not by a ton. I mean, 235 FIP over that stretch is obviously excellent as well. That's 6 straight starts with 6 or more innings pitched and 2 or fewer runs allowed. Most importantly, I think over that stretch, he's walked just 2.7% of opposing batters. He had a walk rate of 13.6% through the end of June. So there may be some worries that his season, at least on the pitching side, wasn't totally sustainable given his control problems, but he's had the furthest thing from a control problem lately. Strikeout rate is down over that stretch, but still above average at 25%. And against an Orioles team that's 5th worst in runs per game, even while playing half their games at Camden Yards. I think that means that even though this is a hitter-friendly park, I'm not worried at all about facing a lineup this week.
All right, Gary, which DFS pitcher are you going with?
Yeah, I think there's really a tier of 2 that's really interesting. Eric mentioned one in Shohei Ohtani. I already mentioned Robbie Ray, but his price point is $8,900. If that seems sort of odd, it is. This is the first time Robbie Ray has been below $9,000 since June the 1st. That's a span of 15 starts where, again, he's pitched incredibly. He's got a .99 whip in his last 15 starts. This is Robbie Ray, who used to walk everybody. I mean, it's really, really crazy. And again, has the highest strikeout rate in baseball, actually by a pretty considerable margin in that stretch of time. So I think Ray below 9K is a really nice value. And I also think Ohtani at 8,700 going up against a Baltimore team that cannot hit right-handed pitching. It's got to be a pretty enticing spot. And the thing here is there's so many notable pitchers on this 10-game slate that you just have guys like this who get pushed down the board. And I think you have to take advantage.
All right, Paul, which pitcher are you going with?
look, we're singing from the same set list, it seems. There are 9 pitchers priced over $8,000 to choose from this evening. Among them, I am also on Ohtani in this matchup against Baltimore. In fact, I'm stunned that it's even this low for a guy with 6 straight quality starts, during which he's allowed only 7 earned runs over his last 40 innings pitched. He's facing the Orioles, for crying out loud. Their last win happened when the Sahara was a desert. I also like the Nats starter Josiah Gray at $7,900 based on his matchup against the Marlins, who are 26th in the majors in runs scored on the year and have been worse than that lately on an 8-game losing streak. Gray has been getting stretched out slowly over his major league debut in the last few weeks. He's allowed a total of 7 earned runs over 22 innings pitched with 25 strikeouts against only 5 walks, and he'll better those numbers today.
All right, finally, Garion, how about a DFS hitter that you want to roster?
Yeah, so with all those expensive pitchers, you might need to save a little bit with some of these hitters, and I'll make Eric smile here. Let's go to the Phillies. Let's talk some Phillies. Andrew McCutchen, maybe the best value play on this entire slate at $3,600. Kutch has a 175 WRC plus against left-handed pitching so far this season, and he is going up against Ryan Yarbrough. Yarborough's been all right. He's been inconsistent. That's probably the best way to sort of sum up his season so far, but he's given up at least 5 earned runs in 3 of his past 5 appearances. He's also allowed 1.7 home runs per 9 to right-handed batters. So McCutchen might not hit cleanup like he did last time against a left-handed pitcher with Rhys Hoskins back on the active roster, but I would expect to see him hitting at least 5th. And at that price point with his success against Southpaws this season, like I said, he's one of the best value plays in this entire slate.
All right, Paul, where are you going?
There's a vintage matchup between Miguel Cabrera and John Lester on tap for the early game between the Cards and Tigers. I'm on that one because Cabrera enters this fray having found his power stroke with 2 homers in his last 3 days. He's also got the benefit of a platoon matchup here and can point to a 15-for-28 history with 10 walks and only 2 strikeouts head-to-head against Lester. All those numbers tell me that one guy has this matchup all figured out. Cabrera's 658 OPP in this head-to-head duel is easily worth the $3,000 price tag. You want to talk about saving money, there it is. All kinds of numbers also point to a huge mismatch in the Royals' visit to Houston this afternoon as we've been on it. Mike Minor has had a tough year pitching to a 5.34 ERA, but things have been worse recently as he's been torched for a 6.67 ERA and a 147 whip in his last 10 starts. In addition, current Astros batters are hitting a combined 317 with a 380 OBP against him in 120 at-bat sample. Jose Altuve is one of those guys coming into this matchup with a price tag of $5,600. And I see that as a good value for a guy who's on a 15-for-48 streak and owns a 10-for-27 history head-to-head against Minor. In the evening slate, I find a contrarian play that I like given the nature of Brandon Woodruff this season. I like Joey Votto at $5,000 with his power stroke and platoon advantage against Woodruff, who has had a very tough time surrendering long ball in recent starts. Votto has a 939 OPS and 22 at-bats in this matchup. He'll be in my lineup tonight.
All right, Eric, DFS hitter that you want in your lineup.
Yeah, I think among today's most expensive bats, the one who's clearly the most interesting to me is Jose Ramirez at $5,700. He's facing Jake Latz, who's making his MLB debut. If I told you I knew a lot about Jake Latz, I'd be lying, but I think that's part of the point. If you go to his Fangraphs page, the most optimistic thing they say in his scouting report is could be a viable spot starter. And he has a 4.98 ERA and 15 starts in the minors this year, most of them at the AA level. So I'd say, yeah, maybe viable spot starter upside, and he's not there yet. So pretty ideal matchup for Ramirez. As for Ramirez himself, he's been on a tear over his last 9 games, hitting .333, slugging .821 over that stretch, 4 homers. 4 homers, 11 RBI. 3 steals.
We are suddenly getting some feedback. That's very strange. Try again, Eric.
Yeah, Ramirez has been quite hot lately. Hitting .333, slugging .821 with 4 homers, 11 RBI, 3 steals over his last 9 games. On the season as a whole, 29 homers, 16 steals is a rare combination of power and a bit of speed. Hitting just .257, but part of that's due to a career low .241 batting average on balls in play. That's suppressing his average and really his whole line. StatCast pegs him for a .281 expected batting average. So that suggests the contact, the power, the speed, everything is still there. Everything you want in a guy really who's all the way up at 5,700. Again, in a perfect matchup as well.
Way to power through, Eric. We did it. All right. Thanks, fellas. One more block to go here on The Sweat. We're going to be taking an early look at the BMW Championship with Len Hochberg when The Sweat returns. Final block of the show, and we're closing things out with RotoWire senior golf writer and 2020 DFS writer of the year, Len Hochberg. Len, let's chase or fade the following statements for the BMW Championship. So, Jon Rahm fell just shy of winning the Northern Trust, but comes into the second leg of the FedEx Cup playoffs at the BMW Championship as the most expensive golfer at $11,700. Now, he looked dialed in at Liberty National until he faltered on the 15th and 16th on Monday. So chase or fade that he is worth the high salary this week?
Yeah, you're right, Jesse. He did have a little bit of a stumble, very uncharacteristic at the end at Liberty National. I think it just was Tony Finau's day. Everything went just right for him. But you're right, Jon Rahm is just there every week. This was 11th top 10 in 16 starts in 2021. And one of those 5 misses was when he was going to win the Memorial, but had to withdraw. He's a very expensive price, $11,700, but he also is the biggest DraftKings point earner week in and week out. He's second on tour in birdie average. It's the most amazing thing about Jon Rahm is that he only has won 1 tournament this year. That doesn't guarantee him anything for this week, but I just think you have to play Jon Rahm. Even at that price, he's just so automatic almost.
All right, well, Jordan Spieth imploded on Monday with a 79 at Liberty National, but he's still high priced at $10,800. So chase or fade that you should look past the tough final round and look his way this week.
Yeah, what a wild ride. You can get whiplash if you watched Jordan Spieth last week. 62 in one round, 79 in another. That's not easy to do on the same golf course over the span of a few days. I'd love nothing more than Jordan Spieth to have a good week this week. I actually need him in my own personal fantasy league to do well. But I just don't see this being a good fit for Jordan Spieth. It's a driver's golf course by all indications, even though Caves Valley is new to us. Jordan Spieth's big miss continues to be the driver off the tee, accuracy off the tee. His short game is so good, it could keep him somewhere in the mix, somewhere close to the mix. But I just think that there's too many obstacles before you get around the green for Jordan Spieth this week. He's a fade.
Yeah, it was Spieth's worst score since a second round 81 in the 2020 U.S. Open. Okay, another guy, Cam Smith, lost in a playoff to Tony Finau at the Northern Trust, and yet he is under 10K this week at 9,500. So chase or fade that you should be concerned about him being a little tired on a short week.
Yeah, it's not that it's not tired. They're all kind of in the same boat in terms of, tired. They almost all of them played on Monday. He is just becoming a fantastic golfer. He is now up to a career best 23rd in the world rankings, and we see him go through pockets of contending for a number of weeks in a row, and he's had a very good stretch, the last few times out in the Olympics and FedEx. WGC FedEx. I just think that this course is not the best for him. His biggest problem is driving in distance and a little bit accuracy. He's so good around the green, just like Jordan Spieth. But the same things that are going to prevent Jordan Spieth from doing well this week, I think will also deter a good finish from Cameron Smith, a fade.
All right, Len, where's the value that you're chasing in this tournament?
Yeah, I think, whenever we see a tournament where they're all the best golfers in the world are there, or almost all the best golfers, invariably some very big names have to move down the DraftKings board. Paul Casey, $8,200, probably not in favor because he had a really bad week last week, really one of his worst weeks in the past year. But he really finds a way, even though he is not a long hitter, he finds a way week in and week out to adapt to the golf course and do what needs to be done. I expect Paul Casey to do very well for his $8,200 price. Same thing, Shane Lowry, $7,900, very quietly having a very good season. 5 top 25s in a row, just missed a top 10 last week at the Northern Trust. Moving down the board, the two Camerons, Cameron Champ at 73, Cam Davis at 69, both really long hitters, make a lot of birdies. That's a good recipe for this golf course. And all the way down at $6,300, Aaron Wise, he is really an elite player except for putting. That's a big except because he's a terrible, terrible putter, but he is basically top 50 in every other strokes gained category. And he putted pretty well last week into a top 25 at the Northern Trust, $6,300, Aaron Wise.
All right, Len, is there someone that you're just absolutely fading this week?
Yeah, I think there are a few guys. I mean, the course doesn't seem to fit some guys because we see it's really for long hitters and good drivers of the golf ball. That is not a good Jordan Spieth golf course. Not really high on him this week. It is a good golf course for Dustin Johnson when Dustin Johnson is playing well. But actually, pretty much any golf course is good for Dustin Johnson when Dustin Johnson is playing well. And obviously, he's not playing very well lately. Missed the cut again last week. I know a lot of people are high on him this week, and I can see that. But he's not for me. I'm going to need to see something before I'm going to really jump on him at still over $10,000. And Cameron Smith, for the same reasons as Jordan Spieth, really not a good fit for him. And I'll throw one more in there, Louis Oosthuizen, in the high nines, really an elite putter this year, leads the tour in putting by a wide margin. But we've seen some slippage, some regression with putting the last few times out for Oosthuizen, and that will hurt him this week.
All right, Len, finally, who's your pick to win the BMW Championship?
Yeah, I hate to go chalk. But Jon Rahm is just there every week. I used to think that if you were picking the top guy on the board, $11,700 in this case, that you really needed a win to justify taking him. But Jon Rahm is such a point earner. He's second on tour in birdie average. I think he will win this week, but even if he doesn't win, I think he could pay off at that price. And I'll throw one more out there, more than $2,000 cheaper this week. What a price on Bryson DeChambeau. In a perfect world, this is a perfect course for Bryson DeChambeau. I don't know if he'll get it done, but it would not surprise me terribly this week for him to play really well.
All right, that is a show, Len. Thank you. We got a full slate of Madden Sims coming your way for you guys, folks. 6 games kicking off at noon with the Dolphins at Washington. The Sweat will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. I'll see you then.
Oh, welcome in, you sons of guns. You, and you. And even you back there. We know you're there. You're bad things like you can't wait for us to be gone. Well, you got a week. Well, this is exciting. It's a nooner. It's a 3-man weave, baby. We got Jason Rossi. That is I'm introducing myself. With me is the hair, the looks, by the way, never really talks about the bone structure of the excellent face of Christian D'Andrea over at, make sure you subscribe to the postroute.substack.com and give him a follow at Train Island. And with he's Christian D'Andrea. Hi, Christian. Hi. And with us is the $1 million brain north of the border, the Maple Leaf, the king of syrup, because he's making those pancakes for you each and every Sunday morning when you make your lineups, baby. He's got great tweets all the time, the golf genius.
All the time.
By the way, he rocked a solo like 40 minutes of golf talk. And
That's true.
It was very impressive. He is at the Fantasy Grind. It's Jeff Ulrich, everybody. The Moose.
Dude, I mean, before you guys were even born into the DraftKings existence, man, I used to do like solo periscopes every Wednesday night. They were wild.
Bring them back.
Periscope's wild. The comments just fluttering down, like the first time I used that, I didn't know how to use the app. It's crazy. Yeah.
Periscope still exists.
Streaming on the internet is nuts. You just, it's...
Yeah, dude. First of all, Periscope technically doesn't exist. I think it's now officially Twitter video.
It is.
Because Periscope was purchased by Twitter, and then everyone's like, oh, you can still use both apps, and they booted that out of there.
Yeah.
Just like, what was the name of this? Vine. Did you just say Vine? Because that was...
Oh, Vine. Yeah, Vine.
I actually had a little bit of run on Vine. Because if you hit things at the right time, it's kind of like with TikTok, you hit something. I used to make very timely 6-second Vines of me driving in cars, singing to songs. And oddly, people watch a lot of that.
People jumped in on it? Like, what were we talking, like classic rock or like...
Yeah, it didn't matter. Whatever song I was feeling. And I didn't even sing. I just lip sank for 6 seconds. And it was odd. Like, you would get thousands of views. It was weird. And then I believe Vine was also a Twitter purchase. And then it just all went away.
Yeah. Twitter's really good at purchasing things and just like not using them.
That's correct.
Oh man! Speaking about people purchasing stuff, how about every minute? I swear DraftKings is getting in business with another company. So things are always happening. I swear I get that Twitter, that DK like business or whatever it's called, and they're always collaborating and stuff. So
yeah, I have a feeling they'll be a little bit better at using their purchases.
Yeah, just a wee bit.
Slight feeling than Twitter.
Fine and Periscope no longer a thing. But anywho, we're here for, I think there's a football game being played visually.
Oh, there is? Is that why we're here? I thought we were just going to chat.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
We are going to chat, to be honest. There's just like, I'm in like the intro spot, I guess you call it, but we're going to talk. There'll be a few play calls here and there and some other stuff, but let's have some fun. We got a week left, baby, to burn this pup to the ground because the Sims aren't going anywhere. Christian, we've talked about it. Moose as well. But we are. So let's enjoy while we can. And we did get information that starting next Wednesday, September 1st, there'll be no commentary. No Brandon Gaudin, no voice at all. So I'm guessing just...
Really?
Yeah, I think it's just game noise. That coming down. Well, that's what Kaufman said, so...
Yeah. How reliable is Kauf? I mean, honestly, I feel like... See, part of me in the DK SimFan Manager League, like, I want to take over the money roll from Tommy Freeze Pops because his payouts are very weird. Like it's basically
extremely, they're a little crazy.
Talk to me about it. I really don't pay attention. I just said
okay. So he wants to do. We lowered the buy-in since we're all going to be less employed coming up. Oh no, I've frozen again. My internet is doing that thing it does.
I see you, Christian. Don't worry, you're moving. Now you're not.
He's gone.
That was a good run, though. It was good to have.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, we got like 2 minutes out of Christian's internet.
Yeah. No, it's the thing is, I think it's my laptop now. Just like I'll get into a stream and then it'll decide that this band of internet isn't working for me. Switch over. So I have to switch my network over like midway through a stream. It's wild. Anyway, Tommy's like, we lowered the bot. And now 88% of the cash will go to the league winner. Yeah. Am I back?
Yeah, keep going. Just keep talking. We'll tell you.
Real slow. All right. So like 600 to the winner, 50 to second place, and 50 to the regular season highest point total. And that's just such a weird way to do it. Like it's basically just a winner take all with like a few a few caveats. And it's like, why not reward the second place team for getting that far? It's 14 team league, spread it out, get first, second, and third, make that third place game worth tuning in for, the bronze medal, make it worth something.
Right. I'm with you. You don't want I still, in my leagues, this is actually a good conversation topic while we have, again, a game that I just want to let you know, I don't care about your lineups. You can tell me. But I stacked kickers and defenses here, just letting you know. And if I win, doing the 2 p.m. nude, I'm just letting you know.
Wow.
So good for you, Moose. Good for you. So anyways, but this is fascinating because like in my family friends league, we'll call it, or one of them, I still am searching for a way to keep people interested every single week. We do weekly payouts for highest points. I loved what Reed brought up. Like there's like a $10 almost like personal bet every week. That's something we're going to implement. That's again personal, because you could win and lose every week. What other things do you guys have in your leagues or people want to toss out there? Like what other things do you do in your leagues, or do you find even if you don't do, you would like to see done in fantasy leagues that like keep you interested if it's week, now I guess 12 through 14, those last few weeks, and you're out. Like what keeps those players interested? Anything you guys do or thoughts on that stuff?
Over in the Rhode Island Scumbag League, there's a separate pool for just those weekly props where it's, biggest blowout and then lowest winning score. So the true scumbag idol there. Like if you roll in and you play the guy who forgets to set his roster and you win like 80 to 79, you get like an extra cash infusion because of that, while like the guy who scored 150 and went up against the league's #1 team lost. And it's to reward that, but also to make the person who lost with a huge total completely lose their mind. And it's worked wonders. The amount of
double tilting,
the amount of furious G chats and message board posts that have come after have been just outstanding to watch.
Love that. What about you, Moose? Anything? Because you're obviously you're the man that builds the lineups, all that. But like any like intrigue with leagues, anything interesting you've done in the past, or ideas people have tossed out that even didn't get passed through in your leagues?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I play in a league. It doesn't reward. I mean, Christian's idea is fantastic, by the way, but it does like the league one of the leagues I play in rewards like weekly high scores. So like the person who posted the highest score of any week, any team, whatever, they get like a little reward at the end. I like leagues too that reward teams who had the highest point totals during the regular season, because we've all been there. You have a team, it's dominant, it scores like, the most points in your league, and then you end up like barely making the playoffs or something, in the 6th seed or something like that. So I like rewarding the highest points total with a little cash or something. But the one that kind of stuck out to me was that highest point total or biggest margin of victory too. I think our league does that. I can't even remember it, but
really rub in the worst team. Sometimes that guy like #1 point total in the largest margin of victory is the same, but like sometimes you get one guy out there who's just garbage, like puts together like a 39-point day, and you beat the doors off him, and then
and. In my opinion, every league should have some kind of consolation thing. Even if it's just like you don't want to be last, like the last place guy legitimately like has to pay like double the buy-in next year or something like that. Like maybe reward the winner the consolation with like just a small something, like because that keeps everyone interested. That'll keep the lineups going all year. Like you need to pay attention to that consolation. So if you're a manager, do that.
I agree with you there. So like as a commissioner, one of the things I want to do is, if you don't make the playoffs, so for our league, I'll just be honest, I don't think it matters here, but like it's a 250 buy-in with my family and friends. And I say the 4 teams that don't make it pay for the champion. Like obviously it's a weird division there, but like for, whatever we can figure out. But like, and people are always like, oh, that's stupid. I'm like, no, because the goal is to make the playoffs. Like every play is to get a first down. Like there's so many things I feel different about, but I really like some of the stuff you guys have tossed out as one thing I saw in the chat. Meager says lowest points for the week has to make dinner for the group the following Sunday if everyone is local and there's no pandemic, LOL. Well, you get a touchdown here, by the way. Is that Inman?
Hey, a little Dontrell Inman into the end zone. So Dwayne Haskins starting off on a heater here. A guy you will not take in your fantasy. 2 guys you would not take in your fantasy drafts right there. Haskins and Inman. getting it done.
Deep sleeper, I hear, is Haskins. Real deep. From Fresno, what's up, dude? Says to keep all the losing teams who didn't make the playoffs, I do whoever sits the most during playoffs to keep them from totally tanking and drop players at the end of the season. I don't know what you're saying from Fresno. I know you're trying to.
Are you saying that you lock the roster?
Lock the teams. I do that too.
That's
We
what
did that. Dude, I got to tell you this story. So, had to be 5 years ago now, maybe 6. I was in the championship game against a buddy. Only I and one other person in the league had fab money left. And I forget who was Eli Rogers. Remember Eli Rogers for the Steelers?
Yes.
Okay. I know, of course, I'm talking to two geniuses.
Like their slot guy for like a hot minute.
Yeah, it was like during the Antonio Brown, and I think it was that. It might have been. I think it was before Juju. But anyways, he was. You know who it was with? It was with Martavis Bryant time. So Eli Rogers, I was gonna pick him up because I was like, you know what? I think I might need him just to have somebody. And a guy who was nowhere, wasn't in the playoffs, all that, picked him up. Spent more money than I did, and it was this big collusion thing where my buddy gave him like personal money to pick him up.
Oh no!
It was bad. So there's a punishment for the two of them have a lifetime ban from trading with each other in the league, and like we all get to rename them every year. It just like that stuff you don't get anywhere else in life, right? Like the fantasy, like goofy stuff that people do, which it's so, Eli Rogers. I think at that game had like 2 catches for like 5 yards. You can look it up. I'm sure like week 16 of like probably 2015 or 16. Or maybe 17, but still, it's just like ridiculous. Like that stuff only happens in fantasy leagues.
No, I know. I was in a league where somebody got some kind of. There was some weird thing, like they opened up the waivers too early, and this guy got, and it was like the same thing. It was like some kind of Eli Rogers player. It's like we were all making a big deal about it because it was like week 2. And like, oh my god, this guy's like going to be so valuable. And I think we ended up there was like 40 responses like arguing about this guy. For like 2 days on, and this guy ended up writing like, I swear to God, like an essay about why he should be allowed to keep his waiver claim, and the guy just like ended up. I can't. It was like a backup runner. It was like the equivalent of like Wayne Gallman or something, right? Yeah. We were arguing about, and I don't think I've ever spent so much time arguing about such an inconsequential person. Like it was ridiculous. That's the kind of stuff you get in fantasy football leagues, though, man. Like it's just crazy.
Dude, that's hilarious. By the way, Moose, if you see stuff, I saw you responded with the golf question. Feel free to just say it out loud. Let him rip. Same thing for Christian. One thing, Kane says, what round is Robinson going now? Round 2, 3? That sounds a little high, but what do you guys
think? A little high. I was keeping track of the Ringers NFL stuff. Is Tua with a big strike there after the fumble overturned. Devontae Parker down to the goal line. Could be Breida time. Could it be a throwback? Could we get a Patrick Laird touchdown here? Could it possibly be
our Laird and Savior?
Look, hasn't been seen
Anna's all in on that. By the way, Anna made the funniest comment for once. I will give you Anna. You get a legit laugh out of it.
Oh yeah, Patrick Laird is Anna's favorite. I mean, you know, Lairdy. No, that's Breida. Well, we got to bring it in. I mean, you got to bring in the Holy Ghost here. I mean, let's go. Let's get one in for Anna.
Could be Howard time. The Ringer put Robinson, like they basically bumped him up to Etienne's spot and maybe gave him a little bit of extra rub there. So like top 60 is where they're saying for him. I mean, obviously you got to wait and see what the Jags do with the rest of their depth chart. Like who are they going to bring in? Are they going to make a Sony Michel type move to bulk up that depth chart? What the hell is Urban Meyer going to do? Because that dude's a bit of a mess. As we do get a touchdown there. So we got a tie game here. A little bit more point scoring than expected. And it is a vulture running back touchdown. It's not Patrick Laird. Tragically, it's Jordan Howard. 2,400 to get him on the roster today. Rossi, would you like to comment? Thank you.
Okay, here's a question, and this is for both you guys. Who are you taking higher? Who should go higher right now? Sony Michel or James Robinson?
James Robinson, 1,000%.
Okay.
Robinson, I am so on board with James Robinson. Robinson is a guy who brings so much value to the lineup, and he's good at the goal line. He's good in passing situations. He can really be a difference maker. Michel and Henderson are going to be more of a platoon, whereas that Jacksonville running back rotation, you got James Robinson and then Carlos Hyde, Dario Ogunbowale. Divine Ozigbo, no, I think Washington. Robinson is the guy you want.
You answer first, Ralphie. No.
Well, I'll make this quick. I'm not I'm big on James Robinson personally. He's one of my keepers. I'm so excited about it now. But it's still this new Jags. Like, this isn't last year's Jags.
It's the Jags.
And yes, first of all, it's the Jags. You have
Their O-line is terrible.
You have the O-line's rough. And Christian, we've talked about this over the past few weeks.
Yeah.
The Trevor Lawrence getting the official start, named today the starter, which should be like, oh, they're going to hand the ball off a ton. But I don't know we don't know enough about that offense. The offense we know a lot about is the LA Rams. And yes, Matthew Stafford's there. He's a very expensive new toy that he can sling it around, but I don't think McVay is foolish enough to go away from what really has been this team's, what worked years ago when they were making playoff runs. It was heavily focused on the run. I'm not comparing Todd Gurley to Sony Michel, but Sony Michel, go back 2 years ago, that last 8 games into the playoff run, give him the ball 18, 19 times, he was producing 90, 100 plus yards. He can get it done, you mentioned goal line, like he was getting it done there. They didn't use him a ton. There was the Rex Burkheads of the world kind of punching those in. But for round value sake, who's going to go higher? I think it's James Robinson because of what happened. But I'm in on Sony Michel.
And I agree. Like, I think James Robinson has a very safe floor. Like, you're going to get the workload. I mean, Carlos Hyde is not taking like 15 touches a game.
Shouldn't be.
No, he shouldn't be, right? So, but again, these are two extremely different teams, man. Like, the Jags could just have so much trouble running the ball this year that you might need James Robinson to catch like 6 passes a game to have relevance. I think Sony Michel has a chance. Like, we know Sean McVay doesn't want Darrell Henderson Jr. in a feature role because A, he took him out of that role as soon as Cam Akers was healthy last year. B, he just traded for another running back despite, Henderson being there, being the man. I think he views Henderson as like a 5 to 6 touch guy a game. And I think Sony Michel has a chance to step right into that Cam Akers role, which again, the Rams are going to be a good team. They're going to score touchdowns, and Sony Michel could just end up being among the league leaders in touchdowns since he gets so many goal line carries. So I think Sony Michel is a bar. I think that's the guy I want. I think the upside is really big with him right now. He also looked really good in the preseason, by the way. Like, he looked a lot better when he got those touches with the Patriots.
And here's what it is. I mean, injuries are obviously a concern there, and he did lose a little bit of that explosiveness, but he's coming off his best year in terms of yards per carry, in terms of yards after contact. He averaged almost 6 yards per carry, but he is still kind of a bit of a plotter. Like, I think most Patriots fans would say, oh man, Sony Michel just didn't have that explosive first step. And the stats back that up. He's a guy who, averaged the lowest yards before contact of any Patriot running back last season at 2.1. So he's good after he gets hit. He's got that power. He's going to be good at the goal line, but he's not going to be that breakthrough guy. And this is a guy, James Robinson last year, 49 catches. Sony Michel in his NFL career, 3 years, 26 catches. I think that's where the value is going to be. This is not a Rams team that checked down to running backs a lot, even though they had Jared Goff in the lineup last year. Only about 1 in 8 passes went to the running backs. Stafford throws a little bit more to the guys out of the backfield, but he had DeAndre Swift and he had worse receivers, so I don't expect there to be a ton of PPR value from either Darrell Henderson or Sony Michel this coming year, and that's why I like Robinson a little bit more. I think he's the better runner, and I think even with the bad offensive line, he's going to make up any lost value there with A, having a weaker platoon, and B, catching a lot of passes.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Moose, they bring up, and let us know. Somebody, it was Must Be said, stop it. James Robinson's a number 1 running back, and we're not denying that.
Yeah,
but we are saying that don't sleep on Sony Michel's value again. And last year, Christian, to your point, yes, Sony Michel took the backseat. It was him in New England. This was a divorce waiting to happen. It's going to happen again with N'Keal Harry when he comes off the shoulder. They've blown some first-round picks, but I still just like his big work last year, and not a lot of people probably watch Patriots games. I kind of had to work my way through those, but he was catching passes last year more than, that was like the big thing. Cause they thought he was going to take over for James White. That was the goal. If he's not going to be the bell cow, what they got now in Damian Harris, he was going to be that guy. Couldn't do it clearly, but, and they didn't see the value, but I just think Sean McVay is not going to, the trades that the Rams have made, I'm trying to find a miss. I'm trying to find the player that they didn't. Now, obviously, we're talking they traded for some of the best players in the league, but I feel like they always hit on their trades. I feel like, especially in building this roster, we'll see what happens with Stafford again. We'll see what happens with Sony Michel. But I think I'm giving the trust factor there. Still in on James Robinson, still keeping him in my fantasy league, but Sony Michel has definitely jumped up for me, and I hope people, especially where we're local in New England, where I am, sleep on him.
Yeah, I mean, you can like both these guys, right? I mean, absolutely. I mean, I see the value in James Robinson. I just, as Rossi mentioned, we don't know what I mean, like Jordan brought it up. I mean, Robinson produced in this role last year. He did, but this isn't the same offense. This isn't like, they might be, if they're even a little bit better on defense, and then maybe it's not as like fast-paced garbage time action where James Robinson is just out there because they need someone to catch passes. Maybe Urban likes Dare Ogunbowale because we have seen him a lot in preseason, right? Like there's a lot of things that could happen to take James Robinson down from 20, 25 touches to like 15 touches. And then it's like, oh, I got a 15-touch guy in Jacksonville. Who cares?
One other just point for those that, whether you watched Jacksonville, again, or had Robinson last year, they would be down like 14 to 17 points with like 6 minutes to go in the fourth. And they were running the ball. Doug Marrone was on a hit mission. He probably got a nice check for what, like, they were trying to waste clock and lose games. Like, it was abundantly clear when I was watching my stats on my app, and it's like, oh man, James Robinson's not going to touch anymore. They're down 16 in the fourth. And it's like he had like 10 carries in the fourth. He's
still getting carries. I know. It's like what, like the whole James. Look, I like James Robinson. He's a great story. He's a UDFA. I love guys like this. But like, it was a weird year. Like, he just kept producing regardless of the game flow situation. It was, and I think a lot of it had to do with Doug Marrone. So again, if Urban Meyer puts in Dare as the as like the passing back, as the fast pace, 2-minute drill back or something. Yeah, like you could be stuck with like a kind of more of a red zone guy in James Robinson, who, again, I don't expect the Jags to score that many touchdowns. So I'm just playing devil's advocate. I like James Robinson. It's okay.
Yeah, listen, we're not saying avoid him. And Christian made some really good points, and it is a little wait and see with Urban Meyer, who's in his early stature here in the 2 preseason game looks absolutely lost. But hey, he's got a preseason to work it out. So maybe things will click come week 1.
And he has even said, I'm not like letting loose here. Like we're gonna go fast paced. So who knows what that means.
Seriously. By the way, I've been so selfish. We've had a nice conversation here. It's Christian D'Andrea, Moose, Jeff Ulrich here. We have outstanding producers today. We got Michael, the man, the myth, the legend.
Early today.
West Coast.
Early, Mike, behind the scenes. Amazing.
I know. I don't even know if you got his workout in. Mike, did you get your workout in this morning? You didn't do it after.
I'm sure he hit the rower. I'm sure he rode like 2.
Oh, he did. He says
intervals.
Guys,
repeats.
Guys rock hard. I saw him finally. But Daniel is our technical director. We got Kyle and Zach in ops. I hope everyone's having a good day. We didn't even get to say it. We're not going to say it. 5K meters. All right, Michael, now you're just showing off. But he's a beast. He is a beast, and I love him. Smash that like. Let's get that century marker about almost halfway there, 43. Let's hit it. I love the conversation we're having here, talking some fantasy. If you want to drop some golf questions for Moose, he's here for the noon, and then the 2 with myself. Christian gets downgraded out, but then he will return. It's not the end. But Tara Lynn will jump in with me and Moose at the 2 o'clock. Because Christian, are you back later or are you back tomorrow? I was looking at the schedule.
I'm back at 6.
Okay, I thought it was 10.
Another vulture touchdown there from.
There he goes.
Uh-oh.
There he goes.
Wild.
Yeah.
He's back. Okay.
Look at my guy Ernest just trying to play to my heartstrings. Says, love you guys. We'll miss commentations, even though he says commentators, especially the wrestling fan ones. Well, you got 3 of the biggest wrestling fans with you. We get a tutty.
Yeah, absolutely.
The JD McKissick gets in the end zone, so probably one of the highest owned here in this contest, because this is a tough build. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. Really he's 73% owned, almost 20 in the captain. No question.
We get a little running back sleeper drop in there from Carbon Rods. Damian Williams on the Bears is worth a running back flyer. Dude, Williams is always really sneaky, but I am a little bit concerned just about the share, the timeshare that's going to be going on there. Obviously, they have David Montgomery, who did come on as a useful pass catcher at the end of last season. You have Tariq Cohen, who's coming back from that torn ACL. I do worry just a a little bit about what his production is going to look like with those two guys. Pretty much ahead of him on the depth chart. I mean, Williams is a guy who has really produced when he's got a decent offense around him and really struggled when he hasn't. I mean, look at those first 4 years with the Dolphins, just kind of unnotable from a fantasy perspective. Really only came alive once he was playing with the Kansas City Chiefs. And now, I mean, do you really trust the Bears to kind of have that similar kind of offense around him? And now that he's 29 years old, I mean, he did take last year off, so it does wind back his odometer a little bit. But Williams is a guy that I do like as a flyer, but more in a daily fantasy purpose. Like, I don't know if I would want to save a spot for him on my season-long fantasy at this year's draft. I think I would take a wait-and-see approach to him. What do you guys think?
Moose, why don't you take that one? Because I'll just sum mine up with no.
I mean, it's interesting because Cohen, I don't even think is going to be ready for the season. So, but I think you're really just waiting for a Montgomery injury. Like the Bears, you saw the Bears really commit to David Montgomery last year. And oh, wow, that's a second go. No, it's not going to go.
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Don't you dare say no.
Dude, Tua is averaging 55 yards per pass right now. He has 2 completions for 111 yards.
But yeah, that's David Montgomery's backfield right now, man. They committed to him. I thought David Montgomery looked better last year too.
Oh, absolutely.
Damian Williams, I think if you're drafting Damian Williams, you should be viewing him as he's probably not going to be relevant unless David Montgomery gets injured. So, I don't mind it. Like, I think it's actually, there's a fumble. Wow, blown.
Oh, boy. What an opportunity squander.
I think it's a good signing by the Bears, like as a depth piece, but like I don't think that you should be really viewing him as having much relevance outside of just being a good handcuff for David Montgomery. If he goes down, he'll probably step right into a decent role. So.
Yeah, Kyle. Maybe I'm wrong. Kyle, you're a big Bears guy. I know we have a couple of ops that are big Bears people. Maybe wrong there, but anyways.
Oh, no, Dwayne, no.
Oh wow.
So the fumble works out as Dwayne Haskins fiddler crap.
Let's just all thank the Lord that we're not on a sim with Adam Coughlin. We don't have to listen to his ridiculous song. But
I was just about to sing. I guess I'll.
What was that? That was I mean, Haskins getting the Drew Brees team in here, and somehow,
couple of quick notes while we continue these very, very intriguing conversation. Keep your questions coming. Bengals, Zach Taylor has said that Joe Burrow will play in a limited amount this Sunday against Miami. So get Burrow out there, dust off the cobwebs. Also, Mike Reese out of ESPN Boston says Mac Jones is giving Belichick something to think about. Said today, when it relates to the starting quarterback position, Jones took a ton of reps. He was on his game and led 2 successful 2-minute drives. He got a low 5 from Belichick after that one. A low 5. Belichick not giving out. I don't think he's going to give high fives after Tom Brady. But
sorry, we need to address the elephant in the room here. Is that the football team had the free kick after the safety and punted it out of bounds. So now the Dolphins are taking over at the 50. This game is wonderful. I love this game so much. It is exactly as ugly and gross as you would expect a Dolphins football game to be, except now there's extra weirdness thrown in, and I just want more. Anyway, Rossi, if you've been paying attention to Twitter, people are effusive in their Mac Jones praise. He's outplaying Daniel Jones. So of the Jones brothers, Mac is the one to have stock in right now. Not like a huge deal, clearly, to be beating out Danny Dimes, but with Cam sidelined after not following protocols, not being vaccinated, which Cam, what are you doing? You were not the same guy after you came down with COVID. You'd think he would do everything in his power to avoid something like that going forward, but no, taken out due to COVID protocols. And now might get Wally pipped with Mac Jones looking really good in this joint practice with the Giants. Like, that's a development. You can still get some pretty good odds if you were like, I wonder if Mac Jones is going to win this quarterback competition. You can get a pretty sizable return there. Amazing what's going on.
There's one thing Bill Belichick hates more than anything. It's when players put his team at a competitive disadvantage for stuff that's controllable. And that's exactly what's just happened with Cam. So, man, the door is open. There's a crack. If there wasn't a crack, there's a crack now for Mac Jones. So,
Yeah, Cam's going to start. Like, Belichick, it just feels like he's not going to do it. for whatever. He has some weird. You got to win games. At the end of the day, if he really feels Mac can help him win games, he'll get the start. He should get the start. I'd rather go against, even though they are a tough defense to start the season too with Miami, I'd rather see what the kid has. I'd rather lose 42-0 with Mac than potentially lose like 17-14 or something. But even though I don't think either one is, I still think the Patriots. I just think there's
first. We know they got the Bucks in week 4, and they got Miami week 1. Who else do they face?
They got the Jets, and is it Houston week 3? Sorry, because I'm looking at going to that game. I'll look it up real quick. I know it's the Jets week 2, and Belichick does not like losing to that team. He found a way to beat them last year when Joe Flacco was throwing dimes down the field. But yeah, it's so it goes Miami week 1, 4:00 start. Don't like that. Jets, Saints at New England. So New England hosts. So then you get Saints coming to town, then the Bucks game. So
an interesting opener. I mean, you could make the argument Belichick will go with Cam just because he probably thinks Cam's good enough to give them chances in the first 2 games. And then does he really want Mac Jones going up against the Saints and Bucks defense back to back? I mean, but I'm with you, Rossi. I think you, at this point, if Mac Jones is improving every week, throw him out there, man.
Yeah, I think 100%.
Miami's too good a team to just say, oh yeah, Cam can just get us over the finish line there. Like you need something from your quarterback this year.
Here's going to be my one take why I think they'll go with Cam. They just want to run. What a sack. They just want to run the ball down their throats because the strength of that Miami defense, don't get me wrong, the linebackers are great, but it's that secondary. If you avoid the secondary by having a quarterback that, is going to dink and dunk and maybe take a shot once, that's it. That's why I think, and then you just push that line, and I think that's his theory, at least the first game, probably even against the Jets too, even though their secondary, I think, is the 3 of us are starting back there.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like that is part of the reason why the Patriots took a flyer on Cam to begin with, just so they could basically use him as a battering ram, until the wheels fell off kind of thing. I mean, it got them 7 wins last year, and they weren't good, so, yeah.
Look at that. As Daniel writes in our chat, as a wise man once said, the greatest ability is availability. It's true. By the way, still got a minute left here. We're going to get a kicker. Come on, baby. Give me that field goal.
A little Jason Sanders time. The pride of New Mexico kicks up and good.
Pride of New Mexico.
Did he go to New Mexico? I had no idea. This is my one thing. I love kickers. I have no idea their history.
Oh yeah, dude. The kickers are where you can find the weird locations. Guys coming out of Assumption College or wherever. Tragically today we lost a D3 long snapper cut by the Patriots, Brian Corey from my alma mater, Carnegie Mellon. He's going to be the first CMU grad in the NFL in 70 years. He went from defensive end in college to long snapper and has not caught on, but once the XFL starts back up, I think he'll have a job. That's where he broke in. He played with Washington and been kicking around from camp to camp. Not a young man at this point. He's 29, but always need a good long snapper out there. Just the scarcity of jobs right now. Only 30 of them out there, 32.
Yeah,
no one's rostering a backup long snapper.
Not yet, at least. Never know. We were talking in our chat here about CM Punk's return. You have tonight. You have another AEW Dynamite. You said it's in Milwaukee.
It's in Milwaukee. I couldn't find anyone to go with me. I was like, you know what?
I should have flew out. I should have flew out. I should have done it. This was the time.
I know. In Milwaukee, a lovely city, especially in the summer. We could have painted the town, and instead, I'll be watching it from home like a geek, instead of being there live to see CM Punk's first AEW Dynamite appearance.
That's all right. We'll get it next time.
Yeah. And we're coming up on it, and hopefully it will happen as advertised. They're going to have the shows at the Arthur Ashe Stadium in New York, home of the U.S. Open. I'm sure Kenny Ducey going to be furious that they are demeaning that hallowed ground with pro wrestling. I'm not even going to bring it up around him, but that allegedly, big event there, already sold out, will allegedly be the landing spot, the debut of the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson's return to non-WWE territories. So, just a lot of big things popping right now for AEW. Bray Wyatt likely to be part of the fold soon. the former Ruby Riot, now Ruby Soho, will be joining, which doesn't really move the needle for me. She was always kind of uninteresting to me, but she was just in bad spots.
No, I'm in on her. Great
yeah,
look.
No, she's a great performer, good look. Just like they just made her look like kind of that's what WWE does sometimes. Make some of their performers look like geeks when they're trying to make them look cooler and tougher. Like they just don't really know how to make personalities compelling. As deep strike there from Haskins. He was looking for couldn't tell who that was. I was going to say Trey Quinn, but we haven't seen any of him in Madden 21. Anyway,
if you're in doubt about a Washington wide receiver, just say Sims.
Yeah. It's watching Sims, playing Sims.
Like a 70% chance of being right.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait. By the way, I was talking about going to that. The Patriots play play the Texans October 10th in Houston. I think I got to go to that game. Tickets are widely available. They'll be after the Patriots-Bucks game, so like all the Patriots hype. I think I got to do it.
Yeah.
Seems here, I think, says Zach. Thank you, Zach. It was incomplete, so you don't have to worry about it.
What's that flight price going to be like? Because flight prices spiked for a while there. Everyone got back into it, and now they're falling again. And now we don't know what things are going to look like this fall.
Yeah, planning travel right now is
to be safe. Ooh, wow. No, he didn't get out of bounds. Are you kidding me, Tua? Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just looking now because flying right now is a little dicey. I'm not going to lie. Like traveling, like, depending on what your lifestyles all are. But for me, I'm like, let's keep it safe. But let me take a look here. Let's see. I always like to look at flights. I don't do it oh my Lord, we got a puppy on the broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. We might get it. If things stay settled, we'll get a little puppy halftime puppy bowl action. It's already
this half will end.
Oh my God, it's already 20 of 1.
Yeah, I know.
I'm putting an OT for this one. What are they going to say? Tiger says Lesnar versus Lashley should have happened. Dude, I still got faith it's going to happen.
I just like the fact I left for like 30 seconds and this turned into a wrestling broadcast.
That's correct, yeah. You should never have gotten up from that chair, Moose. You ruined this for every non-wrestling fan out there. They are just shaking their heads and they have you to blame.
I feel like everyone in the chat is probably a wrestling fan though, so it feels like
there's a very good amount of them. And like that's why I don't overdo it necessarily, but we always try to keep it. There's a lot. Super Bowl Baby says, Rossi, come on down. You'll be very welcome in H-Town. Do I have a Super Bowl Baby? Can I crash? Kind of kidding. Yesterday, people were inviting me to all their cities. We were trying to find out where I'm going to fly to.
Yeah.
Right, so let me check.
Houston's a cool town, especially if you're not going there in the dead of summer where it's just like a swampy 110 degrees every day. And you need to baby powder up at all times or else things are just other things. It's a mess down there.
All right, we're going to be on cam. We're going to get a puppy here. Everybody relish in it.
Do you have a Springer as well, Moose?
I do.
Wow. Look at that beaut.
Absolutely wild.
Look at this thing. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Get that face. Chomp that guy.
She's still in the bitey phase.
Yeah.
That's okay. As long as
Say hi, Pepper.
Look at those teethers.
All right, get out of here.
Oh.
Look at the beautiful setup that Moose has. We got beautiful dogs, the red room. We got some new comics back there. Some classic Flash back there. It's great stuff.
Yeah.
All right,
Flash is worth more than my house, man.
That one specifically, or
that one specifically? It's not worth more than my house, but it's
no, it's surprised Canadian real estate prices.
That's true.
I'm paying attention to that, man. Oh man, you guys are in it right now. It's a tough one for you, but I mean, it's great if you own. But obviously, Trudeau's got a lot on his plate. He's like this talk for another time. Clearly, because we're at halftime of a simulated.
Our Canadian politics,
whether or not foreign nationals should be able to buy property inside your country right now. We should be talking about how J.D. McKissick is a must-own because 62 rushing yards and a touchdown. Having a pretty good day so far. Breida averaging more than 8 per carry, but only 25 yards as the Dolphins have kind of been all over the map in this one. They have points via Jason Sanders field goal and a Jordan Howard touchdown vulture and a safety because Dwayne Haskins lost his mind briefly.
I'm very much locked into trying to find these flight prices. Man, flying from Boston to Houston middle of the week, $91.
Ooh, I mean you're going from hub to hub. You don't have to worry about going
like one latte right there, Rossi. You're good.
I'm just looking. So then one way back, it's one. If we stay, this is a lot of nights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 nights though. If I want to go cheaper flight, but if I can find a cheap hotel, no, that's too long. But anyways, no, I'm looking at this is even this 127. Now I'm telling you, flights to Houston right now on one of the mothership flights. You know, this ain't bad. I might do this. I'm gonna text Babysitter Billy, and there's gonna be some stupid golf thing. Yeah, I said stupid golf thing, Moose. I said it.
Wow. Coming in hot on the PGA.
I hate golf now. I've despised golf, except for Moose. Moose is the only reason, and sometimes Reed. Emerson, absolutely not. Fraudulent. I'm out on golf.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's just ruining Rossi's lives. The Bryson DeChambeau commercials just completely
get this guy off my
life.
screen. Get this guy off my screen. I love him personally. Appreciate him doing stuff for DraftKings, but he ruined my weekend. Babysitter Billy didn't get back till late last night. We recorded a new pod. If you guys are interested, you make sure you subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Make sure you follow at the Fantasy Grind. Yeah. And if you so happen to want to be delighted with some entertainment, check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver. Finally got the Suicide Squad review in. Also talked a lot about some new music, some other off topics, a little spice of some wrestling stuff in there, as well as Billy's a big Kanye West fan. I guess there's some stuff coming out there. So if you're intrigued by anything. Also, we talked about the new Lizzo and Cardi B song. I don't know if you guys get down with that. Not normally my forte, but it's a little bit of a banger. Just came out called Rumors. It's a good one.
I haven't heard it yet. I mean, it's a good combo right there.
Give it a bing. Give it a bing after the game.
All right.
I'm like, so I basically like turned, that's the one thing I turned into my dad in terms of like, I just, the new music that comes out, I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, it sucks. It's absolutely bad.
Well, I know it sucks, but I mean, like, I don't even know who these people are at this point. Like, I feel like I've just turned into like, you know, my dad, like I said, in terms of that. It's like, yeah, okay, cool. I don't know what these people are, but
these damn kids and their music.
Yeah.
They're rock and roll.
These newfangled artists, I don't know. When I was growing up.
All right, first off, Choker, take it back. He says stupid golf thing, says the stupid wrestling guy. See, that's what you're calling me stupid. I didn't call anybody individually stupid. I am upset with golf because golf ruined I was supposed to be in Las Vegas this weekend. It's not, Choker, you see, you're calling me stupid. That's not very nice. That's not very nice. By the way, you're
like
also...
it's tongue-in-cheek there. I mean, you're saying I'm watching fake football.
I take everything as a compliment, by the way, but I'm just saying. Yeah, but let's see. Okay, let's see here. I don't know. To be honest, Meager, I don't know. He says, did the game logs stop updating? I don't think so. I think those are still updating. Maybe they're behind for whatever reason. But we're here, third quarter, rocking and rolling. Moose, Rossi, Christian D'Andrea. You're going to get a lot of three-man teams or three-person teams because it'll be myself, Moose, Tara Lynn at the 2 o'clock. Look at these flights. Oh, well, it's 4 hours to get there. I'm not doing a layover. I'll tell you that right now.
Why do you want to go to Houston so badly?
I just want to go. I just want to travel, and I think a Patriots game would be fun. It's probably cheaper for me to do this flight than and buy tickets than to get.
And I mean, look, I mean, Houston, you know, in the early fall, that would be nice. I mean, big city, lots of stuff to do. Fair enough. Also, the tickets for the Texans games have to be ridiculously cheap this year. I mean,
you think, right?
You'd think.
I'm gonna take a. Oh, but there's too many connecting flights.
Connecting flights?
No,
really?
I'm not doing that.
From Boston to Houston, because Houston's like a major hub. You figure just.
Well, there's one. I bet you a lot of these flights are, you know, maybe it's the day I'm traveling, but there's one 2:30 flight. Then there's a 5:45 a.m. to JFK, then JFK to Houston. Like, I don't want that hour layover. No, just get me there. I made a rule. I'd rather pay more.
You know what? I'm okay with layovers, but it's got to be like in a decent airport. Like, it can't be O'Hare. O'Hare is quite possibly the worst airport on the face of the earth. But you're putting me up in like Detroit or Minneapolis, like solid airports. Detroit's got the Max and Irmas there. I haven't had Max. Like, I used to love it in Pittsburgh. Obviously, you don't really have any outside of like that one area, but Detroit Airport has one. So I'd go get my buffalo chicken sandwich, some fries. Really enjoy things.
But here's another thing I'll tell you. The layover flight is $400 more expensive. What are we doing? Who's doing that?
I don't know how the flights are just, it's like a mystery. Like, it's.
Oh, yeah. Because they have you.
Yeah.
Oh, ran out of bounds. Too bad.
Yeah.
So sad. Matt Breida owners crying over that one.
And he could have walked that one in if he just tiptoed down the sideline.
I'm looking up these Houston Texans tickets. Forget it. This is all we're in. Everybody's in on this.
In on the Patriots. A lot of Mac Jones fans.
Listen, we're just gonna find out how much these Houston tickets go for. It's very, very important to everybody on this. Let's see what we get here. Okay. I gotta like, who do you think has the most available? Like Jacksonville, we found out like they're selling out like hotcakes because of everything they've done. Like, what other teams are on? Like, I bet you there's some
Detroit. I bet you it's not hard to get a ticket in Detroit right now.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that.
Let's see. Pre-game. No, where's just tickets?
Per Vivid Seats, tickets as low as $48. That is as low, no, almost as low as it gets. At Indianapolis, December 19th, as low as $43. Ooh. So right now, there are 3 games in which you can go see the Patriots for under $50 for fees. Colts, Texans, and the Jets.
Yeah, that's not a bad one. You can go to. I could probably go to New York that second week.
Yeah, you can just drive out, really.
Let's
Take
see.
a train in.
Yeah.
Sela.
That's actually not a bad idea. Oh yeah, these Texans tickets, even like pretty good seats here are. No, these are pretty high up. 75. I'm going off the official website, which I believe everything is Ticketmaster in the NFL. Let's see. Let's see what this says. 50-yard line, just for argument's sake. 2 seats right here. Let's see. Oof. $275. Not doing that. All right. Anyways, we're done. Just
Hey, there's
needed everyone to know about that. You get a little touchdown too. We'll breed up.
Finally delivering after getting vultured by Jordan Howard, the RB1 in Miami. Breaks free.
Josh said he got the Jags Texans game home opener for 37.
Nice.
Woo! Flat.
That's
Josh.
This is a deal.
Yeah, but Josh, I'm just curious. What's your team? Are you a Jags guy or a Texans guy?
Well, I assume he's Jags guy, but I have no idea.
You never know, right?
He said home opener, so maybe Josh Gonzalez is Emerson's like burner account.
Oh wow!
Everyone has
not enough yelling, not enough calling, not enough weird nicknames being thrown out there. Hasn't mentioned quad strength once. Can't be Emerson.
It's true.
Guys, I'm very excited to be in a fantasy league where we can all keep in touch, but I also made the mistake of giving Emerson Lassie my phone number, so now the texts I get randomly and in the middle of the night that make no sense.
Yeah, zero sense.
Yeah. Do you guys also have this problem where you like look down at your phone the next morning and like at let's say 1 a.m. you just get a message calling you a marital aid?
I'll be honest, I mute everything, and then if it's too much, I just don't bother reading it.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of those too much. Like whatever happened the other night, like I'll be honest, I think I'd rather keep like my email now. Like I think that was a bad call on my part. I shouldn't have given my real email. I should give like a phony one and then just say, hey, what's the deal? And just text it Freeze Pops or somebody because I don't like that. We'll see how that goes. I'd rather have Twitter messaging blowing up than my email.
Yeah. So we had a discussion the other day about filling in for something, and I told him I didn't know if I'd be available, and the only response I got over 12 hours was wow, and then wow with a different number of O's, and then wow with about 60 O's in it, and that was it. That was just like no, like yes, take this from me. No, don't take this from me. Just wow, no follow up. I was like, cool, great talk.
Yeah, thanks everybody. That was like my joke with Kenny when I covered, I said this, Moosey, you may not heard this yesterday when I said, Kenny asked me to cover for him, and I said, no problem, and he just said, awesome. No thank yous. Not that, again, I know I sound like a whiny little baby, but it's just funny. It's just such a weird response.
We got Kenny to rage quit a stream the other day, which felt like an accomplishment.
Did he talk about how busy he was?
He was very upset. It was part of that. No, it was Emerson and I made the mistake of pointing out that a touchdown had been scored on the sim while Kenny was in a long rant about like quarterbacks or whatever. It was one of those situations where he felt like he was not being listened to, which, to his credit, was exactly the case. We were not listening to Kenny whatsoever, and he got very upset about it and muted, turned off his camera, and left the stream for a good 5 minutes while we tried to figure out what was going on. It was honestly kind of nice. Just enjoy the silence.
And don't worry, folks, he'll still be on the sweat Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. That's classy guy you'll be in the life.
Very excited for the U.S. Open to be starting. He's very into the tennis. Here's a little news update. This is from Jeff Howe, beat writer for the Patriots. Mac Jones was a surgical 35 of 40 against the Giants defense in practice. Stretch of 18 consecutive completions, hit Jacoby Myers for a 50-yard touchdown in double coverage in the final 2-minute period.
Oh, I love it.
Wow, look out.
You do, in fact, love to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. I love it. And it's, and I think for the league, like, entertainment purposes, like, forget about, I'm a Patriots fan. I root for the team. That's my team. Like, I feel like Mac Jones will be, oh, wait a minute. Breaking news. Hit the sounder, baby. The Broncos are heading to the postseason because Teddy Bridgewater was just named the starting quarterback for
love it, like it. And that's a bit of an upset. Again, we're talking about those, the starting quarterback odds, like who's going to come up, who's going to be the starter. Locke was a huge favorite there. Bridgewater was plus 275 to be named starting quarterback per the odds makers out there. Drew Lock was a minus 250 favorite. So if you had faith in Teddy, like I have faith in Teddy, you might be profiting right now. And I got to agree with that there. Lock, higher ceiling, way lower floor. And I think if Drew Lock was going to be the answer, he would have been the answer by now. Teddy Bridgewater is confident enough to play with those wideouts, with that defense. And like you mentioned, Rossi, get this Denver team to the playoffs. I like the move there. What say you two?
I'll just quickly, because Moose can break it down probably a little bit more in depth, and obviously BK when he's back on the streams. But I like this move because this gives me the hope that they will make the playoffs. I think Bridgewater, if you watch any of Carolina last year, just was never making mistakes. If you watch any of Denver last year, Drew Lock made a ton of mistakes. And I know you need to grow, but I feel like this isn't the end of his Denver run. I just think potentially, like, you have such a good defense. Moose, we've talked about this time and time again. Top 3 going into the year, defense, definitely unquestionable top 5. And you can win that way. If Melvin Gordon can still give you some, with his legs and see what they can get out of their running game, like, just don't. Bridgewater, the weapons there, Cortland Sutton, with Jerry Jeudy, Noah Fant, and then the complementary pieces of a Hamler, whatever you get out of him. There's just too much there with that defense to not go with Teddy Bridgewater. And he could probably right there win you, 10 games potentially. I know it's a tough division, but I think it's a great move. Moose, what do you think?
It's the right move for so many reasons, and I'm kind of getting higher on Vic Fangio as a head coach. I'm not like super high on him as a game manager, but you mentioned the defense. Teddy Bridgewater won with an elite defense in the Saints. I mean, whatever, 7-0 as a starter. I know he can game manage a little bit. He's smart with the ball. I think you got to bump up maybe Noah Fant a little bit. I think that's a good combo. But the other factor is, okay, Drew Lock has shown something in the preseason. That doesn't mean you just give him the keys to the car. This way, if Drew Lock had started the first 2 games and he was horrible, that's it. Drew Lock is done. You don't have another option because you're not going back to this guy, right? So now you've given Bridgewater, the responsible adult, the keys to the car. If he drives it straight and he gets you some wins, great. If he starts to falter midseason, you've got that option in Drew Lock. Can come in, maybe give the spark that you need, right? So I think this is a smart move so many ways by the Broncos. I think they are a really good team. I think they're going to surprise some people this year. I think they're going to be in the race for the wild card, absolutely, with Teddy Bridgewater, because I think this is going to give them the stability to potentially win 10 games, like you said. So, yeah, I like this move a lot. I really thought they were going to go with Drew Lock just because the preseason hype was getting ridiculous. But this is, to me, it's easily a smart move. Week 1, Giants on the road. Did you really want Drew Lock going in there against like a decent defense?
It scares me.
Yeah,
it scares me.
You need
my
Teddy.
Giants pick. Yeah. This is we talked about, like, they were right on the cusp of me saying, oh, it was the Giants, it was the Broncos, but this scares me. Like, yeah, Broncos now coming to the East Coast, and if you had the Drew Lock or, Giants defense improved but not great, and that Bronco, like, look at these schedule. Giants, Jaguars, Jets. Those opening 3 games are all very winnable. Even 2 on the road. Ravens, Steelers, whatever you think of those teams. And then, like, I'm trying to see where their bye is if they stink and they make the move back. It's somewhere in November, it looks. But, like, this is a team that's playing the Raiders. Again, no disrespect to the Raiders, but, they get the Browns. That should be tough. Washington, Cowboys. They do play Eagles. Like, this is a very interesting. They get the Lions in their schedule. They have the Bengals. This should be a 10-win team.
Their first 6 games goes road Giants, road Jags, home Jets, home Ravens, road Steelers, home Raiders. Honestly, all those games, maybe outside of on the road at the Steelers, are winnable. Like, even against the Ravens, I'm telling you, like, that defense is good enough to put a cork in Lamar Jackson. So, and it's like playing at Denver is tough for everyone. So, yeah, man. I mean, I'm very bullish on the Broncos right now. I think it's a smart move to start their year. So,
and they get it out of the way before we even hit this final preseason game. So now the whole team, like, because what the divide this does. Like, I'm sure there's some Drew Lock fans, and whether it's an offensive lineman, defense, like, this gives you all time to settle, get the emotions out midweek in their scrimmages, and then boom, here you go.
Yeah, it's one thing that people invested in that Broncos wideout stack might not love to hear, just because Locke was a guy willing to take more chances downfield, willing to throw into double coverage and see what could happen. Bridgewater, more of a close to the line guy. He did up his average yards per attempt after leaving the Saints. The Saints had that very conservative offense. Bridgewater was noodle arm Breeze in 2019. Last year, he upped it a little bit. He made Robbie Anderson look like a $25 million guy. He made TJ Moore look good. Now he gets to work with Jerry Jeudy, the Ham Man, and Cortland Sutton, assuming Sutton can get back to full strength. It's a little bit questionable, but still a great receiving core there, a great young tight end, maybe not great, but a very promising young tight end, Noah Fant. And suddenly this offense could get a little more traction. I'm very, very interested to see what the Broncos can do here.
Yeah. You just need their offense to be competent. Like,
that's it,
man. Just competent. Don't turn the ball over.
Give the defense a break.
Yeah.
You don't even have to score every time out. Just don't have 3 and outs. You saw so many times with Drew Lock. Christian, you said he would just throw deep, double coverage, just nonsensical passes, overthrow Jerry Jeudy in the red zone by 45 yards. It was a tough look last year, and I think it's the move. And if depending on your fandom of the Broncos, if you like, but like Moose started off by saying I'm starting to become a fan of Vic Fangio, and I am too. I watch our guy BK at BK Denver Sports. He kind of records all the conferences, and I listen to the guy, and he just sounds like somebody, like, if I'm in that locker room, I'm not like rolling my eyes at like some of the recent head coaches that have been hired.
Yeah, their schedule they got a real opportunity here. So, they got some tougher games later in the years. They got the Browns, the football team, the Cowboys.
Yeah.
They got to play the Chargers and the Chiefs twice, like in the back end. So that's tough. But they put themselves in position. Maybe they can grab a game from the Chiefs at home or something, or the Chargers at home. They also got the Lions and the Bengals late in the year. So, yeah, I think 10 wins for this team is very doable.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
That's likely a playoff. That's likely a playoff berth in the AFC.
I mean, I like the Chargers too. I think Justin Herbert's great, but that you look at the defenses. You got to give the Broncos the edge. I mean, and we're still talking about a second-year quarterback. It's not like everything's going to be smooth. So, new head coach there too. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's very even between Chargers and the Broncos. If you want to put in the second seed there for the AFC West.
I'm in on this right now, and I think I've talked about. I think the Chiefs are it's not gonna be a huge decline. I just think they're not gonna be able to hold up. It's a lot of football. A lot of these guys have played together, and yes, they are superior talents. And I just think 3 straight years of deep playoff runs can sometimes, and we'll see how they manage things with Andy Reid with the extra game as well. I think that benefits some of these teams, Buccaneers as well. But this to me, I don't think anybody here, like, I forget who said it. I'm trying to look back. Someone said their floor is now like 8 and 9, and I agree. It was Travis, and I agree with that. Like, that's the floor. Like, that's not a great team. And let's be honest. You said it, Moose, and I think Christian would agree. Yeah, if it isn't clicking and they're not doing what they want, then you can always go to Drew Lock and have the upside. If you need a sneak, you try to, like, rally the team at that. So I think this is a great call.
Yeah, if you started Locke and then had to pull him, like there's no confidence left in that guy. Like you're not going to get a spark from him late in the year. Like it's done. He's done. Now you've got him. You say, sorry, kid, like you didn't win. You've got him stewing on the sidelines. If you need him, he's going to be coming in there with a chip on his shoulder because he's basically got to save his career. So I think it's the perfect move. I think they set themselves up. They couldn't get Aaron Rodgers. Maybe they passed on Justin Fields. That was probably a mistake, but they did the next best thing. So you give them credit for that.
Yeah, so there you go, Broncos. So a lot of news dropping today.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence, the starting quarterback of the Jaguars. The starting quarterback now of the Broncos is Teddy Bridgewater. We had Sony Michel traded to the Rams. We covered a lot of fantasy stuff. And for some reason, we still got 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter here in this game. We got Michael, we got Daniel, we got Kyle, we got Zach and Ops. Hope everyone's doing well. YouTube chat's on absolute fire, and I love to see it. Hope everyone's enjoying themselves. Where are we at for the likes? We're at 71. Let's hit that century mark. If 29 more of you can do it, make us feel oh so good. And don't you want us to feel good on our very last Wednesday here in sim commentation land? We got Christian DeAndre at Train Island. We have Moose, Jeff Ulrich at The Fantasy Grind. I am Jason Rossi at Jason D. Rossi. Connect with us outside of here, folks, because I know Moose will still be getting a ton of him on the Monday, Wednesday, Friday editions of The Sweat and all the content that will be coming NFL-wise. Don't be sleeping on Christian and myself. You never know where we may pop up, because if I know one thing, we're not shy.
Ooh, I think that's the bonus for Matt Breida there. It is. In fact, he already had it on only 12 carries. Albert Wilson also has the bonus. So a good day to have stock in this Miami team, who is 4 yards away from icing this game and sending us to a merciful end and taking overtime off the table. Although now that I've said it out loud, this play clearly going to get blown up. We're going to get a Sanders field goal. We're going to get a Washington touchdown and 2-point conversion. And this game will go on until the 2 p.m. sim starts. Tua, no, buddy. No, just go, no, buddy.
The chicken dance does not get enough credit. I feel like that's gone. Does that still play at all?
If you go to like German places, like they'll have the polka band, the chicken dance for like Hofbrauhaus or here in Madison, the Essen House, a classic, which I have not been back to. Because the great thing about the Essen House is not only they have great sausages, but they also do the full 2-liter boots of fine Munich browse. And I'm not going to drink one of those on my own. It's more of a pass it around the table. Don't let it hit the tabletop kind of thing. Go toe up. Don't go toe up, by the way. There's one thing Beer Fest was absolutely correct about. That bubble will ruin your day. They're trying to trick you with that. But still, I'd say beverage, a communal beverage you pass around. And at this time, just seems like a mistake. Just seems like better safe than sorry. I'll go with my liter mugs out here, which, by the way, Costco near me got the Spaten mix pack right now. So it's like half Oktoberfest, half Doppelbock, and half Helles Lager, which is, you know how 150% of the beer is accounted for at all times.
There you go.
I literally don't even know what was just said, but it's.
I have no idea, but you know what? I love, like I tell Christian, I love his passion for these things. It's just,
this is my spot right now. This is my time of year. Football is starting. It's Oktoberfest season. The weather's starting to turn a little bit. Like it's a little bit, maybe kind of vaguely hoodie weather. Dude, this is my time right now. The only bad thing about it is that once Sundays start up, those are 14-hour work days. And that's the one negative. It never feels like work. You're watching football all day. It's wonderful and terrible at the same time.
Jerm says, I could see Train Island and Jason Rossi getting down to some Nelly. Rossi thinks he's cool listening to Lady Gaga. What? And then we also get Rossi, definitely a Neil Diamond kind of guy. It depends. Movie Saving Silverman. I love that movie.
Oh, dude, great movie. She torched Neil?
Such just a really, really strong movie. Great performance by Amanda Peet. Steve Zahn's always funny.
It's some early Jack Black before he really did blow up. And tremendous film. Like one of the Jason Biggs vehicles.
Good stuff. So we're going to see what Washington can do here. Like you mentioned, down 8, so they need a TUD and a 2-point conversion to keep this.
Yeah, they could really make this into a sim-a-thon here, a marathon. They wanted to, couldn't they?
They're going to. It's going to happen. It's going to
probably. Yeah, I think we all know how this ends. We've seen this story a million times. Tale as old as time, as the Beauty and the Beast would say.
That's true. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Well, I do like Coldplay. The Guru says Coldplay all day. Yeah, sure.
Terrible. America's Britain's Nickelback. Coldplay.
Yeah, don't you? I legit will fight you right now verbally.
Awful. Terrible
Their
music.
early record. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
This is our first fight. This is our
It
first
really is,
fight.
but I'm not going to do it. I'm just not doing it. Super Bowl baby also now telling you, Christian, to come to South Texas. Very big German influence on the region.
Oh, I'm familiar. Yeah, I mean that's where Schlitterbahn comes from, and
We just got kicked off the air. We just got kicked.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, dude, I'm
What is it?
I'm in
Schlagerbahn?
Texas. Schlitterbahn, the water
Oh,
park.
Schlitterbahn. Okay.
Oh, Schlitterbahn. I love it.
Skittlebrow, that beer with the Skittles floating around in it. Skittlebrow.
Wait, that's real?
It's a Simpsons reference, but we
love
used to do that. If you take sour Skittles particularly and you drop them into a very bad can of beer, something like a Natural Light, it would improve the taste greatly and also make it fizz up delightfully in different colors. That was
ball game.
Oh, thank goodness.
Okay,
Thank
so-
goodness Dwayne Haskins his way through the end of that one. The Dolphins are going to escape here.
I'll just say this, Germ, don't hate. Get it out of your heart. Let's go this way. Moose, why don't you give us the player of the game? Actually, no, we'll go Christian. You're going to give us the post-route.substack player of the game, and then Moose will give us the Moose Unmighty.
Yeah, and first I'm going to agree with Germ here that Nickelback is better than Coldplay, but that's like
Okay. I like them both.
ranking your favorite STDs right there. So congrats on that. Am I giving the player of the game or the baby?
Yeah, you're going to give the player of the game because I'll give you another shout for the post-route.substack.
Yeah, we got to do Matt Breida, highly owned, but 26 plus in the flex. Hit the bonus rushing, scored a touchdown, did fumble, but still one of his better games. So Breida, a must-have today. Give him the postroute.substack.com player of the game.
Yeah, Moose, who stunk today?
Pretty much everybody on Washington, it feels like, but we'll give it to the Sprinkler. One catch. He was 36% owned, so there was just there was no pressure. There's no water pressure there today at all. It was not a good day to be outside with the slip and slide. You were just flying, putting your body on dry rubber, streaks all over, burn.
Hurts.
It's not good.
Hurts. So that will do it for us. Christian Andrea out. Tara Lynn will be in. Me and Moose joining you for the 2, but Christian will be back at the 6 o'clock with 2 other Jamokes because the 3 weaves are just continuing to rock and roll here. Again, on behalf of Michael, our astute producer, who's ripped and rocked and ready for the rest of the day, Daniel, our technical director, ops crew of Kyle, and Zach, appreciate all of you. Make sure you do subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Make sure you do follow him at Train Island across all.
Hey, today I'm looking at what Jameis Winston means to the Saints and why he didn't play last year and why that was the right decision for Sean Payton to make. I'm coming around on the Jameis in New Orleans thing. They're going out of their way to give him extra time in the pocket, even if that means dropping back out of shotgun snaps. They are doing their best to slow the game down for Jameis, and it makes a ton of sense. Read all about it in today's post route, why Jameis Winston might be able to keep the Saints afloat. Subscribe for free, postroute.substack.com.
Nice job. You can also follow at The Fantasy Grind, not at Fantasy Grind, The Fantasy Grind. We're going to get him to start doing Tuesday night or Wednesday night lives again because we need more Moose in our life, all right? Guys, a wealth of entertainment and useful knowledge, so make sure you follow him. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. If you could, check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver podcast. 3 words. Drop the little heater in the old podcast app. No matter where you listen to your podcast, the weirdest app to the most famous app. We're in every single one because I paid to make it that way. So appreciate everybody. Again, me and Moose will be joined by Tara Lynn at 2. We have Christian. We'll see you a little later on tonight, my man. Go subscribe. Looking forward to it. We will be back in a little bit. Here is the sweat, just in case you missed any of it. Let's get to it.
Happy Wednesday to all of you, but especially to this guy, Ski Basher, confirmed millionaire after taking down the grand prize in our Fantasy Golf World Championship. Ski Basher, thank you for being here. You're having a pretty good week. How does it feel to win the $1 million top prize?
It hardly feels real. It was quite a weekend, and a weekend that actually spilled over to Monday, given the hurricane. So it certainly added to the sweat, and made it more valuable at the end. Really made me work for it.
Yeah, let's talk about your winning lineup. So you were one of only 2 entries that had all their golfers make the cut after Friday. So can you give us like a little insight on how you went about constructing your lineup?
Yeah, I mean, really the top 2 pieces, Spieth and DeChambeau, were really 2 guys I had targeted. Really going into the week, it seemed like balanced builds were really going to be the name of the game, and that's where a lot of the crowd I thought was going to trend, given some of the pricing on guys like Paul Casey and Tyrrell Hatton. And so really I kind of wanted to flip the script and go a little more, stars and scrubs really. And so those 2 guys were the 2 guys I targeted all week. Flitted a little bit with Brooks Koepka, which, he ended up being 2.5% owned, which would have been a great play. But, Spieth and DeChambeau played okay, really didn't do much, but definitely made the cut and provided me some scoring. And then really it was guys at the bottom, the guys who, like Lowry and Tringali, who really came through at the end. Hoffman was another guy who came through huge. He really started poorly on Thursday, I think, bogeying in the first 2 holes. And, here I am sitting like, wow, it looks like it's over already. I was sitting in 40th place, and, he turned it around, made the cut, and, kind of how it came to be.
Yeah, I mean, you talked a little about that stars and scrubs lineup. Now, you had a pretty big lead after round 3, but you didn't have anyone that was really at the top of the leaderboard. So did that make you nervous heading into the final round?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're sitting up there with a 7-figure score, you're never you're never really relaxing very much. And certainly not having, any of the guys at the top and not having those placement points was, made me nervous. One positive thing is I did have a 30-point lead going into the 4th round, or 20 to 30 points. And that was already with some of the guys that were in 2nd and 3rd getting full placement credit for Jon Rahm winning. And so I always knew that if it got tight, there was a chance Rahm not winning would give me an extra cushion. Thankfully, I didn't really need it, and everything worked out. But it got a little tight there, especially with, I think Hoffman tripled or double bogeyed the 18th hole with the drive out of bounds, which certainly got me a little nervous, got my heart racing a little bit.
So the full Fantasy Golf World Championship ended up being over the course of 5 days because of weather delays. Hello, hurricane. That's a lot of time to sweat. So at what point were you feeling the most anxious or nervous, if at all? I mean, it sounds like you did have a little bit of a sweat there.
Yeah, I mean, I think with any golf, fantasy golf, you obviously have the Friday sweat trying to get your guys through the cut. That's the best thing I think about fantasy golf, is kind of having that double sweat of trying to get the guys through the cut and then worrying about the weekend after that. And so thankfully I was one of only 2 that had 6 get through the cut. And then once the weekend come about, the lead was pretty steady throughout. Things really never got too tight. But, again, like I said, you're never really relaxing. Things should shift very quickly. Golf's a very varied sport. Guys can be on cruise control and then just, fall off a cliff at the end. So, I really wasn't relaxed until I saw Rahm struggling on 17. That's when I kind of knew it was in the bag.
Well, you're obviously very good at it, but is daily fantasy golf one of your favorite DFS sports to play?
Yeah, I went back and looked the other day. I've been playing daily fantasy golf since 2014. That was actually the first sport that I had played with DraftKings, even before football, which I think probably isn't the typical script of most people, which I think most people probably get started with football and then go from there. But I've played golf my whole life. It's something I really enjoy, and I think playing golf and understanding kind of how frustrating it can be and how variant it can be and how you can have good days and bad days really helps me through my process.
So have you ever competed in one of our live finals before?
I have. I've played in the basketball and the football live finals.
Okay, so with this FGWC win, not only did you walk away with $1 million, but you're going to have another shot at $1 million come January at our DraftKings Tournament of Champions live final. You already pocketed 7 figures. How does it feel to qualify for that event and take another shot at another $1 million?
Yeah, anytime you qualify for a live final, it's great. You're limiting the amount of participants, and your equity and chance to win is high. And so it's quite frankly not something I really thought about until I realized that was an addition to the prize package. But the million's pretty good too.
Yeah, not bad. I got to ask, like, any big plans for the money?
Right now we're doing some construction in the house. And so I think, my kid's bathroom's being rebuilt. And I think I got a portion of the money set aside for that right now, which is nice.
A pool. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So finally, we always ask our winners this. Where does your DK handle Ski Basher come from?
It's a play off my last name, and it was actually something that came about when I played Call of Duty back in the day when I was in college. And so it's just something that stuck. And, when it came time to pick your handle, which I guess was back in 2014, it's just kind of what I went with. And, you don't realize how much it's going to stick with you. But, still have it, and it's brought me some good luck, that's for sure.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you at the Tournament of Champions live final. Thanks for joining us today, Ski Basher. So lots more to get to on today's show. Before we talk to our NFL panel on some juicy future bets, let's hear from our guy Jason Sobel on the PGA Championship.
Well, we are back in our regular comfortable seats and off the course in the case of Jason Sobel from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. Jason, good to have you back here with us. Let's talk a little golf, obviously, and it took a day longer than normal, certainly because of the weather, but we got a winner at the Northern Trust. It was Tony Finau, his first victory on the tour in almost 2,000 days. That was really something.
Yeah, it really was. We've been waiting for this day for Tony Finau for a long time. He's got all the talent of just about anybody in the world. And at some point, Adam, we're just going to get a normal final round on a Sunday where some guy leads by 3 shots going into the final round, wins by 4 shots, and it's just kind of boring and non-dramatic. Hasn't happened in an awfully long time. We've got playoffs, we've got delays, we've got all sorts of crazy things happening, but we love it.
For Finau, like I said, it had been more than 1,900 days since he had last won at the 2016 Puerto Rico Open. And so now looking ahead to the next stage of these playoffs, the FedEx playoffs, the BMW Championship coming up here on Thursday. In the case of Finau, we'll talk more about him in a little bit, but just in this moment here, with the monkey off the back, does that help him here?
Yeah, certainly. I think this frees him up to go out and play some more open golf, some more freewheeling kind of golf. And the one word that I've heard people use over the last 24 hours is floodgates. I don't think there's such a thing as floodgates anymore, and by that, I think people are saying, is Tony Finau now going to win a whole bunch of events and continue winning on a regular basis? We've had 48 events on the PGA Tour schedule in this super season. We've had 42 unique winners, and nobody's won more than twice. So I'm not exactly sure what these floodgates are supposed to be these days, but there's an awful lot of parity, an awful lot of good players. I expect Tony Finau to win more, maybe even win a major at some point in the not too distant future. But to insinuate that the floodgates are going to open and he's going to win 3, 4, 5, 6 times in the season, nobody's doing that right now.
Yeah, well, it's not like, one home run turning into a handful for a baseball player. Winning an entire tournament over a 4-day stretch is a very different, more challenging thing, certainly. So we'll see. It would be nice, obviously, if Finau were able to go out and win a handful in a row, but it has to start with that next one. So as we look ahead to the BMW Championship, one guy who obviously faltered, and that was Jon Rahm. He led after round 1, and then things kind of went awry for him from that point forward. Does he bounce back, do you think? The DK Sportsbook has him at plus 550 odds to win this thing.
Really short number. Maybe worth it, though. I spoke with John on a couple of occasions last week about sort of his rest and being refreshed going into the Northern Trust. He hadn't played in 32 days in between competitive rounds. And so before the opening round, I asked John, hey, does this give you a competitive advantage? And he said, not right now, maybe later on, though. And then after the second round, when he was in the lead, I asked him sort of the same question again. Hey, do you feel a little bit differently? Do you feel like now, okay, these guys all around me these guys are tired. These guys are wiped. I've got a little gas in the tank. I feel refreshed. He said, no, I still think that it's going to come after the second week, after the third week. So I think that Jon Rahm is trending towards some big things. I think, like I said, he's got a little fresher legs than most of the players that he's playing against. So I do believe that at some point in the next 2 weeks, Jon Rahm is going to pop up there and win one of these. I'd put my money on next week as opposed to this week, though.
All right, so Rahm is the favorite to bounce back and win this thing. After him, at better than plus 2,000 odds on the DraftKings Sportsbook, you have the likes of Xander Schauffele, Jordan Spieth, Colin Morikawa. You have Justin Thomas there as well. Who do you like from this group?
I like Xander Schauffele a lot. You look at his 4 official PGA Tour wins. 3 of them have come in limited fields with no cut. There's a definitive trend here, not to mention the fact that he won the unofficial Olympics just earlier this month, and that was of course, no-cut limited field event. He won, or at least had the lowest 72-hole score at the Tour Championship last year. He didn't get the official win for the PGA Tour. He got first-place points, though, through the world ranking, and so you add them all up. That's now 5 of his 6 quote-unquote wins where he's played really well in these types of events. For whatever reason, he feels more comfortable. I like Xander Schauffele a lot this week.
Cam Smith, of course, lost to Finau in a playoff there at Liberty National on Monday. And so if you look at odds for both of them, Smith is plus 2,800. You have Finau plus 3,000. Again, 2 guys that were right there at the top of the leaderboard. Do you go back to either one of them here for the BMW Championship?
Very interesting that Cam Smith has shorter odds than Tony Finau. I wonder if by the time they tee off Thursday morning, that flips around a little bit, Adam, because I do like Finau a little more than I like Smith. Again, it's just a matter of stepping on the gas pedal. He's obviously playing some solid golf right now. He's putting really well, and that was the key for him on Monday afternoon. So we've seen it before. Camilo Villegas, Billy Horschel. We've seen guys who aren't necessarily superstars get hot in the playoffs. Tony Finau is probably a bigger star than those guys were at the times of their multiple victories in the FedEx Cup playoffs. So if they can do it, I could see Finau doing it as well. I like him more than I like Smith this week.
The top 30, Jason, in the FedEx Cup standings will move on now, of course, to the Tour Championship at East Lake. But is there someone outside of the top 30 that you really like?
From everything we've heard so far about Caves Valley, you're going to have to drive it well. I think long and straight works on any golf course in the world, Adam, but it might be more of an advantage this week at Caves. And one guy who drives it really well is the guy whose story we saw play out in front of us on Monday afternoon. Keith Mitchell went birdie, birdie, birdie to finish T8 and get inside that top 70 and clinch a spot in the BMW Championship. Again, much like Finau, sort of playing with house money right now. I like him to have a really good week and take a run at getting into this top 30 for the Tour Championship.
How about a long shot bet that you like this week?
Yeah, I think if you're not looking at Keith Mitchell, if you're looking elsewhere for a long shot, I don't know how deep I'd get in this field, only 70 players. Kevin Streelman has had a really nice summer, though. Maybe overlooked at 42 years old. Okay, he's probably on the back 9 of his career, and okay, he can't necessarily bang it out there with some of the biggest hitters on the PGA Tour, but he's just enjoying life, enjoying playing golf, and he enjoys the competition. I can see Kevin Streelman. I thought that he was going to win something at some point this summer. He's come close. He hasn't broken through. It could certainly happen this week.
Jason, as always, we need a winner from you. Who's going to take down the BMW Championship?
Caves Valley has been described to me as a big Northeast bent grass golf course. And as soon as I heard that 3-word descriptor, I thought of one player, Dustin Johnson. I get it. Dustin Johnson is not even close to playing his best golf recently. He's missed the cut in 2 of his last 3 starts, including last week at the Northern Trust. But we've seen him win a major championship at Oakmont. We've seen him win multiple playoff events on big Northeast golf courses. He won a WGC at Firestone, almost won the PGA at Bethpage a couple of years ago. This is right up his alley. I think there's a good number on him after, like I said, that miscut last week. He was missing his driver for the opening round. He cracked it right before he started. I think that threw him off last week. With a new driver in the bag, with some confidence, I think this course should be right up Dustin Johnson's alley.
As promised, our NFL panel is here. DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Fellas, let's talk future bets. So if you check out the DK Sportsbook, you can find futures parlays. So we're going to take a look at some of those first. So first up, the worst to first parlay. Now you can get minus 160 odds for any of the New York Jets, Cincinnati, Jacksonville, Denver, Philadelphia, Detroit, Atlanta, or San Francisco to win their division. The NFL does have a history of teams turning things around quickly. Jeff, do you like any of these options?
This I get why would be a tempting bet. You're getting just a basket of teams that, hey, I just need one to hit and I win my bet. But I really think we should be talking about the opposite. There is a bet up here for all of these teams we're talking about: Cincy, Jacks, Denver, Philly, Detroit, Atlanta, San Francisco, not to win their division, Jesse. And you're getting plus 125. So I'm not really interested in having any of them to win the division because, I know people had San Francisco, but that division is a buzzsaw. Philly, NFC East, it's weak. Outside of those two teams, I just do not see a path for any of these teams outside of just catastrophic injuries to the top two teams in their division, which I don't really want to bet on. I think the plus 125 for none of these teams to win their division is the better side to be on. So I'm completely out on them on this win side.
Kenny, you completely out?
It is a hefty price to pay. I will agree with Jeff, but I do think that there are at least two good options here. I mean, the 49ers are probably the reason why people are taking this bet when you talk about the fact that, the Cardinals had sort of a slow end to the season. The Rams, they do have Matt Stafford, but they had their fair share of problems on offense. I think that the Niners could definitely do this. I think that there is an outside chance that the Eagles could do this as well in one of the weakest divisions in football, even though you do have Dak Prescott back for the Dallas Cowboys. And then when you look at the AFC, I mean, sure, why not? Maybe, maybe the Jets could do this. Maybe the fact that the AFC East has to play a very difficult, daunting schedule, the Bills won't have the same easy defenses to go against. Maybe they win a few fewer games, and maybe the Jets could win a few more games, maybe like 7 more games than they won last year. It is a really difficult proposition. I probably would not take it. But I'd probably just take the Niners to win the division, frankly. Take the Niners and the Eagles. I think that's a better way to spend your money.
AJ, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I think both these guys are right. Look, Jeff, especially, I'm on the other side of this bet. You get better odds, and I just don't see any of these guys really pulling it off. But I agree with Kenny here that San Francisco might be the team to look at here. I'm not as sold on the AFC South as some people are. That doesn't mean I expect the Jaguars to compete, but they could be obviously better than 1-15. They almost have to be better than 1-15, right? But they're, maybe intriguing in another year or two. I think it's just too soon for them to make that huge jump right away. And so, yeah, I'm with Jeff. I'll take the opposite side of this bet.
All right, then there are a ridiculous amount of combinations to parlay 2 division winners, starting with the Kansas City Chiefs and the defending Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Kenny, you can get plus 110 odds that both teams will win their division. Do you think they will?
It's going to sound shocking, but I think the one that I'm less sure about is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, look, I know that it's, you don't have Drew Brees anymore, but Tom Brady's getting a year older, and we've seen, quarterbacks just as good as Tom Brady, like Peyton Manning, just hit an absolute wall. So this defense is absolutely amazing, but could it happen? I mean, there's plenty of great teams in that division. The Saints, I think, still have a pretty good defense and could still have a good offense with the way Jameis Winston played in preseason, even though I refuse to acknowledge that the preseason exists. So it could happen there for them. But, I think that this is pretty ironclad. I think that I'm not really concerned at all about the Raiders pushing the Kansas City Chiefs or the Broncos. As much as I like the Broncos, the Chargers, they had a lot of defensive issues. They probably should still carry some of those over into this season. This is actually a pretty good price on both of those teams to win their divisions.
AJ, plus 110 odds. Both teams will win their division. Do we like it?
I don't, only because I would like a better return here. I do think, I disagree with Kenny here. I do think the Raiders could, be in the mix here. There's so much variance here. One tiny little injury in KC, obviously, to the quarterback or even somebody else could kind of derail them. I think they're almost a lock as a playoff team, but to win the division, I do think the Raiders could challenge here. I agree. We don't really know what we're going to get out of the Saints on that side of it. So, For just 110 odds, I don't like this bet. I do think if you were having me pick my division winners, I would pick both these teams to win the division. I just want better odds here than plus 110.
Jeff, how do we feel about it?
Yeah, pretty much exact same as these guys, actually. I would go looking for better odds. And I do kind of agree with Kenny. Like, I like the KC side better. A little bit more concerned about the Tampa Bay side. Look, Bruce Arians, I really like Bruce Arians as a coach, but like the 3 years previous to him winning the Super Bowl, his team had 7, 8, and 7 wins. It's not like he can't go. You know, this defense, for all the glory it got last year, it was actually really bad the last couple of years. So you see a little bit of regression maybe by the corners. Like this could be a secondary that has gotten absolutely burned in the past. I think I would rather go down to plus 155 and take the Titans and the Chiefs if I was going to do a combo with the Chiefs. Again, that Jacksonville, I mean, you've got Jacksonville with the weak O-line. I don't think they're going to be anything. You've got Houston. It's really just like a coin flip between the Titans and the Colts in that division, in my opinion, and Carson Wentz already banged up. So I feel like you're getting better return with the Titans and Chiefs, and the Chiefs is the side I'd rather be on over Tampa as well.
Okay, well, another combo features the Bills and the Packers at plus 170. Do you like that combo better, AJ?
This is perfect. This is the perfect spot for me. I like the value you're getting, and I really don't see a lot of challenges to either of these teams securing their division here. Look, the Jets are what they are. I won't break Kenny's heart by diving into that one. The Patriots, I don't expect them to be significantly better yet at this point. And the Dolphins, I'm not sold on the quarterback situation there. So I think the Bills are probably the easier side of this one. And that's saying a lot when you have Aaron Rodgers under center for the Packers, Aaron Jones, obviously, Devontae Adams, and Aaron gets, his security blanket, Randall Cobb, back as well. I really just like everything the Packers have. Minnesota could maybe challenge him here, but a lot of that's going to fall on what they get out of Kirk Cousins. And I just don't think that, when you look at it 1-for-1 on both these sides, I think the Packers are just better, and the value at plus 170 is better.
Jeff, we like this combo, Bills and Packers, plus 170.
No, I definitely like this one. I do feel like the Packers are a side that you should be, if you're looking to make parlays in this futures combo like section on the DraftKings Sportsbook, I think the Packers are a good side to target. The Chicago can't even decide who their starting quarterback is. Detroit is Detroit. So Minnesota, they've had some issues getting guys staying on the field in preseason as well. Could they challenge? They could, but I feel like the Packers are a very, very good bet for the division win. I would probably rather, again, go down to plus 200 and take the Titans over the Bills. I just feel like the division there is so weak. The Titans are so deep on offense, and they've improved their defense. But the Bills are fine. I still pretty bullish on them. I think they have a harder path, though, than the Titans. So, again, I'd rather go down to plus 200, take the Titans and Packers. But I think this one at plus 170 is still very much worth talking about. The Bills have to be the favorite there, no matter what Kenny's about to tell you.
Kenny, say it.
No, I think, again, the Bills probably win the division. I think it's going to be a lot tougher this year, though. They're not going to get free wins over, the Patriots and the Jets. They're going to be tougher opponents. That's just how rebuilding works. There's more talent on both teams. So you couple that with, playing a harder schedule. And, yeah, it's certainly possible this could be a tighter division race. I still expect the Bills to win it. But I'm looking at better value here. As Jeff mentioned, I think the Chiefs are pretty ironclad to win the AFC South. And when you look at the way that there's AFC West, and when you look at the way that this breaks down, I actually really like these division parlays because I like the Ravens to win the AFC North. I really like that bet a lot, but you get plus 200 odds on that now if you bring in essentially a free space in the Chiefs winning the AFC West. The Ravens are a great bet this year. I still don't think the Bengals are nearly where they want to be in their rebuild. The Steelers, they had a great defense. They still do have one, but you saw that the limitations of that offense last year, they overachieved for most of the season. And the Browns didn't really do anything to really impress me, considering all they do is run the ball. Their defense is average and they can't throw. And they kind of ran into some luck with the Steelers at the end of the season, and we saw what they were made of against the Chiefs. They just got railroaded. So I think that this is actually a pretty good bet. I think the Ravens is a big season for the Ravens, big season for Lamar Jackson.
All right, speaking of the Ravens, if you want to take longer odds on two teams to return to glory as division champs, you can get the Ravens and Rams at plus 525. Jeff, is that a parlay you'd be interested in?
No, unlike Kenny, and this is where we're gonna disagree today. I'm not big on the Ravens this year. Again, you've got a team who they're just stuck in a really tough division. Again, I think Pittsburgh is going to be better than people think. Ben looking good in the preseason already, and you've got Cleveland there who's added to their defense. Baltimore already at a disadvantage in their passing game with the loss of Rondale Moore. I just don't know how this offense takes a step forward. They've had trouble beating elite teams. I would much rather take a shot on some kind of other longer shot division winner. Again, I think you look at a team like the Washington football team, you pair them maybe with the Packers at plus 450. You can get them with the Rams at around plus 850 right now, the Washington football team. Look, is Washington a lock like a Green Bay or a Kansas City? No, but they're in a weak division. They've got the best defense there. I think that the odds you're getting with them, pairing them with another strong team like maybe the Packers or the Rams, I think that makes them a very good parlay target here. So for me, I'd be out on the Ravens, and I'd look to get bigger odds on a team like Washington.
All right, Kenny, you're in on the Ravens. How do you feel about the Rams?
Yeah, I actually am in lockstep with Jeff once again. I love all the parlays with the Washington football team. I was looking at the Washington football team and the 49ers at plus 800. You can get similar odds on the Washington football team and the Rams plus 850. I think that you want to take a shot here with the Washington football team. And if you want to take a crazy parlay like this and take two teams that didn't win their division last year, the football team and the Rams, the football team and the Niners, I think are two great bets. And when you look at the way that this defense played last year, this Washington football defense was insane. They have two of the best pass rushers in football. They're going to be disruptors this year for sure. I absolutely 100% do not believe in Ryan Fitzpatrick. I think he's probably going to end up retiring to be a professor or something after 3 weeks. But I think that this team on the backs of their defense, we saw last year they made the playoffs and almost beat the Buccaneers with no quarterback. They can do it again with no quarterback. So I like the football team in some of these parlays.
AJ, Ravens, Rams, plus 525. How do we feel?
Well, I'm with Kenny. I actually like the Ravens side here. And I do think they could be a good team to parlay up with, but I'm not sold on it being the Rams. So I'm going to kind of split the difference here with the guys. I'll take Ravens, Packers as an option, Ravens, Chiefs, something like that. To give you, again, to parlay a couple of them up together, I do think the Ravens are right there in the mix for that division, though.
All right. Thanks, fellas. Our MLB panel is going to join me next to take a sportsbook look at today's slate. The Sweat. We'll be right back. Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. They're DraftKings contributors Garion Thorne and RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is MLB Cover the Bases. Get your favorite bets / DFS plays in the following categories on tonight's MLB slate. So Garion, start us off with a run line or money line bet that you like.
Yeah, I'm going to start with Dodgers money line. It's just so rare to see the Dodgers not like minus 250 on the money line on any given slate. They're only minus 145 on the road against the reeling Padres tonight. The Padres are 2-10 in their past 12 games. So really the trends say the Dodgers are probably going to win this game. And the fact that Walker Buehler is on the mound is also a big boost. He's got a 1.33 ERA and a 2.32 FIP across his last 8 starts. Unsurprisingly, the Dodgers are 11-4 the last 15 times that Buehler has taken the mound. It's going to be Blake Snell for the Padres, who has looked a little bit better so far in August, but for the season, he still has a 5.61 expected ERA. So I think it's a pretty lopsided pitching matchup. The Padres just can't do anything right lately. I will take the Dodgers as slight road favorites tonight.
Paul, where are you going?
Looking at the Astros hosting the Royals, Jesse, there's clearly not a lot of value on the money line, but I will take a look at the home side on the run line of minus 1.5 and minus 120 bet. Mike Minor has been blasted in each of his last 4 starts, looking like a true Minor. He has not pitched well historically when visiting Houston either. Meanwhile, Lance McCullers has been dominant during his career at Minute Maid Park and comes into this matchup holding opponents to a 234 batting average, striking out 63 in his last 48 innings pitched. The Giants-Mets matchup is an interesting one, too, featuring 2 pretty odd starting pitcher stories. Johnny Cueto can be very good or very bad, as we know if we watched his career closely, but he seems to have found a little consistency lately with 5 straight decent starts, or at least 5 innings plus, giving up a total of 9 earned runs and over 26 innings pitched, with 27 strikeouts against only 9 walks, but is coming off a 2-week stint on the IL. Meanwhile, Taijuan Walker has looked like a guy who's lost his way in the second half. He's allowed 11 homers in his last 33 innings pitched as part of a very inflated ERA in that stretch. I take the Giants, by far the better team on the season, but especially lately, to cover the money line bet here.
All right, Eric, where are you going? Run line or money line?
Yeah, so I normally try to stick to just one here, but there's 2 games that are in more or less identical situations where you have a good team facing a divisional rival who is better, and with a good pitcher on the mound going against a slightly better pitcher. The first one, I'm actually on the opposite side of that Padres-Dodgers game. Blake Snell is much better than his 4.82 ERA suggests. It is still a down year for him. He's walking too many guys, but he's still getting a ton of strikeouts, and he's been better lately, 2.45 ERA. I know the Padres as a whole have struggled, but this is still a pretty good Blake Snell. And Walker Buehler, on the other hand, is over a run better than his FIP. His 3.13 FIP is still quite good, but that's the second biggest gap among qualified starters. He actually has a career low strikeout rate this season, so I'm not all in on his dominance this year. Obviously, he's still great, but at plus 125 for the Dodgers, I actually think that's a pretty fair reflection of the gap between the 2 teams. And it's basically the same story in Reds-Brewers, but you get much better money on the Reds, plus 150. Luis Castillo, his ERA is not fair to him how he's pitched lately. He was a little bit unlucky, but also very bad early in the year, a 7.22 ERA through the end of May. But he's 2.73 since the end of June. He'll face off against Brandon Woodruff, who is excellent, but is slightly outperforming his peripherals. I think the gap between those 2 is smaller than that plus 150 suggests.
All right, Paul, second base is a game total that you're going to be targeting. Where are you going for this one?
Jesse, I find a couple of easy ones here. It's the 3rd straight battle between 2 struggling offenses and 2 outstanding starting pitching matchups, with Giolito facing Ray in Toronto today. A number of key Jays batters have been batting around the Mendoza line for over the past 2 weeks. Boy, that's been tough for me to watch. I go to the alternate run line here and take the under of 7.5 for a 120 payoff. Then I find another easy one when I look at the Marlins versus Nats, 2 struggling offenses who have hit the under in their last 3 head-to-head matchups. I look for that trend to continue tonight. Both starting pitchers, Gray with 4 straight 5+ innings pitched and less than 3 earned runs against, and Cabrera in his major league debut. But this guy's posted a 293 and 13 minor league starts, and he will pretty much be facing a minor league offense again tonight. They've got their acts together on the mound, so I take the under bet here as well.
All right, Eric, which game total is enticing you today?
Yeah, I really like that second one that Paul just mentioned. Nationals, Marlins under 8. The teams are averaging only 8.4 runs per game this season, and both of those lineups are worse after some deadline moves. Obviously, the pitchers are very young. I think there's a combined, 30 innings between them at the highest level, and they're all in Josiah Gray's favor. But both these guys are supposed to be really good. Josiah Gray was the 18th prospect per Fangraphs, 3.90 ERA in his limited sample. 28% strikeout rate versus an 8% walk rate. That's a near match for what Tyler Mahle has done, to give one example. Problem with Gray is that he's got a ground ball rate of 24.3%. Mahle, by contrast, is just over 40%. So that is going to lead to a lot of homers for Gray, but that's less of a problem in Marlins Park against the Marlins. So I think he still has tons of potential, especially in a place like this. Edward Cabrera on the other side, 43rd best prospect according to Fangraphs, 293 in 13 minor league starts across 3 levels, as Paul mentioned. 36.9% strikeout rate overall there, and it's all the way up at 45.6% in his last 4 AAA starts. So nearly a coin flip whether or not he strikes out any given batter. Walking a few too many guys, but when your stuff is that good, I think you should be able to get the Nationals out.
Gary, which game total are you going with?
Yeah, I will also back a Paul bet, which is the under between the Jays and the White Sox. We've clearly been watching the same terrible Blue Jays offense this past 2 weeks. It's been hard for me as well, but this bet just seems to keep hitting. I mean, the White Sox and the Jays, for as good as these offenses can be, all 5 games they've played so far this season have hit the under. There has not been a game where these two teams have combined to score more than 8 runs. And even yesterday's game, where the White Sox had 3 runs before the Jays even recorded an out, still finished 5-2. So you've got Lucas Giolito, who's looked much better since the All-Star break, has a 2.86 ERA in that span of time, holding opponents to a 2.69 WOBA across the 44 innings he's thrown since the Midsummer Classic. And then Robbie Ray, who arguably has been the best pitcher in baseball going back to the start of June. In fact, in that span of time, his 2.22 ERA is the second best mark in all of baseball, and his 32.2% strikeout rate is tops in the league. So I think you've just got 2 really good pitchers, and maybe the White Sox can score some runs, but my belief in the Blue Jays to score runs right now is pretty low. So I think this goes under 8.5.
All right, Eric, take us to third base with the DFS pitcher of your choosing.
Well, both of those guys in that game I just talked about, Gray and Cabrera, look like great values, especially Cabrera way down at 5,000. But if I'm looking to spend up a bit more, I think Shohei Ohtani is the place to go. At 8,700 is a pretty fair price for a guy who's had a 1.58 ERA since the start of July. Better than his peripherals, but not by a ton. I mean, 235 FIP over that stretch is obviously excellent as well. That's 6 straight starts with 6 or more innings pitched and 2 or fewer runs allowed. Most importantly, I think over that stretch, he's walked just 2.7% of opposing batters. He had a walk rate of 13.6% through the end of June. So there may be some worries that his season, at least on the pitching side, wasn't totally sustainable given his control problems, but he's had the furthest thing from a control problem lately. Strikeout rate is down over that stretch, but still above average at 25%. And against an Orioles team that's 5th worst in runs per game, even while playing half their games at Camden Yards, I think that means that even though this is a hitter-friendly park, I'm not worried at all about facing a lineup this week.
All right, Gary, which DFS pitcher are you going with?
Yeah, I think there's really a tier of 2 that's really interesting. Eric mentioned one in Shohei Ohtani. I already mentioned Robbie Ray, but his price point is $8,900. If that seems sort of odd, it is. This is the first time Robbie Ray has been below $9,000 since June the 1st. That's a span of 15 starts where, again, he's pitched incredibly. He's got a .99 whip in his last 15 starts. This is Robbie Ray, who used to walk everybody. I mean, it's really, really crazy. And again, has the highest strikeout rate in baseball, actually by a pretty considerable margin in that stretch of time. So I think Ray below 9K is a really nice value. And I also think Ohtani at 8,700 going up against a Baltimore team that cannot hit right-handed pitching. It's got to be a pretty enticing spot. And the thing here is there's so many notable pitchers on this 10-game slate that you just have guys like this who get pushed down the board. And I think you have to take advantage.
All right, Paul, which pitcher are you going with?
look, we're singing from the same set list, it seems. There are 9 pitchers priced over $8,000 to choose from this evening. Among them, I am also on Ohtani in this matchup against Baltimore. In fact, I'm stunned that it's even this low for a guy with 6 straight quality starts, during which he's allowed only 7 earned runs over his last 40 innings pitched. He's facing the Orioles, for crying out loud. Their last win happened when the Sahara was a desert. I also like the Nats starter Josiah Gray at $7,900 based on his matchup against the Marlins, who are 26th in the majors in runs scored on the year and have been worse than that lately on an 8-game losing streak. Gray has been getting stretched out slowly over his major league debut in the last few weeks. He's allowed a total of 7 earned runs over 22 innings pitched with 25 strikeouts against only 5 walks, and he'll better those numbers today.
All right, finally, Garion, how about a DFS hitter that you want to roster?
Yeah, so with all those expensive pitchers, you might need to save a little bit with some of these hitters, and I'll make Eric smile here. Let's go to the Phillies. Let's talk some Phillies. Andrew McCutchen, maybe the best value play on this entire slate at $3,600. Kutch has a 175 WRC plus against left-handed pitching so far this season, and he is going up against Ryan Yarbrough. Yarborough's been all right. He's been inconsistent. That's probably the best way to sort of sum up his season so far, but he's given up at least 5 earned runs in 3 of his past 5 appearances. He's also allowed 1.7 home runs per 9 to right-handed batters. So McCutchen might not hit cleanup like he did last time against a left-handed pitcher with Rhys Hoskins back on the active roster, but I would expect to see him hitting at least 5th. And at that price point with his success against Southpaws this season, like I said, he's one of the best value plays in this entire slate.
All right, Paul, where are you going?
There's a vintage matchup between Miguel Cabrera and John Lester on tap for the early game between the Cards and Tigers. I'm on that one because Cabrera enters this fray having found his power stroke with 2 homers in his last 3 days. He's also got the benefit of a platoon matchup here and can point to a 15 for 28 history with 10 walks and only 2 strikeouts head-to-head against Lester. All those numbers tell me that one guy has this matchup all figured out. Cabrera's 658 OPP in this head-to-head duel is easily worth the $3,000 price tag. You want to talk about saving money, there it is. All kinds of numbers also point to a huge mismatch in the Royals' visit to Houston this afternoon as we've been on it. Mike Minor has had a tough year pitching to a 5.34 ERA, but things have been worse recently as he's been torched for a 6.67 ERA and a 1.47 whip in his last 10 starts. In addition, current Astros batters are hitting a combined 317 with a 380 OBP against him in 120 at-bat sample. Jose Altuve is one of those guys coming into this matchup with a price tag of $5,600. And I see that as a good value for a guy who's on a 15 for 48 streak and owns a 10 for 27 history head-to-head against Minor. In the evening slate, I find a contrarian play that I like given the nature of Brandon Woodruff this season. I like Joey Votto at $5,000 with his power stroke and platoon advantage against Woodruff, who has had a very tough time surrendering long ball in recent starts. Votto has a 939 OPS and 22 at-bats in this matchup. He'll be in my lineup tonight.
All right, Eric, DFS hitter that you want in your lineup.
Yeah, I think among today's most expensive bats, the one who's clearly the most interesting to me is Jose Ramirez at $5,700. He's facing Jake Latz, who's making his MLB debut. If I told you I knew a lot about Jake Latz, I'd be lying, but I think that's part of the point. If you go to his FanGraphs page, the most optimistic thing they say in his scouting report is could be a viable spot starter. And he has a 4.98 ERA and 15 starts in the minors this year, most of them at the AA level. So I'd say, yeah, maybe viable spot starter upside, and he's not there yet. So pretty ideal matchup for Ramirez. As for Ramirez himself, he's been on a tear over his last 9 games, hitting .333, slugging .821 over that stretch. 4 homers. 4 homers, 11 RBI. 3 steals.
We are suddenly getting some feedback. That's very strange. Try again, Eric.
Yeah, Ramirez has been quite hot lately. Hitting .333, slugging .821 with 4 homers, 11 RBI, 3 steals over his last 9 games. On the season as a whole, 29 homers, 16 steals is a rare combination of power and a bit of speed. Hitting just .257, but part of that's due to a career low .241 batting average on balls in play. That's suppressing his average and really his whole line. StatCast pegs him for a .281 expected batting average. So that suggests the contact, the power, the speed, everything is still there. Everything you want in a guy really who's all the way up at 5,700. Again, in a perfect matchup as well.
Way to power through, Eric. We did it. All right. Thanks, fellas. One more block to go here on The Sweat. We're going to be taking an early look at the BMW Championship with Len Hochberg when The Sweat returns.
Wild.
Really is. We live? Is that what that was?
We're live.
Oh, I think my internet's.
We here.
Good.
Out
Good.
here.
I just want to say I apologize. I got to apologize. Not safe for work broadcast. Too much skin on my part, but I had to go outside. Internet's probably Christian D'Andrea-esque. I probably won't stay out here long, but we got myself, Jason Rossi, the chick, the Swiss Army knife of the Dream Stream at Taralyn Azak. Funny enough, her name also correlates with that Twitter handle. It's Taralyn Azak. Taralyn, how the hell are you?
I am great today. I'm doing this sim from the floor. You're outside. Jeff is the only one who's proper just at a desk like a normal person.
Yes.
And I decided to do it on the floor, not on my couch, not on a chair, but on the floor. I'm mixing things up. It's the last week. Why not get a little wild and weird?
Yes, wild and weird on the floor. At the Fantasy Grind, follow him on Twitter for all the best information in the land. He is the Maple Leaf north of the border, the big brain, helping you in your golf, your PGA, even though I don't like that sport. It's a personal vendetta I have. It has nothing to do with Moose. He probably will help me make a lot of money this weekend when I watch Get the Green later this week. But he is the man, the myth, the legend. He is Moose to us. He's Jeff Ulrich to his family. Moose, how the hell are you?
I'm doing great, man. Yeah, glad to have Taralyn in here. Glad to have her couch in the background. I don't think you're showing enough skin, Rossi, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I couldn't come up with like a better location here. I'm lazy, so I don't want to like move the camera anywhere. And B, like honestly, I don't even know where I could go. I mean, there's actually a lot of places in my house I can go, but I'm just lazy. I'm not moving. This is me right here. You're never getting another spot. So,
listen, we like that consistency out of you. That's why we consider you a very special person here on the Dream Stream. And
this reminds me of when Emerson used to do his from the floor of his bedroom, or like in his bed. Were you around for that, Rossi?
Yeah, it was like undone too. It was never made. The bed was never made.
He just used to sit on his floor,
it was weird times, dude. I forgot about that. And you'd always have the bed there. Weird.
He did some just sitting on the bed at the start of it. It was, I mean, oh yeah, you guys, sitting in bed. I don't know. Anyways.
And yes, no, but listen, we're all coming from different locations. One's from Canada. So it's going to be good. It's going to be good. We got the Patriots. We got the Ravens. I don't care about your lineups. Don't care if you put them in. We're just here to have some fun and tear this old baby down here. We are the last Wednesday, 2 p.m. live commentation broadcast.
That's it. We're down to it. Last Wednesday, sorry. Amazing.
Don't worry. There'll still be a Tuesday. And I want to make sure, are you two going to be available next Tuesday night?
It's actually bad timing. I got my kids kindergarten preview. So I should be available for Madden After Dark, but I won't be available for that first primetime one. So we're going to try and rush home. I should be available for the last one. Oh, we're getting these blue Patriot uniforms. Good choice, Daniel. So I should be there. I should be there for the finale, the Madden After Dark finale. We'll do some Moose calls or whatever.
I love it. What about you?
I love to celebrate Taco Tuesday, but I guess I will take a pause on that and just be there because I love you guys so much and I love the chat and I just can't stop it this week and then I don't appear next Tuesday for the big grand finale. Are you kidding me? So definitely will be there.
Yeah, S4G goes, where's the game? Don't worry, bro. It's going to be plenty of game for you.
Plenty of game. No, it's just going to be us talking from all weird parts of our homes, I guess. Except for Jeff, but.
Well, no, I mean, that is what we're going to be doing. I mean, I'm not talking about this game, except for the Patriots uniforms. Where do you rank this, Rossi? Do you like these better than the red ones?
I'm not talking about this game.
Do you like these better than the red ones, though, guys? From a fashion perspective?
Oh, I do. I think they are so sharp. I love them. I love the color. Big fan of these uniforms.
I think we lost Rossi. I think a bear ate Rossi. All right, we're down to 2.
All right, it's just us. People are dropping like flies. We're getting flustered. We're talking about fashion. But yeah, I really do like the blue Patriots uniforms. Loving it,
They're good. They should really be used every year, every season.
Yeah.
Perhaps just brought back completely, but anyways.
They have their big grand finale on Sunday versus the Giants, pretty sure, for their preseason game. And then it's football time, baby. Then we're in the mix. Then it's NFL.
It's true. We have one more week here as Lamar Jackson tries to do something, does nothing. One more Sunday to go through, and then it's like preseason's over. We're just waiting. We have like a 2 week
like
2
a
week
bunch
wait.
of bozos. Yeah, it's a little too long. I love how Carbon Rods is like, why would you do this outside? Obviously, they're talking about Rossi because we're doing whatever we want. Carbon Rods. It's the last week. It has to be iconic. If we want to go outside, we want to go outside. If we want to be inside, sure. If I'm on the floor, I'm on the floor. There's rules, but there's a kind of no rules. We're breaking the rules here.
Yeah. The rules are there are no rules. I just wonder if it was like the suntan lotion like seeped into his laptop. He was just going nuts with that. You know, Rossi gets obsessed with things. Like he drinks like a gallon of water every show. I wonder if he just sprayed too much of that. Anyways, I guess we'll find out. I see he's probably running back inside now. It was a nice idea to go outside, but yeah, that internet, man. I know I've done stuff outside on my phone and like my tablet on my like in my backyard. And if you're in a certain spot in your backyard, you can get like the sweet spot where you get the good internet, and then you move to like another spot, and it's like no, you get nothing. So
yeah, then you're screwed. It's not good.
Anyways,
by any means, but yeah. Anyways, so we're here, we're thriving, we're jiving.
And there's a thriving interception by the New England Patriots. 6-0. Devin McCourty and these are amazing uniforms. The more I watch these are easily their best uniforms. Bring them back. Take us back.
How can we get them to bring them back? Like, do we have to start a petition, or what should we do here? Should I just start harassing them? Like, what's up?
I mean, they're going to that 2 helmet rule in a couple of years, so I feel like you're gonna see these, but these are very underrated, man. The big Patriots logos on the side.
There was some hot Patriots news this morning. I mean, besides the Cam Newton absence, besides the Mac Jones getting his opportunity now to shine and really prove why he is out there representing the Pats. But let's put that all aside. I don't want to get into the whole Cam Newton debate. I'm not in the mood for it because I like Cam. But I think they did a little tradey this morning. I think we got rid of, was it Sony Michel?
That's it.
Yeah. Sony Michel trade grades, Patriots and the Rams. I did listen to a little. I like to listen to 98.5 because I love just hearing old men scream in the morning. It really just riles me up for the day. And they weren't liking it because of what they got in return for Sony. But then other people were like, hey, Sony hasn't been productive for the Patriots. Let's get rid of him. This is a smart move. Do you have any thoughts on the Sony Michel trade? Were you ever a Sony Michel fan? I remember when he first came to the Pats, like a lot of people were hyped about him.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the return goes, I know he's a first-round pick and stuff, but like, I don't know what you were expecting to get. I mean, what exactly did they get from him?
Was it like a 4th and a 6th or something?
Yeah, let me see here. It doesn't even say. I can't even get. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Undisclosed. Okay, yeah. So it's not even disclosed.
Oh, so the Rams acquired blah blah blah. So in exchange for so I was almost close. I said 4th and 5th. So 5th and 6th round draft picks in 2022. So they were saying, for 5th and 6th, like that stinks. But yeah, exactly. Like you just said, what were they expecting?
Yeah. Just to update here, we had our second pick 6 of this quarter. Lamar Jackson has thrown 2 pick 6s in 2 minutes. Patriots DST is absolutely just wow. I mean,
killing it.
I know I said I wouldn't pay attention to this game, but I've never seen 2 pick 6s in the first 2 minutes of a game. So
you did. You were very adamant about not calling the game, not paying attention to the game, acting like the game wasn't even playing, and now you love talking about the game. But hey, 2 pick 6s. We got to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, these blue uniforms, obviously, motivating the Patriots DST. I don't know what you're expecting to get for Sony Michel at this point.
Yeah.
He was clearly like 2nd or 3rd on your depth chart. I think getting anything for him in draft picks was probably a good idea. You got a younger guy there in Damian Harris, who's I think probably going to be better anyways. So, yeah, move on. You've got Ramondre Stevenson, who you drafted. Looks like a really good power back.
Yeah.
Roll with those two. Get some assets back for Michelle and move on with your life, you know? I think it was a good trade by the Pats. Good
Hey,
trade for the Rams, too.
Breaking news besides all of that jazz, we got our man back. We got Jason Rossi back. Can you tell us what just happened?
My computer fried. Can you even hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can hear me, great. My computer was in 90-degree weather for like maybe 17 minutes when I came out with Daniel and Michael before, and just shut down. The computer shut down. My iPhone did the emergency, too hot, get to cooler temperature.
Oh.
The iPad is still spinning because of the heat. That was one of the dumbest things I've ever done. I had no idea.
I think it's because we're all just like mentally unwell from like The Sims ending, so we're not going to blame that fully on you. I'm blaming it on The Sims.
All right, remember, Tara Lynn, warning, The Sims are not ending. Where?
Okay, yeah, I know that. All right, if you can't get it by now, then I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, please, you know who you're talking to. I did see a couple people saying I have the Christian D'Andrea internet, which is true. I literally have never seen a computer just stop. Just legit stop working.
Rossi, did you just, to fix it, did you just dump some water on it?
Thank you, Moose. Exactly. I went to the bathtub and I filled my tub up for just like a quarter inch, tossed the laptop in there, threw in some rice, and look at here, we're back.
Perfect. There you go. All right.
Dude, were you nervous when it just stopped working?
If I could be really honest with you guys?
Yeah.
No, I was like, that doesn't matter. It's two people working. I'm good.
I've had a laptop that literally fried itself from like overheating too many times, so it's dicey. Try not to do it multiple times, trust me.
Well, that's it. I'm done. I'm indoors the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Full shirt on now. It was too much heat. Body heat.
Yeah, a lot of heat.
Now I have all this sunscreen on for no reason. I'm going to have to go for a walk later.
You missed 2 pick sixes, by the way.
I heard you guys were talking Sony Michel. Then next, I'm looking. My Slack is very slowly coming back, and I see 2 missed sixes. Missed sixes, yep. 2 pick sixes. You say Lamar's throwing picks like they're going out of style. This is what? What a way to, you know what? Might as well be a wild weather Wednesday the way this game's going.
Honestly, true.
Holy smokes. Hope everyone's doing well, though. Let's keep those likes going. You appreciate us being here. We appreciate you.
You do.
Yeah, so everyone should smash the like.
Smash it.
Yeah. Moose, this is giving me like flashbacks to when me and you used to do Sims, and something wild would happen every time.
Yeah, I know. We had like the Lamar Jackson 300-yard game, like 5 touchdowns or whatever he had. It was insane. We had some other crazy stuff with like fakes, and this is flashback to early Rossi and Jeff games. I mean,
we get to sprinkle a little Tara Lynn dust in there too.
That's right, little magic pixie dust.
Who's this? The Freaking H says, make sure your laptop is hydrated, Rossi.
That's right.
I promote hydration like
Rossi's laptop isn't hydrating.
Unreal, but I know you guys were talking a little bit about the Sony Michel stuff.
Yeah, talking about the Pats. So, like, just a little, we'll give you bullet points. We love the blue uniforms. We want them to obviously be a thing. We don't know if I have to go protest at Gillette or just start get the people riled up. We're going to figure that out. Jeff, we haven't really touched on that a little bit. I threw the word protesting for uniforms and getting crazy over here. Then we were talking about, Sony Michel, and the men on 98.5 were kind of annoyed by it this morning, saying, well, the Pats didn't even get anything that great back. And blah, blah, blah. But yeah, like Jeff just stated, what were they expecting to get for Sony Michel?
He's a free agent after the year. You would have got a 5th at best if he signed somewhere else. You get 2 picks for him.
Yep.
I get he's a first-round talent. I get all that, but that doesn't mean he's a first-round talent today just because you draft him in the first round. So I'm as a Patriot fan, as a honk, as you would say, I'm all in. I'm all in.
Okay.
If he was going to be on this roster, I'd be in there too. But if you're going to make a move, this is the time to do it. You got 2-3 weeks from tomorrow's opening week, it kicks off. So you got time to get, these 4 backs. I heard Moose waxing poetic about 4th round pick. Stevenson there looks like an absolute wildebeest on the field. You got JJ Taylor, who's impressed as well. Probably going to be the future James White, who, by the way, still on this roster, is going to be huge for Mac Jones. So I like this move a lot. There wasn't.
Yeah.
How many times are you going to run the ball directly up the middle with a Sony Michel?
Bill Belichick may not be the best drafter, but he is good at managing assets and keeping a back like Sony Michel when you're not going to use him. It's just your asset is aging on you. Like next year at this time, he's going to be worth less. So if you're not going to play him, I mean, so yes, move on. Like don't worry about if you're taking a small hit on the loss and the draft picks. Like hanging on to him isn't going to help you. You got Damian Harris to play in front of him. You've got a guy you just drafted to take short down work. You're probably going to play in front of him now. James White, like you said, there's just no room. So move on. They cut your losses, and you got more draft picks to find the next Stevenson if you need to. So,
yep,
yeah. Bill Belichick's very good at managing assets. Not so good at drafting sometimes, but whatever.
No, Moose. More importantly, not good at early drafting sometimes.
Yeah, that's
he's great. I'd rather have Belichick with 20 picks from 100 to whatever the final pick is,
like fourth round and on. Yeah.
Like give me third round is like his wheelhouse, because even think like it's a very fascinating situation for a guy who's going to go down as the greatest coach of all time. No, I know people want to say pending right now, but if he gets a winning season this year, I think we're right back on board.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Appreciate it. Look at this crew. Damon, Brian, get out of here. I'm just calling you Tom Brady. Wilkerson in there. Gary, baby. Gary, is that like, where's that come from? Now I'm time to start asking these questions. Like, what the heck is Gary?
Yeah, state like where your handles come from.
Yeah, is that a reference to something I'm missing? Is that a Simpsons thing?
Because I always find some of them interesting too. I'm like, how'd you come up with that?
Even the freaking nature. I don't think anyone's ever asked. How did that name?
Yeah, that's true too. Let me look at some. I have some questions.
Yeah. I assume JE is your initials, but I don't know.
Yeah, like Rick Welch. Where did you get that from?
Love it. Gotta love it. It's Tara Lynn. At Tara Lynn.
Carbon rods. Why?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Inanimate carbon rods.
Could be, but I want him to say it. That's a something.
I want him to tell us.
Also, I will say, because you're going to hear enough about it, the man who wants to steal your money all season, Kaufman does have a NFL contest, like a $1 entry. I think it's like $27 or something to the winner. There's a bunch of payouts in it. So if you want to get in that, you can hold your spot. I did it. Moose will probably not do it because Kaufman was such a jerk to him all year with golf, because that's Kauf for you. Friend to your face, just stabs you in the back when you're not there. But you can get in that. There's a bunch of stuff, and like we said, we may not be commenting, but I'm sure there'll be some contests. Moose will still be rocking the golf when he feels springy. But he doesn't do it to take your money. He actually does it to help you make money, which is really nice of him.
Yeah, he's kind. He's a kind moose.
Charitable man. He's a kind moose, not those evil mooses.
Ugh, get those away from us.
Emerson Spelltime. Yeah, people have some really weird handles.
Yeah, like let's just talk about the handles for a bit, because I want to know the reasoning or thought behind it.
Yep. So we did get you right. Carbon rods, as Moose stated. Yep, the 90s Simpsons reference. Love that.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, always love it.
Listen,
Simpsons with carbon rod,
yeah.
Saving the day. Homer trying to get some love, going up in space, still gets outplayed by the rod.
Hold on, you guys gotta look at your screen right now. The three of our heads. This is amazing. This is one of the best I've ever seen. I'm like all up in your business. Moose looks fine. Tarolyn for a second was barely. It's just like nose to forehead. Nose to forehead.
Yeah, it looks like we're on like a slide going down here.
Actually, like a chair that you need to put.
I'm glad Daniel's got me in a pretty good spot here. So shout out to him. He knows where the money's made here.
Yeah,
this gorgeous,
He's like, who's gonna be here next week? I gotta worry about. I gotta worry about him. But yeah, good stuff either way. Got them but love again. Follow Tarolyn Azak across all social media plaids. What's weird? I forget if I brought this up with you guys. How often you guys, if ever, do you look at LinkedIn?
You're a big LinkedIn guy. Did you say you check it twice a week?
Twice a week. But I'm just curious what you guys would happen.
I've been on it way more, I have to say. But yeah, I've been liking it a lot lately. I stopped using it for a while because I'm like, I'm just getting weirdly hit on. This is my new dating app is LinkedIn. What's up here?
Hit on LinkedIn?
Yes, on LinkedIn.
Wait. Okay. Tell us about this, because I never thought that was a thing.
No, it's a problem, and I need to talk. If anybody works at LinkedIn, please at me because I have some complaints. No, I would think like these, men were messaging me on LinkedIn for a job opportunity. I'm all excited. I'm getting alerts, all that stuff, and they're like, "Oh, Tara Lynn, you they'll talk about like my job, and they'll be like, well, you're just such a gorgeous gal, and like maybe we should get a drink sometime. And I make it to Boston because I go to conventions there for this job, and blah, 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 blah." Like all these different walks of life just coming at me on LinkedIn.
What the heck, man?
Seriously, that is so.
It's so weird.
Like,
yeah.
Like shoot your shot. I am a believer. Yeah, don't shoot your shot and all that. But I just feel like, you know what it is? I bet you that person thought like, oh, it's LinkedIn. It feels less like.
Feels less weird. Yeah, look at me. I'm a professional. Like it's not weird. I have a job. Here's a picture of me in a tie. That's exactly what it is, Rossi. You're right. Like.
Yeah, they think it's like, oh, like, did anybody call you sweetheart or anything like that?
I did say though to my girlfriends when I will tell them these stories, because I mean I have to say, I don't know if I was put on this earth to just have the weirdest dating stories ever because they're crazy. So, but I did say a good way to vet them out is that you can just like look at their resume. Oh, why was there a huge job gap between 2014, 2018? What the hell were you doing?
You should start interviewing
What's
these
going on
people.
there? Tell me about that. So it's like, it could be a good way to vet people out. But yeah, just a little odd.
Dude, I never go on LinkedIn. The only time I go on LinkedIn, I get like the spam emails from them but it all goes to like the spam folder. So sometimes when I'm cleaning it out, if there's like a job on there, and like usually the jobs aren't even for like anything I'm qualified for, but it'll be like, hey, like, do you want to be like a fisherman or something? I'll be like, oh, that actually sounds interesting. I want to see what that entails. Not to apply for it, just to see what it does and what it pays. So that's like legitimately the only time I go on LinkedIn is when there's like some crazy job that I just want to read about. So
yeah.
I agree with you there. Like
I hate LinkedIn. It's stupid. It's just people trying to like with like portrait photos. Like, hey, look at me, man. Like I got a suit on. Like I'm clean and polished. Get out of here with your junk.
Get out of here.
LinkedIn.
We don't want to see it.
I love the idea.
Some corporate. It's for corporate dopes.
Speaking as a corporate dope, I like the idea of it. I guess I don't know how to best use it, but after what Tara Lynn said, maybe I'm using it the right way. But just every so often going in, seeing who's trying to connect with me, seeing some of the direct messages that they're clearly not hitting on me or asking me if I want to get a drink. Why don't
I get spammed, so, but like every message is like, hey, do you want to like go into like LinkedIn Plus or like?
Yes, yeah.
No, I don't. I don't even know why I'm on LinkedIn. Like I basically have a profile just because I think everyone else does who's an adult. So
I just connected with Rossi.
Oh, sweet. Can't wait. Don't be sending anything inappropriate now.
No.
Don't be putting your BS on me. It's 21 zip.
I'll be like, this guy's crazy. This Jason Rossi.
You just do like a recommendation and bury me.
LinkedIn is probably a great place to connect and look for jobs. I just have been fortunate enough that I just haven't had to do that at all. So that's probably why I just never go on there.
No, but to be honest, like even someone that's job hunted, you should always kind of keep your eyes out in general. Like it's a weird thing to navigate and to find because once you start using it though, you'll get emails that are kind of useful. They'll be like, here's like 5 jobs we think you'd be good for. Not like the random fisherman ones where they probably just like, we got to engage this guy. He hasn't been on our site.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I got one the other day. It was such a random job, and I just wanted to apply, but I can't remember now what it was. It was like technical. It was like the weirdest job title. So 2021. It was like technical observer of like television programming for NBC Boston or something. I'm like, what? What does that even mean? Do I just watch TV? Like,
yeah.
What is this?
That's what I mean, though. Like there's sometimes it's just like interesting jobs that you're just like, yeah, I just want to read about what this does. Like,
seriously.
Yeah, or like here's like a recent message from I don't know who this guy is. I don't know why he wants to connect. He's not in our field whatsoever. He's like in IT, and he just goes, "It's always great to network. Let's connect, Tara Lynn," with 5 exclamation points. Like I get just random messages like that constantly. I'm like, what's the point here? What's up?
Is that yeah?
Sloppy Steaks asks a good question. Says, Rossi, I need your opinion on this. Do you think the people who make spam, I don't know, AR, I'm sure, spam are upset that junk email is named after them? No, I think that's like their goal.
Yeah.
Like if you're a spammer, you want that spread around. Get your popular name. What the hell is this?
Spammers.
Spammers, baby. You got to be careful. No spam here. It's Tara Lynn, Moose, Rossi. Nothing but gold here. Everyone be looking out for Tara Lynn's new podcast that's going to be dropping sooner rather than later.
Yeah, me and Ross are having a discussion this week about it. I will let you people know next week where you can find me.
You can find me, not physically. You can find her listening.
Second episode is getting hit on via LinkedIn.
Millennial girl, I'm telling you. We got something.
Millennial girl in a millennial world.
Good. Just have somebody cover Madonna. Moose, how's your vocals?
Oh yeah, terrific. I'm gonna send Tara Lynn a message on LinkedIn.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, just be like, hey, noticed that you didn't have a drink in hand. What are you doing at 6?
Right.
I could never be single in today's world.
Notice that you don't.
Everybody would think I was the biggest creep. I don't know how to approach anything. It's scary, too scary.
Let's connect. I just got a message from Jeffrey Ulrich saying, all caps, everyone. Hi, let's connect with a bunch of C's, a bunch of T's, and a bunch of exclamation points.
There you go.
Let's go. Let's do it. Connect it up. Connect 4, man. It's like the first message I've ever sent on LinkedIn, I think. So.
Seriously.
Oh my God. Are people on? Now I'm thinking people are listening because now I'm getting some guy that works at Scotiabank. He goes, "Hey, Tara Lynn, nice connecting. How's the weather where you are?"
100%. Tara Lynn, you just said, I think people are listening. We are on YouTube, Twitch, and in the DraftKings app. Of course people are listening.
Hey, Scotiabank. Look, that's like a top 3 Canadian bank right there. I mean, that's keeper material right there.
Also, Daniel says he got an invite to connect with some random dude in Czech Republic last night. He said, not answering that call. No, listen, as someone who has been absolutely duped, bamboozled, and embarrassed in months, don't answer anything.
Right.
No.
Don't even answer.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Don't answer your phone. If I can legit drop one life lesson in this chat before we go forever, don't answer your phone. That's it. Just let it go to God every time. Don't ever answer it. Nothing good ever comes from answering your phone.
You guys will love this. Speaking about your phone, you can't avoid this one. Last night, 6 o'clock, Michael was in here. Me, Koff, and was it you, Moose? Did we do one? I don't even remember what happened yesterday. Who I did that with, but it was. Who else was with us, Michael, last night? That's 6 o'clock. Oh, it was just me and Koff because Billy couldn't do it. So, anyways, I get my doorbell rings.
Right.
At 6:10 p.m. I'm like, what is this? This has got to be somebody we know. Maybe I didn't answer our call.
How dare someone ring my doorbell?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Rude.
We live in a, whatever. You think of me as well.
It's a little random to have a door.
It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay. So I have my windows right here. I'm on a lower tier. I'm on a split level. So I say, hello. The guy comes over to my window so he can see me. He's like, hey, how you doing? And he's got a solar company on his chest. I'm like, can I help you? He's like, yeah, man, has anybody come by and told you that we're in the area? And I just lied. I was like, oh, yeah, somebody came by. He's like, all right, you got a minute? And I'm like, and this is during the sim. I'm like, no, I'm working right now. And he's kind of looking in, can see the ring light and a little bit of setup. He's like, oh, okay. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, all right, well, do you want me to come back later? I'm like, it's 6 o'clock at night. Why would I want you to come back later? No, I want you to beat it.
Yeah, beat it. What?
And I said tomorrow's better or something like that, just to get him out of there. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he started to ask another follow-up, and I'm like, I gotta go. What are we doing? And yeah, I haven't seen him yet. Watch, he'll probably show up soon. I will tell you, he was a hunk of a human being. But
wow.
Yeah, if you as a company, you got to send your best assets out to the field. I mean, if you're doing door-to-door stuff.
True, and I do give a lot of credit to those people. The two people that I think we don't credit enough because we just feel bothered by them is a door-to-door salesman and the kiosk mall salesman.
Yeah, the kiosk. I know.
The kiosk mall salespeople there's two types of kiosk mall salesmen. There's the people who legitimately sit there and read a book, and you have to like snap your fingers to get their attention. And then
Yeah.
there's the people who like legitimately will like drag you like from your walking and be like, hey, come over here, and like pull you in, like physically assault you to get them over to your
Yes,
kiosk.
physically
The
assault.
first type of
Seriously,
person
they
is
do it.
fine. The second type of person needs to take a hike
Yeah.
down the Grand Canyon. Like,
Yeah, literally. Goodbye. They're very aggressive.
Yeah, but I give him a little bit of credit overall.
Fine.
I'm just saying, that's a hard job.
Yes. It is, but
Sloppy steaks, Rossi. The guy's trying to get into your house to see if he wants to come back and steal all your stuff. I got a Justin Craven's bat now, baby. You come on in here.
That's right.
I will say something. I don't know if we'll see Justin Craven's again. I know Michael got to somewhat come close to talking with them, and very good dude, I've heard. But like he sent me a bat. I told him absolutely unnecessary. I have Lamarcus as well. That I now have that under my bed purposely for a weapon. I've never had a weapon in any of my homes or apartments, so I feel very protected now with my bat.
I just have my wife. She's like a human weapon, so she got very sharp elbows.
Whatever works.
Yeah.
And Carolyn's got her roommates.
Yep. So many. 100 of them, so don't even bother. Can you guys tell me a review? I don't know if Jeff was on it, but didn't you do a stream yesterday with Babysitter Billy, Rossi?
I just said he bailed out on us like a punk.
Wow, Challenge not even
I wasn't even listening.
The glass. He just
Like,
glassed me.
I'm over here. I'm looking at my email.
Total glash move, Terrelyn.
You know
Oh my
what
god.
You know what just happened?
Looking at my email for opportunities, okay?
That's right.
Carlin is looking up solar hunks on LinkedIn like you wouldn't believe. Oh, look at that. Actually, Emerson's Peloton says the solar hunk is going to try to connect with TL. No, she's on the hunt right now. She's like, he was tall, dark, and handsome. I will say, looked like he could have been on The Bachelor.
Wow, really? Over 6 feet?
Oh, without a doubt, over. Well, I can't. I was looking up, but I think he was. His body structure looked like he had a long torso.
Everybody looks like they're over 6 feet to Rossi. So.
Yeah, good point.
Dang it.
Oh, Obi-Wan, good to see you, man.
So, have you been giving Babysitter Billy crap since he ditched, or you're just letting it slide? Because, I mean, first you guys were supposed to go on a trip together. I mean, but he did make it for your podcast, though, right? That you guys do?
He did do last night.
Okay, so at least he
Show
did
up.
that.
But there was a little bit of a dramatic story. He was right. So Michael, I know we both talked about it, but yeah, he was at the DraftKings. What was the name of that tournament? Moose.
Northern Trust.
The Reed Fowler Tournament.
Yeah, basically. The Reed Fowler's all over your internet tournament this weekend.
Yes.
And he came back yesterday because of the delay, because of Sunday storms. They drove back yesterday, and then he was caught on. They drove back to the airport for some reason. I'm not going to name names, but basically something happened where he was dropped off in a wrong area. Then he had to take another shuttle to get back to his car, and it was a very dramatic scene. He didn't get home till like 8 o'clock. But I was making fun of him nonetheless. But we're back together again. We haven't seen each other in 2.5 weeks.
Oh my god.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you a funny story about him actually?
Yeah.
I would like to hear that.
So 2 weeks ago, we did a very late christening for my son.
Okay.
I'm 20 months old. So basically, if you ever have kids, Carolyn, if you're gonna do the christening
Yes,
thing,
I am.
do it ace. Okay, all right, jeez. I'm sorry.
Not like right now, but like I really want to have kids. But okay.
Right now.
Oh, okay. Well, now I know why you're single. Now I know why you're single.
People on LinkedIn asking.
I'm sending one of my twins over.
Yeah.
She's on the way.
If I could say
My
one
sister
thing,
says that all the time.
yeah, there's a touchdown. The Patriots are just rolling.
Aussie.
Yeah, gotta order some. Going to Southie this weekend. I'm gonna order up some Aussie at my favorite joints. But it's going to be 2.5 weeks, like I said. And Billy, so I had basically, well, first thing I want to say is I wish you could go to sleep tonight, Carolyn, and live 4 years of a year of having a child, and then we'll see how much you want to continue to.
I know believe me, my sister has 4 kids, and they were my nephews and nieces. I'm obsessed with them, but every time, like, she's like, I just saw you roll your eyes, and you say you want to have kids so bad. I'm like, I know, I get it.
Yeah, it'll be different when it's yours. Anyway, so much later in life, due to COVID and everything, we didn't do a christening last year. This isn't the bigger part of the story. I invite Billy to the baptism, the christening. I told him not to come to the church because it was hot and it's, no offense, I don't think most people are interested in that. And
Right.
so I thought he couldn't go. I thought something was happening because I didn't see him. Later that night, I see him post something on like social media or something that he went to go see the Suicide Squad in theaters today. I'm like, what? And then my wife tells me, she goes, "Oh yeah, Billy did say he was coming, and he just didn't show." So I text him. I go, "Dude, you missed out on a free meal, drinks in Christian D'Andrea beverages for free on me."
Right.
And he goes, "Oh my!" He texts me back, "Oh my God, I thought it was next week." Said, "You're out.
You're out.
You're out, Bill."
Family.
Yep. So then I said, "I'm not talking to you for 2 weeks. We're not even doing a podcast." You bully. Yeah,
Wow. He needs to be very disorganized, it seems like.
Yeah, and then he had a hell of a bunch of, if you listen to anything, if you want to listen to Pop Culture Pile Driver, which I appreciate, Billy goes into detail of his long days. He very Kenny Ducey about his busy days, but legit was busy and was doing stuff that you guys can see on the social media platforms of DraftKings.
Oh, good old Ducey.
Yeah, sure. Halftime.
What's up? Let's do a performance.
28 zip. Just didn't see this coming. I didn't think Lamar, maybe it's me. Where's Jordan Lindenbaum telling me it's all my fault? But this is a game I just did not see this happening. 2 pick sixes while my computer was fried, and now Patriots are rolling.
We've come a long way this sim.
Sure have, Darryl.
Come a long way, baby.
Yep. By the way, shout out again to our great crew, Michael, Daniel, Kyle, Zach. I think we take a moment here very quickly to thank these guys. I don't know how much longer, we're all going to be, the Disappearing Act starts a week from today. You'll have September 1st. Don't know what Madden version it will be. Don't know anything. I've been told, according to Adam Kaufman of DraftKings and other outlets, that there will be no commentating at all. But we're cool. We're great. We know that.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, true, as Tara Lynn, you Swiss Army knife you. The real work gets done behind the scenes. So, Michael. No, go ahead, Moose.
No, I was just going to say a great example is, look, Daniel's got this great 3-shot of us up. It looks like, you like Tara Lynn and I are taking you like for a car ride or something. Like you're our like little Rossi here. So this is just more great work.
It is. And this is the stuff. Yeah. So shout out to these guys. Like, must be, says Rossi in his car seat. Amazing job, Bill. Michael has been such a pleasure to work with, kicking butt, taking names. This isn't goodbye and all that, but like Daniel, another one, just so creative, sitting inside the internet right now. The fact that he was able to take time to do this and not be, doing some sort of VPN stuff from Germany. And we got Zach, Kyle, just great ops crew. Everybody behind the scenes here that you guys only complain about because you don't see them are so damn good at what they do. And literally, visually, everything you see from us comes from them. So complete shout out to those guys and gals behind the scenes and appreciate what they do. And like I said, Tara Lynn, you know.
It's tough, yeah. Seriously, can't appreciate or express it enough. You guys are great. There's a lot of crazy personalities and individuals that have come together for these sims, so it's kind of hard sometimes, I've experienced it, to reel them in, and they do a fantastic job. Like that one day when Glash decided to just overthrow me and act like I wasn't even existing and said, take the one shot on me. Didn't care if I wanted him to have the one shot or if I think it was Kaufman at the time who was co-hosting with him was even in the shot. So thank you, Michael and Daniel and Andrew and all those other guys aren't even here. It's very hard what you guys do, and you guys do a perfect job at it.
There you go. To anybody also, I have said this, I will be on up until the last moment. I know I have a few games with just a 3-pack, but I'm going to let it all hang out. I'm going to talk about things we were not necessarily told not to talk about, but we're going to let it loose at the end. What do I got to lose, baby? What do we got to lose? You want to know about certain things that happened over the last year and a half? Well, I'll tell you. May make the people I'm working with uncomfortable. I'm going to do it with BK and Tom because they're the two newest, so they'll least be impacted. Okay. So watch out on Tuesday. Nothing bad. I'm not going to swear. I'm just going to address the things people in the chat always asked about.
Like what?
Slightly less polite.
Are you guys
Rossi.
friends?
Look out.
Yeah, slightly, exactly. No, I'm going to think about the things where you don't have to address them. If you want it, we can talk a little bit, but all the things that people have always said or thought or asked. Guess what? Not half the things.
Airing of grievances, man. Festivus starts now.
Oh, I did. I did a
love
couple of this.
Festivus.
Let's see here. Anybody else?
For the rest of us.
Now, let me see if there's anybody I gotta go at. Like Jalen Glass saying, "Yo, this is BS. The announcers are intentionally not speaking on it." What are we not speaking on?
On what?
Yeah, tell us. I'll speak on it. What are they gonna do? Yeah, Tater Hater. This game is rigged. Koff is controlling the Pats behind the scenes. He put the Ravens on rookie. Here's another spoiler for you. The games aren't rigged. Crazy. Crazy. Games are simulatedly played live as we talk about it.
Not every simulator is the same. That's why it's a simulation. You know, it takes a variety of game options and then it goes through it. You know, it plays out the games in different varieties. So
I know it.
It's hard to believe, you know. It's like everybody, you know, while we're on this subject, it feels like everybody just wants every game to be like 35-31 and have like the same game script.
Right.
It's like what would actually make people happy? And like never, like, would that make people happy if every game was the same? It feels like that's what people want sometimes.
I don't know, Emerson's Peloton. Rossi's going to show up in his zebra thong. I told you guys not to bring that up. That's going to be the last thing. That's going to be Monday night or Tuesday night. But no, yeah, and I agree with you, Moose. And another thing I'll say about that is I would love it if it was, I think everybody here would love it if they were all like 30-point games and certain things. But that's why it's a simulated game. If you ever do, just for argument's sake, and things may change if they go to Madden 22 with the updates that game made. But for Madden 21 and go back to Madden 20, if you just put on Madden, put computer versus computer and watch the game, watch how those games play out. It's the same thing.
It's exactly the same.
They vetted this out very much. Trust me on that.
Yeah. Anywho.
Yeah, I know. I need to know, Jalen. I need to know what you're talking about. I'm not letting it go. Jalen, you have to tell me what you're just being mad now. In Jerem over on Twitch. Yep. Talk about it next week. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna shake up some trees, baby. And I'm talking like this is some big, like I'm gonna say some really crazy stuff. I'm not it, but hey, if it makes it sound cool, I'll go with it.
It's okay. I understand most of it. We all get on tilt. I get on major tilt when my lineups during NFL season don't go well for DFS. It's like, what am I doing? Why am I so dumb? And I blame, you know, like the one article I read that wasn't mine during the week. I'm like, God, that guy's an idiot. You know, I should never read his stuff again. And then next week I'll read the same article because I can't help it.
Like I said to you, Moose, you're on my short list.
It's tilting. Look, DFS is like so tilting. The weeks where it goes good, cherish them. Don't get too high on yourself. Just cherish them because they're amazing. And you feel so smart the week where it all comes together.
That's it.
It's tough, man. We're talking, you're going against, if you go into big tournaments, you're going against 1,000, sometimes 10,000 men field. The variance is insane. I mean, you can't finish top 5 every week. Like it never happens. So.
Wish I could. We wouldn't be here if we all did.
No, exactly.
People saying, remember user safeties, user moves, user that. Yeah. Again, play the game and watch. It's nothing to do with it. Trust me. Our guy Daniel right now probably has that controller's probably 5 feet away from him. He's literally playing with cords inside the internet. Trust me. He doesn't even know where the controller is. He loves it. He loves what he does. He's great. New Matrix reveal. Oh, yeah, I did see that. New Matrix 4 trailer unveiled, which I didn't know that was even
the new Matrix 4 trailer's out.
Check it out in Slack. It's on Deadline. Yeah, they announced it yesterday.
God.
And there goes Moose.
Well, I need this game to end. Let's go. Speed it up. Whoever's back here.
Oh, no trailer yet. Sorry. Just showed it. Okay, I got it.
But they showed it, but it's got to be somewhere on the internet if it's been seen by people.
Get on TikTok for
Daniel, find it. Get on the dark web.
That's where it is.
I don't believe it. It's got to be somewhere. If they showed it during like a Comic-Con thing, it's somewhere.
That's what happened, dude. That's what happened with the Spider-Man.
The Spider-Man, I know. Someone leaked it, and then the Sony was like, "Well, we got to put it on now."
Yeah, and everybody has all their questions about it. The only question I have is, why the hell is it snowing in Doctor Strange's laboratory there?
Here, I mean, I don't want to spoil things, but I don't think that's actually Doctor Strange.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot, and here's the thing about being a comic book nerd like
me
and Tara Lynn You look at the comic books she has there, but that's the one thing. The one thing about these movies that people like, I'm a wrestling nerd, whatever. It's not a term it's a term of endearment, I believe.
It's okay.
But I always say I think nerd's a good thing. Dork, nerd, all that. Dweeb, maybe not, but like these stories have played out in the comics before. You just got to find the patterns they're using. And I do like when the movies kind of change it up on you. And they've done that in, Batman's in the past. And I'm very intrigued to see what really does come out of this. Because, I don't think Doctor Strange is making mistakes on spells.
That would be crazy of Doctor Strange to do that.
Just wild, wouldn't you say? Whoops. Slide. It's like Tara Lynn.
Are you kidding me, Doctor Strange?
Yeah, it's like Tara Lynn swiping left when she meant to swipe right.
Yes.
She's not making that mistake. That's right.
No, it's just you don't.
Totally not.
Veterans don't do that.
That's right. Anyways, it's a good week. Got the Spider-Man trailer. Oh man, The Matrix though. The Matrix was like, that was a major geek thing for me back in the day. That's one of my favorite movies ever. So the original Matrix.
I've never seen The Matrix.
Oh, shut up.
What?
I've never
even seen it.
I'm weird. So when I think I've seen parts, but I've never sat down and watched it. And here comes why I have a t-shirt named after me about Rossi's horrible takes, because I don't like it when movies are set up for 3. Like when right away, it's not a standalone movie and it's not 2.
Yeah, but okay.
I'm sorry. I know you don't have to agree with this. I'm just telling you this is what a lot of people don't like this about me. It's okay. I know I'm nowhere near quality here.
Okay.
When movies are set up and then you have a first one and then the 2 and the 3 are filmed together, and also they did it with the original Spider-Man stuff, I think the stakes in the second one are very low. That's my biggest point. Like nothing earth-shattering usually is going to happen in the second one because there's a third one to come off of a lot of this. Take it as you will. I was young. I was dumb. I should watch this movie. One day, maybe me and Moose will have a watch party over Zoom or whatever.
Just watch the first one. You don't have to watch 2 and 3. 2 and 3, you're actually correct. Those movies aren't that good. The first Matrix, it's very standalone. You won't be left being like, oh my God. Like, you probably will be left like wanting more, but
maybe that's a good thing.
It's a great standalone movie. Standalone movie. You got to watch it, man.
Okay, I'll watch it. Yeah, Jay East's first Matrix was mind-blowing emoji.
Yeah, when you went into the movie theaters with the first Matrix, it wasn't like this internet heyday where people were breaking down trailers and like you had 1,000 YouTube videos like this is probably what's going to happen here, and we've already figured out the entire movie for you. But so people legitimately didn't know what was going on with this movie because the trailer was like, "What is the Matrix?" That's it. Like, so you went in, your mind was absolutely blown. It was amazing. It was one of the last movie experiences I've had like that, where I was like, "Wow." Very Sixth Sense, like, wow, okay, Bruce Willis is dead. Spoiler alert, sorry, people.
Whoa!
I saw it on an IMAX screen and it changed my whole life.
Yeah, it's so
it was. Oh my God!
Yeah, and then the special effects also were just at the time it revolutionized a lot of stuff. So that movie always gets a lot of respect from me. There's a Russian touchdown. Way to go, Lamar.
Good game, everybody. Football.
Football.
Very cool. Yeah, Meager says, Matrix 2 and 3 are trash, although they have some cool fights and stuff, but the story and dialogue
really not good. No.
Okay. Took graphics to the next level, says Neville. Okay, all right. Listen, you guys have sold me, and I do remember that. Like, all I remember from the trailer was this whole, is it a red pill, blue pill?
Yeah. Like, they didn't give away the whole story, and it's not like Fast and Furious 9 were like, hey, it's John Cena and he's his brother and this is going to happen. And here's 90% of the movie, You
know what's funny, Moose, and Caroline, I bet you agree here too, and Michael, Daniel, everybody here. I feel like trailers today, because we're living such a different time, they give away so much of the movie.
They do. And sometimes I'm like, I get so mad. I'm like, I just watched the movie.
Yeah. For me, especially romantic comedies, which I know you can show a little bit more, but I forget what the movie was, because now on Netflix there's a trailer section. I don't know if you guys ever checked that out. But
oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I was one day when I was up at 4 a.m. one morning, I was like, what am I going to watch? And instead of on YouTube, but anywho, watch any upcoming romantic comedy style movie. You see the whole damn thing. There was a movie, I remember it now. It came out around Christmas time. Maybe Vanessa Hudgens is in it. I don't really know. I wasn't interested overly in the movie.
Sounds like it. Okay.
But like, I just love Christmas movies and a
Yeah.
Christmas mood. But this movie, literally, the trailer shows you everything. Like the part where like they get together, the part where they break up, the part that they get back together. I'm like, this is a 2.5 minute version of the 90 minutes. Why do I have to watch this movie?
Right. Why do I have to watch it?
Where's the suspense? Like movie franchises too. Like you don't even have to make trailers anymore. Like Spider-Man, you didn't really need to make the trailer. Maybe just a little like 20-second tease. Show Doc Ock, make everybody drop their pants because the money's gonna just pour in.
Yeah. Yeah, the less you show at this point, the better. I mean, absolutely. And it's just like, I don't know, like studios still haven't figured it out. Like, if you show less, like everybody knows what's going to happen in the Spider-Man movie. So why, like, string them along? Like, just be like, here's a little tiny piece, a carrot. You know,
Right.
you want the whole thing, you go to the movie, man.
Yeah. I feel like
They shouldn't even have shown Doc Ock. They should have
agree.
just been like, here's a spell, you know? That's it.
Honestly, true. If you cut off the last 40 seconds of that trailer and you make it just a 2-minute, I think it would be just because time space continuum is now broken.
Yeah.
No way home. Da-na-na, na-na-na.
Yeah.
Spend all your freaking money.
Yep. Speculate for the next 3 months who's in this movie because we're not going to tell you.
Oh my God, Daniel nailed it. The Princess Switch. Is that the movie, Daniel? No, I don't know if November 8th, 16th, that might have been it. Unreal.
Wow. So did you watch that movie?
No, I didn't need to watch the movie because I saw the damn trailer.
Because you saw the trailer, which included like 90%.
Because it showed too much. If I see too much, I'm out. It's like, listen, advice to the ladies out there. Carolyn, block your eyes. You show too much, I'm out. Listen, I know earlier the tank top, the world couldn't handle it. The internet, my computer froze. Show too much. They were like, not good. Anyways, we appreciate you guys being here. Middle of the third, Moose, Tara Lynn, who looks like she's absolutely not on camera right now. Just literally like she's here because so she doesn't get fined.
I don't even know if I could get fined.
I think at this point nobody's getting in trouble. But yes, this is the last Wednesday of your simulated football. So enjoy it while we are here. We appreciate commentation. We appreciate you guys. We really do. We're talking a lot of smack. We're way off the rails, but when you put three bozos together, as one would say, that's what you get.
True. Very true, actually.
Yeah. But it's 28-7 here. This game is basically out of reach. We'll see what the Ravens can do for your lineups out there. You're free rolling. Again, those aren't going anywhere anyways. So everyone should be in these free rolls. You can win money and put up nothing. It's great. Also,
Money.
let's continue to tell everybody I'm still collecting on these preseason games. Do your little bit of research. Check the press. Moose, we talked about it. You can just rake money in these preseason contests. Not as many people enter. The payouts are still really good for the buy-in. I'm telling you, watch out, world. I might be able to buy a pair of shoes with the money I won. It's all about putting it in.
Flagrant Foul said, "You had me for a minute there, Rossi. Then you lost me. Your analogy was 30 seconds too long. Damn it, Rossi. You forgot to time your analogies again."
Sorry. I will get the stop clock out. That was Daniel or Michael's job, actually. Damn it, Michael. Too funny here. I appreciate my guy first time playing Fortnite telling me he's just gonna slide in my DMs and say mean things about me, so I can stay even keeled. Tyler the Raider had nothing to do with our commentation. It's gonna have anything to do with Madden 22 reviews. Those are already out. The game is out there for you. If you want to read about it, go for it.
It's out there.
CH says, who caught that? I don't know. A football player.
A player on the field.
Carolyn, I was talking earlier about.
15, I think.
I was talking earlier about traveling to see a Patriots game. Do me a favor, peep the schedule real quick. If you had to pick a location to go to this year, and note the time of year as well. Which away game would you be most intrigued of? I believe they have 8 away games, 9 home games. That's the other thing. I don't really understand the schedule. Some teams have 9 home, some have 9 away. Yeah, take a peek and see where you would want to travel. Minutes. What is going on here? There's an NFT dropping, I guess. Is Jimmy B? Is that the original?
What's dropping today?
I don't know. Osaka?
Soccer.
Osaka?
English football.
Yeah, Naomi Osaka.
Osaka.
Anonymous says, commentary is just BS talk anyway. Ain't that the truth?
Ain't it?
These 2 games have been really one-sided, though.
Their away games like really aren't doing it for me. I have to be honest.
All right, so run through them. So you got, I think, it's Jets, right? New York.
So it's Dolphins at Patriots, then Patriots at Jets. Then they're at the. Then they're at the Texans. Then they go to Houston. And their next away game, they go to the Chargers. I'm just not in that mood to go on a long flight, to be honest. I would like to go to the Chargers Stadium. It looks unreal, but
when is that? When is that game?
So that's in October, and I feel like the world could get really crazy by then. So I'm not banking on Cali.
I might be calling you, Michael. I'm sure you already have.
Michael. Then they go Panthers. Then they're going to the ATL. That could be fun. Then they're going to Buffalo. You could flip on some tables in December. Really cold though. Then they're going to Indianapolis, December 19th. Also freezing there. I think I would do, to be honest, January 9th. Get me to Miami.
Oh well, that's of course. That's like the most Patriot away game of all time. Like every year, and they always lose that game too.
Yeah, get me there. I'm bummed that they're not playing in Nashville.
Yeah, not this year. They stunk last year. You have to remember. Second seed? I don't remember where they finished. No, third, because Miami finished second. So, yeah, you get a couple of toughies there. But yeah, Houston, I'm talking. We're figuring out. Atlanta, that would be fun too.
Atlanta would be fun.
Wish they went to Canada so I could go visit Moose.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, there's just nothing to do up here, though.
I just honestly, you know what I would do? The first thing I would do if I would ever come to visit you is I would check out your garage door to understand that miraculous man that came and did all that work in like 10 minutes in the freezer.
Miracle worker, dude. It was like a minus 1,000 out. It was basically like, imagine Hoth, you know. It's like Luke Skywalker showed up in my door that day. Put that thing back together.
Oh my God. It's amazing. Yeah, he definitely needed the force or something. Oh, you know what? Time to also add Tater Hater. Where you from, bro? I don't know where Tater Hater's from. Very intrigued.
Tater Hater.
Aside from the basement.
Here's a question for Tater Hater. Do you really actually hate taters this much that you just made your name Tater Hater? Like what?
Yeah, dude, tell us. What
where
the hell's
does the
going on
hate come
there?
from, man? Like, were you force-fed taters at some point?
Yeah.
Like, was
that's
that?
like-
Were you like
yeah.
imprisoned against your will, and it's just taters, one meal after the other? Why?
Yeah. And you know what's
like
fun-
I've said, that it's like the least offensive food ever.
To you, to some.
It's just oil and potatoes, man. Like, it's pretty good. Put a little ketchup on. I mean, I could eat those forever.
Not even just potatoes. It's like, what are they called? Like they're like little potato balls that are all like fried.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's delicious. I will say this about Tater Hater while he prepares his answer, is that all the gimmicks in the chat that always usually get like really mad, people get mad at, I've never heard people ever give any crap to Tater Hater. Like his name being
Honestly,
Tater.
I will agree with you there, Rossi.
Yeah, like all the other, like the Rossi's fat cat, people would be like, "You're an idiot. Why would you?" And by the way, I don't know where that guy went. I hope he's still around.
You okay? Hello?
What?
I said, is he okay? Hello?
Oh.
Everyone's saying Tater Hater's probably from Idaho. That's funny.
Right. The potato farmer just fed up with the family business, just rebelling against his family business. I could see that.
Tater
That
Hater.
actually makes sense. In a
Tater
weird
Hater
way.
says, "I filed from divorce from my parents due to taters." There's a different term for that, but I feel you.
Right. Emancipation.
Giggle Pigs, good to see you too. It's me, Moose, Tara Lynn. Follow them all on the socials at Tara Lynn Azak, at The Fantasy Grind. Germ says his ex-wife made him eat tater tots. That's the ex-wife part, but how about wife hater, I guess? Yeah, why does it have to hate the taters?
Why are we eating taters and haters?
Oh, there's a good one. Wilkerson says his girlfriend cheated on him with someone that works at the potato warehouse. Now, there's a good one. See what the Patriots can do here. Work down. I'm sorry, not the Patriots, the Ravens. Well, the Patriots are the ones going to make the stop, so turnover on down. Just so you guys know, like, my computer's kind of still frozen, so the screens are in the small one. Like, I have, like, a small window. Maybe this will work. Hold on. It's so weird. My computer today is just absolutely toast from that 90-degree weather. Oh, they did get the first down on that play. They gave it to him. Ooh, still going nowhere. So, yeah, 2 minutes left now. I got it.
Down to the 2. What's cooking for the rest of the day on this fine hump day? Non-weather. We canceled that a while ago.
Yeah, along with us.
Along with us, too.
My rest of the day, I'm definitely going to take advantage of this hot weather and having sunscreen on. So I'm going to probably go for a walk and do the rest of my work outside of Sims. Shocker. I know, everybody. I know. I do have obligations outside of here. More questions.
That's crazy. We didn't know that.
Yeah. A lot of people don't believe things like that.
True.
We got an easy touchdown there. Moose, what's up the rest of the day for you, Moose? What's a Wednesday in Moose land?
Well, I mean, the kids are getting home later, so I'll have to probably make dinner. You know, got to keep them alive and stuff. So, probably take the dog out this afternoon, maybe the dog park. But most of my work, I've been, first 2 days of the week always busier. Wednesday kind of calms down a bit, at least not with NFL on. So, I don't have like a whole ton to do this afternoon, which is nice because, like I said, I've been busy the last 2 days. But yeah, so got a bit of a free afternoon here coming up. Until my kids come home, then I'm,
back on.
Get tackled and
they're wild like that, huh?
Asked and asked questions, a million questions.
I love that.
Dad, where's
They're
this?
curious.
Dad, where's that? Can I have this, Dad?
Dad.
Oh, sure.
Carolyn, you got another sim. Wow, what a pair.
I was just gonna say, can you guys give me advice? Because do you see who I am hosting the sim with next? Co-hosting the sim, tri-coasting this, whatever we're calling it now. It's a 3-man booth. Give me advice. This is a mess.
Bring up the dating thing again, because I want to know Kenny's dating advice. You're with Koff and Kenny for Seahawks Bucks at 4 p.m. Good Lord.
They're like, these are Tara's last days. Let's just really stick it to her.
All speaking of that, Koff's super sentimental about all this, so you can easily go there. Like, he's very, like...
No, he is. He keeps checking in on me every day. He's actually very concerned for me, so he is a good friend.
No, I'm going to call him out. That was BS what he said yesterday. Either don't lie. It was an unbelievable comment. Koff
It was, actually.
He said... I haven't spoken to you, Tara Lynn, but I've been thinking about you every day.
Yeah, he did say that.
What? You can't send a text? Don't lie. Just say, hey, yeah, we need to catch up. Don't focus on what you haven't done. Just focus on what you can do. Oh, that is that's who he is to me.
It's so true.
I love the guy. I really do. I really appreciate him.
He's such a goof.
I love our whole fam because we are highly dysfunctional.
Oh, but he those
the most Kaufman message ever. I've been thinking.
Exactly. Well, I've been thinking about you guys.
Yeah, she's like, oh, I told you this news, and he's like, oh yeah, I haven't reached out, but I've been thinking about you every day. Like, does he think that's like, does that worked in his life? Is that what his family? Oh, yeah,
Clearly it has. Clearly it has.
I guess so. Michael Irvin, no, the Sims are not ending. The live commentary is ending. But with plenty of outlets to see us. Moose will be plenty of the sweat coming up on the Mondays, the Wednesdays, the Fridays. Carolyn's going to have a podcast and be landing somewhere amazing and better and more everything that is good. Because trust me.
It's such like my positive vibes that I always need, let me tell you. And I love Moose because he just gets on here and we just don't care. So here we are.
But I'm being serious. I thought I had a dream job of doing things in radio for a while. Then I realized, nah, that ain't it.
Life changes,
Life does change. One day, Tara Lynn will be a mom, and she'll look back and be like, thank God I didn't have to go through that blankety blank and all this other stuff. But we still will get you. You're still going to get a job that'll send you to the Super Bowl, so you can take picks on bridges and stuff.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna miss that.
Yeah, we'll make sure. We're not going to be foolish. You know what I have a good feeling about for you? Make sure you connect with Michael, who's on the back end here. I think Michael's a good.
I know. I'm going to talk to Michael. I have a few people that I need to talk to. Producer Drew wants to talk. I got a list of people that I got to talk to because it's just crazy.
Well, that's life. That's life.
Oh wait, Moose, that's life. Remember that?
That's life.
When we were really just down in the dumps one day, and we're just like, you know what? That's life.
Oh, was this a depressing thing?
No, I think Glash said that about something, didn't he? And we're just.
Super Bowl baby, stock much? I haven't reached out, but I've been thinking about you every day. Yeah, no, it's actually the opposite of stalking. It's like you're looking at it from maybe a creepier way, Super Bowl baby. I look at it as just like pure laziness and trying to cover for you.
Right. Yeah.
Like if that was Moose and I was like, Moose told me something and I haven't been in touch, like, hey man, sorry, I haven't been in touch, blank. Hey, this week, this. Like, focus future. Don't make up for the past.
Right.
As a society, we do that too much. Like, we make up for things we didn't do instead of focus on what we now can do.
Yeah.
That's so true.
Getting a little deep here. But anyways, hope everyone's drinking their water, having a hell of a middle of the week here, a little hump day.
Yeah. This Wednesday just feels like a Friday, but it's not a Friday. It's kind of disappointing.
It is. That's a good point. Giggle Pig has, are you on the YouTubes, Moose? Giggle Pig has a golf question for you.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
I love that name so much, Giggle Pig.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
He's asking about Cantlay. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think Bryson and Cantlay are both really good values. Absolutely, man. Like, I mean, I kind of like Hideki down there too at under 9K, but like Cantlay was putting well. Yeah, and I'm not shocked. I'd much rather play Cantlay than Rory this week. Hopefully gives you some context. But I definitely like the play. I think Bryson and Cantlay are like the two best values of the upper tier there. So yeah, I'm about it. I definitely play Cantlay over Rory. It's pretty close between like him, Hovland, and Berger, but I feel like Cantlay. I feel pretty good saying like I had Cantlay ranked above both those guys, Hovland and Berger. It's really close, but I definitely have him ranked above those two guys. So yeah, I'm in on it. Him and Bryson, my two kind of best values in that range for sure.
There you go. Give him the credit if he's right. If he gets it wrong, pretend like you never heard that. He is at the Fantasy Grind. That is Moose, Jeff Ulrich. At Tara-Lynn Azak, she's back with Kenny and Kaufman. Wish her luck. I don't know if more luck. You, Michael, or Daniel.
A lot of luck.
Yeah, a lot of luck there. But enjoy it. Sit there on your floor and do whatever it is you're doing there. Moose, this has been a pleasure, man. 2 in a row. This is fun.
It's fun hanging out. Yeah, gonna miss this, being able to hang out in random weekday mornings and stuff like this. So, hey, soak it in while you can. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us on this Wednesday. You know, obviously go over to the DK Nation, the PJ cheat sheets up if you want a little more info. You can always hit me up on Twitter. I'm done for the day on these, but yeah, appreciate it, guys. Give me a follow at the Fantasy Grind. You know the stuff. Yeah,
the drill.
Probably all follow me right now.
The rest of the ways we mentioned, Koff, Kenny, Tara-Lynn for your 4 p.m., 6 p.m. Koff, Kenny, Christian, go. Koff and Tom will have wrapping up Koff's 4-pack and then a 3-pack. Then you have BK and Tom for Man After Dark. I'm back tomorrow with Tara-Lynn and Christian for the Nooner. Moose, you will be returning tomorrow night for Madden After Dark with BK and Tom. Then I'm trying to see if we'll all figure it all out next week. Who cares right now? But that is it. Tara-Lynn, why don't you give us a player of the game? Just say anybody, Tara-Lynn. Don't just all confidence.
Patriots DST, man.
There you go. Who's the Not My Kid Award? Not My Kid Award.
Lamar Jackson.
Moose is like, I got this. I'm not watching her just stare blindly.
I wasn't even looking.
I was like, there was a game?
Yeah, seriously. All right, we're going to head out. But again, thank you, Michael, Dan. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you. You know it. We love you. Kyle and Zach, I'm so sorry. Great job in ops. Appreciate everybody here. Hope you all have a great rest of the day. Like we said, Koff, Kenny, Tara-Lynn in just about 50 minutes. Until then, drink your water. Follow Tara-Lynn and Moose over on the Twitters and the social medias. You can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver. We'd appreciate it. It's a podcast that may and speaking about podcasts, we have the new edition of the Tour Junkies Fantasy Golf Podcast. Second to what Moose brings out, but we still need to give it to you. Here it is. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Bye-bye.
Later.
What's going on, golf addicts? Welcome to Tour Junkies After Dark, presented by DraftKings. We are the Tour Junkies, ready to break down the second leg of the FedEx Cup playoffs at the BMW Championship 2021 at Caves Valley Golf Club up around Baltimore, Maryland. It's a brand new track, Pat. We haven't seen it before. It's a par 72. It's about 7,500 yards. This is a bomber's paradise. What we've heard so far is the golf course is soft. And the ball's not, you're not getting a lot of roll out of it. This is going to be a big boy golf course this week for the guys. Pure bent grass greens. Place should be in pretty good shape. Let's talk about some bets, man. You know, everything came out a little late after Tony Finau had to take it down on a Monday with the hurricane up in the Northeast that kind of delayed things on Sunday. So everything dropped a little late. That's why we're here a little late. But let's talk through the betting board, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to start, Pat. I'm going to start.
Okay.
I was tickled to death when I saw that DraftKings had Bryson DeChambeau at 35-1 this morning, and highly recommended on Twitter that anyone out there that could legally place that bet do it. And I hope we don't get fired for this when Bryson wins, because DraftKings is going to lose a lot of money if he does. They had the line at 35-1 for a few hours this morning. No other book had it any longer than 25-1 at the moment. And then DraftKings quickly dropped it to 25-1 after a few hours. And now it is at 22-1 for Bryson DeChambeau. I mean, this golf course is built for him. It is just absolutely built for length. And I think he's just going to absolutely punish it. He's at 22-1. Obviously, at 35-1 was a much better number, but even at 22, I'll take it. I am all in on the Bryson bus this week, and I'm not a Bryson guy. I don't like him. I don't like him as a person.
Yes, we know that. We know that.
So, but I'm in. I'm in on it, and I think it's something I think you just need to take it. It is a strong field. You know, obviously it's 69 players. Excuse me. Patrick Reed has withdrawn with bilateral pneumonia. So T's and P's for Patrick Reed. But 69 players, no cut this week. Everybody's going to get 4 full rounds. I'm going Bryson, and then I'm going to take another guy at 22-1 up top, and that's DJ. And I know DJ hasn't played very well. I know he hasn't played very well. He missed the cut last week, so he got an early look at Caves Valley. He actually has some experience at Caves Valley from the past, but again, it favors a bomber. It favors a little bit of a left to right golf, golf shot off the tee. For the right-handers, especially, that suits DJ. And, you know, it's getting hints of Augusta passed around, you know, among the Twitter.
That's always interesting when people like to throw hints of Augusta, because nothing's like Augusta, but okay.
It's not, but long, par 72, bent grass, pure, favors the bombers, favors that left to right, although I guess you could argue Augusta's more of a right to left track, but anyway, DJ and Bryson for me up there at 22-1 are too tempting. Those are two names at the top of the board I'm liking right now. You can't take Jon Rahm at 5.5-1.
No.
Playing in this field, 5.5-1, way too short for a golfer.
And the thing is too, if Rahm wins, okay, whatever, and you didn't bet on him, okay, fine. I mean, you didn't, bet $10 to win 50. I mean, what's fun about that? I mean, it doesn't. I mean, who wants to do that? So, I don't like DJ really. I'm not a fan of Bryson, but I do like the bet. 22-1 is not as good as 35-1. I would have loved that. But two guys right here at 25-1 that I love. One is Rory McIlroy. I think Rory, for one, I like him on a no-cut event because he tends to kind of backdoor things lately, and he always seems to play worse in the first round or two for whatever reason it is. And this week we don't have to worry about the cut. And, maybe he gets off to a hotter start. I like that number at 25-1. He's played well traditionally on Tom Fazio courses and those designs. Quail Hollow is one that people talk about as kind of a corollary course to Caves Valley. It's a longer course, a lot of bunkers. It's very pure. I think that, and he just won there, obviously, just a few months ago. So I think Rory at 25-1 is a good number. And then I like Brooks Koepka also at 25-1. Now, Brooks is just, you never know what you're going to get. But as we get down in these great fields, a lot of money on the line, he steps it up. And so I think, you're getting that longer number for a fantastic player like Brooks Koepka. I love that. So those are really my two favorite plays here on the shorter end. But I'll add one more.
Okay.
I think, and nobody ever wants to play the person who won the week before. But Tony Finau, we're getting 28-1 on a guy that just won. Okay, I know his form wasn't that great, but look, I think winning that will just give you confidence in itself. And he's won now after 8 years or whatever it was, 5 years. Yeah. Sorry, he's had 8 second place finishes since he won, is what I meant. But I'm not afraid to bet Tony Finau at 28-1.
Yeah, I think I'd rather play him in DFS on DraftKings. I think you're typically going to get shortened odds right after a guy comes out and wins like that. So I don't know. I actually don't like any of these numbers beyond those 25-1 names. I kind of like the Brooks bet that you mentioned. I like that more than Rory. But after that, I really like to go. I like to skip this upper 20s, 30s range. I just don't love the value when I can just get, Koepka at 25 right there, just slightly shorter. I'd rather pound that. So moving down the board, the first name kind of in this middle section for me that jumps out may surprise you, Pat. And it is the Canadian Corey Conners.
Ooh, I had him written down. I love Conners.
Conners last week at the Northern Trust gained almost 13 strokes off the tee and on approach. He's always been known as a premier ball striker on the PGA Tour. He's got enough distance. He's not a super bomber like a DJ or a Rory, but he hits it plenty long. But his iron play is elite on the PGA Tour. And he kind of had a little dip in that earlier this year, and it showed. I think it's back, clearly, as evidenced by 13 strokes gained off the tee and on approach last week. It's always about the putter for Conners, but it's like any week where he just putts par with the field or better, and he can win any event, any strength field, doesn't matter, and he's coming in hot. Speaking of Augusta, another guy who's played Augusta National very, very well is Corey Conners. So I like him at 45-1. I'm going to give you one more name in this mid-range, getting into the long shots before we get into the triple digits for me. And that is another guy on team ball striker, can't putt, and that's Keegan Bradley. I'm back on the Keegan Bradley. I usually
feel like you're just well, I don't understand why you would do that.
I've withdrawn from Keegan over the last few weeks. If you've noticed, I've not picked him in a long time. I rode him pretty hard all year this year, and except for the last 6 weeks, I've kind of been backed off a little bit. I think Keegan's back. The ball striking is coming back. He's playing well right now. And again, he's like Conners. He just needs 1 week where he just putts average. He doesn't have to gain a bunch of strokes with the putter because he's so good tee to green. 70-1 for Keegan in a 69-man field. I think I'll take that one. So that's a bomb. I'm giving the people bombs tonight.
Okay. Let me adjust my mic here. My mic was kind of bothering me. Yeah, I actually don't like Keegan. Nope, I don't. But whatever. That's okay. Corey Conners I love. He was one I had written down. So I love that number. Another guy that I'll give you here in this range, and he's a little bit longer. As far as the odds are, but I like Alex Noren at 80-1. We saw him play extremely well last week, especially in his last round. He's been kind of up and down. That's always how Alex Noren is. He's up and down. Yeah, he's never a consistent player.
To be pissed off at Alex Noren.
Yeah, but I think that number is good for him at 80-1. Big
What's
fan.
His top 10 number? What's it? I'm not looking at it.
The top 10 number is actually. Hang on, because I looked at that too. His top 10 is 6-1, which I think is a good.
I'd rather do that. I just don't see Noren winning.
Well, yeah, if you don't, but look, I mean, now this is a course where you have to be long. I agree, but I think you do have to have some accuracy, and he does have. He's pretty accurate off the tee. He's not like the most accurate, but he's actually fairly long. He's 28th in the field in strokes gained off the tee. He's 13th in scrambling, which I like. He's second in the field in putting on bent grass greens. Second. So he putts well on these greens. I think Noren is I think he could win, but if you want to do like a top 10, 6-1, I'm not, I like that too.
All right, take me into the triple digits. Take me home here.
All right, a few triple-digit numbers that I do like, and I think this first guy you're not a fan of, but he just won a few weeks ago. He's obviously long off the tee.
Can I tell you? I think you turned me last night.
No, I think I didn't, but
No, you did.
I think I didn't.
Cam Champ.
Cam Champ, yeah.
I
turned you.
You turned me. Yep.
No.
Today I was looking at it and I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to get in on Cam Champ. I'm glad you said it. I like.
Well, I love Champ this week.
I wasn't on it last night on our show, but I'm in. I think I'm in.
You are not, but I think Cam Champ. I mean, you just look at how he's been playing lately. It is extremely well. Obviously, a win just a few weeks ago. He is very long off the tee. So at 100-1, a guy with with a win. I think it is a good play. And then another guy, Sebastian Munoz, is another guy who's been in good form, and he's at 130-1. So I think that's a good number. Now, if you want to look at those two guys for top tens, Munoz is 9-1 as a top 10, and then Champ is 7-1 as a top 10. I have a few other top 10s, but just talking about those two guys, those are the top 10 numbers for them.
I think Champ's definitely one that can close the door. We just saw him do that, right? He's a big game hunter. Like when he's on, he can do it. I don't know about Munoz. I feel like Munoz and Noren are in that same category of we've never seen him win a big time event with like any decent, field strength in it. I just don't see that happening. So the top 10 for me would be the lean there, but I do like the Cam Champ outright. All right, well, I got two names additionally in here other than Cam Champ. Both are bombers. Both are going to feast on these 4 par 5s on this par 72. Both are PGA Tour winners, one more recently than the other. They're both at 150-1. Cam Davis, I'm gonna ride it. I love the Aussie Cam Davis. He's my boy. I hit him at 150-1 a few weeks ago when he won the Rocket Mortgage Classic. He eats up par 5s. Long hitter, aggressive young player, and I think he's got the confidence. The irons are concerning somewhat. The irons have been a little lost since his victory, but I believe in the chops on this young kid at 150-1. But Keith Mitchell at 150-1 is probably my favorite number here. This is a guy who has won the Honda, which is one of the strongest fields of the year in the Florida Swing a couple years ago. You talked about that Rory victory at the Wells Fargo just a couple months ago. Keith Mitchell was the only guy that could have taken him down that day. He was right there neck and neck with Rory at Quail Hollow. He's a long hitter, and if he gets hot with the putter, you can watch out. But Keith Mitchell, he had to make 3 birdies in a row coming home just last week at the Northern Trust to get here, and he did it. He's just got the chops, man. At 150-1, that is a large number for him. And obviously, if you want to take the top 10, 14-1 as a top 10 is very tasty for Keith Mitchell. So those are the bomb outright plays. You said you had some more top 10s. Why don't you hit me with those?
A few top 10s that I think are decent to look at. You look at Harold Varner III. He is 8-1 to finish
playing
in the
good.
top 10. Playing well. I like that. Eric Van Rooyen is also 8-1.
Nope.
I like him. He just won a few weeks ago. Nobody wants to pay attention to that, but he did just win.
Field event, and I just can't. I can't.
I don't care. He also played well last week as well.
Yeah.
Another guy that I know you're not going to like also, but tends to just play well this time of year. He's won a FedEx before, and that is Billy Horschel. It's 7-1 top 10. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, I don't have any more top 10s, but I do have 4 matchups I want to throw out real quick. So we got a real variety tonight on TJ After Dark. The first one is Brooks Koepka, even money against Patrick Cantlay. I love the Koepka side here. Knowing that I think he's outside the top 10 in the FedEx Cup rankings currently. I'm sure he wants a piece of that $15 million and position himself a little better at East Lake next week. So I think Brooks comes out here letting the nuts hang a little bit. You know what I mean? I mean, he's the alpha on the PGA Tour. He's a guy that likes to peak at these big events, right? So Northern Trust, he comes in, he gets his thing, he gets his beak wet a little bit. He makes a cut, he does his thing. But now I think he's ready to let him hang, and I think even money against Patrick Cantlay is he's longer than Cantlay off the tee. So I like that number. Another one that I think is, and I don't like to give favorites in head-to-head matchups in golf, But the Koepka even money line and now this line were too good to pass up. Rory McIlroy is a favorite over Abe Answer at -120. I think that should be more like -160 on this golf course. Abe's probably getting a bump for his WGC victory just a couple weeks ago at TPC Southwind, which is fine. And I like Abe Answer. He's a great player. He is one of the shortest hitters in the entire PGA Tour. Like, he can hear he will be with the soft, wet ground and the ball hitting the ground and just going like he'll be able to hear it from the tee 270 yards out, while Rory hits it 310, carry. Like, Abe is going to have a lot of long clubs into these greens, and I think Rory at -120, it should be -160. So I like that number. Now, 2 dogs, Justin Thomas. I love taking top players against other top players as dogs. Justin Thomas is +165 against Jon Rahm. Plus 165 should be his number against like 2001 Tiger, not Jon Rahm. I agree. Again, Jon Rahm is playing fantastic right now. He's player of the year. He's been the most consistent player, all season long. You just can't do that with Justin Thomas at +160. +165 is too large. I think you jump on that. The final one is Dustin Johnson +100 against Jordan Spieth. This is kind of like the Rory Abe Answer matchup, maybe not as drastic. Jordan's a little longer off the tee than Abe, but this golf course, I think, suits Dustin Johnson's game off the tee much better than it does Jordan's. And we saw Jordan's game off the tee at the Northern Trust slip. I mean, he shot like a 79 one day. I think it was 78 or 79 one day. He did not look steady. I mean, he made the cut, but then he just he shot a 62, I think, on Friday, and then the weekend just was awful for Jordan. So battling the driver a little bit, I don't like that coming into this event. And you're giving me DJ plus money because he hasn't been, typical DJ. So I think I got to take that one as well.
Well, I don't have too many matchups, but I will say this. I think if you're getting a top player who's in pretty good form against Victor Hovland and you're getting plus money, I like those bets. So, like, for instance, Hideki is +105 against Victor Hovland this week. I like that. I'm going to hammer any top guy in good form over Hovland if I'm getting plus money. I don't like Hovland this week. I just don't think this is look, I mean, he's obviously a fantastic player, great, off the tee approach, has a lot of stats that are in his favor, but he's not a great scrambler. And I think that's something that's going to be on this course that you really got to do well. I feel like he's going to disappoint this week. He hasn't been playing well. So I'm going to hammer any line, even Webb. Webb is +100 against Hovland. I'll take him against Hovland.
I don't know if I'd do that. I don't mind Decky, but I think I'd take Hovland over Webb. All right, well, that's it. Listen, hey, Tour Junkies After Dark, quick and to the point tonight, giving you the outrights, the top 10s, the matchups that you need for the BMW Championship. We'll be back next week for the season's final event, the Tour Championship from Eastlake. It'll be the top 30 players in the FedEx Cup standings after this week. Give the video a thumbs up if you don't mind. Please give the video a thumbs up and subscribe to the DraftKings channel if you're not already, and check out the Tour Junkies YouTube channel as well. I'm DB, the Tour Junkies, my boy Pat. Have a great week. May your screens be green. See ya. Out.
What's up, everybody? Settle on in, strap on in, as our pal Brendan Glasheen would tell you. Get comfortable is the main point, because we got a sim and, well, a whole lot more coming your way. I'm Adam Kaufman. You know the other two, Kenny Ducey, Taryn Asak. Contrary to popular belief, they are not roommates. They're not in different rooms. They are in separate places, separate states even. And I will go one at a time because I know that is what is most appreciated. TL, how are you?
I am good, Koff. I did the last sim. I'm on my floor in my living room because this. Wait, is this even plugged in? Oh no, it's not anymore. But I need to plug it. I need to plug it back in. My outlet over there by my desk was being wonky, really wasn't working. So I moved over here. Rossi was outside at one point last sim, and Jeff was, of course, at his desk like you two are, like normal people. But I said it's the last week, so might as well get wild.
There's a chance that you're the first person to do a sim from the floor.
I guess Emerson was. He beat me to it.
Oh,
it's the first time someone's called me normal. I'm just going to say that.
How are you, Kenny?
Good. I forgot how annoyed I get when you make these contests called the early bird special. So
he really does. I considered the 4 p.m. snack hour. I did consider it, and then I didn't do it.
Well, that you didn't get my lineup. Then I didn't make a lineup because I'm not. And now that there's 2 weeks, I have no incentive to enter these contests that are so poorly named. And
listen, fella, you're a week in your 2 weeks notice at this point. You got a week to go.
My co-host is not TL. Her name's not Timeline ASAC. Yeah, it's not. No.
Timeline. Calling it a timeline a TL makes just as much sense as calling Tara Lynn TL. Timeline is also one word,
but they're 2 words, though. Technically,
so are Tara and Lynn. Unless you put them together and make one word, like timeline.
But it's a name. You don't mess with a name like that. You have people in all the proof I'll ever need is people in the YouTube chat call her Tara Lynn with it's 2 names, a capital T, a capital A with a space in between. And that is not her name. And I will continue to say this until the day that the Sims go off the air. It's like saying,
you're not going to say it that much longer.
That's like calling me KN and have people go, oh, hey, Ken, Nee, what's going on? It doesn't make any sense. Just like the early bird special at 4 o'clock, 1 o'clock, mind you, on Pacific time. You don't even want to consider the people on the West Coast. Nope. You want to just have so much East Coast bias and then come up with this ludicrous name. It's like early bird special at best is 5:15. It's just
that is
4 o'clock in the.
That is blasphemy.
That is ridiculous.
If you want to bring time zones,
I'm so tired of this. I'm so tired.
If you want to bring time zones into the conversation, that is your leg to stand on. That is perfectly fine. You want to say there's East Coast bias, that I am dismissing those on the West Coast or beyond, overseas. That makes all the sense in the world. That's fine. To say that you cannot go out for an early bird special at 4 p.m.
You can.
That's just ridiculous.
When did the early bird special debate start between you two?
Like months ago.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Why are we still this passionate about it?
Because
maybe if you're
neither one of us is relenting.
Right.
Can people look? People are with us in the chat. Can people weigh in?
Obvious, you're the president of the sim.
They
always side with you.
People are not.
The only reason you say that is because you know dang well that you're gonna get like 80% of the vote on this, and it's such a stupid name. The only way you could go out for early bird special at 4 o'clock is if the place was an hour and 15-minute drive. Then yes, you could go out for early bird special at 4 o'clock. But I don't want to hear any more of this buffet BS when we're talking about early bird special.
I like that. Okay? Actually, that's pretty good. Hey, Giggle Pigs in the live chat, the dark chat. These 3 are always sunny in Philadelphia level of beautiful dysfunction. DraftKings producers, am I wrong? He says, yep, this is already an Always Sunny episode. Imagine these 3 arguing at a bar. For sure. No question. All right, listen, I know Rossi doesn't like when I do this, and it's kind of a jerky move, but I feel like we need to settle this, and the 3 of us, just the fact that we're on air right now, we just don't have the ability. So producer Michael, if I may ask you to do me a small favor, if you could locate online, I'm trying to have no bias with this.
Now you're ordering Michael around?
No. I'm asking a question. If he refuses, he refuses. That's his right. I'm not next to him forcing his hand. I'm asking if you could locate a restaurant that offers an early bird special meal, and you could call them and just say, what are your hours for the early bird special? I would love to know what an actual establishment says, as Chris Godwin almost gets in the end zone there. As opposed to us idiots. I want to know what an actual restaurant would
Here's
tell
what
you.
I'm doing. I'm going zooming out on Google Maps. I'm going to take a trip all the way down south to Florida. We're going to go to, what's a good town?
I
Jupiter.
love Florida.
I
Okay,
enjoy
hold
Jupiter,
on,
Florida.
hold
Sure, there's
on.
spring training there. I mean, I
We're
know where your
gonna-
bias
we're
comes
gonna
in.
We're going to go to, Stewart is where my grandparents sometimes go. We could go there.
Nice.
Let's go, where's
my
Jupiter?
grandparents had a place in Boca.
Okay, we're in Jupiter.
As elderly Jews do. First and goal from the 3, and that is slowed down.
All right. Let's just look at some local restaurants, shall we, Koff?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm so excited. All right, this is the first. No joke. I searched early bird on Google Maps.
Meager in the chat, by the way, says 4 p.m. is the definition of early bird special. 6
The
p.m.
first-
dinner, 2 hours leading up to.
He said 4 p.m.
That's what Meager said. 4 p.m.
Okay, well
Tom
Meager
Brady.
is off their rocker because the first 3 things that came up, you got Jetty's Waterfront Restaurant, which is it's on North Highway A1A by
Beachfront
the
Avenue?
Cupola Villas. Yeah, I know about the girls in the bikinis.
Yeah.
K Grill,
Little Rob
Juno
Van
Beach.
Winkle to the people out
Okay, K Grill and Juno Beach, and Thai Lotus are the first. They all offer early bird special because the 3 comments. Early bird special is always a bargain. This person
All I
said,
know is-
"Come for
all I-
early bird dinner." I am talking here. I have the floor. You do not have the floor. Thank you.
Fine. 4th and goal from the 17. Go ahead.
Come for early bird dinner, and Thai Lotus early bird special pricing was good.
What time, Kenny?
All of these
What
restaurants
time?
aren't even open until 5 p.m. None of them are open. They open at 5 for the early bird. So that proves my point. This place is Portobello Casina Italina, not even open until
Sounds
5
delicious.
o'clock.
Love to
None
go
of these places are open, Carl. Your only place with early bird special that's open right now is Texas Roadhouse. Is that really what you want to do? No.
Hey,
all
hey,
these places
how dare
in
you.
Florida where
How
the
dare
early
you
bird
attack
specials are that
Texas
is peak
Roadhouse,
early
which,
bird.
when I lived
These
in Texas, they
restaurants
just called
aren't
Roadhouse.
even open right now. So how can you say that the early bird specials at 4 when they're not even open? This early bird starts at 5. People probably don't get there for the early bird until 5:15. My point is proven. I don't think I have to do any more arguing on this front. We know that Adam Kaufman
What a
is
great
wrong.
week of them is just listening to these two just battle with each other.
Listen, you're going to have a lot of Kenny and I together. You
I
have
would
a lot of Kenny
appreciate
and I
you
together.
admitting that I was right and I won the argument. I
Jordan
would
Lindenbaum,
appreciate
early
that
bird
you
is
admit that.
is typically 5 to 6 p.m. I
Thank
don't
you,
even
Jordan
know any
Lindenbaum.
senior citizens who eat dinner before that. That's what Lindenbaum says. He supports you.
5 p.m. is when all these restaurants in Florida open.
Giggle Pigs, 80% of restaurants in Portland are open for early bird and happy hour. I guess I would ask you this question, and this would be me even admitting that
How
I'm
are you
wrong, and
still
I'm not
talking
ready
about
to
this?
do that
What
yet, by the
questions
way.
can you
I'm
still
not
ask?
ready to do that. Because I haven't heard from Michael, who I have to assume is working the Rolodex and the phones. He's just calling place after place after place right now. My question is, this sim is an hour or an hour 15, whatever, somewhere in that window, as all sims are. If it bleeds into 5 o'clock, if it bleeds into the happy hour, is it not still the happy hour sim? Or
No.
the early bird special, pardon me, the happy hour being at 6, the early bird special. If it bleeds into the early bird at 5 p.m., but we're still here. We're together. Is this not still the early bird special?
No, if it was a 5 p.m. sim,
those don't
maybe
exist.
it's the early bird special. And again, I will say, is the 1 o'clock is it the 1 o'clocker when you start the sim at noon, or is it the nooner?
Well, that's not a thing. Nobody refers to a 1
No,
o'clocker. That
it's
doesn't
about
exist.
the time that it starts. The nooner starts at noon. So the early bird special would have to start when early bird starts, which is 5. So you are wrong, sir.
Harry says, what color wine does Kenny like with his 4 p.m. early bird meal? Mike Bizzle, early bird menu is served Tuesday to Friday from 3:30 to 5 and Saturday from 3 to 4:30.
Where is he getting that information?
Where is this
and what
restaurant, Bizzle?
restaurant?
This is the Old Mill in Massachusetts.
Coconuts.
You just shouting out words at this point? Lamp.
I am not always right, correct?
Headphones.
Damon says
headphones, man.
Damon
Daniel,
says
mangoes.
Damon says
You know
you
what?
are not always right, Kenny. I'm
Presuming-
not always right, but I am
presuming that,
absolutely 1,000% right about this.
Safety range there, didn't get it. Presuming that Tara Lynn is all up to date on a show she loves, Ted Lasso. That was very much the coach, doctor, ceiling, floor. All right, you go. That was Tara Lynn's version of that.
Because you guys are making me lose my mind. Okay, producer Michael is now dropping in an address.
All right, yeah, Coconuts in Fort Lauderdale. Seabreeze Boulevard, happy hour, 4 to 6. Kenny,
There,
I mean,
Kenny.
listen, you,
There, Deuce.
Michael just provided us a place. 4 p.m. to 6.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's one place in America. Or
Oh, wait,
maybe 10.
wait. This does not help me, but I'm going to point it out to be fair. Michael, that's happy hour. We're talking about the
Oh.
early bird special.
Yeah, happy hour is 4 to 6.
Yeah, we got to drill down on the early bird special. Happy hour, we have,
He's
obviously
gonna check again,
6
okay?
p.m. sim.
I don't even want to talk about this. I already won the argument. Why are we still talking?
Mad.
Because if we can find a place, which Bizzle already did.
Yeah.
Alana
A
says,
place, yeah. That's like
Krusty Krab's
saying you
early
could
bird
probably
dinner
find a place
starts
that
at 4.
does that calls it, 1 p.m. when it's noon.
If we find a place, then you automatically cannot be 1,000% right.
No, I can't.
Nor wrong if you found exceptions.
They're
which is fine.
defying they're defying the rules of the early bird special.
Don't go all into that, I'm right, everybody else is wrong thing.
No, I'm not saying everyone else is wrong. I'm saying you're wrong. You
But
are
you're
wrong.
saying that these places that offer a 4 p.m. early bird special are wrong.
Looking
They are
it up
incorrect.
online as
Well, this is what I'm saying. You can't do it. Yeah, Meeker says, Kenny, it only takes one counterexample to prove you wrong, and we provided several.
Kenny, I have to agree.
Maybe I'm 99.8% right then. Still pretty close
And he's
to
got
100.
99 problems, but the early bird time ain't one.
8-1. Put that on a shirt. Get that out there. Well, I'm glad that
Alana,
we
a single counterexample is all you need to disprove a statement. It's true. I mean, that's just how arguing works.
I'm glad that we really got to the bottom of this debate. I'm glad.
Speaking
that
of
it's
shirts,
all-
huh? How about this group?
Honestly,
Hey,
I
another
like
word
it. You're
for you,
adding more
churros.
color to your wardrobe.
Thank
It's
you.
Great.
Kenny Powers for you.
Wow.
I know.
Not
I
Juicy
can't do
Powers.
this early bird special.
Yeah, I've been.
So we're not going to give up on the early bird special, apparently.
No. Mm-mm.
Here we go. I searched on Google early bird special time, often called the early bird special. 5
Yes.
p.m. dinner reservations have become the new normal for many.
Right.
Okay.
Wow. Geriatrics. Okay.
Don't attack the elderly. I mean, what is that? And that's not even like you calling me old.
This
and
article,
you-
this
like-
article on the New York Post from a month ago says
Yep.
it's 6 o'clock.
Well, that's just ridiculous. Dinner is at 6
I will
o'clock.
also ask again,
Yeah, that's
if these
dinner.
restaurants don't even open
I mean, is
until
that- is
5
that the
p.m.,
early
how
bird,
can you
like,
say
in
the early bird
Miami?
special is any time earlier than 5?
Bizzle's just given us more and more examples. Michael says that restaurant in Fort Lauderdale that he found also early bird special starts at 4 p.m. So, I mean, listen, there's just no way that Kenny can sit there and say that he's all the way right on this issue.
Well, he did back down. He said 99.8%.
Which is
The problem with
essentially
gaming
100%.
conflicts like the enemy coach to Keanu Reeves in Hardball. Not bad. I like that. Tara Lynn's phone charger. I want you to act like Kenny Powers in that jersey. I would not be invited back for the next sim if I started using that Danny McBride language. 3-0 Tampa here in this one. We haven't even given you lineups. For that matter, I don't even know who made one.
I didn't make one because of your stupid contest name.
I hated your contest name too, so I was like, "There's no way I'm making a lineup." He made that as the name.
Well, I'll tell you what, folks. I made one, and I'm going to give it to you because it stinks and you can all laugh at it. I'm 108 out of 121 right now. Russell Wilson, captain, 23% in that slot, 89% owned. I've got him there. Mike Evans, Greg Olson, Tyler Lockett, Scotty Miller, Scotty doesn't know, and Carlos Hyde. Hi, Joe kids. Hi, Joe wife. A minute into this second quarter here, just 3-0 right now. So you're going to have a lot of Kenny and I together here today. So this is, you're just sort of getting the appetizer. You'll notice there's a lot going on in the NFL today that we've not touched on deliberately, to be honest with you, because Kenny and I, right after this, immediately after this sim, are together for the slate where we will be discussing all NFL, no happy hour, early bird special times anywhere. And so that is coming up for you at 5:15, depends obviously on the time that this sim ends, but stick around for that. And then Kenny will be back for the next sim coming up at 6 o'clock, joining me, and we will have not Tara Lynn, but Christian DeAndrea for that. So
Come on, man, why am I getting replaced?
Oh boy, you know, I'm just letting you know right now.
take it up with Drew. I don't make the schedule.
If I did make a lineup, I would have had the Seahawks defense in my captain spot, and I would have been very upset at those 2 forced fumbles not being recovered.
Understandable.
Yeah, I understand it.
That was like Pepper Brooks and Dodgeball when they're having the little back and forth. And, you know, unbelievable. I don't believe it. That was the same thing right there with UTL. It was understandable.
PA.
I understand it.
Tasek.
Alana says the early bird special better serve a soup du jour and a liter of cola. Sorry, did you just say liter of cola?
A liter of Coca-Cola? What's you guys' favorite soda?
Coke.
Mine's ginger ale.
Yeah?
Yeah, I love ginger ale. Oh my God, I love it. I was so upset yesterday because I went on a long walk with my friend. You know, just here in the city, just getting out there, feeling the earth, feeling the good vibes.
Yeah, you just got to get your legs moving. I get it.
Yeah, get a little glow.
I actually would say cream soda.
Dude, I'm telling a story.
You know what? I'm going to take back Coke.
Creams? No, I'm talking about cream soda, greater than symbol root beer, greater than symbol ginger ale. All 3 great sodas. Cream soda better than root beer, better than ginger ale.
I'm not fully committed to Coke.
I am. I'm saying that out of the non-traditional colas like that, talking about ginger ale, I would say cream soda, then root beer, then ginger ale.
So you're taking a walk, DL.
Why do you act like I'm not here, Kenny?
I'm responding to what you said.
Yeah, he had a very deliberate thought process about it, and shame on you for not letting that play out fully. He was weighing all the pros and cons in his head. It took him a moment to get there. He started with Coke, all reliable. You know, there have been many an advertisement made about the beverage.
Coke is my answer.
Dude,
AM.
you cut me
Well,
off.
then how the heck
with
did
my
we get to
awesome
cream
story.
soda?
AA. I said that cream soda is better than ginger ale, and root beer is as well. out of the non-traditional sodas.
So wait, this is actually even better than I thought. So we just took enjoyment out of you just interrupting, Tara Lynn's story because we thought you were changing your answer. When in
by
reality,
the way, you know who's interrupting Carolyn's story?
No.
You are interrupting it. Because
When
I
in
just
reality,
butted with a simple comment, and now it's become a whole thing. I wanted to hear the end of the story.
you were interrupting because you decided that there was a better beverage than her favorite. Like her favorite was wrong.
That's right.
Like, literally, he does that all the time.
Yeah, my favorite soda is ginger ale. I love ginger ale. You know what's better?
Yeah.
Green soda.
I'll be like, I really love cheeseburger. He's like, you know what? Let me tell you something about a turkey sandwich, though, because
I think McDonald's has the best fries. Well,
So
clearly
you wanted to
have
just
never
bring
been to
up
Red Robin.
You wanted to just talk about favorite sodas, and then no one was supposed to have any thoughts on the favorites. We're just going to move on. My favorite's Coke. My favorite's Pepsi. My favorite's Sprite. Next subject. That was what you wanted to do. You didn't want to discuss the sodas.
Why? I mean, there was a story that we were partway through that was theoretically
Right,
taking
and then
us
you
somewhere
interrupted it
related
by
to Grail.
you magnified my comment instead of just
I did.
letting it go. Just let it go into the ether.
I
Tara Lynn,
can't.
Continue. I'm taking over this broadcast. Continue your story, Tara Lynn.
you know what, Kenny? I can't continue the story because
Yeah, you
I'm
can. I'm
slightly
giving you the
reactive
floor right
too.
now. I'm in
I was
control. I'm
walking
letting
around
you
the
do it.
streets earlier today for 45 minutes trying to find my car. So you think that I can remember a story that I was totally into literally 3 minutes ago? No.
Tara Lynn,
That
Tara
was
Lynn.
my story.
Well,
Tara Lynn,
I have saved you time.
Wait,
'cause
no,
I
wait,
gave you-
let me.
I gave you the trick of staying in your car so you don't have to move it, right?
Tara Lynn,
That's
let
a
me
pro
help you
tip.
get your thought
Kenny,
process.
I have to leave the car.
Wait, let me help you get your thought process back. You ready? Here's where you were. My friend and I were taking a walk. Go on.
No, but I was really like detailed. I had like a lot of chutzpah behind it. I don't know. I was taking a walk and then I went back to her house and she was like, "Hey, I have a ginger ale for you. Do you want it?" And I was like, "Oh my God, yes." And I was so excited and I took a huge gulp and I literally immediately spit it out into the sink because it was 0 sugar ginger
no.
ale. Like, I like the real stuff.
Yeah, got to get the real stuff.
Yeah, so
That's-
I was basically it's like how Kenny just went and cut me off. Like, that was my reaction. Like, I wish I could just like spit out ginger ale right now because he just
You're wasting your favorite soda, man.
well, it would be 0 sugar.
You'd be wasting it. It'd be your favorite soda, and you put it in your mouth, you spit it out. It's a waste.
What I don't understand is why someone, and to each their own, I'm not going to tell you what to do, like Kenny over here, but why would someone drink soda in the first place that doesn't have sugar? Isn't the sugar really kind of the point? I mean, I know that you
Sort of like
dodge
wean
the-
yourself off of soda.
I mean, is that what it is? Is that like, I'm a huge soda drinker. I still want to drink soda, but I don't want all that comes with soda. So I'm going to have soda without sugar or without caffeine or what. Like, I gravitate to soda because I need the sugar. I want the sugar. I crave the sugar. Give me the sugar. That's what I want.
Sounds like you really want sugar, Cough.
Pour some sugar on me, Kenny. That's what I want. I want the sugar. I love soda. I love many a soda. I love almost all the sodas.
All right, what soda is
It
your
would be
favorite?
it would be difficult for me to even choose a favorite.
What's your
my
favorite,
God,
Colin?
come on, just pick one.
Don't. That's such a cheap cop out there.
Are you telling me you're never in the mood for a particular drink? Like you may love Pepsi, but sometimes you want a Sprite.
No,
You
just
may
tell us
enjoy
what your
Coke,
favorite
but
soda
occasionally
is,
you
dude.
want- I don't know that I have a favorite.
Going into that.
I guess I'll go Sprite, but I could just. I mean, you
All right,
asked me
Sprite
tomorrow.
is it. Yeah,
you asked me
obviously
tomorrow.
we're
I
not
might say
saying you have-
Pepsi. I might say Mountain Dew.
We're not saying you have to drink the same soda every day. I'm just asking what your favorite is. If you're in a room today and you have it's one of those big gas station, refrigerated rooms where they keep, the stock room where every single drink you could have any drink in
Any
there.
of them.
They've got everything. They've got Coke. They've got vanilla Coke, cherry Coke. They've got
so many
Pepsi.
options.
They've got
Wow.
Mountain Dew. They've
Yep.
got all the variations of
Yeah, all,
Coke.
all,
They have-
all the zeros and the blasts and
They
the
have
blazes and the whatever.
Schweppes ginger ale. They have Canada Dry ginger
Oh,
ale.
that's a good debate
They
right
have
there, actually.
everything. Barg's root beer. What
I
are
think
you?
Barq's.
7-Up, Sprite, Mellow Yellow,
Wow.
Mountain Dew. What are you
7-Up?
drinking? What is your favorite?
Hard to find the 7-Up.
They still
Yeah,
make
do
it.
they even like where do
They
you
still
even
make
get
it. Yep, they
7-Up?
still make
Do
it.
they still make it?
It's like Sobe. They still make Sobe too, but you can't find them anymore.
You know what I'd probably grab, Kenny? I'd probably grab a Mountain Dew. And
There you
here's
go.
why.
That's your favorite soda.
No, but here's why. I know that it's bad for you. Like among all the sodas, Mountain Dew is probably the worst for you.
Yeah.
And so
Oh my
I very rarely have it. I never buy it. And so I crave it most because I don't let myself
What about
indulge.
what about Dr. Pepper?
What is he a doctor of?
Wait, how is
Pepper.
how is
The
Mountain Dew
Dr.
any worse?
Pepper.
How is Mountain Dew any worse for you than all the other sodas we're talking about?
Oh, there are studies. It's like outlawed in some countries, legitimately.
So that's your favorite soda then?
I don't know.
If there were no health risks involved with any of these sodas, they didn't make you any fatter, you'd do Mountain Dew. You do the Dew.
You do the do, Kenny.
I guess
you do.
maybe I'd do the Dew.
All right, I think that's your favorite. I think we figured out that that's your favorite soda.
Well,
Way to live.
You mentioned
Well,
you used the
glad
word
I
crave. You
figured that
crave
out.
Mountain Dew.
Sometimes I do. Yeah, I might have one next sim. I can go out.
I think I should go. I think we should go out before the slate, and we should get Mountain Dew, and we should drink it together on the air.
Let's go out before the slate.
Mountain Dew.
It's 3 seconds after the sim ends, but let's go out.
I think we should do that.
Hit the corner store.
I think so. That would be nice.
How about this from Alana? My favorite soda is these sims because they are so damn good. So damn good. You like that?
Slapnuts wants us to call it pop.
Did you just give somebody in the chat a nickname, or is that their?
No,
user-
that's actually what he's called. Slapnuts.
Okay.
He wants us to call it pop. There's no way I'm calling soda.
No, that's a
Pop.
Midwest thing. So Slapnuts, you
Yeah,
must.
that's
be
that's
Midwest.
like
I'm
saying
not
the
doing
early
that.
bird special starts at 4.
Michael says, and he looked this up apparently. The top 5 unhealthiest sodas. I'm assuming this is 5 to 1 or 1 to 5. It doesn't matter. They're all bad for you. Sierra Mist Cranberry Splash, Wild Cherry
Sierra
Pepsi.
Mist. They don't make that anymore.
Well, maybe I think we've discovered why. It is the unhealthiest soda that you can have. Fanta
Oh,
Orange.
Fanta.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this now. Yeah.
Mountain Dew and Mountain Yellow.
We can't do this. This is according to carwash.com. Why are we listening to carwash.com?
Zach says, really?
Let's find a
Soda
better
Talk? Is this a
source.
podcast?
How about livestrong.com? Can we do that?
I mean, if you want.
Well, that's not. It doesn't have brands.
Zach
It
says,
just
now I know
has-
why y'all are getting replaced by sim commentary. Well, Zach, as it turns out, we're
Oh,
not.
Okay. How about the Daily Meal?
There's no commentary whatsoever. You will come September 1st. For anyone that missed this, not to be the bearer of bad news if you haven't heard this, but come September 1st, the commentary is gone. No us, no Madden commentary
No
either.
me.
So,
Dang.
and anyone that has heard,
You got it.
get ready for Brandon Godden. That's not a thing. There's no commentary on the Sims. The Sims will continue 1 week from today. We will not be here for them, but there will be no commentary. Just so you're aware. It's important that you know. So enjoy the soda talk while it's here, folks.
Okay. Sierra Mist Cranberry Splash, number 5. Number 4 is Pepsi Wild Cherry. Number 3 is Orange Fanta. Number 2 is Mountain Dew. And number 1 is Mellow Yellow.
Mellow.
Sounds like
I've
we
never
need to get
tried
some
a
Mountain
Mellow
Dew.
Yellow.
Had it a few times, I think.
I am 113 out of 121. Smunderwood is in front.
Smunderwood?
5
Someone
points.
brought up Mountain Dew Code Red. You ever have that cough?
Never. I'm not really one for the soda variations. Like, I don't drink diet soda. The only diet soda I can even tolerate is root beer. Diet root beer,
Well,
I
we
can
know
handle.
we know that you are very against zero sugar sodas. You already went through this.
Not doing any of the zeros, not doing any of the blasts like you said, or code reds or any of that. Nope. Just give me a regular Sprite, Mountain Dew, Pepsi, Coke, ginger ale.
Bartender, give me a regular Sprite.
It's a regular Sprite.
Please, just a regular Sprite. I beg of you. I've had a long day. The kids are crying. They're screaming at home. I had to get out of there. Just lay a cold, refreshing Sprite right on me right now.
Just, you know what though?
The Red Sox are going to be in last place. My kids are yelling. They're crying.
They've won 3 out of 4. You, the Coke fan, Tara Lynn, the ginger ale fan, we can all relate to this. Me, the overall soda fan, apparently. There is nothing, just nothing that hits the spot quite like a nice bubbling cold soda when you need it.
What's more refreshing though, a Coke or a Sprite? I think a Coke.
I would say a Coke.
Say Sprite.
We're all on Team Coke versus Pepsi here, right? That's.
I'm not.
You swing both ways, Koff. You go both
do.
Pepsi and Coke.
I'm what's bisexual or whatever it would be for soda. I don't. But yeah, I do.
That's like betrayal. You can't do that.
That's why they didn't put me in the Coke versus Pepsi commercials.
That's like switch hitting in baseball. There's like five different guys that do it, and that's it.
You're allowed to do
a
it.
Lost art. You can't.
No, Lana, give me 2 fingers of Sprite.
Not allowed to do that. You got to pick one. That is so classic Kaufman that you wouldn't pick Coke or Pepsi.
No,
some days I'm a Pepsi guy.
I'll pick the individual drinks. I'll take Pepsi over Coke, but I'm not going to swear to Pepsi products over Coke products.
All right, that is what people do, swear to one product, but that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you just simply, as a guy who's not into the variations, do you grab a bottle of Coke or a bottle of Pepsi? So you're a Pepsi guy. Okay. It's not like you're a Nike loyalist, who only wears Nike products. I'm just saying
I'm kind of a Nike loyalist.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't saying like you had to be loyal to every single soda that Pepsi puts out. I was just asking, what do you think about it?
Daniel, our technical director, says it's like wearing a Nike shirt, Adidas shorts, which he says is him right now, by the way. Yeah, why can't I just be open-minded and inclusive and say, hey, the more the merrier. Give me all your brands. I don't want a refrigerator that just has Sprite or just has Coke. I want variety. Give me a variety. That's why variety packs exist in the first place. You want 1 bag of chips, Kenny? Whatever kind of chip it is? Or do you want one of those...
Well,
one big bag of chips?
Why don't we talk about chips now?
Well, wait. Do you want like the one big bag of chips, like a family-sized bag of chips, or do you want one of those like 24 packs of 6 different kinds of smaller bags of stuff? Because that's what I'm looking for. Variety. I don't need all of one thing. TL still here?
No, I decided to just zone out.
Didn't I give you a good pro tip, TL?
Do you guys have the same? Do you guys have the same microphone?
No, I have a better one.
No, we do not.
I have a better microphone.
He has a very nice microphone.
Yeah, yours looks really nice. Wait, yours is better than Kaufman's?
I don't know.
Mine's a little fancier than Kaufman's.
This is mine. I mean, you can see it.
Trey Day said, I eat dill pickle flavored chips. I mean, dill pickle is delicious.
Oh,
I have dill pickle flavored sunflower seeds all the time.
Pickles for days. If you are anti-pickle, it's just not. There are plenty of odd food takes that I have, so I can't attack anyone's food takes. I can simply say, if you are anti-pickle, that is not a food take that I support.
I agree. I totally agree with you.
How about that? Took till the 3rd quarter, folks, but Kenny and I fully on the same page on pickles. Now, what type?
Finally.
Now, what type of pickle? That's what I want to know. Me, sour, please.
There he is.
I wanted to really let the silence breathe there for a second.
Yeah, I just
Silence
needed
is
a
rare
moment.
when I'm on the broadcast.
Dr. Will's wife, Heather, is in the chat. And, of course, always thinking of Dr. Will. Someone sent a lot of flowers to Will, and the card was nice. Thanks to whoever sent them, she writes in the chat.
Oh, that's
Yes,
lovely.
incredibly nice gesture. That was one of
very
you out there
nice.
listening.
Sending you all the thoughts and prayers, Heather.
Yeah, it's a tough one. We're heartbroken here.
Yeah.
I mentioned to Heather, and we talked about this, those of us that were on the, well, it was this sim, the 4 p.m. sim yesterday. We talked a lot about Will and Heather, and I told Heather, you know, in brief, privately in a DM on Twitter that, you know, obviously what Will meant to all of us, and that us, the commentators, we, in our circle, our DM thread, which is sometimes mean and long and nasty and downright pretty funny, we spent some time swapping Will's stories and memories, and yeah, just one of many around here as we have a touchdown that has brought us together, no doubt about it. Mike Evans with the score, and it's about to be 13-0 Tampa.
I could not stand that we couldn't get an email thread started. I'm so glad that we did.
Emerson said he's going to go back to using the Twitter thread instead.
That's fine. We can. I think that I never said I'm against having a Twitter thread for our league. I think it's great. I love that people want to talk and you know, talk smack and be involved in the league. I think that is what makes a fantasy football league great. What I was saying, that what happened there? Did they just? Oh, that was a 2-point conversion.
Yeah,
why'd they go for 2 there?
Make it a 2-touchdown game.
Oh, okay. I thought he got in at first. Anyway, no. So I think that is fantastic. My whole thing was to let the Sim fam know, because they really care, that we had, you know, Tommy Popsicles is trying to coordinate the draft, and he's trying to coordinate, you know, what we're going to be playing for and what time the draft works, and like, you know, all this stuff. And all of it was buried because we had so many dang messages that were going back and forth. The chat was so poppin', and it's a Twitter DM thread. So there's no way to pin, you know, there's no way to pin important messages. There's no way to, you know, differentiate what's an important message versus what's a normal message. So that's why I was like, let's just do an email chain with the, you know, with the info. I wasn't saying turn our DM chain into the email chain and let's talk smack on a one long email thread. You know, I was just saying, let's just use it for the important league communications. And he did that, and I'm very grateful.
No, and I agree. I said the same thing to Tommy when we worked together last night. I said I'm all for Kenny's thought of having an email, you know, home for the pertinent info, for the, like, when's the draft, you know, what's the scoring, what's the payout structure, what's the buy-in, like, when, you know, give me the links I need, put all the important stuff in one spot. That's great. Do that over email. As long as we continue to, you know, be jerks and dink around in DM on Twitter, because that would get annoying over email. Twitter, it's fine. You come back to X number of notifications. Email, you don't want to come back to a 100 email thread. Nobody needs that in their lives. Ashley Edwards says 60.39 points. Koff, look for me at the top. Hide. Want to read this from Dr. Will's wife. Says, that wonderful, generous gift, obviously, sent to his office. Card said, from the DK Sim fam, you will be missed, and your generosity was felt nationwide. Go Bears. She adds, over 4 dozen different colored roses just popped in to say thank you. That's incredible. So whomever out there sent that. And to say also, you know, just the selflessness on your part to say it was from the entire DK Sim fam as opposed to, you know, you specifically. Very kind, very thoughtful, and thank you. Again, 12-0 late third quarter. TL, Kenny, the Duck Man.
We're here.
Right, Duck Man is here.
Duck Man, quackity quack quack.
Got Zach and Kyle
Quack,
and
quack,
Ops.
baby, quack, quack.
Again, the slate coming your way next. All NFL talk, for anyone asking. We will not be doing baseball or anything like that. It is strictly NFL talk on this particular edition of the slate, which comes your way after the sim. Might even be before 5 o'clock at this rate.
Yeah, maybe they'll even talk about more sodas.
Nope, can't do that. Not on that program. But we can revert back to it when Kenny, Christian, and I are together for the 6 p.m. sim. Colts and Saints. That's the happy hour sim. Get your lineups in. I am actually looking forward to talking a lot of football with Kenny coming up on the slate because there is a lot that has happened today in the NFL world.
What are some of the headlines? I noticed that I saw the Drew Lock one. I can talk about that for 30 minutes.
For sure. I mean, you got Teddy Bridgewater being QB1 now in Denver, obviously, and this is not a surprise by any stretch, but haven't been official yet. Trevor Lawrence is the guy in Jacksonville. Mac Jones had a real big day to potentially put him ahead of Cam Newton in that battle in New England. The Sony Michel trade from the Pats to the Rams. So,
that was this morning. Yeah.
To talk about the fantasy analysis there on the part of running backs for both New England and LA. There are, other things that have happened as well. That's just off the top of my head. Andy Dalton, I believe, has been officially announced as the Week 1 starter, contrary to what Kenny was telling us for weeks. So we can talk about that. And
right. Well,
what a huge mistake Kenny believes
Justin
that
Fields is starting the final preseason game, but somehow he's not starting Week 1. It doesn't make any sense.
Take it up with Nagy.
Weird. I don't understand why. I mean,
you have his email.
He's going to be starting for probably one game.
Only for one game.
I mean, I
think he's really going to blow it.
Well, or just, why not have Dalton get the, crap kicked out of him by Aaron Donald and the Rams and not subject Fields to that and then get him out there for week 2. Fournette, 8 for 50, fumbled. Wilson fumbled, 3 for 20. Not a ton going on the ground through 3 or in this game for that matter. Receivers, Godwin is in the bonus, though. 5 for 110, a touchdown for Evans, 3 for 26, 5 for 34. Lockett. Gronk, 5 for 55 as well. Dr. Will's wife, Heather, says also next spring, myself and a colleague are going to do a charity golf scramble in the Boston area. All money goes toward cancer research. So we're doing it in his honor if anybody wants info. So make sure you reach out and inquire. The generosity of that family. I mean, I talked a lot about it yesterday. I mean,
very inspiring, Heather.
She was telling me upwards of $150,000 raised by Will and a colleague of his for cancer and COVID-related research. Just
yeah, that's been a goal of mine to get more involved in charity work. It's really inspiring when I see other people do it. So Heather, shout out to you. That's been been jotting that down, my little goals for the rest of the year, because it's just amazing.
Fourth quarter cough.
We're here.
Already.
We're here. Time flies.
That was quick, and it was just like a lot of arguing.
Makes it more fun, more interesting.
Yeah. Time flies when you're having fun. So, Ducey, you were just in Massachusetts, and you didn't get to see Kaufman?
Not only didn't get to see, didn't attempt to see, wasn't interested.
You were not in the Cape.
I wasn't. But
So how am I supposed to see you?
You didn't ask me if I wanted to come to the Cape to see.
I was there for a day and a half.
Well, that's just way too quick a trip.
Maybe 2 days. Like half a day, one whole. Well, I was actually there for like 2 days. Maybe 2.5.
Did you have fun? Did you have a good time?
Yeah, I did. I love going to Beachcomber. I was there. Right. That tuna.
Beachcomber is so much fun. It's the best. But I have to say, if I had kids, young kids, they're never seeing the Beachcomber. I will never take my kids there. Just hiking up and down that mountain of the sound, like
especially with like a big cooler.
Sandhill.
We got
and
a giant.
So
cooler.
hot. Yeah, cooler. I always feel bad for the boyfriends and the dads that are lugging up the cooler. Gotta lug it down. It's such a workout going up the Beachcomber Hill. I have to take breaks. I'm like, this is it. This is how I fall over and I die at the Beachcomber.
If you fell off the hill though, it would be actually, I've thought about it before. It'd be kind of fun. You would not die. You just like roll down there. It'd be really fun. Actually.
Kenny, it's a steep hill.
Yeah, but it's all sand, you know?
You don't know that. There could be a crazy knife rock in there.
A knife rock?
There could be a knife rock as you're rolling down the hill.
It's worth hiking
Knife
up
rock.
though. It's worth hiking up though for the pina coladas and the tuna, I would say.
True. Do like a nice pina.
I dream about that seared tuna all year until I end up going to the Beachcomber. And
Coffee,
steamers.
Have you
Steamers are
been
very
there?
good,
Don't
too.
take your kids there.
I've not been.
Yeah, don't.
The steamers are good. I
Go
like
without the
mussels,
kids.
but I've been told not to order the mussels there. I've been told it's like sacrilegious to order the mussels, so I have not done it. But I do like mussels. The problem with like steamers and mussels for me is I'm not a huge seafood guy, so I can only eat like a certain amount before I'm like, all right, I'm kind of done with this. You know, like I can't eat a whole plate of steamers. Touchdown.
We got a score, folks. Greg Olson. That'll trim the deficit. Should be 12-7 in a matter of moments. Early fourth quarter still, so plenty of time for Seattle to come back and win this thing. That'll help some lineups. Maybe CK45. No, gonna fall. Smunderwood is gonna jump in front right now. Heather adds, by the way, to take a page out of my husband's playbook. Kaufman, we will have pizza waiting for you at the golf tourney. God bless you guys. By all means, Heather, in all seriousness, obviously, once all the information is out there, do send it along. And though,
Yes, please.
the Sims will live on without the commentating, I'm sure many of us commentators, especially those in the Boston area, would love to come out. Even if I won't eat the pizza.
Well, if you're eating pizza from anywhere other than New York, or Chicago, you're doing it wrong. Look, I've had Chicago pizza. It was amazing.
The old deep dish?
The thing about Chicago pizza, okay, is that it's not really pizza. It's hard to call Chicago style pizza because it's like a casserole. It is bread and cheese with sauce on top. It is delicious. I loved eating it, but it's just not really pizza. It's like getting, cheesy bread and dipping it in marinara, but instead of dipping it, pouring the marinara all over the cheesy bread. It's a very different experience. So it's hard for me to say that's the same food as like what you eat in New York.
Sure.
But anyway, if you're not having pizza in either of those two cities, it's not worth having pizza.
Problem to get gaming. Come on, Coffee, eat some pizza and have a Mountain Dew.
There's a few spots in Connecticut that I grew up in Connecticut.
Oh,
I've had
isn't
some
there
good pizza in
really
Connecticut.
famous- Isn't it like Frank Pepe's or something?
Yup. And there's a few places near where I grew up that I actually think have really good pizza. I don't think that it's I really am not, despite what I said, I'm not one of those people that's like, well, you can't find good pizza anywhere. I just think the chances of you finding good pizza, there's a lot of trial and error involved finding good pizza elsewhere. Also the Northeast. And it's like there's the Northeast and then there, like the tri-state area, there's good pizza. And then I feel like after you leave this area, it gets really bad.
Dean Murray says, oh my God, I can't believe this, but I 100% agree with Kenny.
I can't
Heather
believe
adds
it either.
also, Heather says, Kenny, we are Chicago born and raised. It is still pizza, sir. Giordano's is the best.
It's not really pizza, but that's fine. That's like saying, New England clam chowder and Manhattan clam chowder are the same thing. They're two completely different soups. Somehow they're both clam chowder. I don't understand it. But yeah, I would just say that Chicago pizza, very good. That's all I'll say. It's very good. I don't think it's pizza, but it's good.
Look, regionally, food can obviously differ place to place within the states or beyond. I mean, it's like, like I talk about Chinese food all the time. If I order Chinese food, I'm probably not getting the same food that I would get if I, was in China.
Double Dragon. Speaking of the Comer,
very different meal.
Made a pilgrimage to Double Dragon when I was up there in the Cape. Oh, amazing.
The old video game for Nintendo?
No. That's some good Chinese food, man.
Daniel says in China, Chinese food is just food. Well, it's like I said earlier when we were all talking over each other, like when I lived in Texas, we'd go to Texas Roadhouse, but there they just call it Roadhouse.
The only place where you can find a early bird special before 5.
Daniel says, and we've come full circle.
I always have to.
Mike Bissell is still sending us restaurants with early bird hours. Caputo's in Connecticut, Thursday to Saturday, 4 to 5:30. Boy, that's basically a sim.
You're cherry picking a few restaurants, and they're like, "Oh."
I'm just reading some. Look, it only as everyone said earlier, it only takes one.
That's like saying LeBron James isn't good, and you pick out like 5 bad games that he had in his career, and you're like, see, he's not good. I told you, you're wrong.
What universe is that the same thing?
It is, because I think 95% of all restaurants probably.
Yeah, Daniel says that's
early
a bad
bird.
analogy. Bad analogy. Insane.
And it's like the few that don't.
A better analogy would be like the sky is blue. Well, sometimes it's gray. Calling LeBron a bad player.
You basically are. You're saying that the early bird special doesn't start at 5 when it's like that's like saying.
I'm saying it by no means universal.
How did we
starts
end
at
up
5.
back here?
You can tell how we,
I'm going to
how we
suffer
both
from
feel about it, though.
PTSD from just the words. Like when people now are like, "Oh, the early bird," I'm going to start to twitch.
Yeah, thank you, because it's a dumb. Bringing up the early birds. First of all, I guarantee you, Terrell, you're never going to have to talk about the early bird special until you're old enough to finally go to the early bird special.
Scotty Miller may not
never
know
going to come up
this
again.
question, but he knows how to
Kaufman
score a touchdown.
is married and has children and is subjecting us to his life where he has to go get the early bird special, and that's why
we don't go out to
it's
dinner at
entered
4 o'clock.
Simland.
Maybe 5 though. Listen, the kids are much happier if they've eaten by 6:30. You don't want anyone that has kids, young kids. You don't want to go to a restaurant at like 7:30 with your children. Nope. Get them fed before that. Executive session says TL has definitely tapped out.
I think I've lost my mind. I think I've lost it.
Hey, smash that like button, folks. I don't think I've mentioned that
Daniel's
yet.
comment, and we've come full circle.
Calm down, Glash. I read that
just
already.
Read that like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, jeez. I'm Glash now. It's a problem.
Dr.
Oh,
Wood.
well, you didn't read this from
Andy,
David.
good to see you made it to work today. You must have caught the early bird sim.
People want you to let it go, Kenny.
Let it go. Let it go. Captain Blood's in front. Rimrods and Matty N773 right behind. Smunderwood has fallen into 4th. I am 85th, which is bad. Just past the 2-minute warning. 19-7 game. Russ on the run. Slides, keeps the football. 4 for 27. Just want to see how it felt to call a play.
How did it feel?
Kenneth, Zach, Kyle, Daniel, Mike. Felt great. Rejuvenating. First of 3 sims for me today. Did 3 yesterday. Tomorrow, 4. Yeah. You guys better Get comfy.
Honestly, I love complaining about you guys and making fun of you and saying this is the worst thing for them to ever do to me. But
However,
I really like our dynamic for some reason, us three. I feel like just really moves and grooves.
I enjoy it.
It does. You know why? It's because I'm standing up for your name, Carolyn. I think there's always that underlying respect.
Always comes back to Kenny.
You want to know why you have fun, Carolyn?
Yeah.
Because I'm here standing up for you.
That's right. This joker doesn't want to
parents-given
call
name.
you by your real name.
Lana says early dinner for the kids, early bedtime, mom and dad, Netflix time. Dr. Will's wife, Heather. Flashcoff TL, captain for DK Scramble team.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, I'll just put this
Late
out there.
touchdown,
How
Paul.
about that? Who needed DK Metcalf? Who needed DraftKings Metcalf for a score? You guys don't. I mean, I'll be there. I'll be around. I'll hang out. You know, you don't want me playing. Although a scramble, maybe I can handle. If we were playing and it were like anyone actually had to rely on my ability to play golf, nobody wants me on their team. You do not want to rely on that.
Just got a new wedge today.
I play like best ball because I'll have like one good shot on the day. Then maybe
That's called a scramble.
that's what I'm saying. That's the scenario. This is the setting. Although I still think I'd bring down Tasic and Glash over here.
Yeah, I want to let you guys know that I have a new venture. Me and Tom are going to open up a restaurant, and its name is going to be Flappy Duck.
The Flappy Duck.
No, it's Flappy Dunk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it'll be like,
Different.
it'll just be wild and crazy. But yeah, we
Sounds like
will
it would be.
definitely have. Daniel's right. Daniel's dropping some knowledge about Flappy Dunk. We'll let you in on this. It's breaking news. We will have a 4 p.m. early bird special.
I like that.
Does Juicy?
This Tuesday can't come here fast enough. I will miss a lot about these Sims. I'll miss working with you guys.
Yeah, I am gonna miss you guys.
No, it was a fun way to spend several months, really.
Several months, yeah.
I had a great time hanging out with.
You're saying the time has come.
Pretty much. You know, there's a lot of. I mean, it was had a lot of fun times here, but you know, there's a few things that I won't miss. One of them is your titles for these broadcasts and your erroneous nicknames, calling Carolyn TL.
Yeah.
Seriously. Crazy.
I'm right there. I'm at the top of the hit list here for Mr. Ducey.
Yep.
And I won't miss Congo Cab at all. Or Must Be High. And that's pretty much it.
Reach out to Kenny on Twitter if you'd like.
Yeah, Kenny has a Twitter.
Can always reach out to me on Twitter. I usually answer. I will miss Tom Brady Cheats Always. What a great name that is.
Damn it.
I think I'll miss everyone. Like even like Obi-Wan.
Obviously, I'll miss you. I
Just
just miss your bad names for content. That's all.
I just mean like I think even the people who I don't necessarily enjoy every day, and I'm talking about like the Obi-Wans of the world. I think I will still miss everybody. Like like there will come a time.
I'm not gonna miss Fidelis. I don't.
There'll come a time after a week or two that I'll be like, man, I'd like to have a
Fidelis
little
really
Obi-Wan
grinds
in
my
life
gears.
right now.
I think those are the only people that I won't miss. I'm gonna miss everyone else. Brian C, Dr. Will's life, even though she called me a whatever, negative Nancy.
Don't be a Karen.
Not gonna
Tom
miss
Brady
Fidelis.
Cheats Always, obviously. Obi-Wan, big spot in my heart. Yeah, Must Be High. I'm not gonna miss you at all. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Sorry.
No.
Sorry, not sorry.
Honestly, the Congo Cab thing too. I think I am gonna miss Congo Cab. It is really. There's no vitriol there, but there's probably a little bit of vitriol with Must Be High. I don't think there's any redeeming qualities to Must Be High. So I probably won't miss him.
We'll give you some numbers, some final thoughts, get into some football
again.
talk with the slate as we have hit 5 o'clock, which is the start in some places of the early bird special.
That is right. Of most places, not some, most.
Yeah. Leet
I'll
Largo
give you
says, you guys
some
kept me
for
entertained
4.
while teleworking the early days, while being in the office when it's dead. I'll catch you when commentating returns. Well, I should add if it returns, but hopefully, that'd be great. That would be great, obviously. And Terrellin's phone charger says, I respect the honesty. Yeah. Daniel says, not only have we come full circle, we are now going in circles. No doubt about it. 1914, the Tampa Bay Gronkateers, winners today at their virtual home. So Tom Brady is going to be, or at least projects to be, barring any stat adjustments, in the captain spot of the winning lineup. 96 passing, 2 touchdowns. Wilson 189, a couple of scores for him in the air. Godwin, Evans, Metcalf, Lockett, and O.J. Howard, the punt play, on that lineup as well. 23 points for Godwin in the flex. Double figures for Lockett, Metcalf, and Evans. Howard wasn't much of a play, but, $2,800, you throw the dart, obviously. Excuse me, Fournette, 12 for 78. Fumbles in this one by Fournette, Wilson, and Brady. Brady actually ran the ball twice, if you want to go by official numbers anyway. Never really runs the ball, but you know how it works with Tom. Godwin, 7 for 130. Touchdowns for Metcalf, Olsen, Evans, and Miller. So
I want to hear Tassik's terrific player of the game.
Give it to us.
I wasn't even really paying attention, just like the
Chris
last.
Godwin it is, Kenny? What do you think?
I think it's Chris Godwin. I have a clear-cut Ducey's disappointment here. I am very disappointed in the performance of Carlos Hyde, like many of you are. You might not agree with my opinions or the way I speak, and that's fine and sort of understandable. But I think you'll agree with me that Carlos Hyde, he was hiding in this sim. I mean, he didn't do anything. He got you a big old goose egg, $4,800, pretty popular, almost happy you owned him. A lot of people captained him. And he's a guy that every time the Seahawks take the field in Simland, I always manage to roster Carlos Hyde. He's usually a great pick, usually a great guy to have in your lineup. Not today. Horrible performance from Carlos Hyde. Ducey's disappointment for sure. Special honorable mention to Chris Carson, who had 9 yards, 0.9 fantasy points, but he wasn't as chalky. He was more expensive, though. Both running backs for the Seattle Seahawks did absolutely nothing. So those would be my picks.
Daniel says Carlos Hyde, more like Carlos Hyde, H-I-D.
Yeah.
Huh?
Carlos
he was in my lineup, 38% owned, and as Kenny noted, goose egg, bagel, donut, zilch,
Bagel.
0, bad.
Croissant.
All right. Tampa,
Right.
1914 winners. Terrellin is going to disappear. We're not
kicking
kicking
me
her out.
out.
We're not kicking her
Sorry.
out. Look, you want to stay, you can stay. You can talk a little football with us because I know we didn't do any of that during the sim. But if you don't want to stay, you are welcome to depart, as we will make the move to the slate here. Terrellin, it's been a pleasure. And let's see, you are back on for the nooner tomorrow. After a couple of sims today, obviously. And actually, you and I are going to be together with Lamarca at 6 tomorrow. So looking forward to working with you again.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Koff. Thank you for being the brothers I never wanted, but now I have. And I'm going to go get a ginger ale.
Have a ginger ale. Love it.
For hanging with us later.
All right, take a walk. You've earned it. You've earned it. All right. We're going to make the move to the slate right here. Kenny Ducey and I sticking around. We've got you for the next, 45, 50 minutes, something like that, until the next sim rolls around when Kenny and
Maybe
I will
40
also
minutes.
be here. All right. Yeah, whatever it takes. We will have Christian joining us for Colts Saints. That's at 6, less than an hour from now. Get your lineups in DK SimFam Friends League lobby, or obviously the main DraftKings lobby. Please do so. But let us do some football, some actual football. And we hope you guys will stick around with us. Twitch, YouTube, be with us, hang out, because we are going to answer any and all football questions that you have. We'll do our screen share and all that good stuff as well. Take a look at the NFL Week 3 preseason slate. A lot of games coming your way this weekend. That should be fun. Friday night as well. And, I think, Kenny, the logical place to start among many is obviously the quarterback position. So I told you very briefly earlier some of the announcements we got today. Andy Dalton is starting week 1 for the Bears. Who knows how long after that? Trevor Lawrence, obviously, is the guy in Jacksonville. No surprise whatsoever. You will have Mac Jones potentially unseating Cam Newton. Remains to be seen. There's a discussion there. And certainly Teddy Bridgewater, who you said you were very passionate about this one. Where's BK when you need him? Teddy Bridgewater is the QB1, not Drew Lock, in Denver. So where among that group would you like to start?
Yeah, I mean, I read a good tweet today, and it was like, if you are, if you were really upset that,
like your dog,
yeah, well, 3 straight hours on the air, what are you gonna do? If it was like, if you're really upset that Drew Lock is not the quarterback, then you might be a loser, or if you're not Drew Lock's family, and that is sort of where I am. I think I'm a loser, but Drew Lock, certainly played really well this preseason. Teddy Bridgewater is not the answer. I'll be right back.
Are you leaving? All right. We will hit on obviously these quarterbacks, Lawrence, Bridgewater, as Kenny was talking about, Dalton, Mac Jones situation, Sony Michel. Speaking of the Patriots being dealt away, we'll get into Jaguars.
Yeah. So as I was saying,
but yes, please.
Yeah. So Teddy Bridgewater is not the answer in the future, of course, for this team. Drew Lock is a guy that impressed in the preseason. I thought he looked pretty good throwing the football, but you got to hand it to him. And he was pretty professional about the whole thing. You look back at the end of last year, he was sort of knew this was going to happen. He was like, yeah, this is something that might happen. It's business. I might get replaced as the starter. But to me, he had some ups and he didn't really have that many downs. I mean, he was hurt last year for a few games, and like the game he got injured, he didn't play well the first game back. But like, other than that, he had a lot of good games. Look, maybe it's not Drew Lock, maybe it's not Teddy Bridgewater, but I just feel like these guys, maybe both of them, Teddy Bridgewater especially, has gotten his chance. So it's not as if it's like a feel-good story here with Teddy Bridgewater getting his shot finally. Like, this guy's had so many opportunities to play quarterback for so many different teams. He played really badly last year for the Carolina Panthers. So I'm not so certain that, that he's going to perform for the Broncos. I don't know what the Broncos' aspirations are this year, but they can't be very high. I don't know what I'm looking at here, Koff.
We're not looking at anything you are, but we're not looking at it in terms of the screen share yet. But I just pulled up on the DK Sportsbook some of the starting quarterback futures, player futures that are available. Looks like the ones that we have that you can bet on, and understandably ones that we're discussing right now, you can't because we know the answer. They've been taken off the board. Jameis Winston to take the Saints first snap. Ryan Fitzpatrick to take Washington's first snap. I don't know where the debate is for that one. Trey Lance to take the Niners first snap. And who among 4 will take the Texans first snap. So we can talk about some of that as well while we're, mixing and matching among the quarterback stories. So how short do you think the leash is going to be, I guess, is the question for Bridgewater when you have Drew Lock looming? Yes, John Elway and company, filtering on down to the coaching staff. They all know who Drew Lock is, what Drew Lock is. But, we're only, a year not even removed from Elway saying that, he was seeing shades of Peyton Manning and Drew Lock and really being that guy, being that option, being the next him in Denver, theoretically. And obviously that's not the case. He is, benched to begin the year. So I guess that's what I would wonder. That's, knowing Teddy Bridgewater and how he has bounced around the success, and he did have some success last year, but finding himself in the situation that he is in now, is it sustainable? Will it last? Does he have enough around him to make it last, or is he going to get bounced? We're going to see Drew Lock sooner than later.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't hear most of what you said there. I had to.
I know we watched you walk off screen.
Yeah, sometimes. So look, I think that there's plenty of interesting ways to look at these rookies, and the props and you look at the first snap. I mean, Trey Lance is now minus 400 to not take the first snap, which I think is no surprise when you look at the way that he performed in the preseason. Of course, he looked good in the first game, but then you look back at the last one and maybe how he performs in week 3. Not a very good competitor. I think that it's very interesting to see the Deshaun Watson odds the way that they are, just because we've heard so little in the last 4 months about what's happening with him. But yeah, I mean, I think these are tough ones to really handicap.
Got Tyrod Taylor, Deshaun Watson, Davis Mills, Jeff Driscoll, the guys that you could bet on right now in the DK Sportsbook.
Right. Well, you can't bet on Tyrod Taylor. He's minus 600.
Well, fair. Take a look at we'll show you obviously what we're looking at as far as the screen share goes. Looks like my screen share is paused for some reason, but I think
that's what I was saying. I was looking at something. I don't know what I was looking at.
Yeah.
So those are tough.
I corrected now, so we'll show you what we're looking at as well. But what I was saying when you scooted there for a moment was going back to Bridgewater and Locke. I mean, what is the leash for Bridgewater before potentially seeing Locke again?
I mean, look, the thing about it, right, is like it's sort of inconsequential, this quarterback battle, which is why it's true that you really shouldn't be really happy or sad either way. I mean, this is a team that probably isn't going to do much of anything this year. They can pick up some wins over bad defenses like the Raiders and the Chargers, but this is still not a team that's going to make the playoffs. I mean, Drew Lock's a guy, he could have been a first-round pick. He winds up going in the second round just a couple of years ago. And again, I don't know if we've really seen the best of him or the worst of him. Like I feel like last year was kind of confusing. He had his one bad game against the Raiders, which was pretty embarrassing when he had the 4 interceptions, which was just a ridiculous game. You take away, I mean, look, I'm not a big proponent of like, well, take away this game and he's pretty good. You're not forgetting about that, obviously, right? But my point is, you can look at the 15 interceptions and for almost over a quarter of them coming in one game, and say, well, the touchdown interception ratio is really bad. But you could also say, well, there were a lot of highlights. There were a lot of highs. That big win over Carolina when he had the 4 touchdowns. He had plenty of good starts, and he was really inconsistent. So my whole thought is, when you look at Teddy Bridgewater, is completely different situation with him last year. I mean, he was hurt, and they struggled to find a quarterback to replace him with PJ Walker, right, was the guy. But I mean, it was a similar situation when he had 15 touchdowns, 11 turnovers, or 11 interceptions rather, and I believe he had a lot of fumbles too, right? If I'm not mistaken, he had 6 fumbles. 6, which is a lot of fumbles. I mean, that's a ton of turnovers. I'm just trying to double check on Drew Lock, but I think that he had.
Well, Drew Lock last year, I'm just looking at something.
He had 3 fumbles lost.
Tied for the most interceptions in the NFL last year with 15, was last among the league starters in completion percentage as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying either of these guys were that good, but if there was going to be a guy that emerged as a potential future option for you, like you're in a holding pattern if you're Denver, right? You didn't draft a rookie quarterback. You're probably going to draft one next year. So this is a Sam Darnold with the Jets last year situation. You want to see, hey, do I have anything in Drew Lock? You know that you don't have anything in Teddy Bridgewater. I think you can say that by now. The guy's 29, about to be 29 years old, and has had a lot of chances, right, to prove that he's a starting NFL quarterback. He had a whole season last year. I just don't think that like you're going to see a great season from Teddy Bridgewater, and you're going to say, oh well, this guy is our starting quarterback of the future. Let's sign him to a 4-year deal at his in his age 30 season. I just think that Drew Lock, there's potential there. He had some great games last year. You see, maybe with a year full of starting him, if he can unlock that, and if not, you go take a quarterback next year. I just don't think it's that that complicated. So that's really where I'm at. I'm just like, why would they go with Teddy Bridgewater instead of trying to see more out of Drew Lock? You only saw him for 13 games last year, and he was on the COVID list. He was inactive for a couple of games. He only played just a handful of snaps in week 2. It also was just a weird year last year. And then, year 1, you saw him for 5 starts and he was good. He had over 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns, 3 picks. People were excited about him. So I feel like the jury's still out, and, why don't you just try him for a 3rd year and, maybe you move on from after that. But it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to start Teddy Bridgewater, I don't think, unless he looked, that amazing in training camp. And obviously we're not there every day and we're not evaluating players for a reason, but it is a little curious, I thought. So that's where I stand on the situation.
I'm just looking at, I don't blame him for putting it this way. It's coach speak, but Vic Fangio, of course, the head coach for the Denver Broncos. The good news of this competition is we've got 2 quarterbacks that we feel we can go with. That's what he said yesterday at this point. And I don't know whether you're talking about San Fran, whether you're talking about New England, whether you're talking about New Orleans, obviously Denver, not so much Houston. That's a totally different situation, but some of these various Chicago, some of these various places where you've had the QB competition, it speaks to, Kenny, the larger point of when you feel you have 2 QBs, do you even really have one? That's, if you don't have that guaranteed starter, that no doubt about it, that QB1, as we joked about with Chicago and Andy Dalton after their tweet months ago, if you don't have that guy that you feel is the one that you want to go with, do you even really have any? Do you have that option? Do you have enough in that spot?
No, I mean, we're talking about Andy Dalton now. I mean, it's the wide range of quarterbacks.
Yeah, just in general. If like Vic Fangio, I had just read, made the statement,
right.
For Denver, we have 2 guys that we feel like we could go with. Well, if you have 2, do you have one? Just as a general mindset of the quarterback.
No, I don't think that you have 2 quarterbacks. I think that's the thing. I mean, it's a situation where if you weren't going to address quarterback this offseason, and you could have very easily, why, like I said, why are you not starting Drew Lock? The thought was probably, hey, maybe we have Drew Lock, maybe we have a quarterback. So it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to stick with these guys, or find someone else on the look. I mean, there could be a guy out there. Why not make a trade for Marcus Mariota or Taylor Heineke, right? Like, he's not starting right now. I mean, there were plenty of options.
Remember that
over the offseason
last year, how good he looked against Tampa, and it was a Taylor.
Right.
Heineke,
so like, why
for next year?
I mean, look at what happened with the Titans. They took a shot on a castaway, and it turned out to be great. A guy by the name of Drew Brees was a castaway. It turned out to be pretty nice for the New Orleans Saints when they went and acquired him after he left the Chargers. I mean, there's options out there, and you're not competing. So I understand why you're not willing to, take on like a veteran quarterback like Carson Wentz or something. But like, why are you not just drafting quarterback or trying to make something out of nothing here? I mean, that's my whole strategy with roster building, is you want to go ahead and just take a guy that has, potential and if you're not going to draft one, and see what happens. And they didn't seem interested in doing that, and kind of confused about it, but what are you going to do?
What about Chicago? Let's talk about the Bears and Andy Dalton. Of course, I know you were very opposed to him being the week 1 starter. It is clear that he is that guy. And I guess the question is, for how long, right? Like, nobody out there, including probably Andy Dalton, believes that Andy Dalton is going to be the quarterback for the duration of the year for Chicago. But could this change literally as soon as week 2? Could Justin Fields be out there week 2?
Right. I think the majority of fans were pretty excited when they saw that Justin Fields is going to be starting the last preseason game for the Bears, because generally speaking, that is what, the starter's role, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, it was kind of shocking to see, well, we're going to have Justin Fields out there with the starting offensive line. Some of the starting, skill players aren't going to be in there, but Andy Dalton's our guy in week 1. I think that you've seen enough out of Justin Fields in the preseason. I think it's no secret that Justin Fields is going to be the quarterback of the future here. It's not going to be Andy Dalton.
doesn't make a whole lot of sense to just not fire him up week one. I think it's going to go down as a silly move, especially if we have a Bears team that's threatened for the playoffs and they're a game out. Maybe they are a game short of the wild card spot or the last wild card spot in the NFC. Are you going to regret starting Andy Dalton week one? And what's the surefire loss because Andy Dalton's your quarterback? Yeah. So it is not like baseball where you have an innings limit and there's not really a lot of regret not starting a guy in a few games or capping his innings because you can hurt him, right? Like you're not hurting Justin Fields by starting in week one. I really don't believe that. I think it's all football jargon and baloney. If you're saying the guy's confidence is going to be shaken by Sam Darnold, I saw it with my own two eyes, debuted on Monday Night Football under the lights in Detroit on the road. He had one of the best games he's ever had in his career to start his career. And the Jets ended up giving up on him after 3 years and didn't really amount to a whole lot, at least hasn't yet, in the NFL. So I think that's proof right there, that the first game, whatever, doesn't mean anything. I just think it's kind of ridiculous that the Bears and Matt Nagy would take this approach of let's not start our best quarterback week one. The thing that's been impressive to me, and again, I've said many times to read into anything in the preseason, but what's been impressive to me is the way that Justin Fields has run the football. And that was not something he really did at Ohio State. He was not a runner a lot of times. So, he has that speed, he has that mobility, but he wasn't taking the ball and carrying, 7-8 times a game. And that's what he's done in the preseason. Probably would have paced that way if he played a full game anyway. So yeah, I think that has been interesting. And if they could use him as a dual threat guy and he has some success there, even more exciting for the Chicago Bears, because we know that they sort of had a version of a dual threat quarterback who couldn't really throw in Mitch Trubisky. Maybe Justin Fields is a little bit better of Mitch Trubisky. Maybe he's a guy that they thought Mitch Trubisky was going to be. So that's there's certainly potential there.
I just can't imagine what Andy Dalton is feeling right now in terms of the general mindset of, it's not like this is an isolated thing. You go back over the last few years, like fans in Cincinnati gave up on him and his ability to actually win something meaningful there for the Bengals many years before it ended. When it ended, it was time. Goes to Dallas. You'd think sort of rejuvenating, especially when he gets an opportunity there with Dak Prescott going down and can't do anything with it. Injuries, concussion contributed to it, but generally speaking, his play as well. He just couldn't do anything with it. So fine, Chicago, fresh start once again. And then, to no surprise, they go and obviously use number 11 and they take Justin Fields. And ever since, you have had fans of the Bears and you clamoring for the future to start now. Let us begin this right now. Let us get Justin Fields in there, Andy Dalton out of there. He's the break glass in case of emergency guy. It's got to be tough. It's got to be incredibly difficult mentally to have to feel like you need to go out. It's one thing to like silence the critics, prove your doubters, your haters wrong. If you're Andy Dalton, you feel like it's like you against the world. Like you barely even have the support of your own team.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think that Andy Dalton, believes in himself enough that he will be able to. Yeah, I mean, we heard what he said in the preseason, right? I think that he believes in himself enough that he can, take hold of the starting job, but I'm just not sure that he can at this age. His mind is not, or his body is not where his mind is.
Mm-hmm. I think you went on mute on us.
Oh no, I was done with my answer.
Oh, okay. All right. It looked like you trailed off for a second or something like that. All right. Well, let's talk about another QB competition going on right now in New England. Patriots and just watchful eye on Mac Jones in joint practices with the Giants with Cam Newton out. It's going to be very interesting to see, obviously, how the reps are divided when Cam is back with the team tomorrow after his mandated 5-day absence, being unvaccinated and inadvertently, accidentally breaking the league's or violating the league's COVID protocols. Mac Jones had by all accounts, by every Pats beat writer on social media, guy had just an elite level day against the Giants ones in practice today. Was fantastic, looked like a starter, get him in there. Now, many, including me, have believed that it's Cam Newton, that he is the guy, that he is the one that will at least open the season as this team's QB1. Did Cam, right or wrong, I'm not telling anyone how to believe when it comes to getting vaccinated, but in terms of the fact that he didn't, and it has cost him basically a week of much needed practice reps, and we don't know what this preseason game on Sunday is going to look like in the Meadowlands against the Giants. Did he do himself a disservice to the degree where that violation and Mac's performance, obviously, because those two go hand in hand, may cost him the job come week 1?
Look, I don't even know why we're talking about this when we should be talking about the big fight that broke out at this joint practice with the Giants defense and the Patriots offensive line. Now, of course, there was such a bad fight at Giants camp that Joe Judge lost his mind and turned into a preacher or something. Just decided that this was the worst thing ever, made a big deal about it. He's an absolute clown, this guy. Joe Judge. Yeah. So one of you guys,
Bill Belichick loves him.
Yeah. Bill Belichick loves him. Joe Judge, he's great guy. Yeah.
Is that your Belichick?
Yeah. No, look, I mean,
you gotta snort a little bit.
This is certainly turning into a trend here with the Giants and these fights. But fighting themselves, fighting the Patriots. You hate to see it, but yeah, I definitely think that this is a situation where Mac Jones is the starting quarterback, and that's just definitely, I think we're seeing it. I think Cam Newton's being pushed down a little bit, and maybe a team like the Broncos wants to go ahead and trade for Cam Newton because clearly they don't care where they start a quarterback. I feel bad for Cam. I think that he, probably should. This is the weird thing about this, where the Patriots are trying to open the door, whatever the wording was for Mac Jones, right? Lead him to the starting role, but then. The Bears, right? They're not doing that for Justin Fields. It doesn't make any sense to me. Justin Fields has probably had a better preseason than Mac Jones. So why are they not rolling out the red carpet? Why are the Patriots doing that for Mac Jones? It just makes no sense. I guess you could say.
I would say the Patriots have rolled out the red carpet for Mac Jones.
That was the report, right? Wasn't that the report that they're doing everything
he hasn't started
possible
either
to make him the starter?
Game.
But wasn't that the whole report that came out that Cam Newton was upset and everyone was upset because they're basically making it so easy for Mac Jones to be the week 1 starter. I thought that was the whole thing.
No, I think most people have assumed it was going to be Cam, that Belichick was going to go with the veteran.
There was a tweet yesterday, which I was assuming that you were referring to.
You're thinking of the NFL Network tweet. Mike Giardi had reported, and he covers the Patriots closely, has for more than a decade. He tweeted that those, some inside the Patriots offices, you can guess who you want, execs, coaches, whomever, players maybe, have grown tired of the Cam Newton situation. Obviously the up and down last year and now this year in this situation, a very preventable situation that has, landed him away from the team for 5 days. But I don't think anyone has felt that this job, if it goes to Mac Jones, has been gifted in his direction by any means.
I mean,
nothing else can, Cam Newton looked better last week than preseason game number 2. Looked like he had solidified the job at that point.
I don't know. Maybe it was a Cam Newton leak, but I definitely feel like that was a thing where, he was upset that he wasn't getting enough reps. Maybe the Patriots are also upset that Cam Newton's reps aren't that good. Whatever it is, I just think that they have to get hold of this situation because Cam Newton, he had COVID last year. It was a weird season. I still think that he could be good. I think that he could produce some good football.
I agree.
We'll see what ends up happening with this quarterback battle. I mean, it does kind of feel like Mac Jones is going to be the starter. We don't have odds up on the DraftKings Sportsbook as to who's going to take the first snap.
No, I'm surprised that one isn't there.
Yeah, I would like to see the odds on that because that's certainly an interesting one. I mean, if you look at, I'm sure, rookie of the year is a good indication as well, because, obviously if he's not going to be starting a lot of games, he's not going to win rookie of the year. His odds are plus 1,000. So that's interesting to me. I mean, Justin Fields is plus 600, which would indicate that the good folks who make these odds at DK
would believe that Justin Fields is going to be starting in no time, with whether it's week 2 or week 3. And I think the reason you're getting the odds on, Zach Wilson and Trevor Lawrence being ahead of Mac Jones and Najee Harris because of the reps, right? The reps are going to be there. So that is an interesting bet. I don't know if we want to just pivot and talk about that for a second, but it is an interesting bet. I definitely feel like there's a lot of credence to Zach Wilson and there's a lot of credence to Najee Harris. I think that those are my 2 favorite bets in that market. When you look at the way that Zach Wilson, I think, is better positioned than Trevor Lawrence, not because he's better, but because he's going to have a ton of skill position, great players at skill positions. He has a great left tackle. They just drafted yet another first-round lineman. The line is really coming together with the Jets. So I feel like Zach Wilson should have a good combination of a decent line, pretty good receivers to throw to. He has a lot of talented running backs there, and the team is going to be probably behind, right? If you have to pick a weak link, it's probably the Jets defense, especially now with the Vinny Curry news today that he's going to be out for a while. Obviously Carl Lawson going down for the season was devastating. The corners are really bad for the Jets. So they're going to be behind. They're going to be throwing a lot. I like that. And I like Najee Harris too. Opposite situation. I think that the Steelers, because of their defense and because of how good that offense was at times last year, the Steelers should be ahead in a lot of games. They should be handing that ball to Najee Harris all game long. I know it's a dangerous proposition to bet on any running back distinguishing themselves in a Mike Tomlin offense because it's been kind of weird the last few seasons. But I think that Najee Harris has as good a shot as anybody of winning Rookie of the Year. I would say Harris and Zach Wilson would be my favorite bets there. I know that wasn't on the script, but that was just interesting while we were talking about this Mac Jones situation.
Is there someone with longer odds that you like, or is that about where your ceiling is?
I mean, obviously my mind is very simple. So I'm not, look, I know that Jamar Chase is out, right, at plus 1,600. I think that he's out at this point because you heard about the Auden Tate situation. And look, they have T. Higgins. I'm still not really sure that I'm ready to trust anybody in that Bengals system. Jalen Waddle's kind of interesting. He's got the talent, but then he's coming off the injury. So are they going to be careful with him? Kyle Pitts doesn't have longer odds than Mac Jones at plus 1,000. I mean, I guess you could go ahead and do it. Look, there's 2 guys I really like here. One guy's going to come as no surprise, and the other guy is, I guess, kind of a little bit of a surprise. I think that Trey Sermon could be in a good spot. I know he's plus 2,500. I know that you have the looming presence of Raheem Mostert there, but I mean, Trey Sermon, they obviously, he was insane in college at Ohio State. They drafted him in a 3rd round for a reason. They don't have Tevin Coleman there anymore. Jeff Wilson Jr., I don't think is part of their future plans. I don't even know if he's on the roster anymore. And Jerick McKinnon isn't either. So the door should be open for Trey Sermon to get some semblance of regular snaps. And I like it because he's really talented. But yeah, I think that I'm never really that huge on taking rookie receivers in fantasy or in these sort of markets because it's difficult, right? It's difficult to step right into the NFL early and get a ton of targets. But Elijah Moore is incredibly talented. At plus 3,000, this guy could manage to be Zach Wilson's favorite target. I mean, he is if you want to believe, first of all, the tape doesn't lie of him at Ole Miss. This guy is explosive. If you're going to find any Odell Beckham in this draft class, it's Elijah Moore for sure. You saw the video of AJ Brown crying at how happy he was and how good he's going to be, and how AJ Brown was saying that Elijah Moore taught him so much about receiving. Like, apparently this guy's really good. So plus 3,000 is kind of cool. But also a guy like Rashad Bateman is an interesting one. He's stepping into a good situation in Baltimore, playing for the Ravens and playing for catching balls from Lamar Jackson. We know that the Ravens don't have anybody at wide receiver. It's well documented. They brought in Dez Bryant last year. That is how bad it got at wide receiver. Rashad Bateman is a guy that, for my favorite team, the New York Jets, I wanted the Jets to take him. I mean, he was great at Minnesota, great receiver, 1st-round pick for a reason. And I think that he could step up right away and get a ton of targets. So look, is he going to have a better season than
Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson or Justin Fields. Like, is he going to get the recognition? Is he going to get the volume? Like, I don't think so. So it's hard to really pick anybody but a quarterback. But if you're not, and that's why the odds are the way they are. But Elijah Moore and Rashad Bateman might have the tools here to win. So that is what I would say about that. The longer odds guys. And again, they're long odds for a reason.
You brought up fantasy before. Let's pivot back to fantasy for a second and go back to both the Patriots and the Rams. The trade earlier today, which is not a monumental trade by any stretch. Sony Michel, the running back, dealt for a couple of conditional future draft picks. But what is interesting from a daily fantasy perspective, as well as certainly a season-long fantasy perspective, is, for years we've been talking about like the Patriots backfield. How do you choose? How do you decide who to put a lineup? It's tough to read Bill Belichick, all of that. Feels like with the Sony Michel addition to the Rams, you have some of that with LA as well. What I'm curious to know, with those remaining here for each of these teams, for New England, you have Damian Harris. You obviously have James White, who's a different kind of back. He'll catch more passes. You have a couple of younger guys that made Sony Michel expendable because they've been really good this preseason, talking J.J. Taylor, as well as Ramondre Stevenson. And then for the Rams, certainly there's Darrell Henderson, who's a bit banged up. Sony Michel is there now as well. You have Xavier Jones. How would you, and you don't have to go through all of them, but just, the more important ones, how would you rank them? Never mind like specifically ADP, average draft position in season-long drafts, but if you're ordering them, who do you think are the most valuable commodities?
I mean, I think that Damian Harris, we talked about you touched on the Patriots backfield, but like Damian Harris is a guy that was PFF's number one running back at late in the season last year. And he looked really, really good. I know that I'm so surprised that you turned this into a Patriots backfield situation when I'm
talking about the Rams also, both of them.
Yeah, I think that Damian Harris still, out of all the guys, I would still take him above everyone else. And his ADP has cratered. And that's because of James White being there. I mean, I don't think anyone was even talking about Sony Michel, at least in terms of where he was going in drafts. I think that Damian Harris, out of all the names we just talked about, is probably the best. Again, there's a reason why Sony Michel, was cast away by the Patriots. I mean, he was just outplayed by Damian Harris. Mm-hmm. And this is a guy that's a great between the tackles runner. If he gets more carries, he had 5 yards of carry, a great blocker as well. I know that, again, it's like, do you want to trust Bill Belichick and with running backs? But yeah, I think that Damian Harris is a guy that should shoulder most of the load here with just James White there on passing downs. And then when you look at the way that the Rams backfield breaks down, obviously, there's no one there, right? I think Xavier Jones, I brought him up when the injury took place to Malcolm Brown, that I thought that he was going to be the guy. He still could be the guy. I think they seem to like him there, but yeah, I mean, Sony Michel, speculatively, I'll draft him, but Xavier Jones, I would also draft him just as speculatively, maybe late in the draft.
Where are you putting, I guess if you were to look at ADP, like you said, Damian Harris is cratered. You talk about like Sony Michel, maybe, just maybe at the end of the draft. ADP wise, and I could pull up the sites and see where they're looking right now, but maybe you have that handy. Where do you think these guys are appropriate?
Well, it is difficult because the ADP is obviously built on or based on, drafts that have already happened. And, right. But I mean, just to give you an idea, like Sony Michel was going 66 off the board. So someone who drafted him maybe got a bargain. I mean, he was going, 70 at some sites. It's
66.
I mean, he wasn't even going in ESPN drafts. We're talking about like sleeper drafts, Fan Tracks, okay. RT Sports, which is Fantasy Pros, accumulates all of them. Really he was high. Essential for all intents and purposes. Sony Michel was undrafted in ESPN leagues, which again, like I said, makes sense. Yeah. Because he was not even in the picture. Damian Harris was the guy, and Damian Harris though was not really going very high either. So
where was he?
32. So 31 at ESPN. Again, like going ahead of Trey Sermon, going ahead of Ronald Jones, ahead of Jamal Williams, Devin Singletary, Kenyon Drake, James Conner, and AJ Dillon, but like behind Michael Carter from the Jets, behind Chase Edmonds, Mostert, Leonard Fournette, so Melvin Gordon.
Like he was kind of an afterthought. So I would expect Damian Harris's stock to jump up a little bit. I think he should get into the top 30. I think I would definitely take him in the top 30 of running backs. And I think he's a pretty good option. But yeah, I mean, in terms of, who's gonna do it for you, I still think he's the guy. I don't think Sony Michel's stock goes up that much. It's just not I know that the offense is going to be good, but like they still have Darrell Henderson there, right? So, like I said, I think Darrell Henderson is worth a little bit of an ad. I think he's going to be a little overpriced in drafts, but like Xavier Jones was already going 53, 13 spots ahead of Sony Michel. And they seemed, I mean, they brought him in. Obviously, they got a good look at him last year in practices and training camp this year.
Saw him a couple years back.
I mean, it's like the situation in Seattle, right? That one year where there was Rashad. I think I brought this up with you, but like CJ Procise, Rashad Penny, Chris Carson, and everyone, wanted to. I think Thomas Rawls was still there at that point, and I think everyone was like, okay, well, there's 4 running backs. It could be the starter. Who is it going to be? And Chris Carson ended up being the guy. He was the guy that people took last. I think Thomas Rawls was like first off the board or second, and then Penny, and then Procise, and then Chris Carson was like an afterthought. And it goes to show you that you never know what's going on with these teams. So I feel like in situations like this, I'm probably taking, out of those 3 Rams running backs, I'm probably taking the one that goes latest. I'm probably taking someone in the last round. It's probably Xavier Jones, maybe Sony Michel, depending on if they flip-flop in the ADP. But that, I think, is the way you approach this. I don't think you approach this like what's going to happen. The Patriots, again, is a different story. Like, Damian Harris is going to be the guy. And I think that, it makes him a very interesting option in DFS for the first few weeks when people are still trying to have a feel-out period with a lot of these offenses. He's good. He's really talented. I think that Damian Harris could be a top 15 running back this year. And, I think that I'm not going to bet him to win, offensive player of the year or anything like that. But I certainly think that he could have. I mean, let's see if we have a rushing yards prop just out of curiosity on Damian Harris. We took it off. I think they took it off the board because of the trade today. So we'll see what they end up posting there. But I would definitely back him to have a pretty good season.
I'll take a quick look here because I know I saw Damian Harris's name out there.
I don't see any rushing yard total for Damian Harris.
Specials. Patriots. That's what I was seeing. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Damian Harris with Jonnu Smith. There's a prop for that. Harris 839.5 rushing yards. Smith 4.5 regular season touchdowns.
Interesting.
Plus 250. What do you think about that?
I mean, yeah, I think I like that a lot, actually.
I do.
Jonnu Smith did last year.
What do you have? 5?
Let's see what he had.
He was in the vicinity.
It's one of those weird 17 touchdowns. He had 8 touchdowns. He had 17 for his career.
Yeah.
He had 8 receiving touchdowns. It's one of those situations where I still just feel like you don't know what Bill Belichick's going to do.
Yeah.
Is Jonnu Smith going to be, I mean, he could take Jonnu Smith and just kill his stock this year. He really could.
I don't see any reason why he would, but
right.
Sure,
I mean, but Jonnu Smith was also a red zone target for them, right? That's another thing you got to consider.
Well, honestly,
he didn't have that many receptions. He had 41 catches, Jonnu Smith, last year. Just letting you know.
Yeah.
He had 41 catches on 65 targets, 448 yards, and 8 touchdowns. So he was very touchdown dependent. Not that it matters for the purposes of this, but when you look at the Patriots, how it's going to shake out for them, they brought in a lot of options at wide receiver. You have Damian Harris we touched on. We know he's good.
James White.
Maybe they bring in Cam Newton for goal line sets. Like, that's a possibility with Cam Newton on the roster.
What I was going to say to that point is, if Cam Newton, and I don't know that he will be, obviously, but if Cam Newton is the week 1 starter, it sort of changes the way you look at the whole offense, just because, at least in terms of the pass catchers, just because You know, Cam last year, and I think most of us believe if he's playing, he's going to be better than he was last year. But last year he rushed for 12 touchdowns. He only threw for, I think, 8. So, you know, Mac Jones, that's not his repertoire. If he is named the week 1 starter, if he is the guy, the presumed guy, not only to begin the year, but throughout the year, he's not rushing for a dozen touchdowns. He's probably not rushing for 5, you know, or 3 even necessarily. So most of his scores are going to come in the air. That all of a sudden makes guys like Jonnu Smith, Hunter Henry, some of those receivers you alluded to, that's what makes those guys more appealing.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned Hunter Henry. That's another name that I'm looking at here on the depth chart. I mean, he is going to cut into Jonnu Smith's red zone targets.
Definitely.
You know that, like we were just talking about, Damian Harris is going to get carries at the goal line, and it's important to note. I mean, obviously, you know, I'm talking about this as if Mac Jones is the starter because that's what the indications are. You talk about Cam Newton, even if he's not the starting quarterback, they developed several packages for Cam Newton last year to run the football. I would assume that those still exist because Cam Newton's still on the roster. He's still fighting for the starting quarterback job. As of now, he's still the starter. So, I mean, it is not ridiculous to think that they might bring in Cam Newton in a Taysom Hill sort of situation and say, hey, why don't you go run the ball, you know, run power and just run into the end zone for us, you know, jump over the pile. And like, I just feel like there's so many options for them in the red zone that I could absolutely see Jonnu Smith not catching 5 touchdowns. And, you know, considering he wasn't even a guy that got a lot of targets last year, he's still behind Hunter Henry on the depth chart. It's not really that crazy to think that he might not hit this. So I think that Damian Harris, I'm taking all the overs on Damian Harris, but I don't think I'm ready to take that parlay that you just laid out here.
So before we go, just in the last couple moments here, and I think we're looking at it with the screen share, we are, some of the preseason lines for week 3, final week of this preseason. Anything stand out to you? And I could scroll through.
Not on the screen. I would love for you to scroll down because I have.
I'm happy to scroll down. That was Friday.
So here's this Chicago Bears Tennessee Titans game. Okay. I want to talk about this game for a second.
Please.
I don't know if you have been following the preseason, and I really haven't. But one of the most staggering numbers, besides the Ravens' like ridiculous preseason winning streak, is the Titans have only allowed 6 points in the preseason so far. They won 23-3 over the Falcons. They won 34-3 over the Buccaneers. And again, these are like the Buccaneers in quotations because who the heck's playing, right?
Sure.
Mike Vrabel said that he expects more starters to play in this game. Obviously, it doesn't mean AJ Brown and Julio Jones. It means more of the starting line, maybe more starters on defense. And when you talk about the Bears, they are playing Justin Fields for one half of football. So I think that's why the Bears are favored here. They have 2 starting offensive linemen back in because that group has been ravaged by injuries all preseason. But to me, are you really going to tell me that this team that's been run, they've been running through teams in the preseason is just going to all of a sudden slow down for a Chicago team that just got blown out and really struggled with the Dolphins? I don't think that that's going to happen. I think that Justin Fields is really good, but this Tennessee Titans defense, even the 2s and 3s, have been really solid this preseason. And Matt Barkley is like a really competent quarterback for a preseason game. I know that he is not, good enough to be a starter, but the games that he has started in his career, he's been fine. And dealing with the second team, I think that Matt Barkley, I'd put my trust in him. He's going to play most of this game. Look, this is what you're doing when you're betting preseason. You're putting your faith in Matt Barkley, but I think that the Tennessee Titans absolutely should not be underdogs here. And it is dangerous to fade Vegas and fade the odds makers because the odds makers have had a great preseason. They've been pretty sharp with a lot of these lines. But to me, this is one where you saw the Bears open at 3.5-point favorites. It's down to 2 now. Mm-hmm. I would expect us to close it a pick 'em. I might even expect the Titans to close as favorites here. We got this game coming up on Saturday. So that is where I'm standing. That's my only preseason take here for this week.
8.5-point favorites against the Rams Saturday night.
Well, it's because they got 2 quarterbacks. But again, like, what is
what does Drew Lock have to play for anymore? I mean, I don't know. So Patriots minus 3.5 looks pretty good against the New York against the New York Mice. I don't know what's the opposite of giant.
The
New York Smalls.
I don't know. I don't know.
Patriots have been a great preseason team. I'll tell you that much.
They have. They've been fun. Been really good. All right. We are going to depart, though. We'll take a couple-minute break before we come back here for the next sim. We will be back along with Christian D'Andrea. It's Colts and Saints. We want to thank our entire crew, though they're not going anywhere. Mike and Daniel, they're actually, they are done. I take that back. Mike and Daniel are done. So thanks to Mike and Daniel, as well as our ops crew, for all their help with the previous sim. I think we had Zach and Kyle, if memory serves, but they have long since left our Zoom meeting, not hanging out for the slate, but I'm sure they're out there listening. We will have a new crew with us for the next one, and the two of us, along with Christian, back. See you guys in the chat. Thanks for being with us, and look forward to rejoining all of you in just a few minutes. Remember, the slate comes your way. All football talk on Wednesdays, as this one is, but I'll be here with I think Reed T. Fowler tomorrow for all sports, but at the same time, roughly 5 o'clock, following Kenny, the early bird special sim. All right, we'll be back. Well, I promised you just a couple-minute break after the slate. Hopefully you enjoyed it. It's time to get back to simulated football, though. Kenny returns. I return. Christian D'Andrea and his flowing hair have taken the place of Taryn Asak and her flowing hair. Either way, the hair is represented. It's good to have all of you here with us. CDA, how are you, buddy?
Beauty out, beauty in. That's how it works here at Draft.
No beast here.
Yeah.
Beauty didn't leave. You still have me and Cough.
That's right.
Yes.
Some beauty left. How about that?
Beautiful. Yes.
That was very unconvincing.
No, that's how I normally would say it.
You missed quite a sim last sim. We talked about the early bird special and how it starts at 5 o'clock, and then Kaufman and his little Kaufmanites found like 4 restaurants that had an early bird special starting at 1 o'clock, which is not that's lunch.
That's lunch. It's maybe a late lunch. Some people call them the cough bots on Twitter. There's a GIF actually of just a whole bunch of little minions with my head running around doing this. If anyone could see me, I think we're off camera now though. Yeah. Saints and Colts. That's the matchup here. Before we get into our lineups, and I hope you guys made lineups. Kenny, I'm assuming you didn't because you've been wandering around.
Oh, no, I did.
Good. That's what I want to hear. We'll get yours. We'll get Christian's. I'll give you mine as well. But what the heck? You brought it up, Kenny. Let's go full circle. We're going to save the argument. Here's my question. I'm going to frame it differently here, Kenny. I'm going to frame it differently for the sake of the new members of this particular Zoom. Christian, T. Pike, P. Fry, Eamon, Jim, if Flash were here. What time would you guys submit that the early bird special starts at most restaurants? Those that offer an early bird special meal, what time would you say that begins?
3:30.
3:30?
Yeah.
T-Pike writes 4 p.m. Anyone else want to jump in before Kenny loses mind? Eamon says
the reason you throw the early bird out there is because you throw it out there when there's no one coming into your restaurant. What aren't people eating? That's when you start up your early bird. That's how it works.
Have you considered that the restaurant might not be open?
It might not
that
be.
Restaurant wouldn't offer those meals.
Thank you, Koff. That's correct.
We're not talking about fine dining, a nice restaurant that doesn't open until 5 p.m. That's a different place.
We're talking straight up diners
to a different crowd.
Yeah, this is not like a fancy restaurant we're talking about. This is like one of Guy Fieri's spots in Flavortown, right? This is a place that probably has some version of donkey sauce on the menu. It's not classy. It's for the people who get hungry at 3:30. Honestly, like I understand some restaurants shutting down in the middle of the day, but I'm a late lunch eater, and like sometimes I'll even just skip and go early dinner. So like sometimes I will go to a restaurant like 4 p.m. That's when 3:30 is when the happy hour starts at Sugar River Pizza, the finest pizza place in all of the central Wisconsin area. And that is what I would factor that into early bird as well.
We're talking about normal Florida restaurants, Christian, for that old people eat at.
Even earlier,
he says.
Yeah.
I looked at Jupiter, Florida. I just took a sampling. There were no restaurants that were even open before 5 o'clock, except for a Texas Roadhouse. They all opened at 5 o'clock. I would think that the early bird, that the places that we're talking about would absolutely be Florida coast, where old people live, where the early bird special is poppin'.
I feel like if you are an old elderly person and you frequent a diner in Florida, that diner does not need a website because you are not going to figure out how to get there.
These don't have websites. These have every place has a Google map listing, and that's what I'm looking at. You know what I feel like, Christian? I feel like you're playing devil's advocate.
I feel like I understand the early bird special, and I am therefore, I feel like I'm really I'm zeroing in on it right now. Like 5 o'clock is like a regular-ish dinner hour. It's like a little early, but it's not like early bird. I think the very latest you can start an early bird special would be 4:30. 5 o'clock is just like regular dinner rush starts.
Oh, it just tastes like validation. And you can get it on the early bird special menu.
That's great.
Kenny and I spent more than half of the last sim with him just rejecting the premise of the early bird special name for Madden Sims at 4 p.m. Eastern. Just hates it. It goes back months. He has despised the whole premise. Offended by a 4 p.m. dinner.
Cam Jordan obviously was offended too.
It's a big sack right there. 4th and 29 from the.
Can we talk about our lineups instead of this bogus argument?
There's throwing dogs to your toys to your dog.
No credence to the early bird special argument. Look, Nyheim Hines is my captain. Alvin Kamara is in my lineup. Yes, I did do it. Trey Burton, Emmanuel Sanders, Traquan Smith, and Marlon Mack, baby. Marlon Mack.
Return of the Mack. Yes, it is. What about you, CDA? What do you got?
I went TY in my captain spot. Kamara, Thomas, Burton, Campbell, and Mack. And I kind of feel foolish for not playing a defense because these are the two walking dead nursing home quarterbacks here. Last time we're going to see Breeze or Phillip Rivers, and all they do is just kind of slowly stumble backwards while the pass rush closes in on them as though they cannot see the light at the end of the tunnel. They just wander blindly backwards, shuffling towards oblivion. And I feel like both defenses are going to have at least 3 sacks each because neither one of these guys is able to get away from much. Although somehow, last game, Drew Brees took a read option for like 18 yards, and I think we were all furious about it. He finished with 3 times as many rushing yards as Russell Wilson in that sim, and it just really felt like the sim gods sticking one in and breaking one off one last time.
The sim gods always win, Christian. I think that's the secret here.
Yeah.
Sim gods are undefeated, guys.
But no, I really like
Nyheim Hines to have a big game today. That's why I have him in my captain spot. That is why Nyheim Hines has -1 rushing yards.
Listen, I love me some Nyheim Hines more often than not, especially in the Madden 20 days. I do not have him today. It was tough. You had to fade somebody. So Trey Burton is my captain, 10% in that slot, 53% overall. Alvin Kamara, Michael Thomas.
It's Kamara.
It's apparently not. So I had been saying Kamara as well, but BK.
Oh my goodness!
Interested in proving a point. BK, listen.
BK.
Alvin Kamara.
Did this with me too.
Listen to me. Alvin Kamara did a spot for NASCAR. I don't know. He did some partnership with NASCAR. It was on their Twitter feed at some point in time, or Instagram or something, and he sent it to me. He played it over the sim for everyone to hear about 18,000 times of the Saints running back saying, "Hey, it's Alvin Kamara." He says Kamara. He said Kamara. So I feel like I have to abandon Kamara and go to Kamara if he's going to say it. I mean, it's not like if you said that, if you pronounced your name, Kenny Dicey, even though it's spelled with a U, I'd have to say it. Even though it looks like Ducey, I'd have to say Dicey.
Oh, let me ask you this. That was really hot. What are you calling the tight end for the Chiefs?
Travis Kelce.
Yeah, he came out and said his name's Travis Kells. I haven't heard a peep out of you about or BK about that's what his name is.
Like Kelsey? What does that
No, he
mean?
said his name is Travis Kelce.
He never said that.
He did say it. It was a big storyline this offseason. But are you going to call him Travis Kelce?
If that's actually his name, of course I will. There's no chance.
Okay, then you got to start.
There's no
him that
chance.
Then. You got to do it.
This isn't Robert Tonyan, as we all thought.
This is a real thing. I'm telling you.
And then it's Robert Tunyon, like Funyun, rhymes with Tunyon. He's Robert Tunyon. That's the one we know that's true. And I think Alvin Kamara has become true. There's no way Travis Kelce is a thing. There's just no way. I refuse to believe that. By the way, I also have Emmanuel Sanders, Zach Pascal, and Paris Campbell. And while I'm saying that, it might even be Pascal, right? Zach Pascal instead of Pascal?
He said it's definitely Pascal. That's how you pronounce that name. He said everyone on his father's side, Travis Kelce, says Kels. And he goes by both. One's a real name, one's a nickname. To be honest, I don't care which one you call me, man. I appreciate everyone's support, and I think it's absolutely hilarious that it got to this point. You can call me either Kelsey or Kels. I'll respond to both. So it seems that Travis Kelce didn't say which one's a nickname, but it feels like Kelce might be the nickname and Kels might be Kels, I don't know. I guess Kels is the nickname. The bottom line here is that he said he didn't care, but also his name is also Kels. So I'm just curious, I don't think Alvin Kamara cares at all. So why would you say that, yes, my dog agrees. Why would you say that his name is...
He said his name was Kamara.
Kamara versus Kamara.
It's kind of like the Tyrod debate.
Tyrod Taylor. That's
but he's like, I don't care, whatever. Or like how Mark Blount was really Mark Blount the whole time. We didn't know about it until his 5th year with the Celtics.
Yeah, I just don't.
Dropped in a helpful link for why you couldn't find any good Florida happy hours, Kenny. Apparently, baby boomers killed them off because they didn't want to eat like their parents.
Very interesting. I love that move from the boomers.
So David here says, "Okay, Kaufman, my name is, if I'm saying this right, I'm sort of reading this as we go, pulling a glass here. My name is Gorgie, pronounced Gorg, not George, not Gorge, but Gorg.
I think it's
2 hard G's. Since I joined in December, everybody says Georgie. So all right, so David Gorgie." Right, Gorgie? Gorg? He says
Gorgie.
Gorg. Or is it just well, it wouldn't be just Gorg and then IE, right? Or is it Gorgie? Gorgie? David Gorgie? Is that what we're saying? Am I saying that right,
idea.
David? You tell me, David.
Dog's into it.
These are the things that I want to get right. This is what I want to know. I'm enjoying your back and forth with Anna, Christian, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a favorite of mine.
Yeah.
Who else do we have here? Alana, the Kilgores are here with us. Alana says, you know what? This will be a good way to circle it back for all of us. Alana says, I can't believe commentary will be ending. I feel like we still have so much to learn about all of you. Quick, squatty potty, yay or nay?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I mean,
You got to have a squatty potty.
Yeah, if you don't want to have to deal with diverticulitis like Brock Lesnar did, nearly ended his career, ended his life, you got to get those knees up. Plus, I mean, maybe take a little pressure off the lower back at the same time. That's the thing. When you get older, your lower back just stops working. The discs, they don't squish like they used to. They become like gushers. And they squeeze it a little bit too much, and they go, and then bang, the discs, like the disc jelly, you can't get that back in the tube. They got to go in. It's terrible. It's a nightmare. So the squatty potty, that's going to alleviate a little bit of that lower back pain.
Okay, can I clear up something? That was not the reason Brock Lesnar dealt with that. It was because of his brutal wrestling style. And the time he almost died in the ring because he did a shooting star press and landed on his neck.
Do you think that gave him diverticulitis?
I don't know. You said it has something to do with your back discs or something.
Oh, no. His was more of a stomach. Those are two different things. Like the squatty potty will help you with digestive issues by basically helping you clear out the pipes a little bit more easily. But one of the things it's supposed to help is diverticulitis. Diverticulitis is what Lesnar had to have like feet of large or small intestine removed as a result. Ooh. For a while, he missed like 2 years of UFC while he was one of their biggest attractions. And fortunately for him, he was up in Canada at the time, so he got that socialized healthcare to take care of him. But maybe it didn't work out so well for him, and now I don't remember the full extent of it, but diverticulitis was the thing, and I do remember the squatty potty is supposed to help.
So everyone here pro squatty potty, Alana. That's what we've learned.
Yeah.
A friend of mine sent me one of those for my birthday a few years ago.
Nice.
I just came in the mail one day and said, well, I can't actually say here what the little message with the Amazon slip said, but you can use your imagination. This is a thoughtful gift. I mean,
my sister
talk about knowing
my
your
dad
friends.
is a squatty potty. I think it is a great gift. It's a healthier way to live your life every day.
My wife seems to take exception to it being in the bathroom, though. She'll walk in and just its presence, like physically looking at it seems to bother her for some reason.
Yeah, well, that's just that type of person that you just can't deal with. Is
that right, Kenny?
There's certain people who are like that. Squatty potty. People are so afraid of anything that could potentially help them in life. They're so stubborn in their ways. That's how I feel about it.
What a tool, though. Talking about the squatty potty.
It is great. Yeah.
3-0 Indianapolis early here in the second quarter.
John, I would love to get a brewski. Fort Atkinson is maybe where you're going with that? In which case, perhaps, although it's about to be my busy season, so we'll see. Varder, a squatty potty is basically like a small bench that fits around the base of your toilet. And
like a little step stool.
Exactly. So it just elevates your knees a little bit and then helps necessitate the go. You know, it's like the John Stockton to the Karl Malone that is your butler.
Oh, Bad Boys of Pop says, my wife used to hide ours when company came over. I don't even know where it's at now. She hit it too well.
Why would you hide a squatty
Are
potty?
Sims ending, and if so, when? Alana says it's a stool. Ralph, so the Sims are not ending. The Sims are, I want to make that abundantly clear if anyone does not know, the Sims are not ending. However, come September 1st, there will be no commentary. And when I say that, we will not be here. I mean, we'll be here for the sweat. We'll be here for the slate. We'll be here for some other things that you'll be able to find us on YouTube, Twitch, and beyond. But the Sims themselves, when I say we won't be here, on the Sims, we will not be here. There will be no commentary for the Sims, period. There will be no Madden commentary for the Sims. So if you are waiting out the voices of the built-in Brandon Godden and Charles Davis, that is not happening. There is no commentary coming for the Sims, just so people are aware, starting September 1st. So you have us the rest of this week, today, tomorrow, Friday, not on Saturday, Sunday, because we're not foolish enough to go up against NFL preseason action. We know you want to be watching that, so do we. And then Monday, Tuesday.
Oh, most of us.
That's the swan song. Monday, Tuesday, you will have us all day, both days, and some special things planned, hopefully, for Tuesday night as well to send us out of here.
I don't judge if you want to watch the preseason. We obviously have a great array of contests at DraftKings as well.
Naturally.
Dealing with preseason games. I loved watching the preseason as a kid. I cared about it, but I've grown out of it. I've also been fooled too many times by preseason games, seeing a guy in the preseason thinking he's really good and then he's not good, or vice versa. I just feel like we read too much into it a lot of times, and just kind of I'm tired of all the discourse about every single third string guy and like how this guy's good. Like Zach Wilson was bad because he had a bad practice one day. And that people were literally asking me in Simland, are you okay? Are you worried about Zach? I'm worried about he had a bad practice. And then it was like, he had 2 good games. And now all of a sudden, like, is he better than Trevor Lawrence? Like, can we just calm down and just like let the season happen and then see who's better? I'm not gonna ride this roller coaster of overreactions. It's insane. It's really insane when you think about the spectrum just of that one guy who we went through. Same thing with Trey Lance. We were talking about Trey Lance like, oh my God, the 49ers, they found someone in Trey Lance. Now we know why the Niners traded up for him. How did he not go number 1? Is this guy gonna is he gonna win Rookie of the Year? That was legitimate. That people were saying that after one game. And then he had a terrible second game. And then it was like, well, maybe he stinks. Like, okay, let's just calm down on all the reaction from these games. Let's not even watch them. Let's just go in blind to week 1 and see what the heck happens on that Sunday. Because it'll be a lot of fun. And I, for one, am not going to get caught up really just reading too far into all of these ridiculous storylines. Like Zach Wilson's better than Trevor Lawrence based on 2 preseason games that he played against a second-string defenses. And same thing, like he's the worst quarterback because he had a bad practice. Let's take a break from all that talk.
So what do you buy into?
What do I buy into? The real results on the field.
So there's nothing until week 1 that you're going to be banking on, or at least allows you to set up some expectations.
Okay, let me ask a question. Do you really think that Marquez Callaway is going to be a good player this year? Because he had that one game and everyone screamed about him?
I don't think it's because he had that one game. I think it was a showcase of what he's capable of doing and how little help there is around him. I do think that's an indicator of things to come. I think Callaway is going to be a viable fantasy play. I don't think he's going to be 5 for 120 and 2 touchdowns every week, but if he can be Traquan Smith like Traquan Smith was last year, for sure.
I mean, he could be.
Yeah.
You have fun reaching for Marquez Callaway based on his great preseason.
I'm not doing that. But I'm saying that
you're gonna have to, because someone's gonna take him early because it's preseason.
I'm just saying, if you think that it wasn't that he was beating bad competitions, that he was making an amazing catch while being double teamed and interfered with, which is like, oh, okay, that's an actual skill right there. That doesn't matter that he was playing against a bad team.
I think there's a lot of guys that could do that. And that's why they're in the NFL. But we don't see them do it during games because they're not getting the ball enough, or there's no pressure in the preseason.
Are you kidding me?
He could be good, but I'm not gonna get all excited about Marquez Callaway or Jameis Winston, because we've seen a million Jameis Winston games. With this one Jameis Winston game, now we're like, oh, but I see it. We see it now, I think it's because everyone wants Jameis Winston to be good, so naturally, the minute something goes right for him, we're going to jump on that and say, yeah, Jameis Winston. Same thing.
I think that the Saints are willing to change up their game plan around Jameis Winston in a way they were unwilling to do last year when Drew Brees went down the middle of the season. He's taking the shots that Brees didn't. His deep ball rate might stay similar to what it was as Buccaneer, about 15% compared to the roughly 6-7% that the New Orleans Saints quarterbacks threw the ball 20-plus yards.
Right. Drew Brees had a noodle arm.
That's big numbers for his fantasy game. And he also completed the bulk of his passes in short-range territory, which suggests that he can execute the Saints' game plan the way they want. I think that's what I'm excited about Jameis Winston for, not the 2 deep balls. One of them was a very nice throw. One of them was a bit of an iffy one that Callaway made a great adjustment to get to. But, I'm more excited about the way the Saints are handling him than any specific output from Jameis Winston. So if that was a preview of things to come, it was a very nice output. He had a very nice passer rating, but I'm more excited about the Saints making sure he has time in the pocket, giving him time to process, and allowing him to take a few more chances downfield.
I think that there's something to be said about the deep balls coming into the Saints offense, but I don't think any of that matters. I think what matters is are they going to have a quarterback that completely phases out their best player, which is exactly what happened last year when you had Taysom Hill starting. And I think that's what is like the biggest deal about Jameis Winston is like you said, executing the offense. That is code for giving the ball to Jameis Winston and giving it to him on screen passes and out of the backfield on various routes.
Look at what Winston did last night, though. Like I said, 70% of his passes were in that short range, under 10 yards. A whole bunch of them were guys out of the backfield.
Right, so why is that exciting?
It's exciting because that's the Saints offense right there. The past 3 years, they've been 5th, 3rd, and 2nd in time of possession. That's Saints football right there. They adjusted to the back end of Drew Brees' career and were winners because of it. They made the playoffs year after year after year. Now they can keep that identity intact, but they can still build on it and go up from there, which is great because they don't have the receivers to make Jameis a 30-30 guy again, right? There's no Mike Evans, Chris Godwin combo, right? He's going to have to make do with an injured Michael Thomas, with Traquan Smith, with Marquez Callaway. And what he went out and showed was that he's okay making the Drew Brees type reads, checking down and being a little bit less boom or bust, which is huge because you can breed all the bad thoughts and all this stupid decision-making out of Jameis Winston. You can get a viable quarterback out of that. And again, it was the preseason. It was 1 quarter. It was less than 1 quarter. It was 12 minutes of play. But Jameis executed a game plan in a way that I think a lot of us thought he couldn't, and a lot of us thought that game plan was going to get handed.
So you didn't think that he was going to be able to do that in the regular season for them? I mean, he didn't get a chance to do it last year, but talk about Jameis Winston throwing short passes and mixing in a few deep balls. Like, we all knew that he could do that. I mean, what I think he was in Tampa Bay, maybe he was given too much autonomy or he had too much free spirit in the sense that he was taking a ton of chances that he was probably allowed to take because it's a situation where it's a bad team, and that's sort of who Jameis Winston is, right? I mean, it's a completely different situation. This is a playoff hopeful team, a team that is a Super Bowl hopeful. Like he's not going to get away with. He's not going to get the job if he's just he's not agreeing to be a team player and get the ball to Alvin Kamara and throw short, right? I don't know. I don't feel like I learned anything. I thought that Jameis Winston would have been able to do that either way. And you don't agree with that he would have been able to do that?
No, Jameis Winston is fundamentally Jameis Winston. The Buccaneers had 5 years to get him to do that stuff.
Yeah, but he was stripped of his starting role for 2 years. I mean, that changes you. Like he knows what's going to happen to get a job in the league. Like he knows that. I don't think
the Saints were still like, you know what, buddy? Drew Brees just broke 13 ribs, and you're still only going to throw 11 passes. That's why I had no faith in Jameis Winston until I saw what he could do, how he could execute in a Sean Payton offense in the preseason. I think he's got the starting job on lock, and I think he's going to be okay. Like I think.
So you don't think they're going to go to Taysom Hill at any point based on? Like I think that if there was no context except for how do they look and what's their ability. And I mean, I just said right there about the Alvin Kamara situation, and Coffin's just sitting back listening to us. Yeah. Like, obviously,
T.Y. Hilton scored a touchdown, guys. If anyone
it was a huge problem having Alvin Kamara completely absent in the offense because of the play style of Taysom Hill. But they gave Taysom Hill all that money, and that's why I just have a hard time trusting that they're going to let.
That contract's completely voidable. It was cap gymnastics. Speaking of gymnastics, Michael Thomas diving through right there. They can void that after this year and owe him basically nothing. It was just a move to get them under this year's cap because they were in such terrible shape. At one point, they were $100 million over the cap coming into 2021. That's no real commitment to Taysom Hill, who is a lot older than anyone thinks because dude went to BYU. He did his mission. He came in the league at like 25 years old, has bounced around for a while, and now he is, let's take a look. Taysom Hill is 31. So we know who Taysom Hill is, and he got the chance to do it. And he wasn't terrible in the audition he got, but he was also kind of, just doing very limited, low impact stuff with the occasional deeper throw. And for a while, it looked like that was going to be what the Saints were going to default to. And now that Winston has shown that he can be that guy with even higher upside when he comes to throwing deep, I think that's what the Saints are going to look for. I think that's what they're going to keep going with. And I think Winston's going to have maybe a little bit longer leash than anyone expected because there is no real long-term commitment to Taysom Hill. There is a very impressive-looking contract, but there's no way the Saints are going to see it through. Even if they want to keep him around, they're going to restructure that deal drastically.
I mean, I think that you're right. I mean, I know that you're right about the contract, but that's still a $16 million dead cap hit this year. And I don't know, like they could have done a lot more with their money if they had any sort of semblance of faith in Jameis Winston or by the way, they need a quarterback of the future. Like I thought that the whole point was they said last year how much they loved Taysom Hill, how much he would be their starter if Drew Brees were out and all that stuff. And I mean, look, I'm the world's biggest Saints hater. I don't think that Taysom Hill is very good. I also don't like Taysom Hill, but he had some good games last year. And the thing about it was I just feel like he didn't really take them out of games the way that Jameis Winston can take teams out of games. So I think that was intriguing, like that they paid him all this money this year. I presumed would be their starting quarterback. And I still think that they're going to give him a chance. I don't know. Like I don't believe that Jameis Winston's going to be the starter for the whole season. But like I said, to like what we were talking about, like I mean, obviously, if you're out of the league for that many years, it's I don't want to equate different sport, but it's like Carmelo Anthony basically being, kicked out of the NBA because he was a guy that was too old. He was too ball dominant. He was just trying to play his way. And he wasn't good enough anymore to do that. He was too old to do it, but he also just wasn't good enough. So he took it upon himself to say, well, no one wants me. Maybe I should just be more of a role player. Maybe I can be a catch and shoot guy. And I feel like that's sort of where Jameis Winston's at. He knows that he has the ability to throw downfield and he has great ability as a quarterback, but he's like, look, I got my chance. I failed. I'm going to try to make it work the team's way. I don't feel like there's a bone in his body that's like, let's just send it again. Like it didn't work. It didn't work with him. So he's not going to just go back and make the same mistakes. Like that changes you as a player. It does. Anyway,
okay,
that was just my 2 cents. I'm not very surprised that he can execute a game plan offense.
Changing. Cool. Hey, if you want to read the whole Jameis take, it's up live on the post route right now. Hit your inboxes around noon this morning, or I guess noon your time, 11 this morning my time, in God's time zone. But it's all right here on the post route. You can subscribe for free, postroute.substack.com.
All right.
10:30
Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Leading in New Orleans. Susan, you're welcome.
You look good, bud.
Scotty, I think, I hope. Stats are updated. Thank you very much. We got Jim, P-Fry, undercover boss Tom, Amon is our producer.
Oh, wow, terrible.
Damon, I see. It's not that terrible. Robbie, glad you enjoyed that. Kevin, see you. Bad Boys of Pop, love you. All right. So as we get to the third quarter, Kenny, how do you think Jameis Winston's going to do this year?
I restated something to make it clearer for Christian, and he just said that I said the same thing he said, which is not true.
You're saying that he's going to learn from being out two years just in Tampa. Yes,
but my point is, I already assumed that he would. I didn't need to see it in the preseason. Like I didn't learn anything. I would have assumed that he would have not thrown as many deep balls and thrown short passes like that. I just felt like that everyone would have seen that coming. No, whatever. I can't stand all these preseason storylines. And look, there's like, there's so many skill players out, like skill position players out, and lines are devastated by injuries everywhere. I don't know, man. I feel like it's like I said, we're gonna see the first 4 weeks of the season how these guys are really looking, and I'm excited for it.
Winston, by the way, only completed about 2/3 of his passes in that short range area. The Saints are looking for a guy who can complete 73% of their passes.
Didn't you just say he completed 70% of them in the short range?
No, I said 66%, about 2/3.
Maybe you said.
If I may mention,
70%.
I just want to say something while it's true, and then you guys can go back to this. And I miss hearing the sound of my voice. V Black is in front right now in our happy hour sim. The good luck hearing a single pause for air in this sim free roll. Boy, did I call that from a mile away.
What does that even mean, cough?
In third, Mean Machine 44. If only it were Mean Machine 18, because that's the number I'm rocking right now for Paul Crew. And Train Island, Christian, who pulled a Kenny and just walked away from his computer. Christian is sitting in the top 5. He's fourth right now.
Fourth, baby. Sorry.
Fourth. I'm 57.
I got a toddler running around pulling things out of drawers. Got to make sure she didn't get anything, I don't know, sharp or pointy.
Eamon 17th. That's good. That's responsible parenting on your part. Where are you there, Deuce Man?
I haven't even looked. I haven't even given you my lineup because no one cared.
That's not true.
I thought you did.
I don't know.
I did actually.
I thought you did.
Well, I'll let you have this because I'm in 100th place. So,
Joshua, by the way, yes, to answer your question. So I went with the family to the Red Sox game on well, it was supposed to be Sunday, and the hurricane turned tropical storm turned nothing at all, at least in our area, pushed the game to Monday. So we went on Monday, which was why Christian was kind enough to work a swap with me, and they were doing a thing for kids. Kids can run the bases after the game. And so what they tell you to do is go down all the way around under the bleachers in center field in the 8th inning to start lining up, because then, as you can picture, like literally thousands of kids want to run the bases after the game. So the game's going by. For anyone who doesn't know this Red Sox game, I won't break it all down, but they were up 3-1. Cruising right along. It was like a 2.5 hour game at that point. It's like 2.5 hours. Top of the 8th inning, I say to my wife, let's grab the kids. Let's go. Because we had like a from where we were all the way third base side, practically like next to the Green Monster. So we had to go basically the opposite side of the park. So it was like a 10-minute walk to get to where we needed to get. And then, of course, the unraveling of the reliably unreliable Red Sox bullpen begins. So this game, we were standing in line. Now, fortunately, at least we were like, I don't know, third in line or something like that. But we were waiting in line, watching the game on TV, underneath the stands for like an hour and a half. Because this game went to 11 innings. Travis Shaw's winning grand slam, which would have been such a treat for my children to watch in person, which, I mean, I guess in a matter of speaking they did because we were in person, but they watched it on TV, jumping around, screaming like crazy, having their fun. But it would have been nice to actually be out there in the stands and see it, but I wanted to allow them the opportunity to run the bases, and so we're underneath, listening to the crowd roar, and then seeing the replay, seeing it happen on TV with the delay. They didn't seem to care. They're young enough. I feel like I'm going to be bothered by it for all eternity, that I missed, watching a walk-off grand slam in 11 innings. I've seen cool things in sporting events live, but that would have been a nice one. I would have enjoyed that. Well, feeling like I was just sitting on my couch. And then the kids ran the bases. I didn't, because the woman who was among the many, it was starting to rain. They were kind of trying to rush people through, but she says, one of the security people, she goes, "Oh, we're just trying to get everybody through. If you want to run the bases, as well, you can." And I was like, well, my kids just went. Like, I'm not going to go run the bases. I think it'd be fun. I'd happily run the bases with my children, but to then run the bases when they're already to start when they're already on second base or halfway to third.
You don't think you can chase them down?
Yeah, then I'm just I'm just a sad adult running the bases. I was like, no, all right, I'll go and I'll meet them at home plate. That's fine. But that was our experience to the question asked. Eamon says, similar for me. I was setting up for the Jimmy Fund Telethon, walked out to see them make the final out in the ninth, went back to work, heard the reaction to Travis Shaw's grand slam, and cursed our luck for missing it. Eamon, if I'd known you were there, we would have said hello. I certainly had plenty of time.
Good. I'm getting killed right now because Matt Barnes has been carrying my fantasy team, and I'm right on the brink of the playoffs. And now,
oh my goodness,
the last month has not been the case.
It's turned to garbage. He blows the save on Monday, and then last night he rolls in, has the infinite ERA, infinite whip because he doesn't get a single out. Just brutal. I don't want to drop him because he's still in that closer role, but he's on the bench now. You need the minute.
Well, I was gonna say, Koff, I sympathize because I was, I was working the 2000 and I think it was probably 2018 NBA Finals, maybe 2019. Nice. It might have been 2019. It was the year. So it was game one of the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Golden State. Or whatever, in Oakland at the game in Golden State. And, I'm doing social media. So I was like, all right, well, one possession left in the fourth quarter. It's a tie game. I'm thinking Cavaliers, Cavs hit this shot. They have 2 or 3 seconds. They have LeBron James. I'm like, they're going to win the game. So I'm going to go downstairs and I want to get the reaction from both teams as they walk off the floor. It's going to get a video of the guys clapping or whatever, Klay Thompson cursing. I don't know what would happen. So I run down the staircase from where we sit in the media area to the bowels of the arena where, right where the tunnel is. And I run down and I look on the screen and it's end of regulation. And I was like, oh, okay. And I guess I gotta go back upstairs. And I go back upstairs because I'm like, okay, overtime starting. And I'm looking on Twitter. And that was the famous LeBron James, J.R. Smith meme when J.R. thought it was a tie. Yeah. He thought that they were winning. So I missed it. So I missed that. It was the moment of that finals. Probably the two finals that I covered is probably the best moment. Obviously the most famous one, and I love J.R. Smith, and it's really sad that I missed it. And I kind of feel like if I was there, Vulture.
Got a fullback touchdown, tie the game.
Would have known what the score was. That would have given him that good energy. Is that he's kind of hefty, that fullback? He's kind of hefty.
That's Michael Burton, folks.
Yeah.
Beautiful. 3.3 points per game, 1.2K salary. And we got ourselves a tie game. All right, might not be a tie game.
Yeah, it was.
So Kenny, which do you prefer going? What final city did you like the most, Oakland or Cleveland?
Honestly, I liked Cleveland a lot. And
Not
I think
a lot
it
of people
was
say that.
Underrated city, honestly.
Very underrated city. I think that the problem was I didn't get to explore all of San Francisco.
Sure.
I saw a decent amount of it, but I still didn't get I would have done well if I knew someone there and they were taking me around, here are all the spots. I also just it was expensive to Uber everywhere, and I didn't have a ton of time either, and I was I don't really want to spend $100 going to the Mission District, and then coming back, and so I got to see a game at AT&T Stadium, or what is it, AT&T Park. That was great. I loved that park. That was one of I think that's my favorite park, to be honest. I had a great time covering a game there, and then I actually liked the Coliseum. It kind of had some charm. It was kind of depressing outside of it, it's so big that I felt like I was alone. I think that Cleveland was a great city, and I liked it because that little Main Street area that they have in Cleveland was pretty cool. They had some good restaurants in there. They had some cool bars and a bowling place. It was a cool little. I mean, I could tell. I went to what's the word? It's the other town just outside of Cleveland.
Parma?
I went out, huh?
Parma?
No. I went outside of Cleveland, and I got the gist of what Cleveland was, what the suburbs were.
Yeah.
I was all right, I get it. Maybe that wasn't maybe if I had to live there or spend a lot of time there. But I thought for the little Main Street area of Cleveland,
yeah,
I thought it was pretty cool. I thought it was a cool city. I'm gonna look now just to see. But yeah, I mean, obviously I was there during Midge season, and that was kind of difficult to deal with.
The lake, yeah, it's gross. It's real gross there.
Yeah.
Java Chamberlain can't focus through all the midges.
That's a real thing too.
Yeah.
Independence was where I went, because that's where the Cavs practiced. I mean, it's I did not realize that. And also every time I see someone from Cleveland, I bring up the midges, and I'm that's such an annoying real thing, right? And they're just that. They're you mean that 2 weeks a year? And I was I guess it
would be the worst 2 weeks ever.
I guess that's the 2 weeks that I went both years, because it was really bad. So yeah, it's I don't know, it's a nice city though.
Yeah. I mean, good sports town too. Plus you got some major sports there. It can get you through. So yeah, not a bad town. Bad rap because it's Cleveland, and I think all Ohio cities kind of get that default low level ranking just because the rest of Ohio is nearby. But Cincinnati is great. Cleveland is great. Toledo, delightful. Columbus, fun town. They're good. Yeah, they're good spots. And then then you get to the outskirts Ohio, the farmland Ohio. It gets a little bit weirder and a little bit less exciting, let's say.
Trey Burton having a big one right now, by the way. 8 for 78. Doesn't have a touchdown. That's Michael Burton. So if you got the Burtons, you're feeling pretty good right now. I can tell you our leader, Paw Sox, in front by about a point. It does have a punt play, but it's not Burton. Has Jack Doyle. Trey Burton, the captain, Drew Brees, Michael Thomas, Phillip Rivers, and Ty Hilton, T.Y. Hilton. Drew Brees, by the way, sub 5 fantasy points right now. And I will, if anything that Kenny has left with me of all our times working together, if anything has stuck, anytime I even come remotely close to rostering Drew Brees in a Madden sim, I immediately think, what would Kenny do? And I smash my computer closed at the sheer idea of putting Drew Brees in my lineup. But here he is in the potential projected winning lineup.
With nothing, yeah. I'd feel better if
having a terrible day
on board here. That's going to be Burton again, though, for maybe the bonus. A nice pickup there. Colts getting a little bit of work done.
Mike Bizzle says, I question my life watching these fools. I'll be darned if I have to watch a sim in September. I'll say this about Bizzle. Bizzle, on his own accord, he was like, when Tom Carroll did his 24-hour diner sim, or situation, not a sim, obviously, 24-hour diner experience for losing a bet, for losing his fantasy league, essentially. I mean, he was there as it was punishment. It was his pay your penance kind of situation. Mike Bizzle watched the entire 24 hours in real time.
That's too much. That's too much.
And he did that on his own. Nobody made him. Nobody gave him anything for doing it. It was just it was loyalty to the Sim fam and beyond, man. Bizzle was out there watching Tom Carroll. I don't know what Bizzle's going to do when we go away. What is Bizzle going to do to free up? Bizzle's getting his life back. There are a lot of hours coming back to Bizzle starting September 1st. I mean, how are you going to spend your time, sir?
I mean, that's one where he's got real football to pull through. At least there's that.
But not 12 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah, there's probably gonna be too much Skip Bayless in there. A little bit of Shannon Sharp, a little bit of Stephen A.
This is gonna have to be. Hit that like, by the way. We're sitting around 150. Give us the likes. You can't take them with you, as Moose likes to tell you. Hit that like, hit the subscribe button on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, give us a follow. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Appreciate you. Biz, Guru, Noble, Gorgie, Freakin' Nature, Chef Man Dan, Emerson's Forehead, all of you. Bad Boys of Pop, thanks for being with us. Alana had mentioned a while ago, and I didn't want to leave it. I copied it into our chat so I didn't forget. A buy stream trash. Maybe we'll do some of those next week for old time's sake.
Wow.
Buy stream trash. Torn ACL, stomach bug, commentary disappearing on the Madden stream.
Well, I feel like we got the solution to the stomach bug already with the squatty potty. So, I mean,
that's a good point.
I would say, well, what's number one? Are we doing it from worst to best?
Which one do you want? It's best.
Buy would be number one. Stream would be number two. Trash would be number three.
So if you have already expressed that, that you're kind of okay leaving the Sims.
And no, I would say
that would be your buy.
I'm absolutely buy it for my job, and I don't want to put this out into the universe because I don't want it to happen to me. So I care about my intramural sports career. We got
Pascal touchdown.
I would say that.
Are you buying the torn ACL?
Kinda. Look, I've always said that.
How do you not buy the stomach bug?
It would be much more. Because your whole day is ruined. You can't do anything. You're just.
What are you doing? Your ACL, your sideline for months.
Yeah, but the point is, I'm someone.
And by the way, while you've got that torn ACL, you may have an aggressive stomach bug. You could have both.
Yeah, but
you're not doing
you can have a torn ACL with the stomach bug. You can do the same thing with the other one. Look, my whole thing with that is
good luck
my
with your
life.
Squatty potty with a torn ACL.
My life, my income is based around my hands. Like I need to be able to type. You know what I mean? So if I have like a broken wrist or something, I've always said I'd much rather have like a leg injury, so at least I could just continue doing my job. I guess I would buy the stomach bug, stream the torn ACL, and trash
the Sims being off the air because obviously it's
Wow, that's
terrible.
quite a thing. You
Yeah.
have already expressed that you are okay leaving these in your professional rearview mirror.
That's
and
not
yet
what
you
I said. I said
would
there's
rather
obviously
tear
some
your
things I won't
ACL.
miss and some things I will. That's just being honest.
No, but you said, for you, they've kind of run their course. It's time.
That's not what I said. You're putting words in my mouth.
He'd rather tear his ACL. Alana says Bizzle's going to write the next great American novel in like 12 hours. It's true. What if Bizzle's like Rain Man? Bizzle is just he's going to like cure cancer as soon as he stops watching all these Sims with us.
Did you see the guy featured on the album cover for Nirvana, the baby?
Yeah.
In the pool is suing Nirvana.
Seriously?
Yeah. He's saying that he was exploited and sexualized, and now he is actually a naked infant swimming after $1 right now. Because this dude went from being like, I told everyone I'm on the cover of the Nirvana album to Nirvana.
Now I'm gonna get rich off it. Yeah.
Yeah.
How old is he now?
He looks pretty old.
Yeah, it's like 30.
Dude, the
What
weird
took
thing
so- what
about
took
it is
so long?
I remember seeing that album cover and being like, how did they get away with that? Like that.
Didn't
you know
they
what
have
I
to
mean?
sign some sort of a waiver, though, to which he actually doesn't have any rights to anything?
Yeah, maybe the
He's saying,
waiver
he's saying
expired.
his parents never signed it, and who knows? I don't think it's going. I can't imagine this is going to be a successful lawsuit.
I popped up because I had the article open about the Giants Patriots practice fight, and then that was like in the next video or whatever. It's pretty funny. No, you're putting words in my mouth. I obviously don't want the Sims to end. I was just saying like I'm not gonna miss Must Be High. Like that's completely
You're
different.
not going to miss Must Be.
Naming names. I'll miss
Yeah.
you, guy.
I
I'll
will
miss
not.
you. Must buy.
Must buy.
Eamon says, call him out, Kenny. I am fearful, truly fearful of what some of you are going to do on Tuesday. Like, I don't know if I want to be on the sim.
I'm
if
not
I
gonna
don't
be.
wanna
I'm not gonna
on
be
the
on
sim.
any Sims. Monday's my last day, so maybe I'll be at the U.S. Open. Maybe I'll do a little phone call in or something.
You're gonna deign to grace us with your presence. If we're good, maybe Kenny will dial in on Tuesday night.
Eamon says, "Who has nothing to lose?" I mean, I have everything to lose, really. I work here. I'm on the show every day. I've got, I've got
millions of dollars of draft.
I work on the DK Live app. Yeah, and I mean, there's some people that have, won't have any affiliation with DK anymore. So I don't know. Maybe they have nothing to lose. But Christian is a regular guest on the Sweat during football season, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm. True.
Apparently, they're going to go away from zooming people in and try to do everything in studio. So I may not get the call nearly as often as I used to, which is why y'all are going to see my butt Tuesday night.
There it is, folks. Bad boys of pop. Torn ACLs are not compatible.
So
with
I'm gonna
squatting.
have to go
Jordan
to Boston
Lindenbaum.
to get
Sorry,
on the show
Cox.
now.
Stomach bugs are the worst. Yeah, stomach bugs are terrible, Jordan. That's why it's part of the conversation. But in no universe is a stomach bug better than or worse than a torn ACL.
That's correct.
You can walk with the torn ACL, right?
Yeah, but as soon as you try to go like side to side, you're gonna collapse in on yourself.
Yeah,
like,
how often are you going side to side?
You live in New York. How often do you have to sidestep someone? Like in a crowded, I forgot.
That's fair.
You don't walk around like with all the other poor people Kenny do. So you got your DraftKings millions you're not willing to put on the line. It's just
That's
cherry.
me, DC. I'm the one that doesn't eat pizza.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've had stomach bugs. I've had knee surgery. It's like I would rather have a stomach bug because it's over with in like 24 hours. It's a nightmare. You get the warm sweats, you get the shakes, you get the Johnny Cash tribute because your body turns into a ring of fire, and it's awful. But it's over quickly. You just take one horrible day, and then you're back on track. You might even lose a little weight. 4th and 24 coming up for the Saints here. If they can't convert, they do have a chance to get the ball back. They have all the timeouts. But Drew Brees is probably going to... No, he didn't get sacked. No way. Wow.
Touchdown. Traquan Smith.
Oh, my. with some Fred X type magic there. 4th and 24 converted. Frank Reich furious, as he should be.
T-Pike says, thank God. Does that help your lineup, T-Pike?
I think he just wanted that so I would stop talking about diarrhea.
Dude has 6 points. Jared Kilgore says, Kenny, as annoyed as I am about how you talk and the words you say, I appreciate your conviction, dedication, and provocation.
Thank you.
A lot of shun words. Mike Bizzle says, speaking of Tommy's 24-hour stream, he didn't have Christian on because he feared the Emmernet connection. Meanwhile, tonight, flawless.
Dude, my internet crapped out earlier today, though, so we're not out of the woods yet.
What do you think about
Dean Murray? If your stomach bug's really bad, you can tear your ACL running to the bathroom.
What do you think about this quote from Zach Wilson? He said, if you have 0 turnovers, you have 0 explosive plays.
What?
Give me that again.
If you have 0 turnovers,
yeah,
you have 0 explosive plays.
Yeah, that's flawed reasoning, but I mean, I at least appreciate the I'm going to go for it attitude. Ooh, speaking of going for it.
Yeah.
I love that attitude.
44.
Campbell.
That's like the that's like
we got all timeouts available, both
saying
sides, by the way. Maybe
if you don't foul anybody in basketball, you're not playing good defense.
Yeah.
It's true.
You're not going for it. You're not being too conservative. You're letting the other team control everything. Oh, that was
another one.
Call
a timeout. There we go, Indy. We're into field goal range, folks. In the field goal range, our leader currently, Titan Twin. Mean Machine, how fitting, is sitting second. 34th for me.
17th.
Train Island is dipped to 17.
Yeah, that Paris Campbell catch helped me a little bit, but I'm going to need Marlon Mack maybe to catch one and run it in from here.
Ashley Edwards says it's over for the Aints. About 20 seconds left. A run up the middle.
There's my Marlon Mack.
Gets to 16.
I think it's the Saints taking the timeouts now, trying to save a little. No, it's the Colts.
No, Colts again.
Okay. I mean, this is going to be pretty much automatic, even with Rodrigo Blankenship.
Dang.
All right, 2nd and 3 from the 16. Not lining up for that kick just yet. Little time to burn. 20 seconds left. The one timeout available for Indy. It's another run play. Very deliberate handoff. Marlon Mack good for a first, and that should do it. They'll let the clock tick down here just enough for the kick. And Indy should go away with a 2017 win in Nolens.
Nolens, baby.
Are they going to? Oh, thank goodness. I thought they were going to do the thing where they don't take
just let the thing expire. No!
Why?
How many times have we seen that? T-Pike. It was so close. Man, the undercover boss and P-Fry on the same sim. There was a long period of time where I was certain I hadn't seen those two in the same place at the same time.
Are you suggesting they might be the same person?
Yeah, I felt that way for quite a while.
Fair.
But here they are.
See,
We're just getting as many people as we
calm
can.
down and distract the toddler to eerie silence in my home, and I'm a little bit concerned now. I'm glad we're not going to overtime because I'm pretty sure she's just rifling through like the scissors drawer right now and terrorizing the poor dog. That's the ball game.
Here's the walk-off field goal. Blankenship.
Oof. Tough call for player of the game in this one, but I think it's got to be T.Y. Hilton, right? I got him in my captain spot. 6 catches, 112, and a touchdown, almost 40 points in that captain spot. Only 34% owned in the free roll.
Yeah.
So,
I think that's a logical pick.
Yeah, T.Y. Hilton, you are the postroute.substack.com player of the game.
One thing that Christian and I, obviously, it seemed like it's almost like there was, I felt some vitriol earlier when we were disagreeing about Jameis Winston. And Christian and I have had some famous fights and debates on this stream. But
is this the last time you guys are working together?
No, I don't know. The one thing I'm treating every day like it's the last one at this point.
Okay.
The one thing that wow, Philip Rivers was 30 of 32. That's insane. The one thing that I will always respect about Christian is his incredible marketing. When you start a newsletter or a Patreon, as I started yesterday, subscribe.
Oh,
Kenny Ducey on Patreon. Yeah, daily tennis video. I don't think I've lost a single tennis pick in like 2 weeks. So just you want to watch those videos.
There you go.
But no, so I respect the heck out of his marketing, and that's a tough job to get people to subscribe. I want to give Ducey's disappointment to Marlon, or not to Marlon Mack today. Can you go back to the running back screen for a second? Whoever's back there. I want it. So Nyheim Hines.
Oh, terrible.
Nyheim Hines carried the ball 7 times. He caught the ball 6 times. He had 13 touches, and he finished the game with 19 yards.
Yeah.
13 touches, 19 yards. That is atrocious. One of the worst performances I've ever seen. He ends up having 7.9 points because of the 6 catches, but boy, did he do absolutely nothing with the ball in his hands. Ducey's disappointment, easily, Nyheim Hines.
I like it.
Very good. Very good. All right. Well, that's going to do it for this sim, but you have 2 more to go still, not to worry. And these 2 are going to be disappearing after basically, 3 straight hours with Kenny. So it was a pleasure. We covered a lot, my friend. Kenny is going to be back tomorrow with me with Glash. So that'll be an experience. Raiders Jets for a Thursday 4 o'clock. Christian on the nooner tomorrow with Jason Rossi and Tasic, Tarylin Asak. I'm coming back with Tom Carroll. So we're dipping down to a 2-person booth. It's Bills Niners prime time an hour from now, 8 o'clock Eastern. Join us for that, and then you'll have BK, Brandon Cristal, with Tommy for Chargers Broncos. Perfect. BK and a Broncos sim on the day that Teddy Bridgewater is named the number 1. You know what you'll be talking about at Madden After Dark, 10 o'clock tonight. But thanks to Eamon, thanks to Pete Fry, Undercover Boss Tom, Jim, everybody involved here. Thank you for being with us. We will talk to you again. Yes, Kenny.
I wanted to say before we sign off that my last sim, if ever I have a few between, I have, I think, 3 sims left.
Yes.
So only 3 times you're going to have to hear me. But my last sim is with you guys, and it is Tuesday at 2.
Wow.
And I'm very much looking forward to it. So this is not goodbye. This is not goodbye to Christian or Kaufman, but this is going to be our last sim together. Somehow I'm not on another sim with Emerson. I feel like that is someone's going to get in trouble for that. But yeah, that's my last sim. So looking forward to seeing you guys on Tuesday. That'll be good. That'll be a good time. Kaufman, I'm with you again on Friday, and I'm with you tomorrow as well at 4.
Yep.
But it should be good to have this 3-person booth back again. We can talk about the early bird special. I'm sure. Just don't. What are you gonna name? What's the 2 o'clock one? Do you have a name for that?
The Madden Matinee.
Jeez. Yeah. See, I can't. This is the
save it for Tuesday, would you?
Yeah. All right.
All right.
We'll get
Ross
to it.
Tucker,
We'll get to it.
Chris Sims. It's a football podcast. We're leaving. They're coming. We'll see you in a bit.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Wisdom Wednesday. We're getting the wisdom today from Chris Sims. Cannot wait to pick Chris's brain about both the veteran and the rookie quarterbacks in the NFL. Chris, of course, all over everything NBC does, including PFT Live. We'll get to Chris momentarily. If you're missing Andrew Brandt this week, certainly check out the Business of Sports podcast. We are, of course, always presented by DraftKings. Love those dudes we'll have a spread the word winner, a sponsor confirmation email winner, and a YouTube shout out winner. All 3 winners will be announced tomorrow with Greg Cosell. So you know the drill. You know how to spread the word via social media at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. You know how to take advantage of any of our sponsors. And the YouTube's the easiest thing ever. YouTube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Subscribe, comment, and I'll give you a cameo style shout out. One of you at least. You probably get cameo style shout outs from Chris Sims. He's probably on Cameo. He's one of the best analysts in the business. He is today's Big Show.
The Big Show.
Kind of hard to believe, Chris, that I haven't gotten you on the show before, to my knowledge at least, especially since you're killing it with your I love the name of your show, dude. Unbuttoned. Love it. Love it.
Thanks a lot, man. No, I mean, we're overdue on kind of getting together here and talking. I know we tried, I think, last football season at some point, and I think I kind of flaked out on you and didn't answer a few text messages, just overwhelmed. So I'm sorry about that. But yeah, you know me, I like to button my button to the top here. Even where I'm wearing my hoodie, I got a collared shirt underneath. But man, you get me on that podcast, I unbutton my mouth, and who knows what I might say. But thanks for giving a little shout out. I appreciate that, Ross.
Yeah, no, of course. And I will just reveal this. Chris got back on my radar screen again this week because he texted me while I was doing the Patriots-Eagles game the other night, which I really appreciated the kind words, Chris. That meant a lot.
Oh, man, Ross, you know, first off, I've always admired you. You're a great dude. I like listening to what you got to say about football. You got a real feel for the game. And really, honestly, I didn't know you were that freaking funny. You made me laugh a bunch of times during the game with the things you said and whatever else, but you did a great job of covering all the nuance of the game. I certainly learned a few things about the Eagles and the Patriots. And then, you know, you with your joke, man, your jokes, I mean, you really did. So I felt like, man, I got to reach out to Ross. It's been a long time since I talked to him. Let me tell him what a good job he's doing.
Really appreciate it. It really is crazy because I got a lot of text messages. You know, I think I saw somewhere it was like the second highest rated preseason game in like 3 years or something. I don't know. Because Sean O'Hara was texting me. Like, I can't even tell you all the people that were texting me during the game. And you can appreciate this. I don't know if you've ever done preseason games, Chris, but like I am doing the Philadelphia Eagles broadcast. Like the Philadelphia Eagles telecast. That's who's paying me. The microphone says Eagles. So it's so funny because the first game I did, they played the Steelers. So like in central Pennsylvania, you're still getting the Eagles broadcast.
Right.
But there's a lot of Steelers fans.
Yeah.
They're like, dude, you're so biased. Like, what are you on the Eagles payroll? I was like, literally, yes.
Yeah. 100%. They are paying me to do this job. No doubt. You know what, though? That's what I enjoy about the preseason, you know, because you're going to have nuggets that I don't care. The national media might not have or anything like that because you're getting to be around the Eagles. You're getting to hear some of the rumors within the organization or getting a feel for the team. And I do appreciate that. And yeah, I do get a chuckle at kind of the homerness of the broadcast in some of these preseason games.
Yeah, honestly, man, it was like 35-0. The Jalen Hurts like gets sick right before the game. The Eagles didn't play their starting O-line or D-line. Like, I was like, I got to make this entertaining somehow, you know? Like
you did a great job. You did. You played really well with your co-host there. I'm blanking on his name. One of the greatest voices in all of sports media.
Yeah, Scott Graham.
Oh my gosh, amazing. So you guys had some fun with. What were you doing? He's a dude or just a guy? You had me laughing with all that stuff too.
You know what's funny too about the dude or guy thing? Because I got some people who are like, that was awkward. That was terrible. You know what I didn't explain well enough that I should have? And this is the truth, and you know this. If you talk to coaches, NFL coaches a little bit, but absolutely college coaches, when they're describing a young player or even a guy on the other team that they think is good, they don't say he's a really good player. They're like, he's a guy now. He's a guy. Or like, he's a dude. Like, they literally say guy or dude when they're describing a college football coach. I don't know why that's what college football coaches say, but that's what they say.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely a term that I hear it a lot, and I'm not necessarily in the college world, but man, I got a lot of coach friends in the NFL who say the same type of phrases all the time. So no, I think that was good little nuance, like throwing that out there, because I don't think fans really realize how coaches and the locker room talk sometimes. There's almost their own language, being around football, and what words got double meanings and things like that.
So I want to get into your quarterback rankings, and and I know they came out a while ago, and I know they always generate a lot of attention.
Yeah.
I'll say this, by the way. I think there are people that believe that you do the quarterback rankings. Your rankings are never what the consensus seem to be.
Yeah.
And I think people think you do that on purpose. I really don't think you do. I mean, I really think you put the time in, and that's what you think. And by the way, I think people would be surprised if they saw NFL coaches' quarterback rankings going into a draft for the rookies, or even the veteran ones, if they really had to sit down and do it.
No, I know. Well, listen, it frustrates me, that element. I'm not going to lie. I mean, people think like I'm trying to get clicks or a shock jock. Like, no, I like being right more than anything, okay? I mean, yeah, I got aspirations to be in this business for a long time. I do even think about being in the front office in the NFL at some point, maybe down the road and things like that. So I'm not here to just say stupid crap and then just to get clicks and all that. No, I'm absolutely not. I know I don't see it eye to eye with the consensus, but I'd also like to say to the consensus, like, hey, I'd like to say I got a more nuanced eye than the consensus. I'm sorry. Yeah, I grew up around it. The first catch I had in my life was with Phil Simms. He was kind of a good quarterback. Okay, so I saw him. I've caught passes and seen in person from John Elway to Brett Favre to Dan Marino, Tom Brady, of course, played. So I'm trying to really just inform people, and that drives me crazy. Listen, I'm not a shock jock or anything like that. I had Kyler Murray as the number one quarterback. I had Joe Burrow as the number one quarterback. I also had Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson very high and Patrick Mahomes very high. Was I shock jocking then? No, I was more about, can I swear on this thing? Am I allowed to swear? Because
you can. We don't often, but you can.
Okay, fine. No, well, I just want to be effing right. That's what I'm looking to do, and that's all there is to it.
So, you know what's funny, Chris? Anybody that does any type of list, and I do it for the offensive line, they always have inherent biases, right? It's like,
of course,
this is literally the only thing I remember from Princeton, which is that you always have to take into account the perspective of the person that is doing the writing or making the list or whatever, okay? And I will admit right now, I am biased towards mean offensive linemen. I am biased towards offensive linemen that play really hard. Like, I love Ryan Jensen from the Bucks. I'm obsessed with that dude.
Yeah.
He might not be the best center in the NFL, but I think that stuff makes a difference. I think that wears on defenses over time. I think it invigorates an offense. Here's where I think your bias is, and I don't think it's necessarily a negative one.
Yeah.
And frankly, it's proven to be successful. I think you are skewed towards natural physical ability at the position, in particular, how well the guy throws the ball. And I know people are like listening, being like, Ross, he's talking about quarterbacks. But I think more than other people, like when I see like where you had Kellen Mond, or when I see like where you have Tom Brady, like you put a real premium on how well the guy can throw the ball. It's like why you love Aaron Rodgers so much. Fair or unfair?
Well, no, I think it's fair to say that 100%, but I think I can also back it up with results to go, that's a really important trait. I mean, I don't know. Again, John Elway, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Dan Marino, when you have that great arm and things like that, it opens up the offense. First off, you can make throws with the normal plays that the other guys can't. And then the other element that people miss is you can start to draw up plays as an offensive coordinator and go, wait, I have this other guy who's really smart and does everything else well, but he can't make that play or that throw physically. So I probably do to a degree. I try not to let it sway me too much. I really don't. I understand playing the position and doing all those things. Brady, hey, I think Brady's way more physically talented than people ever give him credit for. I mean, I've been around Brady my whole life since he was young in the NFL. I worked there in New England. His arm is way more powerful than people give it credit for. It might not be one of the 5 greatest arms in the history of football, like Rodgers, Marino, Favre, Elway, that kind of group, but it's the next class down. I mean, the guy can still throw it 70 yards. They throw the ball outside the numbers and do all those things, So, yes, I do put value into that pure ability. I mean, right now, when you look at the best quarterbacks in the sport, right? I don't know, Rodgers, Mahomes, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, Josh Allen, it's pure ability, and they're not stupid to go along with it. It's not like the old days where it's just like a guy was like, he could throw it hard, but he's an idiot. He can't make a decision. They can do all the quarterback stuff too. And so I'm not going to argue too much with you that I do feel that way. Yes.
The other bias I think you have,
sure,
is and this is fun, by the way. The other bias I think you have, and right. I'm going to reference back to Brady because I've heard you talk about Brady. And by the way, I played with Brady in 05 and 06 in New England.
Yeah.
So I'm sure I have a bias towards him because I really like the guy personally, and I think that there's a lot of intrinsic value that he brings to a team that I think, frankly, Belichick undervalued, and I can get into that a little bit later. I actually wrote a story about that. I feel like, and this is not your fault, but anybody I've ever spoken to that coached in New England, every one of them, privately mainly, but a little bit publicly at times, and you're the only one that's like really public, you kind of diminish Brady a little bit. You kind of like, and I think it's probably hard because you were there and you saw everything they did schematically to get guys open. Like, Chris, they were the first people when I was playing. I was blown away with the whole redeclaring the mic and all the things they did. When I was, I was 01 to 08, right? So a couple years before you. When I was, the center used to do everything. And if they brought 4 a week, you were throwing hot. Like, this is what you did.
Right.
In New England, Brady's redeclaring the mic. We're picking it up. He's throwing deep against one-on-one. Like, it was just – and by the way, after that, I went to Washington after that. We had Jason Campbell, and they were still just throwing hot off that. I said, well,
I know, but see, Ross, but that's not a Jason Campbell Brady thing. Again, you're giving credit to Brady for the way he was coached by the New England Patriots. And you're also giving like the leadership and all those things that were all brought up by the Patriot coaches. Like, we didn't hear that stuff in Michigan. They weren't like, oh my gosh, this is the greatest leader ever. He was formed into that. So that's where I argue against that a little bit. Brady's awesome. I know I look like I'm the biggest Brady hater in the world. I get it. Yeah, he took the air out of the football. That's the first thing that always pisses me off about Brady. The second thing is, I get it that he's amazing, the GOAT and all those type of things. Do I think he's the best quarterback to ever play? No, I don't. I think he's one of the top 5. I think if Aaron Rodgers was in New England, they would have won 10 Super Bowls. That's just the way I feel. He's always been the benefactor of a coach and a scheme being ahead of the game and all of those type of things, changing offenses. And again, even with Brady, like, people are mad at 43. I made him the 10th best quarterback in football. Like, Brady couldn't play in the Mahomes or Josh Allen or Russell Wilson offense. He couldn't run those offenses. They can run his offense in Tampa, though. Oh, you're going to protect me with an awesome offensive line and great weapons? I'm going to throw the ball? Like, yeah, I'm sorry. That's just the fact of the matter. So that's where I just get tired of Brady when I want to go, man, he won 3 Super Bowls to start the career with they did it with defense, run the game. He played the game the right way, and he was clutch as hell. He's the clutchest guy I've ever seen. I'll say that for sure. Then they changed their offense and got Wes Welker and Randy Moss and did all those things, let alone all the things they do on the Hall of Famers they got on the defensive side of the ball to go along with it. Offense kind of caught up. League caught up to that. Oh, let's get Gronk and Hernandez. Let's be a new cutting-edge double tight end team that everybody's going to catch on to. So he's had those benefactors. Brady gets too much of that credit in my opinion. Awesome football player. I get it. There's no doubt about it. But I just see it a little differently that way. He's been afforded advantages that I would go, no quarterback has gotten that. And really, Ross, the stats will also say this to back me up. And I'm not a stat guy. I don't give a shit. But these two actually are real. Nobody's thrown to more open receivers in the history of football than Tom Brady. Nobody. You can go back as far as PFF looks. I have other coaches who have broken it down, and they'll tell you nobody. And he's also one of the most well-protected quarterbacks in the history of the sport as well. So he's had a lot of things help him to be as great as he is to go along with that. I know all the things you're saying. I'm in it. I do think, of course, he's towards the top of all-time great quarterbacks. I just think sometimes we go overboard with the praise and the things he does. He was the perfect fit for Tampa last year. They needed the polish and that guy, like you said, to lead and get everybody together and do those type of things, you know. But let's not forget, the year before they were 7-9 with one of the worst years ever we've seen from a quarterback, throwing 30 interceptions. It was a really good damn team, and they gave him more support when he got there. So I know. See, now you're going to get everybody in New England to get all pissed off and hate on me again. But, I mean, that's just how I feel. I'm sorry.
Well, really, it shouldn't be that way in New England anymore because you're singing the praises of the New England Patriots coaching staff and Belichick.
Yeah.
And honestly, look, you know, I've heard guys talk that coached up there, and they all feel that way. And it's probably hard not to if you're in those meetings and you see the schematic advantages, right? To feel like, hey, we're a big part of this more than just Tom. So totally get it. Two more things I've got.
Let me just say one more thing on that too. Like, yes, they're cutting edge game plans, everything they do. I was with Josh McDaniels in Denver. It's the best offense in football. It's very complicated to like your point before with the mics and things like that. But once you get it, there's no schemes better, which has led to the most open receivers in the history of football. But like Ross, They don't run. They never ran 3-step dropbacks because Brady couldn't do it and didn't feel comfortable about dropping that quick and throwing the ball. Bootlegs, non-existent for a 19-year career in New England because Brady couldn't run outside the pocket to do bootlegs. Like, so they're like, he's out of like half the offenses in football right there. And that's where I think people miss it. So again, I know he's great, but they always did a great job of formulating to his strengths and not, you know, to his weaknesses. And that's where I think people lose it a little bit in translation.
Dude, I never realized either one of those. I never even thought of it.
They don't run bootlegs or three-step. Right.
I would think Brady would be awesome at 3-step. That really surprises me. Actually.
I know, but if you look at his career in New England, it was very, very rare. It was very rare. He had some struggles with it early in his career, and they just said, the hell with it. He doesn't like it. He's not the best at it. He's better when he's just in the pocket and he can kind of see the plays develop more, and then he throws strikes and dices you up.
All right, so you're the only person publicly that had Zach Wilson ranked ahead of Trevor Lawrence, okay? And I'm not putting too much stock into the first two preseason games other than to say Zach Wilson looked pretty darn good. I got the Eagles and the Jets Friday night. I might even mention your name. What is it about Zach Wilson that you liked so much and that you've seen through the first two games that had you rank him number one?
Right. Well, I again, I'll go back. The pure talent popped off the screen a little bit. I think that's the first thing. I mean, when you just talk about the quickness of the release, how powerful the ball is, the ability to throw the ball from different body positions, arm angles, all those type of things, and, I think it was in a little bit of had some pro schemes in by BYU that made me think, okay, he knows how to read the field and go through progressions like an NFL quarterback to a degree. And really, for the way the NFL's set up right now, he's just the perfect modern day NFL quarterback. I saw a lot of those Rodgers, Mahomes type qualities where, hey, if the guy's open, he'll hit him. But if nobody's open, he can kind of avoid trouble and extend plays and threaten you with the run if you keep dropping back. But if you come up, he's going to throw a 30-yard laser by you. And to me, that is playing quarterback in the NFL right now. So, I don't know if I'm right either, but I think certainly through two preseason games, you and I can both agree he belongs. He was certainly worthy of that top 5 type of pick conversation. We'll see where it goes from here.
Last question. I don't know if you have a stock answer for this or not. Rookie quarterbacks. Sit for a while, play right away, depends on the situation. Where do you stand on that?
I'm more generally the play him, get him out there. As you know, like at quarterback, you can't really emulate like a real game situation at quarterback because guys aren't hitting you in practice or doing those things and ripping your head off. You know, and of course the fans aren't there, 80,000 screaming fans and all those type of things. So I am one to go get them out there, let them play. And especially the young quarterbacks we're seeing this day and age. I don't know if it's because of social media and they've done TikTok dances their whole life growing up, but none of them are scared of the big lights or anything like that. You know, so I almost across the board, as far as the quarterback situation, except for maybe Mac and Cam, just because that's a close one. And I don't know, Cam might have screwed it up. But I mean, the 49ers, Shanahan, Trey Lance, he's raw and he's a little scary with what you saw the other night. But I'm one to go play him, get him out there now. I think ultimately it'll be better for year 2. And really, you might maximize your team this year to be more dangerous in the playoffs or anything like that. And, you know, last thing, Ross, people always go to like, well, look at what Mahomes did. You know, he sat a year and then he came back. You know, who's to say Mahomes wouldn't have tore it up as a rookie and done really good things? I mean, that's the other thing you got to remember. That was a good team he was on. They were the number 2 seed in the playoffs when he got drafted and all that. So I guess more times than not, I'm get him out there and get him used to playing in the league.
So here's what you need to do now, because obviously this guy is a rock star. Check him out on social media at C-Sims Quarterback. Subscribe. I know a lot of you listen to other podcasts. Make sure you're listening to Unbuttoned with Chris. I mean, you guys know I take notes for the social media clips later. I have like 6 things I want to cut. Intern Casey's going to hate me when I tell her to cut all these clips for social media, but there was that much good stuff. It was awesome. Thank you, Chris.
You're the man, Ross. Thanks for having me, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
You know who else is the man? Any one of you that are like me and you're a customer for Keeps. I cannot say this any clearer. There are 2 FDA-approved medications for hair loss. Keeps can send both of them to your house. I used to have to go to the doctor to get a prescription for the pill. I used to have to either go to like Costco or go to the drugstore to get the topical solution. Now I do neither. Keeps sends them right to my house. They save me time. They save me money. They save my hair. I mean, I should do my own logos for Keeps. I should do my own mottos. Save your time, save you money, save your hair. Keeps.com/Ross. Save your time, save your hair, save your money. Keeps.com/Ross. They'll give you your first month of treatment for free. I know a lot of you have thought about doing this. You just haven't pulled the trigger. Pull the trigger. Keeps.com/Ross.
Tux Takes.
All right, Ross, good morning. Let's start with some injuries, including a significant one in Jacksonville. First round running back Travis Etienne likely to miss the entire season with a Liz Frank sprain.
Yep, and my initial reaction, Bri, was I am so glad he made it through Clemson healthy. Like, obviously, this is bad for Travis. This is bad for the Jags for this year, for all the reasons everybody already knows. But this guy came back to Clemson for his senior year last year. What if this happened last year? He would have cost himself and his family millions of dollars. Thank goodness it did. I mean, he played like 58 straight games in college or something crazy. Thank goodness it didn't happen until now.
Tux Takes.
Other injury news includes Jets linebacker Gerard Davis out until at least week 6. Seahawks linebacker Ben Burr-Kirven out for the year, torn ACL. And a host of players out for COVID-related reasons, including Jags edge rusher Josh Allen, the Bills' Cole Beasley, Gabriel Davis, Star Lotulelei, and Vernon Butler, and Patriots quarterback Cam Newton.
The Jets have been hit hard, man. I mean, between losing Carl Lawson and Jared Davis, that stinks. Burr-Kirven was going to be a guy that actually was going to contribute for the Seahawks this year. That hurts. And then, you know, these COVID things, all these guys are out for at least 5 days. Josh Allen from the Jags. The Bills had, I guess, 4 unvaccinated guys that were close contacts of a trainer who tested positive. Cole Beasley, Gabriel Davis, Star Lotulelei, and Vernon Butler. Listen, I'm done talking about the vaccine, okay, from a standpoint of whether or not people should get it. I have no idea why anybody doesn't get it, but listen, you guys have your reasons. I just go by what every one of my friends who's a doctor has done for themselves and their kids. That's good enough for me. That's not even the point anymore. We're past that. We're to the point now with Tom Pelissero where we're talking about it's going to impact teams and games. And it's really going to impact Cam Newton. Cam Newton might lose the starting job now because he's unvaccinated. That's a very real thing. He left, you have to get tested every day if you're unvaccinated. He missed a day, and so it's like he was away for 5 days. It's crazy. Either the Patriots screwed up royally or Cam did. Either way, it's not good because if it was the Patriots, it kind of makes you go, If it's Cam, well, that's a big miss.
Tux takes.
On the transaction front, the Falcons signed quarterback Josh Rosen. Vikings brought back defensive end Everson Griffin. Panthers gave speedy wide receiver Robbie Anderson a 2-year extension worth $29.5 million, 20 of it guaranteed.
So obviously the Falcons needed a quarterback after A.J. McCarron got hurt. Looks like Josh Rosen might be the backup there. I don't know if he's even good enough to be the backup, to be honest with you. We'll see if they keep him. Vikings bringing back Everson Griffin. He had such a good stint there. I don't know what happened last year where he said stuff about Zimmer and Cousins, but he's back, and I'm happy for Robbie Anderson. If you guys remember, you listened to the Fantasy Feast podcast, where, by the way, we're giving away the first 3 spots in the season-long fantasy football draft with me and Joe Dolan over at Fantrax.com. So get in on that, by the way. We're not recording until 4 p.m. Eastern time. Fantrax is the most customizable fantasy platform in the industry, offering the greatest fantasy experience for your dynasty, keeper, redraft, and best ball leagues. We're talking redraft. This is what we're going to use. We're going to use Fantrax.com. It is by far the most customizable. I don't even know how many people we're going to have in the draft. It might be 17. Might be 11. I don't know. It's fully customizable. Fantrax.com/Ross. That is the key. Fantrax.com/Ross. Then email it to me, ross@rosstucker.com. And if you do, you got a good shot to get in the season-long draft with Joe Dolan and I in a couple weeks. Cannot wait to take you down. You think you're better than me? Well, we will find out. Fantrax.com/Ross. So easy to switch. Such a better way to go. And I will draft Robbie Anderson like I did last year in most drafts so I can destroy you.
Tux takes.
We had a trade this morning. The Rams sent 2 late-round conditional picks to the New England Patriots for running back Sony Michel.
Right. It's kind of interesting, Bri. It's a 5th and 6th round picks. But if the Rams end up getting a conditional, if the Rams end up getting a 4th for the compensatory pick, it turns into that. So it's a 5th and 6th in case they don't get that 4th round compensatory pick, which is really interesting. Makes perfect sense. I mean, I know a lot of you watched me do the Patriots-Eagles game. Patriots were loaded with running backs. Loaded. And the young guys, Ramondre Stevenson and J.J. Taylor, really impressed me. Ramondre Stevenson got great feet. J.J. Taylor is a spinning, motorboating son of a gun. Do you know what that means, by the way, bro?
A motorboating son of a gun? No, I don't.
You know what movie it's from?
No, I don't. Should
Wedding Crashers.
Oh, yeah.
Did you motorboat?
Yeah.
I have no idea why Thursday night when J.J. Taylor kept spinning, I was going to call him a spinning son of a gun, and then all of a sudden motorboating son of a gun came in my head, so I called him a spinning motorboating son of a gun. Anyway, that's one of the things I guess that Chris Sims liked. So this makes sense. Patriots had 5 running backs. They don't need all of them. Now they got 4, Harris, White, and the 2 young guys. Rams needed somebody reliable, which I think Michel is. He's only in the last year of his contract. They need him for this 1 year, then they get Akers back. And I don't know how much Michel has left in his knees anyway.
Tux takes.
Okay, finally, any takeaways from Monday night's nationally televised Saints-Jags game?
Jags have a long way to go, and Marquez Callaway. Well, Jameis Winston should be the quarterback, but Marquez Callaway. This dude came out of nowhere, looked awesome for the Saints. Looking forward to watching him this year. Shout-outs, Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com, SteakhouseSports.com. Greg Cosell breaking down preseason week 2 tomorrow. Even money yesterday with Doug Kazarian from ESPN was off the charts. Fantasy Feast, we got tight end tiers today with Joe Dolan. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, we're on. So welcome, prime time, Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, no Brandon Cristal. Yes, I called it the Primetime Hall of Fame sim because I expected the two of those guys to talk about their Hall of Fame experience, and I'm just great. But turns out it's just the two of us here together, no BK. Maybe he will be here for Madden After Dark. I won't be. That's to you two, and I will just hang out with the Sim fam in the chat and applaud and heckle and do all that everyone does. But how are you, my friend?
I'm doing well. I can talk about the Hall of Fame if you want, but
sure.
Yeah, I'm cool. Are you cool? I'm cool.
I'm great. Well, honestly, I'm semi cool. Okay. So I did the 4 and the 6. I also did the slate in between the 4 and the 6.
Okay, so you're like running hot right now.
You're
running
ready for
hot.
cool down. Oh yeah. Well, and I'm especially running hot. I don't know if he's out there listening. I don't care if he is. Like, I'm not going to say anything that I wouldn't say to him. I worked with Kenny for all of that.
Oh, geez.
So I had like 3 straight hours of me and Kenny, and Christian was around for the last sim. Tara Lynn was around for the first sim. But it was Kenny and I continuously for basically 3 uninterrupted hours.
That's tough.
And there was a lot of passion. There was a lot of discussion. There was some arguments. There were some rather heated discussions. I know, but really, it brings me back to this main point. And I can't remember if I've said this to you. I think I have. And again, I would say it to Kenny. I would say it to any of you, because this is not even really about Kenny. Sometimes things get a little more, emphasized when Kenny's involved, but it's not about Kenny. Sometimes. Which is this. One thing that doesn't disappoint me about these things with regard to commentary coming to an end, and there are so many more things that do, but one thing that doesn't is I think I'm look at that interception inside the first minute.
A one-handed pick. That was good.
Owner Tre'Davious White. I'm kind of good on the whole back-to-back sims with the same person thing. And how many weekends have you done like 3 straight with the same
it's
person?
like, oh, okay, it looks like I got 4 in a row with Moose today. Gonna run out of stuff to talk about middle of the second sim.
And that's what it is. Or even if you don't run out of stuff to talk about, it doesn't feel as fresh. Even if it's not repetitive, it might feel repetitive because you discussed it in a previous sim, even if it wasn't that singular sim that came right before. Like I've said this to producer Drew, who apparently got engaged. Congrats to him.
Wow. Nice. Very cool.
I know he's not producing this sim. He's not listening, but Drew, congrats. I would rather do 4 sims in a day with 4 different partners than do 2 sims in a day with the same person.
Oh yeah, that's easy. 4 sims equals 4 more.
It breaks the monotony.
4 is more than 2, therefore I make more money. So off the bat,
I'm not talking about the money. Money has nothing to do with it. Drew just texted me he is listening. Well, in that case, everybody congratulate Drew.
Hey, Drew!
Congratulations,
buddy. That's awesome.
We're proud of you, Drew. I won't share
Why are you listening to us after getting engaged?
Seriously, go do some. Well,
go hang out with your fiancé.
He may not have gotten engaged today. It could have been days ago. I just found out about it today. I have no idea when it actually happened.
It would be really weird if he got engaged and like 15 minutes later he was listening to us.
I'm just going to check out the sim.
That would effectively end the relationship.
Eamon says, definitely not today is my guess, LOL. He says it was Friday. Okay, Friday, perfect. So it's, well, in that case, Drew, what the hell? How many times have we talked since Friday? And I'm just finding out about this now?
Hey, private guy, I respect that.
Apparently. It wasn't even from him. Where's Emerson stealing these photos from that he's posting in our internal Slack channel?
Wow. And not on our Twitter thread or email chain.
Right. Also,
good thing we have both now. Good God.
Drew's busy scheduling us chumps. Yeah, Drew, since you're out there,
find someone for 10 o'clock, Drew, because BK is not going to show up.
Yeah, BK is very much on the on the fence.
Drew, while you're at it, tell BK to quit. Dark. Tell BK to quit.
Touchdown! There's no quit and scoring here. Not when Lee Smith's involved. Woo! Buffalo!
He has moved on from Sims. He is now a full-fledged youth coach. That's fine. He replaced his side gig with a youth coaching job. I respect that.
Is he
just
getting
fully
paid for that
commit.
one? He's pretty much
get out.
He's pretty much Phillip Rivers, isn't he?
That's it, right?
He's left the more high-profile job to go coach youth football.
Yeah, for a passion project, and I get it. Go do it.
I feel like I had a long conversation with Drew about The Sims, not about and not about anything important. Drew and I were talking about The Sims. I feel, was this Friday, Drew, that we were talking for all that time on Zoom, just the two of us? You could have told me you were going to go get engaged later that night.
Yeah, but maybe
I wouldn't have told her.
He didn't want to jinx it.
Yeah, she might say no.
Dom Harpo 10 says, bring back Tara Lynn. Her and Tom are always funny. I'd work with Tara Lynn at 10. Tara Lynn is hilarious to work with.
Bring back TL.
But I feel like if she's off, she's out.
1,000%.
She's out for the night already.
Oh,
8 o'clock Eastern? Come on.
Wait, hang on. Let me check her Instagram. If it's honestly, it's like a little too early in the night for an IG story from TL.
True, but she's definitely in the midst of like getting ready, pre-gaming.
Could be.
I respect it. There's no hate in my heart for that.
How are you, without going into, well, we won't go into Drew's life. Drew's not here to talk, but we can talk about your life because you are an engaged man.
Hey-o.
I expressed to Drew, I said to Drew, Godspeed to you, because dating, awesome. Being married, awesome. Being engaged, the worst.
Yeah, you've mentioned this to me before.
Yeah, because planning a wedding stinks. They're just, but as I wrote to him, I said, if you make it through the guest list united, everything else is smooth sailing. Mm-hmm. What is your experience being engaged? Because I went through it many, many moons ago. You are in it. You're in the thick of it. You can offer these little cherubs of knowledge to Drew if he's out there still.
So my best advice to Drew and to anyone that gets engaged is to just get ahead of everything. Don't put things off needlessly. Within that first month or two, figure out when you want to get married and start doing as much planning early on as you can. Just get it done. Get it out of the way. Grind time, first month or so, just do what you got to do. And then it's all smooth sailing. Then you're just paying your deposits when you need to pay them and, hitting your deadlines when you have to hit your deadlines as far as okay, we need to know this info by this date and yada, yada, yada. And it's not like you need to have every appointment within the first month. You can spread things out. Just making the appointment is if you know you have to do 10 things, at least try and schedule all of those things as soon as you can.
Drew is good at something. It's scheduling.
Right. I mean, he took the job over from Madison valiantly. So that would be my best advice. And I know that's not what you want to hear because, I got to go plan and do that stuff. But it has made the engagement very easy because we just got all of the tedious stuff done out early.
And it was just a waiting game at that point.
Exactly. And when we were in New England, Morgan had appointments with the florist, so she did that, and then she had her dress appointments that she set up, and then we're doing a cake tasting I should say, at some point this fall. So you just schedule this stuff out, and then you're kind of hitting it along the way, and then it's less stressful. Just get ahead of it, like anything in life, just get ahead of it.
Can you guys change the topic to something interesting, Koff?
Yeah. Look, I'm just answering the question.
Well, I think he meant the whole topic. I don't think that was specific to your answer. Although because we're
could be
at the end of the first, I will ask you one more question on topic, which is
sure.
Was there was there one, or are you anticipating that one battle Like, I feel like most people, I mentioned this before, the friction is the guest list. Whether it's between the two of you or whether it's influence of family, was there one thing that was like, this was the tough part? Or has everything actually gone pretty easily?
No, everything's been smooth. We've been aligned on everything. We knew we wanted to get married in Rhode Island because we knew we were going to move up there at some point before the wedding. We haven't really had any battles at all about guests. We both knew, all right, these are the people I want. These are the people she wants. I don't dislike anyone that she wants to invite. She doesn't dislike anyone that I want to invite. We asked both families who they want to be there. No surprises on that front. It's been smooth, man. Everything's been good. All good, baby. I've been spoiled with this thing.
Chris says, as many do, marriage is simple. The woman is always right. Happy wife, happy life, as the expression goes.
Exactly.
Mike Bizzle shouting out engagement photos.
Yeah, we took those the other day. That was fun. They came out great. So, breaking news, Jason Rossi going to be joining us on the 10 p.m. sim.
Hey, how about that?
So, maybe BK gets in there late. Regardless, you'll have Rossi and I to start it off.
Love it.
So
Love to hear it. That's what it's all
yeah,
about right there.
The engagement pictures were good. We had the family dog was in a bunch of the pictures that we took down at the Arch, so that was cool. Little photo shoot for Boomer, who's 11. So, good
Love
to get
that.
the family dog pics.
Got to. You have to.
Yeah,
I mean, these are the moments to cherish, my friend.
Exactly. So those were fun. Went to
Get
a few
your
different
lineups in, by the
spots.
way, for 10 o'clock. As
Even
Mr.
though
Carroll
the
said,
the
Jason
contest
Rossi
is
be
all
with you.
screwed up.
It still exists.
It says BK and Freeze Pops maybe cough. No cough, no BK. Add Rossi.
Well, I was never in the mix.
No,
So
I
that
only
was-
said maybe because he sent that email the other day saying that you should stick around and no one replied. So I was like, okay, does that mean he is or isn't going to come? I don't
see.
know.
Well, Chargers Broncos either way, and now I'm disappointed because if ever you want BK around for a sim, it's a Broncos sim on the day that Teddy Bridgewater's named QB1.
There you go.
I tell you.
Yeah, because BK was a semi-advocate, I'd say, for Drew Lock.
I would say. Mike Bizzle says, Koff, do a Madden After Dark encore. We want more. That would be my fourth of the day. Bizzle, while I appreciate the support, Mike Parker disagrees. Mike Parker wrote earlier, and this is going to be burned in my brain, Mike. I'm never going to forget, ever.
Uh-oh.
Years from now, says, bring back anybody but Koff. Anybody. Michael Parker.
Wow. Anybody.
Sir, anybody. That's it. Ducey's coming back for 10.
No.
We got producer Eamon, T-Pike, Undercover Boss, P-Fry, and Jim in Ops to steal Glash's gimmick.
I don't know, Jim. Jim talked the other day on a
Stop
broadcast.
that. No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
What's he sound like?
Heard Jim's voice.
What's Jim sound like?
He sounds just like Jim Nance. It's scary.
Hello, friends. It is kind of fun imagining what a lot of the production or game ops people who we don't know personally, who have lived behind the black Zoom screen of just a name, imagining what they look and sound like. Anyone that we don't know.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I haven't given these people imaginary voices.
Yeah, it's much more of a visual thing than a voice thing. And just about every time someone turns on their camera, I'm surprised. I'm bad at this game. Michael, I couldn't have been producer Michael. I couldn't have been farther off.
Well, he had his little picture up there for a long time.
Right, but and I still haven't seen him with the camera on, but I've seen the picture. But before the picture, not even close.
So he has turned his camera on accidentally before, and I've seen it. It's very similar to his picture. He was wearing glasses though, so that was the one big difference.
No, I mean the picture, In that, I don't know about real life, but in that picture, like you think it's like Lex Luthor or something like that. I was picturing. I don't know what I pictured.
Yeah,
like,
no, I'm curious what you were picturing here.
Dark black hair, short hair, glasses.
Okay,
which
like
I don't
an
think he has.
Italian,
I don't
an
think he has
Italian
glasses.
stallion looking guy.
Heavier set. For some reason, I thought he was heavier set.
No, he's yoked.
Yeah, he's cut. Like I told you, I'm bad at this game, man. I am bad at this game. Singletary,
Wow.
17 on the ground. Kittle, 53 in the air on his 4 catches. The touchdown, Lee Smith, a field goal, Robbie Gould. You're caught up. 7-3. Buffalo in front.
There you go. Stats are updated.
Jeffrey says, Koff, can we get an announcement for people to voluntarily share their username? I'm curious who I play against, who's in here. Jeffrey, by all means, if anybody in the chat who's listening would like to share their DK usernames to reveal yourselves, go right ahead. If you don't want to, don't.
Do it. I think mine is Tommy Freeze Pops.
I am, DK-A Kaufman, I think. I have no idea what Jim looks like or sounds like.
Hey, Jim. I'm telling you, man, just picture Jim Nance. That's what he sounds
Eamon
like.
says Glash has pretty good impressions, as much as it pains me to say it. Really? Of who? Of whom? Whom? Jim says, take your best guess and I'll turn my camera on after the sim. All right.
Wow.
All right.
Jim is getting wild
I'll play
as
the
the commentary
Honestly,
comes to a
for the
close.
longest time, I wasn't even sure Jim listened. Because
Well, that was our theory. That was our theory when he did
Jim,
turn on his mic.
Well, Jim would never respond to stuff that we would, when we mentioned him, he would never respond to things in the chat until like that, basically. So I didn't know if Jim just like muted us because we're annoying and did his job, which is the manual scoring, focused on the sim, talk about the sim, and we just, we weren't even here, like it was September 1st. But turns out Jim's listening. I see all the people sharing their usernames for you, Jeffrey. All right. So what does do you know?
What? I don't know what he looks like.
All right.
I guess I
well,
could look
let's-
it up.
Then let's play this. No, don't look it up. We look it up.
I'm kind of curious.
Oh, Eamon says that Glash's Nance was spot on. I thought you meant Glash's impressions of like us. No, his Nance, his Marv, Buck.
Oh,
those are
the
pretty
Marv
good.
is great.
Yeah, those
The
are pretty good.
The Buck is good.
Yeah. His Romo. There was one day, I will never forget it, because I'm someone that, I've said this before, I'm someone that privately, like if I'm watching a movie alone or watching a TV show, a sitcom alone, it takes a lot to get me to laugh out loud. Obviously laughter's contagious. You're watching with people, you'll erupt, or we're like you and I, we're hanging out, we'll make each other laugh. But it takes a lot for me to just like be sitting and watching a movie, even a comedy, and laugh out loud. Something's got to be really funny. There was a day that I tuned in for, I don't know, an 8 or a Madden After Dark or something that you and him were doing together. And it was I don't think it was the first time you did it, but it was the first time that I heard the
Buck and Aikman.
The Buck and Aikman. And I was kind of chuckling. And then you guys, one of you, maybe, I don't remember if it was you or him at this point, one of you brought in Aaron Andrews.
Oh, that was Glash, yeah.
And it just kept going. And then I started howling. I was literally laughing out loud so hard. I thought I was going to spit out my drink at the two of you. I think I even texted him. It was
Yeah,
like,
you
this
did. You texted both of us.
Yeah, I was like, this is so good. Like, keep doing this. Oh, it was killing me.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss doing that. We had them on for one final time the other night.
One final time.
Yeah, sad, but it's
we
the
might need
reality
an
of the
encore.
situation. Glash was trying to bail out of it early, though. I'll peel the curtain back. We were supposed to do 3 quarters, and then we only ended up doing, I think, 1 quarter of it. But it was good nonetheless. It was fun. I know I emptied the tank as Aikman that day. in that
Did
one
you guys
quarter.
bring in Aaron Andrews as well?
Of course, we always bring in Aaron.
Kendrick Bourne, the new Patriot, you're actually obligated to say that, almost got there. First and goal from the 2. Third catch for him.
Hey, sounds like Mac Jones kind of secured the job today, huh? I know it's not official, but I mean, people are talking about this practice he had today like it was that dream team practice that everyone talks about from back in the day.
Right? Get there.
Raheem the Stream. Gonna miss watching this guy dominate.
Meowstert. Raheem Mostert, touchdown. 9 is on top. Yeah, Amos,
David
those
Gorgie.
Castro impressions are pretty good. And movie quotes? What do you mean the movie quotes? Now
He
you come into
mixes
my
it.
lane. What are you talking about movie quotes?
He'll randomly mix in a movie quote. He usually loses me on those because I'm not really great with movie quotes. I don't know.
Tell him to quit
I like
stealing
movie
my
quotes. I like movies, but just throwing in random movie quotes, they usually go over my head. Maybe that says something about me.
Tom says some of them are super subtle. Like he'll throw them in the middle of the combo. Good. That's what you're supposed to do with a movie quote. I support that.
David Gorgie saying, I am considering a YouTube live. I will do the games as one of my different characters. Imagine Howard Cosell on Monday nights.
Fun
All
fact
right.
we learned about David on the last sim.
Oh, I already knew
I-
this. He's a professional impersonator.
Not what I was going to say. I'm guilty
Oh.
of this as well. It is not Gorgie.
Oh,
It is-
Georgie?
No, not Georgie. It is Gorgie.
Oh, Gorgie. Okay.
Now you
Two
know
har-
because
two hard
I learned,
Gs.
I learned, and I am spreading the gospel. Now you know
The Gospel of Gorgie.
the gospel of Gorgie.
Mike
All
Bizzle
right.
saying Tommy DeVito. I am like a foot and a half taller than Danny DeVito.
Gospel according to Gorgie. What's your? Did we do our lineups? I honestly can't remember. I don't think we
No.
have we? What's
Let
your
me pull
lineup?
mine up. It is Raheem Mostert in the captain spot, Cole Beasley, Kendrick Bourne, Steph Diggs, Pettis, Smith. So I actually probably am doing pretty well right now.
I'm 35th out of 125 in the Primetime Hall of Fame broadcast.
I'm in
like you, Raheem
43rd.
Mostert, the captain spot, super chalky, 40th, or 40% owned in the captain slot, 83% overall. Josh Allen, also very chalky, 3/4 of lineups, 15% captain. Stephon Diggs, Lee Smith with the touchdown, and then stack them kickers in honor of Rossi coming up from Madden After Dark. Robbie Gold, Tyler, shake that bass.
I'm in 39th now.
All right, what does Jim look like? Let's wrap this up before the half. We have 2.5 to go.
I'm guessing 5'8".
Well, no, like what's he gonna look like in a Zoom window? Don't worry about his
Okay,
height.
well, look, just let me go here. 5'8",
All right.
thick beard. He's a hat low on the forehead guy. You know, super curled brim.
You're going into way more detail than is necessary.
No glasses. He doesn't strike me as a glasses guy. No piercings or anything like that. Probably wearing a collared shirt.
Okay. All right. You went into more detail than I intend to go into.
Wow.
And I do not feel pressured to match it.
Wow, way to be lazy, bro.
I was thinking more of a sketch artist type description.
Aren't those
me a
usually
tap.
super detailed?
That was like really detailed though. Yeah,
All I
college
said
shirt.
was his height. That was the only
You broke down
real
you
outside-
broke down the quality of the brim on the hat.
Yeah, but if you're drawing a picture, you need to have the difference between a flat brim and a curled brim. Very, very, important.
Also impacts how I view you as a person. I am not a flat brim guy.
I think certain hats require certain types of brims, but yeah, I'm not a flat brim guy either. But there's certain hats where the brim needs to be more curved than other hats.
My wife said that very thing to me the other day. You know what I said to her? Then don't get me that hat.
Like this The hat that I typically wear, that's my preferred brim. You know, like that one right there I'm showing on camera.
Yeah, but that's not a flat brim.
No. This is not flat brim at all. No, I don't like. I'm not a
brim.
I'm not a flat brim guy.
It's a very slight little curvature that you've got going on there. It is not an aggressive one like.
No, I'd say this is the ideal curve.
Around put it inside a mug to get it to stick kind of thing.
Yeah, see, only certain hats I think look good that way.
Yeah, that's how I like to rock a hat. But I got a more narrow head than you do.
Yeah, so yeah, right. If I wear a hat like that, it needs to be like a trucker hat that I do yard work in.
Yeah, yours is like for those that get this reference, like Sputnik. Heed, move, heed, newspaper.
Am I gonna have to do some background, foreground work here with my head to show you again that it is not larger than my microwave? Because I will.
All right.
It's a normal-sized head.
So you say. Listen, all I know is I saw pictures of you at the Hall of Fame. I saw you arm in arm with Tom Brady. Your head was considerably larger.
Small head, like really small head. Like everyone that has asked me about, dude, small,
6'5" with a tiny little noggin.
He has a small head. I'm telling you, like when people have asked me what he looks like,
who had his head shrunk.
He has a noticeably small head when you meet him in person.
I'm gonna say
he's
Jim
way taller, way lankier than you'd think.
Jim, speaking of lanky, I'm gonna say that Jim is a skinny guy. I'm gonna say Jim's a skinny guy. Who? All right. I'll play your game. I've changed my mind. He's a skinny guy who likes to wear slightly baggier clothing.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a hat guy. I'll go with that. He's a hat guy.
For sure.
No glasses. He has short brown hair.
You've gone way, way more descriptive than me.
Well, because again, I'm thinking about the. Now I'm thinking about the face, the head. As the field goal's good. Couple for Robbie Gould now, 13-7.
You think he's got a big head or a small head?
I think it's a smaller head. It's not a big head. It's I'm going to say no glasses. No, I'm going to take it back. Glasses for Jim.
Wow. Okay.
Glasses for Jim. No facial.
What made you change it?
I just started picturing Jim.
Okay.
No facial hair, like maybe stubble, but no
significant beard.
Yeah, not a beard or anything like that. I'm with you on the no piercings thing, but maybe in a past life had an earring. No current piercings.
Wow. See, you crushed me for going descriptive, and now you're building a narrative.
Well,
I mean, come on.
He likes to whittle.
Oh my God. This is absurd.
You inspired me. What can I say?
Unbelievable.
I'm going to write a haiku about Jim.
Jim says he's more of a knitter. Show in your face.
If it wasn't one, it was the other. Patrick says, you just described the dude that starred in Sling Blade.
I like them French fried taters. Now that's a movie quote I'll always mix in. I like them French fried taters.
Austin Joe, this is not interesting commentary. Well, trust me. You'll be rid of us in a week.
Must be, says Tom, we saw you sitting next to BK. You're like Pac-Man. BK has a small head too. Actually, you know what? No, BK has a big head.
BK's a little guy to begin with.
He's a small guy, but he actually has kind of a decent. He's got a decently sized dome. Yeah, I'll put him at 5'7". 5'7", 5'8". Short, large dome.
You feel like he has a big head? I feel like he has a very normal size head for a 5'7" guy.
No, I'm picturing it big head.
I've spent a lot of time with BK. I'm gonna disagree on that.
I saw him more recently though. Maybe his head grew.
Maybe his head's gotten bigger. Maybe he's on that Barry Bonds treatment.
I think his head is proportionately larger.
I saw him more recently. I don't care how long you've known him. I saw him more recently. And let me tell you, huge noggin.
Yep, saw him more recently. His head grew.
Oh, Buzz, I heard Jim drives an ice cream truck covered in human skulls.
Wow.
Nah.
If he did, I'd love that.
No, I mean, that's... You know what he has? He's got the... anyone seen Universal Soldier? He's got the necklace of people's ears.
That sounds horrifying.
T-Bike. Way to go, Jim!
Hey, Jim!
Boston Joe, we talking ego here or skull size?
Skull size. Sizable ego as well.
David, I'll check out. I'll check you out.
Gorgie
on the old YouTube and
yeah, Gorgie, send along them. DMs are always open. Send along a link in my Twitter DMs. I'll watch.
LaMarco got all testy with me. Not really.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Because
you don't follow anyone on Twitter?
No, that wasn't it. Wasn't it at all. He tweeted out, my new obsession, watching YouTube videos of this dude flying first class in ridiculous seats I will never be able to afford. So all I responded to his tweet was, please give me your free time. So he responds, I have kindly replied to you via DM in the most respectful manner possible. So I check my DM. I will simply say it was unkind.
Uh-oh.
There were 4-letter words used.
Wow.
That were not want or when.
Wow.
And he sent me a screenshot of his schedule come the start of football season.
Wow.
Say he's going to be busy.
Was it lighthearted in nature?
Oh yes, of course. I didn't actually upset him, but he's got a busy schedule. I mean, I won't break it down. That's his business. But he's going to be. He's Sunday to Saturday, man. That guy's working.
Hey, he's got to pay the bills, man. Lives in the greater New York area.
If we were still doing this, I'm not sure he'd have much time for us. Doing Sims. Yeah, Tater Hater says Koff called LaMarco bum on Twitter. Bizzle, Koff, TC, so glad to see you. You complete me.
Bad Boys of Pop saying that BK has a syndrome similar to Pinocchio. Every time he name drops, his head grows.
So that's with all the names he's dropped and we've had to pick up here in Simland. Maybe his head has gotten bigger.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe you're onto something here.
I'm telling you, I saw him more recently. Huge head.
Jim, without giving away any details whatsoever, this is a very simple, like, say, Koff or Tommy. Were either of us remotely close in our descriptions? I'll hang up and listen. 13-7 as we are in the start of the third quarter here. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, Amon.
He says,
Deep Rye. Jim.
He says, not really. You might have been closer, Kaufman.
All right. I'll take that.
No, Jim. How are you going to give Kaufman the edge? Come on, I've heard your voice, Jim.
Because we're dealing in fact. He can't just look a way that
yes,
you
he
want
can.
Him. What is this? Face off?
He could just never show us and tell everyone that I was right.
He could say, guys, Tom Ace described me to a T.
He nailed it so well, I don't even need to show.
Frighteningly accurate that I am afraid to reveal it to prove his
right. Yep. 100%.
That's right. He could have done that.
David Israel Speck wants to know who scored. Seems like the chat told him. And there you go.
Just so you don't want to? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, he said thanks, guys. So I mean, I know Lee Smith scored.
Got that
I
covered,
know
though.
Raheem Mostert scored.
Drew, are you still listening? Text me if you are. 13-7.
Jordan Lindenbaum vouching for David Gorgie's skills.
Good.
Saying he's, quote, pretty good. That's about as complimentary as Jordan Lindenbaum is possible of being. So
That's true. No, I mean, that's high praise out of Lindenbaum.
That's what I'm saying.
Pretty good. I am curious to know, and I'm not trying to start a deeper conversation here, just thinking about it based on all you guys in the chat. How many of you, whether you like us, don't like us, the commentators, not us specifically, like overall, all commentators, that's not what I'm going toward here. Come September 1 and beyond, I hope a lot of you are going to continue to come back, make your lineups, paid or free, watch The Sims, and chat with each other. I guess what I was going to say is, what my question was, is how many of you, are going to keep on coming to the YouTube and Twitch chats and just interacting with each other, this community, and spending time with each other and building upon the friendships that you've made here. I hope you do. I really hope you do. I'll certainly pop into the chat from time to time. I mean, not like every sim, not every day, but I'm going to absolutely check in, see how things are going. But David, Jordan W., Robbie Noble, Bizzle, Lindenbaum, BC Emulator, Mr. Miyagi, you guys still going to be hanging out here and just chatting with each other? I hope you will. Freak of Nature says, I'll be here every day. That's what I like to hear.
Curious what everyone's going to do, like the team that's always here, hashtag team always here. What are you going to do with all your free time now? I can't imagine that team always here is going to remain team always here when it's just ambient noise for 12 hours a day. Well, 6 hours, and then obviously there's DraftKings content in between. But
I mean, I guess I would say this though.
What are you guys going to do with all your new free time?
No, but what I was going to say is maybe they don't have any free time. Maybe they just listen to something else.
But that's a big change. You've been listening to this all day for a year and a half.
We're the background noise, right? We're the background noise.
For sure.
So you just put on different background noise and continue chatting with each other. I mean, there are a lot of people writing right now saying, won't be the same without you, but yeah, we'll still be here. That's what I like to see. I'm glad it's coming.
People are going to listen to this as there's going to have ambient crowd noise for their background noise of life.
No, but that's my point. They'll just listen to something else, because the volume won't matter here. You could listen to anything. You could be watching TV. You could listen to a podcast.
So they'll play music and still have this on in the background.
Yeah, and just chat with each other.
Huh.
I mean, that's not really a novel concept. It's like if you're.
I just find it hard to believe
with a TV on in front of you.
I'm just cautious skepticism here. I don't see it happening, man.
Scotty Too Hottie says, I'm considering starting to talk to my kids. We got a touchdown. Zach Moss.
Yeah, talk to your children.
Absolutely support that. And certainly, I see a lot of you in the chat. I appreciate the dedication, the kind words as it relates to the commentary. But by all means, just because we're not going to be here doesn't mean you shouldn't be. We encourage that you keep on coming back and keep interacting with one another.
I want you guys to do what you want to do with your life. Be free. I'm just calling it like I see it. Always been transparent with the people. Never going to stop.
You have. That's true.
Only a week left. No reason to stop now. I don't think it's going to be the same.
Tatis, it's not a firing situation.
It's a pausing.
It's I mean, yes, it's a pause, but that's not even what I was going to say. What I was going to say is the Sims continue on just without commentary. We will have other great things coming up at DraftKings throughout the NFL season and beyond. We're excited about it. Looking forward to it.
Tune in for the slate, no doubt. 11 a.m. Eastern, 5 days a week.
That's the sweat.
Get into the slate. Get into the sweat.
Yeah.
Get sweaty and watch the slate.
Damon says, I'm going to work on making $2 million. $2 million. Dean Murray. That was deep, Tommy. You should write greeting cards and bumper stickers.
Hey, man. I am going to need some extra work here starting September 1st. So if you want to recommend me to Hallmark, yeah. Robbie Noble, I'm not the judgmental type. I'm just I just know how life works. I don't think that a community of people that has been used to having like a live podcast type thing going nonstop for 6 hours to 12 hours a day, and then that goes away and you're just going to continue to stick around. I mean, it's just different. You're going to look for something else to do. That's all I'm saying. You might still play the contests, because a lot of people play these contests and don't watch. So like, that's cool.
True. No, that's.
We see those numbers. Like we know. You know, like way more people make lineups for contests than actually watch. So that won't end. But I'm just skeptical about the community sticking around.
James, much better with the announcers, but I'll only quit if Must Be makes fun of my ears.
You can always count on Must Be to throw out the zingers.
Behave yourself. You've already upset Kenny enough. Minute to go, third quarter, 14-13 game. Buffalo, as I have moved into the top 10.
Heyo. The freak of nature saying this is what we are meant to do, Freeze Pops. Hey, sometimes people are born for this. Bad Boys of Pop saying, pretty sure I'll be the only one popping in from time to time. Maybe not. Seems like people are going to come in still. That's what the people are saying.
Dirty pop, pop, pop. Bad Boys of Pop. Just made me think.
Oh, now I get it.
I know that wasn't his band, but made me think of it.
Jesty AF saying, speaking of ears, Tommy, did you ever get your ears cleaned? I did. It was satisfying. But I got to tell you, not as much stuff came out of my ear as I thought it would.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just starting to go deaf, which is cool. No, they didn't use a water jet, Eamon. They had like a suction cup type thing, and they just sucked the wax out.
It hurt. It hurt. It legit hurt.
It didn't feel natural. And then when they put down on the tray what was in my ear, I was like, oh, that's it? Like, yeah, you got clean ears, man. I'm like, well, yeah, I guess I'm just going deaf. Cool.
My wife works in healthcare, and this was, I don't know, a decade ago, easy, maybe beyond that. And, you know, brought one of those things home from work and did it, you know, to me, and like a freaking boulder came out of my skull. I was like, that is the most disgusting thing I have ever seen.
And did you feel like you had sonar?
Yeah.
HD hearing?
All of a sudden I could hear the neighbors through the walls. I've been blocked all this time. Oh, go Bayside. Beep, 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 go Bayside.
Are we doing a buy stream trash?
We can. You want to?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, while we're here.
Raheem Mostert.
Random one.
Leading the way, rushing. Or no?
I don't know. You're the one reading the numbers.
Nah, sorry. We jumped to a team-specific page. Here we go. Raheem Mostert, 16 carries, 50 yards, and a touchdown. George Kittle, 5 catches, 57 yards. Kendrick Bourne, 4 for 68. Lee Smith has a touchdown, 3 grabs, 11 yards. Steph Diggs, 4 catches, 63. Pettis, 3 for 49. Raheem Mostert, only 1 grab for 2 yards. Surprisingly enough, I think Raheem Mostert might be, I mean, I don't know if he's going to win the Babysitter Bailey Award, but he's not having a Raheem Mostert type of performance, we'll say, as we head into the fourth.
Did you? I obviously walked away for a second. Did you read Kareem's comment or no?
No, I was reading the stats.
Top just saying this is a sick joke. You're not going anywhere. You just wanted to hear the love.
That would be a cool fake out.
Sadly, we are leaving. All right, so I have a buy stream trash of movies that I will display, even though we're back to the game. T Pike has also given us one that he has created on his lonesome.
Okay.
So let's do T Pike's first. Buy stream trash.
I haven't seen any of these movies.
Well,
actually, Walking Tall with The Rock, I've seen.
The Rock, yeah, it says Big Dwayne in there. If anyone is new to this, how dare you? The way it works, buy stream trash. Buy the one you would want to own. Stream the one you would watch only one time in your life. And the trash, it had never been made. That's how buy stream trash works. And remember, it doesn't just apply to movies. You can do it with all facets of life. We've done it. I would buy, well, the candidates are Demolition Man, Fifth Element, Walking Tall. I would buy Demolition Man because I need to know what to do with the 3 seashells. I think I'd go in that order. I enjoyed Walking Tall, but I think I would stream Fifth Element and trash Walking Tall.
The Rock kicks ass in that movie.
He's great in all movies. George Kittle touchdown. Niners back in front.
That was kind of the first time when everyone was like, oh, The Rock can be an actor.
Right.
Isn't that a remake?
Walking Tall, I think it is. Going for 2. Looking for that touchdown lead. Early for Garoppolo. Got it. 2-point conversion's good. Niners up 7. Deebo Samuel. Damon is buying Fifth Element, streaming Demolition Man, and trashing The Rock. Well, it's not The Rock, remember. It's just The Rock is in the movie Walking Tall. Bad Boys of Pop, the 3 seashells and the Squatty Potty are all you need, Cough. All right, here's mine. The movies that I picked off the wall. I'll show them to you. I guess so you know that I'm not making them up.
Sure.
Phone Booth.
Oh, great movie.
Farrell, Kiefer Sutherland. America's Sweethearts.
Okay.
That's John Cusack, Billy Crystal, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and
that's an interesting
Julia Roberts.
flick. Sure.
And Undercover Brother.
Oh man. Okay.
Yeah.
This is a tough one.
So,
well, it's tough for 2 of them.
Sweethearts and Phone Booth.
I will buy Phone Booth, stream Undercover Brother, and trash American Sweethearts.
Me too.
Oh, TP, you gotta see.
Oh, you gotta see Phone Booth, dog.
Gotta see Phone Booth. Great flick. Phone Booth. That's Colin Farrell at his peak. Peak hot Irish Colin Farrell.
He's really good in that movie. Although Undercover Brother's a laugh out loud funny, man.
Hey, that's why I'd stream it.
You got NPH in there. Neil Patrick Harris is in that movie.
It's a great flick.
I feel like I'm trying to remember the timeline too in relation to Harold and Kumar. But I feel like that was NPH before we really started to get comedic NPH. Like before How I Met Your Mother and all that. Unless I'm wrong about that. I'd have to IMDb him, I guess.
You'd know better than me on that front. I never watched How I Met Your Mother.
Oh, you know what? It's a good show.
I heard it's good.
It is.
It's pretty far down the list for me.
It's
there's so much of it to watch,
Yeah.
It's daunting to take on those tasks.
Like that.
And it's network too, so you got 20 something episodes probably a season.
So let's see. I'm going to scroll all the way back.
That looked like a fumble.
I'm going all the way back to Doogie Howser. 97 episodes of Doogie Howser.
Doogie.
From 89 to 93. Starship Troopers, I remember that. Scrolling. Undercover Brother was 2002. Well before everything else. Harold and Kumar was 2004. How I Met Your Mother didn't start until 2005. That was 208 episodes. Niners with the ball after the fumble. Here's something we've not done in a while, by the way, and I can't do it because I'm on the page already. But how about the old guess the acting credits game? How many acting credits? Everyone's available to play. Jim, P-Fry, Eamon, Undercover Boss Tom. How many acting credits per IMDb does Neil Patrick Harris have?
My guess is 46.
You've said 46. T-Pike went much higher at 120.
That feels really high.
Eamon coming in between you at 100. Are we going Price is Right rules or just whoever's closest?
Price is Right rules.
Okay, well, either way, the answer is Eamon. 109.
Wow, that's a lot. But he does make a lot of cameos as himself, I guess.
Still counts.
Yeah. Oh, no, no doubt.
He was himself in 3 Harold and Kumar movies.
That's what I'm saying.
Mike Bizzlekoff, there would be no Tommy without Madison. That's true.
That's true. She is my DraftKings mom.
And there would be no Madison.
She birthed me. Emerson.
Was it Emerson?
Yeah. They're friends from Nesson.
There's a pipeline for a lot of
for sure
people. I don't remember everybody.
I guess that makes me a part of the Emerson coaching tree.
Yeah, you're part of the origin story there. Halfway through the fourth. Meager. 46. Tommy, you have almost 45.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking there. I just remember I was reading an article once. It was like a feature story on Christian
DeAndre?
Christopher Walken.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a few years ago, but they had mentioned that he had starred in over 80 movies, and he's old. So I was using that as a base. I was like, okay, I know Neil Patrick Harris has been in a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But I remember reading a feature on Christopher Walken a few years ago, and he was in the 80s for acting credits. So I was like, Neil Patrick Harris probably not half the age of Walken, but closer to half. So that's why I went 46. That was my logic, folks.
Picks up the first to the 42 as the Bills margin trying to tie this game. Each team, all their timeouts available. I read a lengthy GQ feature on Jonah Hill last night, where it was just a back and forth between him and Adam McKay.
Oh, nice. That's interesting.
And boy, Jonah Hill is
deep dude.
He's a deep dude. That's the right word for it. That's not the kid from Superbad anymore. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I love Jonah Hill.
That is a deep and deeply accomplished dude.
Did you see Mid-90s? I thought it was great.
No, I know that was his directorial debut.
Yeah,
and I
very
think he
good.
wrote it also, but no, I've not seen it. You enjoyed it?
Definitely worth your while.
Okay. Second and 2 from midfield on the nose. It's a 1-yard pickup.
Meager says Walken has 139. Just checked. There you go. Do you do a Christopher Walken impression?
I don't know.
I feel like everyone does. Christopher Walken.
My Christopher Walken impression is Jay Moore doing Christopher Walken. Like, it's an impression of Jay Moore doing an impression of Christopher Walken. Like, Jay, your dog has no tail. What happened?
Jay Moore is someone that doesn't get spoken about ever in 2021. And fun fact, when I interned at Fox Sports Radio, he still had a national sports radio show for Fox Sports Radio. I used to see Jay Moore around in the hallways there, and I had one brief conversation with him, and he asked me where I was from, and I said Rhode Island, And he said, "Oh, it's my favorite part of New York." And then he walked away. And I was like, that's not. Never mind. That's my Jay Moore story.
Joker, I think, just called Lamarca a cantaloupe.
Like the fruit?
Apparently. Dean Murray, more cowbell. Put my pants on. One leg at a time, like the rest of you. But when I wake up, I make gold records.
It's a great, great sketch.
I gotta have more cowbell.
He's got to be up there for one of the best SNL guest hosts.
Well, especially when they did the sketch however many years back of all the Walkens, like the Walken family reunion or whatever.
Yeah, that was great.
Because you're right, good or bad, everybody has a Walken. Everybody does Walken. Most don't do it well, but everybody does a Walken.
I'm not saying my impression of Walken is good.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that this is my Walken impression.
First and goal from the 6, Buffalo trying to force some overtime. Josh Allen, run fool, left, completes it, touchdown, Singletary.
Sweet. Not in my lineup.
Boy, oh boy. Yeah, I mean, most people didn't roster Singletary.
Let's see. I'm in 56th. Where are you?
None of your business.
Tell me, bro.
36th, actually. 36. Yeah, I'm in 36. In case you're wondering.
3-6?
3-6, bro. Three, 6. $21 all, about 30 seconds to go. Regulation. Let's experience the free football as long as we've got it.
No.
No, you don't want free football?
Score. Please score.
You don't like overtime?
No, not anymore. Ever since they canceled commentary, I hate overtime.
Wow.
Get me out ASAP.
I want every game to go to like triple overtime.
No way, man.
I just want more time with the people.
No. I said on a sim recently with Tara Lynn, we all hate overtime. Anyone that tells you that they like overtime is lying. Overtime is the worst. No one likes it.
I like it.
No, you're lying.
I like it.
Liar.
Eamon, you haven't been around long enough to not like overtime. You're not even allowed to have an opinion on overtime.
Eamon, I grant you permission to have group thought with all of us. Overtime stinks.
I'm into it. Into it. Give me all the overtimes. I hope this sim goes until the 10 o'clock.
Oh my God.
Let's set some records in Simland. We've had
Absolutely
a whole bunch of 3 OT games. Have we ever done 4? Have we ever had a 4?
I've done 3.
Well, 3 has happened a number of times. I cannot remember at this point if we've ever had 4. Speak to me, chat. You'd know. Hashtag team always here from the DK Treehouse. Chat Kings conference room. What do we got? The way it works, though, as you likely know by now, first team that scores, if it's a touchdown, game over. If the Bills get a field goal, Niners have a chance to tie or win. Eamon is just getting crude in the chat now.
Who's this guy they're talking about here?
He's an actor from he was on My Name Is Earl. He was in
he was on Remember the Titans. Is that what he looks like now?
Yeah, shredded. Whoa. Smash that like. We're not leaving until we get 200 likes. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. If you're watching on the YouTube, we appreciate it. twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow there. Thank you much. Damon says, I don't think we've ever hit 4. Maybe today's the day, man.
I don't know, Jim. I heard the Jim appearance had to take place during regulation.
Oh, so we still don't get to see Jim?
Yeah, we don't get to see Jim now.
That's over now?
Yep.
Well, Jim, we had a good run.
Looks like I'm just going to have to claim victory on what he looks like, regardless of what he said.
Ultimately, I think what do we land on? Like DJ Qualls is basically how we describe Jim.
A mix of Steve Aoki and McLovin from Superbad.
Yeah, we pretty much describe Jim as McLovin, who recently is in a DraftKings commercial, actually, for anyone.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, he lives in the Boston area.
Christopher Mintz-Plantz, or however you pronounce it.
I think it's Platts.
Platts. He lives in the Boston area?
Yeah, he goes to Celtics games all the time.
There you go. Winston, it's a nice thought. I don't think that's the case.
Winston Talbot sounds like an aristocrat's name.
It does.
It is Winston Talbot here to save the day.
We should pull straws. Who's going to be the one on Tuesday that, well, it's the last day, Sims. I'm going to tell the aristocrats joke. Never to be working again. 2nd and 3.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone will swear on one of the final Sims.
I do not think so. How quickly would T-Pike have to pull the plug if somebody
would the whole sim have to come down?
Joke. Oh my God, yeah. Do you know that joke? Google it if you don't.
Or just type it into Slack.
T-Pike just got... No, you can't type it. You can't type it. It's way too long. It's like a 20-minute joke. There's a whole movie about the joke. Lindenbaum and Whitney Memento, fun movie. No, not Aristocats, the Child's movie. 21 all.
Dom says that Emerson has dropped a couple of F-bombs lately.
There's no way. There's no way he's cursed.
I choose to believe Dom. Dom wouldn't lie to me.
I absolutely refute that. There's no chance.
Should I text Emerson right now?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, Eamon says it happened once.
I think I swore once accidentally. I can't, you know what? I came really close.
I think we've all come close. Yeah,
it was early on with you.
Sometimes you get passionate. 2nd and goal from the 5. Singletary touchdown. Bills win.
Again.
Singletary with the tying score and the go-ahead winning touchdown.
I think
who has cemented himself the wooden nickel.
Yeah, Devin Singletary. Congratulations. The time I almost swore with Yukoff, well, it wasn't even like an impassioned moment. I was just talking. I was like, oh, yeah, you're watching some bleep on TV.
Yeah.
Like just in passing,
Yeah. You got to be careful.
Yeah.
You got to be careful.
We made it through okay, though. Singletary, congratulations. That's a free cone. If you're ever in St. Louis, we'll go grab it. Lions Choice roast beef.
Ownership here. Ross Dwelly is in the potential winning lineup, depending on any scoring changes, Singletary, 20 points in the flex.
Should I call? I'm going to call Emerson.
You don't need to do that.
I'm cold calling Emerson.
I don't think that's necessary.
I want to.
I have no part of this. I don't want to be part of this.
Is this like not good to do?
I think a text is enough.
But I don't want to type it all out.
Well, skip it.
All right. It would have been a fun bet, but I didn't have support from my co-host.
You did not.
Because Dom is saying I wouldn't lie to you, Freeze Pops, with a smiley face.
Dom, we're with you. Dom, I feel like we have received clarification from our crew. Your claim, at least once anyhow, has been verified. We can move on with our lives. It's
People want the cold call.
Talent agency says he has this family act they might be interested in. Pull it! Pull the club!
Who wins the Babysitter Billy? I don't know. You tell me.
Let me look. Hang on. Let me study the numbers because that's what I do. That's what I do, Tommy. My dad was an accountant.
Dom says you fear Emerson.
No. I resist inviting a situation that he may be unhappy with, though. There's no point in that.
Now I understand.
Yeah. I'm going to say the Babysitter Billy. You know what? I'm going to go with John Brown because that dude burns me anytime I ever play him in real life or fantasy. Which
Get him out of here.
Don't, by the way. So Babysitter Billy, John Brown, good luck to you in Madden 22.
I'm with it.
Appreciate you.
Not my kid, not my problem. By the way, people were asking in the chat if because commentary is going away, are they not going to use the new version of Madden? I believe that there is still going to be a switch that happens. Correct me if I'm wrong, Koff. Even though we're going away, there will be a new Madden in place.
So here's what I know. And I can't tell you definitive dates or anything like that, but here's what I know. Madden 22 is coming. Madden 21 will be leaving after we're gone. Madden 22 is coming, but there will be no commentary. So for those that are waiting for, Brandon Gaudin and Charles Davis, there will be no commentary. We're leaving. There's no Madden commentary. There's no commentary, but you will get the new Madden. And that's part of why I'll be popping into the chat. I want to see how Mac Jones does if he's the starting quarterback. I want to see how he looks on the Pats.
I love it.
I'm eager to see it. All right, so here's the deal. Freeze Pops and I are done together for now, but Tommy's coming on back with Jason Rossi. That'll be a good one. Madden After Dark, Chargers Broncos. It's in about 50 minutes, so make your lineups. Rossi will come on right on back for the nooner tomorrow, but not with either of us. I have 4 sims tomorrow, folks. So if you are tiring of me, just tune in for first and last tomorrow and skip the
Grind
middle.
away, baby.
Yeah, I am here at 2, 4, 6, and 8 tomorrow, including with this guy, with LaMarca at 8 o'clock. So you know what? We'll discuss my little feud online with LaMarca tomorrow.
2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Cough, cough, go, cough.
All right, we got to go. Thanks to Eamon. Thanks to Undercover Boss Tom. Thanks to P Fry. Thanks to Jim. We're eager to get out of here so we can see what he looks like. Again, I'm on 2, 4, 6, 8 tomorrow. And it took me a sec. I just got that. And Freeze Pops will be on again, Madden After Dark tonight. Thanks to the DK Sim fam and all of you guys hanging out with us. We appreciate you. And Pat Mayo is on the way next. Maybe we can get him on Tuesday night. Pat Mayo breaking down the latest odds and salaries for the BMW Championship starting tomorrow. Make your lineups, folks. See you tomorrow.
Caves Valley Golf Club is the course we are playing this week in Baltimore, Maryland. 7,542 yards, a ton of bunkers, bent grass, par 72. What else do you know about the course?
No, that sums it up nicely. Yeah. I mean, the one thing, the par 4s in particular, I kind of found it interesting. There's some very gettable ones, then there's some longer ones. So a good dispersion, good spread. I don't know. It seems pretty standard. I think I compare every course to Quail Hollow, so no surprise. This reminds me a little of Quail Hollow. But I don't know. I never have Baltimore is not where I really thought they'd be playing this week.
No, me neither. It's a Fazio design just like Quail Hollow, so maybe that means good news for Rory for once. I've already made my two bets this week, and I'm thinking about betting Rory at 28 as well. I nabbed Bryson at 35 when it opens, just like the rest of the world. Now he's down to like 22. And I grabbed Berger at 50, who was just hanging there on a site. But he's down to like 35 to 1 in spots, and make it Rory, and those will be my 3 going through the week. Were you on the Finau train last week? Did you win the bet?
No, I can't say that I did. I didn't have any trains. Rahm is great. I was not on Cam Smith. I needed people who were not in contention, which was unfortunate. I'm going to bet Rory as well, though, at 28 to 1. That's definitely going to be on the card.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be my 3. Why even
take?
I wanted to bet Connors, but he was like 40 to 1. I was like, it seems a bit steep for this field. I was like, maybe I'll play him on DraftKings. And his price seems a bit more palatable on DraftKings this week than it does like in the betting market. But finding like good players at the bottom of this board is going to be super tough. So let's talk about the top. Maybe we can figure that out a little bit easier. The highest priced player in the field is, of course, Jon Rahm, 11-7 in a 69-man field with no cut. Xander's 11-1, Spieth 10-8, Thomas 10-6, DJ 10-4, Brooks 10-2, and Colin Morikawa is $10,000 on the dot this week. I don't know what I want to do from up here. Can I fade all of these guys, or just play like Rahm and find some scrub to pair him with?
You could definitely do. I think fading all of them can be a little dicey. Obviously, in certain lineups, maybe Rahm is at a different level right now. I feel most comfortable with him, as most people do. The guy that, he's been killing me all year. He was talking about people I needed, JT, 25 birdies and an eagle, but he just made so many mistakes. The putter did flip, so maybe he is primed at 10-6.
Yeah, I just looking at the numbers, obviously it's Rahm, then it's Thomas just based off last week, but how much recency bias is going to be baked into how people select this week? It's like, Thomas was really close, let's all use him. Rahm keeps going on. Like, is anyone going to own Morikawa or Brooks or DJ?
Probably not. Of those 3, I think I would go to DJ. I know he hasn't shown much, but I think this is a pretty good course. From Morikawa freaks me out. I don't know if he's actually hurt or what the deal is. He lost across the board, though. That was a little concerning.
Yeah, I've never really seen him do that before since he's been a professional, but I actually want to go look at his round 2 numbers for the moment. I don't know, I'm like par 4 stats for some reason. Why am I on par 4 stats? Stupid. Get back to the main page here, because if he was better, like he shot better in round 2. So if he's actually like going to be okay, let's see. Round 2 at the Northern Trust, gained 1.6 strokes tee to green, 2.5 ball striking, -3 around the greens, gained on approach, gained a bunch off the tee after losing 2 off the tee. So maybe he's just back and he's fine. He lost almost 3 strokes putting in the second round. That kind of masked what he was up to. But if like the ball striking is back, this seems like a perfect course for him. If no one's going to play him, I played him last week, not knowing about this quote unquote back injury that he has. I have to cough.
Ooh.
Had to get that out of there. Now I got the voice back. But I didn't know that there was anything wrong with him. I don't think that anyone else knew that anything was wrong with him. We don't even know if there's actually anything wrong with him. It could have just been an excuse.
All of that is very, very true. Of course, ownership will tell the tale a little bit. I just don't think that him and DJ will be that drastically different. And if this turns out to be a course where you can be very aggressive, and it seems like you can be off the tee, if DJ gets back to what he normally is doing, I think he could probably take this place apart. JT and Rahm make the most sense, but as you said, everybody else thinks that too.
So I think I'm going to go with Morikawa. I'm going to try to read the reports about what he's saying, try to find an interview with him. But this course can kind of go one of 2 ways. I do think that aggression off the tee and distance, unless the rough is like 5 inches thick, is going to be the key this week. Because like you said, it looks like 3 of those par 4s you can get to. Theoretically, I guess, if the wind's in your face or not. If you don't think you can clear the water on that first one, maybe not. But like if the wind's at your back, like Bryson's getting to all of these.
Oh yeah, Bryson, obviously, if he wants to, he could dismantle and really change the dynamic of the course. And that's the thing, we said this at the top: 69 players. You're going to have serious players in the 9K range, so you can build balanced if you want. and make extremely effective teams.
Well, this is where it comes in with your strategy of trying to build skill sets together as well. Like if I wanted to play it the one way, you can use DJ. I mean, obviously you would love to use Rom in this spot, but he might just be too expensive for this to work. How much is Champ? Because you could throw Champ into that lineup.
Right.
Yeah, Champ, Rom, Bryson, or maybe Sergio potentially. Ortiz has a ton of distance off the tee. Phil, yeah, Vegas is someone that you could go with. Like you could build that team, or you could do Morikawa, Louis, Answer, Connors, like that style of team, because these are really thin fairways, and I don't think it's going to play that way, but I'm wrong all the time. Maybe it does play that way, that could be the other skill stack that you end up doing.
So it's one of those things. I think when you have a new course, it becomes even more important because there's going to be narratives and all this stuff. Who knows? Maybe this course turns into a putting fest. Maybe it turns into a scramble fest. I think doing that is even more and more important. So off the tee, I think is where I want to go, but I wouldn't be stunned if it's something different when all is said and done.
Yeah, you can go Bryson, Rory, Vegas, Champ, Rom, Kokrak. I mean, all the best players, the leaders in driving distance. Keith Mitchell is 10th. He's $6,500. Sergio, who you mentioned, is 11th. Who else from down here? Cam Davis, Palmer, Matt Jones are inside the top 20 of driving distance gain. Hudson Swafford's 21st, and he's the min at 6,000, coming off a fantastic ball striking week. Or you go the other way and be like Connors, KH Lee, Streelman, Morikawa, Henley, Answer. Man, Swafford rates it really well. Now, Decky's sort of like the middle ground of all these guys. He and Hovland are like sort of the high end, along with Rom, of the types of players that you would probably want. Berger as well hits a ton of fairways. So like that could be your player pool for one side. Then you flip it over and do the driving distance for the other. That's how I might split up like 20 lineups this week. I really am not sure at this moment how I want to attack this.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And it doesn't mean, I'm not going to, some lineups maybe, but like I may go bomber heavy. It doesn't mean that I'm going to have all 6. Like you can throw in a one-off. It's almost like tee time stacks sometimes. So I'll look to that. I did bet Decky. He's one of the few guys that I think are getting a little lost. He's stuck between Scheffler and Answer. I kind of like that price as well. So there's a lot you can do. I do want to ask you though, what are you doing with Finau?
I don't know. Because all the narrative now is that the floodgates are open. Like I feel like I got my Finau money. I got out of Dodge, and that's probably good enough for me.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, or he just like won't win again for another decade. It could go that way too. I don't know. I kind of want to back him, but I just you're paying a pretty big premium at 98.
You are, especially with all the other talent that's around him in that situation. I was just looking at Hudson Swafford. He's gained off the tee in 6 straight events and gained 5.4 and 6.1 on approach in his last 2. He cannot chip or putt, though. That's a real problem for him.
I didn't even know he was here / why is he here?
I think I guess did he win this year? Or was that 2 years ago that he won now? Hudson Swafford. You never remember this stuff with him. Yeah, he won Punta Cana in the swing season last year. So he's just riding those 500 FedEx Cup points.
That'll do it. Yeah, he is ridiculously surgical last week. That was quite a tee to green performance.
Yeah, he won Corrales in the swing season, and then he came 6th at Corrales when we played it again in 2021, and then he was 2nd at Palmetto. So he has like missed cuts on everything in between, essentially. Although lately he actually has made 2 in a row. So I don't know. I feel like he's going to be a popular play down at the very bottom just because the numbers are going to end up showing that. Let's talk 9Ks, though. You mentioned Finau. Finau is at the top of this range. He is 9,800. Louis 96. Cam is 95. Rory's 94. Bryson's 93. Cantley 92. Hovland 91. And Berger 9,000. Like, what is stopping me from starting my lineups? Rory, Bryson, Berger, considering those are the 3 guys that I'm betting.
Yeah, probably Rory. I like Cantley, I think, more than Berger, but you can load up in the lower 9s. I don't know what was up with Rory last week. I mean, besides me backing him, that's usually a bad sign, but his irons just went away for no reason. He finally putted. I still think this is a pretty damn good course. You want to talk about Quail Hollow? Sure. That would be very, very good if that's what it ends up being. What's not to like about this range? I really could make a case for all of them. I think Hovland would be the one who gets squeezed, but that's not even because I don't like him. It's just a product of where he's at.
So is that leading you away from the Finau Louis Smith of the very top here?
Yeah, just again, they're all very good, but I don't know. I'm interested to see what people will do with Louis just because recency bias is so extreme these days. It's like, oh, Louis, I don't even remember him. It's like he's been so consistent, but he takes a little time off. You think the ownership will just go right back?
I don't know. I think that there's so many guys, and like just seeing Rory and Bryson at the bottom of the at 9K range is just shocking to me.
I mean, you get it because someone's got to fill. It's just like when we get to the low range, it's like there are good players relative, to normal in the 6s this week, but it's just a product of only having 70 guys. So it's hard not to look though and think that Rory and Bryson with a couple, even Cantlay, a couple different results that they would be, where DJ and JT are.
Well, I find it really strange that DJ is still up there.
Yeah, he really doesn't ever crash sub 10K ever, does he?
Very rarely does it happen. Like he's been hanging out in this like 10-2 range for a while. Like you might be able to catch like a 97 on him every now and then. But like if everyone is penalizing Rory and Bryson for their recent play, like Dustin's been just as quote unquote bad as they've been.
No doubt. I mean, and I don't know if the ownership will get enough. It's going to be interesting. Or the 10K, everyone always gets some love, of course. If he craters, then I'm going to give him quite a look. But if not, I will take the save. You can do crazy things with your lineup if you start with Rory.
Yeah, that you can. Where do you think that the ownership is breaking down right now north of 9K? Who do you think that... I'm just looking at Fantasy National right now. Very few lineups have actually been generated so far. But I'm just looking at who's been spit out in these lineups at what percentage. And it's not surprising, but there's a few places where you can go to get away from. So who do you think the top 3 are?
In ownership?
Yeah.
Rom.
Not even close to number... Like, he's number 1 by a lot. By over 10 points.
I was gonna say, yeah, because it's gonna be soft to get him. I'm just gonna go recency bias. JT.
No, JT's at 12. It is Bryson at 19%, then Louis at 16%.
Louis. Okay, that's not overly surprising. Yeah, I think people will probably hold on with Louis. That wouldn't shock me. It's just gonna be Cantlay to me again. He wasn't great last week, but he did do some things. The short game looked really crisp. I've seen some people, I just did a show over at Awesome. We were talking about Muirfield a little bit. That would be good for Cantlay. Certainly he's got the game. And I think he just has the all-around game that this score should be just fine for him.
I think I'd rather go back to Finau than take Cantlay, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay. Is it just because of like the off the tee or just because you're not a Cantlay fan these days?
Hey, I'm a Cantlay fan. I didn't like how he played last week, ball striking wise. But if you're going to say like across the board, now that Finau has figured out the driver once again, he's starting to putt a little bit better. The around the green's actually quite underrated for him, and the irons were just kind of fire for just different. Like when he gets hot with his irons, he gets so hot with his irons, and I just think that he's in better form. I don't know if I'm going to go to either of them. Like I just have a soft spot in my heart for Berger over Cantlay, although Cantlay has treated me better in the betting markets over the years than Daniel Berger has. Daniel Berger continues week in and week out gaining like 5.5 strokes on approach. Eventually he lost almost 6 strokes putting last week. Like he's one of the better putters on tour, and he's just been god awful on the greens the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know. First of all, of course, he made the cut. That was ridiculous in itself. But yeah, I mean, listen, the ball striking, the approach numbers have been ridiculous. The problem I have with Berger, and this is probably a leak in my game, I just am so laser focused on the courses that I think he should be good at. And he's obviously expanded where he's just better than that. I just am so like, oh, it's only St. Jude, which is not true. And that probably gets in the way of evaluating him correctly at times.
So here's who we're looking for in the single digits right now as the potential pivot plays up here. If you want to get a little bit contrarian or just have a second man in that no one else has. Hovland, 5% early on. Cam Smith, 9%. Finau, 10%. Morikawa, 5%. And Jordan Spieth, 2% right now.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Spieth. No, he's not going to be 2%, but he's the one. And I don't know if people will run with this. I did see that because of his ties with Under Armour, he's played this course a decent amount. I don't know what to make of Spieth. Obviously, at times he looked good, and then at times he looked like he was going to revert back to the old Spieth, particularly off the tee.
Yeah, he was not good off the tee. Lost
No.
almost 6 strokes off the tee, but I mean, he also fired a 62 as a part of that mix too. So I don't know.
works.
Like, let's say that sentiment does prevail, and he's not 2%, he's like 6% or something like that. It's not the craziest idea in the world that Jordan Spieth can go out and win a FedEx Cup playoff event.
No, not at all. And I mean, you're getting direct leverage, $900 savings off Rahm. Rahm is worlds better, worlds safer, but it's still golf. And I'll look at it. I still think Spieth, when all is said and done, will be a little more popular than that. So we'll see. I'm kind of indifferent to him right now. I'll just let the masses dictate what I do.
8K, we have Scheffler, Hideki, Answer, Connors, Webb, Harris English, Sam Burns, Paul Casey, Joaquin Niemann, and Sungjae Im is the entire 8K range. I don't love this range because the next, although it's a pretty steep drop off right after you get to, I mean, Sungjae is probably closer to the guys lower than him than the guys higher than him. So it's probably to Niemann right now. But the only two I have stars next to at the moment are Connors and Casey.
Yeah, I don't like this range. I'm going to take some shots with Decky just because he was atypically bad with the irons. I think that's just an anomaly, and maybe he can just dial it in. I like Casey. He couldn't putt. We've seen that time and time again. Webb and Harris English, I have no idea what to do, and that's been a going theme. I don't like the course for them. They obviously, Webb can't putt all of a sudden. Harris English can only putt. I think I'm going to once again roll the dice and hope that the putters there. I'll go with the ball strikers and the 8s over the putters.
Yeah, well, Webb actually has gained on approach in his last 2 starts. The driving has been really bad, and the putting has been really bad. But I mean, this decision can be made really easy for you. The projected ownership right now and the people who are generating their lineups right now are probably, the stat heads that are looking at everything. So, you can give or take either way. But right now, 4.1% for Webb Simpson, 21% for Harris English.
Yeah, that makes it pretty easy. It just means that I'm going to lose once again with Harris English dominating me. There's no chance I'll get over that if he's extremely popular. I will go to Paul Casey. I'll go to Niemann. I'd go to Connors. I don't really like Sungjae in the spot, but
do you trust that?
I guess I'd even go to him.
Do you trust that his ball striking's back? Because he's been really good off the tee with his irons for like 4 straight starts now.
He definitely looked good, and he hasn't put it together at all on the greens. I don't know. He's another one. Maybe falls in the burger category for me. I'm just like so laser honed in that it's going to be a par 70, maybe in Florida, technical. I think I'd rather in a non-cut like this go to Niemann and just hope that around the green is masked a little bit.
Yeah, I think I'd rather side with Connors over Niemann in the can't chip category right now, just because I feel like his ball striking is a little bit elevated. And if it does fall into got to hit the fairway and then let your irons do the rest, I have more faith that Connors is just going to hit every fairway because that's kind of his game at this point, where Niemann, if he is good off the tee in terms of his accuracy, obviously he's going to be better because he just hits it longer. But the consistency with Connors off the tee and with his irons are more where I'm looking for. And the consistency that he'll lose 5 strokes around the green every single time. Maybe it can be one of those weeks where he putts. Like that one week he won and he gained like 12 strokes putting somehow.
Yeah, that can obviously, that's the key. That's the one thing I do like. Niemann is actually a good putter. He just can't chip. Connors can't chip or putt at times. And that makes it a little tougher, but his ball striking can still overtake any of it. What are you doing with Sam Burns?
I'm not playing him, and I feel like an idiot for not playing him. I with all these other names around him, I just can't get there.
It's hard. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I just realistically, I don't have room for him.
What's your take on guys like riding the heater wave in the FedEx Cup? Like, will you go back to in the 7s, Eric Van Rooyen, or even Harold Varner had a really good week. Like Champ had a really good week with his irons. Kevin Na, Alex Noren, like these are all the guys populating the top of the 7s. Like you just ride the momentum wave with them and like, oh, they caught something, they got lightning in a bottle. Let's go back to them. Or do you think those just kind of make them clear stayaways because they're probably overpriced for who they are?
Probably the latter. It's tough too. It also, there is some, just like I liked Varner last week, so I'm probably more apt to hold on with him. EVR, I cannot tell you how tilting he's been just all year. Ridiculous putting. Then he went in the drink. Kevin Na with his ridiculous around the green game. To me, Henley and Lowry and Keegan, these guys, Sergio, even though that's a whole separate issue, I'd probably rather roll the dice with who people aren't talking about than who they are in this range.
Right now, out of 889 lineups that have been generated on Fantasy National, no one has generated a lineup with Brian Harman or Kevin Kisner yet.
Same. Yeah, I get why that's the case, but it shouldn't be that dramatic in the sense of these guys, especially in a non-cut where we don't know, maybe this turns into a putting contest. They can get crazy hot on the greens. So I'll do that. I will say, as disgusting as this is, Sergio is 110 to 1 out there. I don't know. I've done stupider things like that. Maybe not many, but I'm going to do that. 110?
Seems steep. You know who I like from the top of the sevens? I played him last week and he was fine. And I played him the week before and he was fine. He was just, crushing my heart. But if I do those like Morikawa type builds, I think I got to use Henley, don't I?
Yeah. I mean, Henley obviously should have, if you're just looking at the box score, you're like, oh, he's playing pretty well. A couple top 10s. He came in 7th. No, he didn't come in 7th. He came in inches from first. So it's been right there. And then at the Northern Trust, he just couldn't putt. The game is in very, very good shape. The irons are there. I have no problem with Henley.
Are you going to buy the Lowry chalk coming off a big week, especially with his irons?
I don't know. That's you're the Lowry whisperer, not me.
I'm not really the whisperer. I just play him all the time, and usually he's no good.
Okay, well that counts as being a whisperer in my book. The horse whisperer. I don't know. I think I would rather go get money for Casey or Neiman.
I think I'd rather play Sungjae or Casey or even drop down to Henley in that spot at 1/4 the ownership or something. Kokrak is rating out pretty high right now. People are using EVR. Vegas is up around 15%. Chuck Hoffman cracking the double digits. Cam Davis is around 16% of lineups generated, but I can't imagine he would actually crack 10% in an actual contest. That just seems like people are looking at stats and being like, oh, he actually rates out really well. And then the public gets their hands on it. It's like, I don't even know who this is, so I'm not going to use them. But
what about Maverick?
Tiny greens.
He was not great last week, but he was sub 7K. He played fine. He can putt. Got to just flip the irons again and get back to business. I think he's going to be just fine here.
And he can't miss the cut, which is huge for him because he misses a lot of cuts.
Quite useful. Yeah, most of my guys, Sergio, all my guys are noted miscut makers. So we'll see what they can do over 72 holes this week.
Yeah, this is going to be the hardest part of the week is trying to figure out who, you can almost take any one of the first 30 guys and feel pretty good about it at the price point they're coming in. Even if you take Rom being so expensive, you can still make it work. It's not that hard. It's this 7,500 and below range. I got nothing. Maybe Champ. If the distance really is a thing, at least his irons are looking good at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, in bomber stacks, I get it. I do think the Champ, if the course isn't specifically tailored for what he needs to do, it could be a pretty easy pivot off him because the rest of that game at times is pretty bad.
You know what?
Leishman's
Hold on. He has gained. Okay. He lost off the tee last week for the first time since the PGA Championship, and he usually gains a bunch off the tee. He's gained on approach in 4 straight, and he's gained on the greens in 3 of 4, which I don't think he's ever done in his career.
He's a spike putter.
He's a spike putter, but it's usually 11.2 minus 7, like extreme swings. He's actually been pretty consistent. He hasn't been objectively bad on the green since the Charles Schwab. So maybe he's trying to figure something out with the putter right now, but the iron's just been really good. It's the around the green game that still sucks, but that's not why I'm taking Champ. I'm not picking him to win. I'm picking him to score DraftKings points.
Yeah, and listen, you're going to get opportunities to mask, your placement points with that. So I get it. There's no doubt. I'm just interested. I have a feeling if this bomber narrative really gets out there, that Champ might be the chalk, 7,300 type play.
Could be, but I think that people will side with Varner and EVR and potentially even Charlie Hoffman in Vegas down in this realm. I think Streelman continues to play well, but I'm really intrigued by that ownership on Herman and Kisner. I might have to do a deeper dive into them, but we'll talk about the sixes before we figure it out. I mean, let me guess. Griot, Wise, maybe Lucas Glover?
Yeah, I mean, I'm turning over a new leaf. I don't know if I can do Griot.
What? There's no cut.
They might have to make an exception because it's bad. He's not doing anything now. Even his irons are not like super crisp. He's back to no putt, no chip. I'm going to substitute Max Homa for him as a guy that I'd rather. Wise is all full send. Wise is the play for sure.
Wise was the play last week. I don't know if he ended up making the optimal lineup, but he made so many birdies.
Yes, he's an absolute monster. Of course, he didn't cash any of my betting tickets, but he tried to at least. 6,300, 12-1 for a top 10 out there. All of these things I'm interested in.
And I had him top 20 last week, and he finished 21st. That's always fun. Yeah. And poor Paul.
Just like Duffner.
Paul had Munoz. Munoz also came T21. I think he was like 7-1 for a top 20, something stupid like that.
Yep, that's how it goes. But yeah, I like Wise. I like Max Homa. I like Taylor Gooch. Question mark?
I'm usually off Gooch, and it seems like there was like a groundswell for Gooch over the past 3 weeks. Like people were betting him, people were playing him, and I think he's finally earned the distrust of people. So now it's probably a good time to jump on. The two that I just was thinking from just a skill perspective, like Grace would be one of them. He had a bad week at the Northern Trust. He had a bad week at the Open, sandwiched around 3 top 10s. And you actually hit on the name a little bit earlier. It was Leishman. Leishman gained a bunch on approach last week. Sucked everywhere else. Like, the guy can't drive the ball, but if no one is legit playing Mark Leishman, he pops up like 4 times a year. Why wouldn't this be? He's won a BMW championship before.
Yeah, I mean, Leishman, to me, when you get him in this with low ownership, low price, he's just a good player. He can handle it. We've seen him navigate, somewhat long courses, somewhat difficult courses without hitting a bunch of fairways. He can do that. The irons looked pretty good. I definitely like Leishman at 67. I just also don't know, depending if I double jam with Rahm and another 10K guy, I might only need a couple of these guys even in the pool.
Well, if you do jam with Rahm, then the logical move is to take Palmer at $6,400, isn't it?
I think I like Homa better.
Yeah, but just Rahm and Palmer. Palmer only plays well. Palmer only plays well when Rahm plays well. Not every time that Rahm plays well, but they have that weird synergy together.
The square rectangle, yeah. They do have the synergy. Ryan Palmer's had a pretty good year. I don't think it's that bad in the mid sixes when you really look at it. You mentioned Keith Mitchell earlier, Leishman's there, Homa, Palmer, Wise. What happened to Charles?
You tell me. Charles, your guy. You tell me.
He looks like he took driving instructions from me because he's lost 10 strokes off the tee in 2 weeks. That's not it.
So he can only go up from here?
Yeah, he must be. I don't know. I don't know what the hell is going on here. 61 originally, I was like, all right, that's a pretty good price. But as disturbing as this sounds, I might, if I'm in a jam, maybe I would look to Hudson Swafford. I can't believe I'm even saying that.
Hudson Swafford generated lineup percentage right now is 14%, by the way.
Okay. Well, we're going back to Charles.
Kazire and Swafford are the two down here that are doing most of the ownership damage. Okay, so Wise at 63. We know you're on that. I'll probably be on that too. Yes. Why not Phil at 63?
No, I can't do that. I mean, there's nothing. I don't even know. Someone out there or you, how do people evaluate Phil? Because his numbers don't mean anything. It's just random numbers.
I try to look at the course and be like, how much danger is there at this course? Because and it's funny because he won the PGA Championship. Now I can't remember the name of the course. What that was
Island?
Kiowa Island. That's right. Just because his driving was so good. I believe his irons were abysmal last week. Yeah, he lost 5.2 strokes with his irons. He has really bad weeks every now and then, but I mean, he was top 20 at the WGC, like in his start before that. So no one's playing him. I know he hasn't, like, if I'm going to build a Bombers lineup, he still hits it a ton. He can still play well with the irons. He's putting well. I have no worries about his short game. And I feel like he's always just, especially with no cut, I know that he's going to outperform wherever he finishes in DraftKings scoring.
Definitely one of those guys, no doubt, because, you know, we were joking about this on Twitter a couple weeks ago with Si Woo. He makes a 13 and then he birdies the next hole. That's better than par. And Phil lives by that formula. So I get that part of it. I'm not going to need that many shares, and I will just jam Wise, Palmer, Homa, pretty much anyone. I'd rather play Patrick Reed, who's got double pneumonia. I'm not playing Phil. If Phil beats me again, which I can't believe I have to say again, so be it.
Welcome into Madden After Dark. What the hell am I even doing here? Look at this 3-man weave. You don't get this right here. You don't get this menage on the reg right here. We have myself, Jason Rossi, my 2 tag team partners. We got a 3-man weave. First, coming out of Denver, you can follow him at BK Denver Sports. He is the left tackle to my quarterback, because we know all the important positions. The Teddy Bridgewater of the broadcast, my friend.
Left tackle's more important. Left tackle's more important. Let's get that on the record. Kenny Ducey says.
He is BK. What's up, BK?
Hey, buddy. I'm glad you're here. One, because you get to do the heavy lifting, getting in and out, trying to play traffic cop with me and Tommy Freeze Pops, who I know you're about to introduce. And it was a nice surprise. I wasn't sure I was going to even be able to make this. I missed our last sim with Cough because I was doing a million different things. But I'm glad to be here with you, buddy, because it's been a while.
It has been. And yes, you mentioned him, the other guy coming from the big arch. That's the way his emotions start. Low, gets high, then gets low again. He is at your boy TC Fresh, co-host of The Great Dane. I didn't even tease your podcast. We got so many podcasts on this thing. He is part of The Great Dane Nation with the greatest kicker of all time. I said it. And I'm going to need some help from Morton, actually. But he is Tommy Freeze Pops. What's up, Freeze Pops?
What is up, 3-man booth? Let's go.
I hope I'm on
3-man booths the rest of the way here.
Well, just take a look at the schedule. For the most part, I'm sure you are.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. We're obviously, BK, we're going to get to this whole Denver situation, the quarterback. We'll talk a little sports potentially, unless you're just sported out tonight.
Wait, did they name a quarterback yet? I skipped practice today, and I haven't. Yeah. I've been radio silent.
Yeah.
Who was it? Brett Rippon?
Yeah, he is. You nailed it. They got him. They got him back, baby. They said No, it was who was the wide receiver last year? Hilton there.
Yeah, Kendall Hinton. Kendall Hinton ends up. There was a dark horse. Everyone thought it was going to be Bridgewater or Drew Lock, and Kendall Hinton comes out of nowhere. And
it's always the guy you least expect.
Seriously. And again, I will state all the broadcasts that I'm on. Don't care about your lineups. If you want to throw them out there, go for it. I will just say that, yeah, we'll get to all that, the sports news. But first things first, Freeze Pops.
Yeah.
I'm going to need a connection with Morton here. My fantasy league is in a revolt. They're trying to remove kickers. I might
They should.
What would you, excuse me, BK?
They should. Look, I'm the one that proposed it in our fantasy league. I understand Tommy's relationship to the greatest kicker of all time, and I appreciate that. But
I'm contractually obligated.
I can argue over and over and over why adding a flex spot is a much more enjoyable way to go through your fantasy football season, because we know kickers, even Justin Tucker and people like that are on good teams, Gostkowski all those years with the Pats, they score a lot of points. But you know the day Rob Baronis is going to hit 7 or 8 field goals. You know that in a dome it's going to be better than in the snow most days. But even still, Matt Prater may not have any field goals this year in Arizona in a game, or in Detroit all those years. And somebody in the snow in Buffalo might kick 4. So it's not that picking a flex player is a science either. It gives you more roster flexibility, thus the name. And I think kickers are silly in fantasy football.
Absolute trash right there. You can have the flex as well. I have no problem with adding the flex. Just why do you have to eliminate? People always got to take away the kicker.
Get this guy out of the booth.
Boot this son of a gun. Trying to poo-poo a kicker. Of course, it's
Tell me why a kicker makes a fantasy roster better. When you draft Justin Tucker way early, or whomever, Robbie Gould, who's obviously been a great fantasy kicker a lot of years.
Sure.
Why? How does that make you feel better versus, I took KJ Hamler late, and then you end up playing him as your 4th flex or 3rd or whatever.
But you're making
quarterback as a super flex kind of thing.
Yeah, you're doing this whole versus thing. I'm not playing that game. Of course, I'm not going to say taking Justin Tucker in the 10th round compared to a receiver. I just think that kickers are a vital part of the sport, of the offense of the sport, which you want me to get all on a soapbox. I think they should wipe out defenses. It should be IDP. There's so much disrespect towards defensive players. By the way, Shelby Harris, your podcast partner, check out Shell Shocked on your podcast app. Leave a 5-star review. BK does a great job. But honestly, I hate that. I've always said that. Why are we so lazy about defense? Throw a unit out there. What is that? So
no, I think defense special teams has value, especially when you look at teams that can really get to the quarterback or take the ball away.
Yeah, but we play offensive
or in the return game.
Yeah, I think it's all lazy. I think that's.
I think if you're going to make the argument to get rid of kickers, then you have to also include defense and special teams in there.
Okay,
I think
you know what?
they're both equally.
We just hit a field goal in the game.
Like, volatile spots in fantasy. Personally, look, I work with a kicker. I have a newfound respect for kickers, having become friends with Morton over the last year. But look, LaMarca convinced me. Fantasy is better without kickers and defenses. Add another flex and then add a second quarterback.
But why do we have to eliminate one to get the other? That's my
because
point.
they're not that easy to predict, and why would we purposely neglect like half of the league's quarterbacks when it's the most important position in football, and only half of it gets represented in lineups every week in traditional leagues?
Believe me, I'm in a couple leagues. Two where you can play a quarterback as a super flex. One where it's just a straight 2-quarterback league. And the way you draft is so different, and the value, because we know the value of quarterbacks. But the people that don't have a second quarterback, like there's one league that, this is the dumbest league rule, but quarterback rushing yards don't count.
Oh, that's
because
dumb.
Randall Cunningham had too many rushing yards in 1989. That's how long
Broke the
this league has
system?
been going on.
That's so dumb.
Yeah, that's
So
how long
sorry for the
this
dude
league
who
has
had to
been
go on
going
the, go to the newspaper.
Two fouls.
How about this too? If your defense special teams gets a win, you get 3 bonus points. So like you can have the Chiefs defense, which can be very middle of the road, but because they're going to win 14 games, you're going to pick up a free 3 points every week.
I actually like that rule.
These are things you need to be aware of to some degree because, it does put a little different value. But my buddy Hunter and I, who won the league 2 out of 3 years, and then they didn't do it last year because of COVID, they just didn't feel like running it. But we won it 2 out of 3 years, and we're in the semifinals the other 2 years. We draft almost exclusively quarterback first, unless we're maybe at the bottom of the first round and there's some running back that you have to take. And then we go quarterback, because we're like, you know what? Russell Wilson and Phillip Rivers are going to keep us in every game every week. Like the idea that, and then we draft the third quarterback because you know what? We're going to need Eli Manning on Phillip Rivers.
You get those bye weeks.
On the bye week or the 2 bye weeks. So you look at those matchups, but we're never going to go, you know what? Is Deshaun Jackson going to have a better day than any quarterback today? He might, but the value, even in standard scoring with quarterbacks, is always going to be high.
Well, here's a question. Those 2 QB leagues, is that 10 teams?
The one I'm in one that, I guess they're both 12. No, one's 12 and one's 16.
Ooh,
The
16's tough.
The 16 one is run by Brad Evans of SiriusXM and Yahoo and all that.
Yep.
And it's a keeper league, but we only keep one player. And I'm like, all the same people are in this every year. Why don't we add at least another keeper, even if only one of those keepers is a quarterback? But somebody getting Patrick Mahomes for like $15. So it only goes up $5 in year 3.
Yeah. Well, for going that though, so 12 teams. If we get a touchdown's probably coming back. There was a field goal earlier because kickers are ruled. So a 12th, because I'm in a 12 team, and this is Brent brought up. So what you guys are talking about is literally what's happening behind the scenes, and obviously the chat. I love the interaction so far, but what? So 12 teams, that even concerns me a little bit because 2 QBs, that's 24. If you're actually 32, that does make sense because if everybody has like 1.5 on their roster.
Yeah, and there's a couple people that are going to overdraft the quarterbacks or underdraft, and they're going to be hosed a couple weeks. But there's no way, like you can make the case that even in a 2-quarterback league, you need to draft quarterbacks in your first 6 picks probably.
Yeah.
At least 2, and then grab the 3rd starter or a young guy that you know is going to play. Grab Justin Fields or
Mac
someone
Jones,
like that.
Trey
Trey
Lance.
Lance, Mac Jones. Yeah, make sure you have those guys as your 3rd quarterback, and then if they're putting up numbers, great. What I did last year in that league, we already had Russell Wilson for like $4, $8, or $12. We drafted Justin Herbert and Tyrod Taylor, and then played Tyrod in week 1. I think week 2 is when he got stabbed in the lung or whatever with the.
Week 2 against the Chiefs. Yeah.
We didn't know to put Herbert in, or else we obviously would have because he went nuts, but it happened so fast. And then we played Herbert the rest of the year, and we were in great shape.
Herbert was
and we got rid of Taylor, and I think we picked up Andy Dalton when Dak got hurt.
Okay, you guys are. I'm still thinking we should do 2 kicker leagues. I'm just saying, like
I did a 2 kicker league last year with my buddies just for fun, and it was goofy as hell.
Yeah, I'm in on that.
That's goofy for sure.
We were just having fun.
Well, that's all I'm here for, right? That's all I'm here for.
FUN, baby.
That's it.
Best 3 letters in the alphabet.
You know what? I've been in a million leagues. I've never been in a league with a IDP, with an individual defensive player.
I did one time, and it sucked, obviously.
No,
it was awful, dude.
Oh, you're the
Unless you
reason.
have Aaron Donald or J.J. Watt in the year he's winning Defensive Player of the Year, you just don't. It's kind of the same thing as a kicker.
Oh, I hate you guys. I hate you guys so much. This is ridiculous. Like
It
literally.
was so hard to predict.
No,
it really was. And then how high do you draft one of those dudes? You know?
Well, here's what would be interesting to me, and we don't even do this in our league. If I was going to have IDPs, I want like 3. So it's like you need to have someone in the front.
We only had
someone
one,
as
and
a
it stunk.
linebacker.
Yep.
Yeah, so you need to have someone that's considered a lineman, defensive end, someone who's considered a linebacker, maybe even get a little flexibility to it. 2 guys in the front 7, 1 guy in the back end, or one up front, 1 up in the back, and 1 flex defensive. You know, any defensive player. So you could have 2 safeties in there.
Rossi's losing his mind right
This
now.
is like you had 1 defensive player, and you're like, this is really tough. It's like this 12 guys.
But adding more defensive players to me is interesting, and then
It is.
you can.
I like that better than having 1. Having 1, it was impossible for me to figure out who I should have week to week. Like, do I go with a linebacker? Do I go with a corner? Do I go with the front 7, the interior lineman? I just, I never knew what to do.
Yeah, the one that I was in one year was a 5. There was 5. You had you basically had a defensive lineman and then 2 defensive backs, 2 linebackers.
I like that better.
I thought it was
if we were to do that, we're not. And by the way, we're not doing that in this draft.
I'm not asking for that. I just think there's
But-
so much disrespect on the defensive side of the ball due to fantasy, and I think it's changed the league dramatically. And but hey, what the hell am I going to do, right? Just some village idiot north of Boston, just trying to change the world with defensive players and kickers, trying to give some respect. Everybody
One
else is
defensive
like,
player at a time.
yeah, everyone's like, let's toss him out, throwing away kickers like they don't even matter. Scoring leaders.
The kickers' lives matter.
Just saying. So do their podcasts. But anywho, hope everyone's doing well here. Smash that thumbs up. I think we're almost at 200 for the day. Which at this point, like, do you just hate us that much? Just start smashing that like. They
Our
might.
bosses
Smash
definitely
it.
might.
I'll smash it. I saw Koff was in the chat for a minute.
He's probably going to the bathroom. Brother Phil says, forget fantasy. Oh, this is just Brother Phil. I can't believe you. Says, forget.
Hey, BK, on Slack, they asked you to try and turn up your mic if possible.
Oh, you should ask me that a long time ago.
I was trying to
had
heat
it
you.
had it set to my podcast volume, not my Madden stream volume. This has happened a few times. It happened a couple of days ago. I was doing a pod with Christian, and then Koff and Ducey crash it because they were coming on the slate after. And I asked about the power rankings. When will I get a chance to climb up from dead last behind Tara Lynn, behind everybody? Tara Lynn is going to get a lineup in for our draft, by the way. And he said after the draft, he'll re-rank them. So once I have a good draft, potentially, I get the chance to climb up from 12. And then obviously the rankings kind of go out the window once the season starts.
By the way, I'm taking a look at our faces on YouTube here. Rossi is fonted as Christian DeAndrea. I am fonted as Adam Kaufman, and BK is fonted as Kenny Ducey. So,
oh wow!
I am very sorry, Kenny.
I will just say, if you had to pick a 3-pack, us versus them, I take us.
Oh, 100%. We have way more size, and BK is crafty. He's a
true.
crafty veteran.
That's true.
I'm going to fight, but
That is true.
What do you
I've
mean?
been in a couple of scrapes in my day, and I wrestled in high school.
Look, I saw this man work a room up in Canton.
No, I was listen, I wax poetic. I've been very kind to people on this way out, aside from Kenny. But I waxed poetic about BK yesterday. Me and Koff, and I don't remember if it was a 3-man weave. I think it was just us 2. Because, and BK knows, like, the circles that BK is in, the way he speaks, like, when like people are like, oh, he's dropping names, but it's like, dude, that's what this man lives in.
Yeah.
And talking with Freeze Pops and obviously talking with you, BK, like, this is the guy you want to be around when you're at these events. One, he doesn't give 2 craps. I love people like that. I've been in a lot of those big things. You need somebody who's just like, oh, you want to do this? Let's just do it. Like,
We're hanging out with the founder of Cameo, smoking cigars with a bunch of former NFL players. BK's over
How
here
great
helping
was
Ray
that?
Crockett start his Cameo account.
How
Great.
good were our seats at the Gold Jacket thing?
Oh, incredible, dude.
He who hesitates. He who hesitates.
You just got to
Can I
act like
tell
you're
you-
supposed to be there.
I've told this story because I think either Glash or Koff were asking me about hanging out with you. Because I don't even know if I texted you. You know that I saw you leaving Peyton's party. I got there so damn late.
Oh, really?
That you definitely had a couple soda pops, and you were far enough away that I wasn't gonna come running. I was talking to some of the No Fly Zone dudes, and Vaughn and those guys were right at the front. And so I see you. You're close enough for me to see you, but not close enough for me to interrupt.
Yeah, it was
or walk
loud
away
too.
from them.
Yeah, totally.
That was a good one.
Yeah, so I wish we would have gotten to that party sooner. We were at Charles Woodson's deal and Drew Pearson's prior to that. And it was my own fault to some degree because Willie Rowe, if I had him convinced, just based on both Kenny Chesney being there and Brad Paisley playing the next night, that one of those guys are going to just perform at Peyton's party. They had to because they're in town. And he goes, I don't want to go to a country party. And I'm like, it's not going to be a country party. I go, one of these big country artists might play for 40 minutes, but there'll definitely be a DJ. And so then we get there, and it's like we're a half hour into being there, and a bunch of people are dancing, mostly Wes Welker and his wife. And
a lot of
I guess
people-
I missed Ashley Manning doing the worm.
She was doing the worm. I saw that on the end.
But Willie's wife is dancing, and he's like, this DJ is really good. And I'm like, yeah, he is. And I look up, and he's like stepping off the DJ booth. I'm like, oh, it's the White Shadow. My man Paul, Paul Blair is the White Shadow. I've told this story on the chat or on the sim in the past. He's Lady Gaga's DJ and producer, and my buddy in Chicago that owns all the restaurants and some clubs is good friends with Paul, and I hung out with him at RJ's bachelor party and then his wedding. And I'm like, Paul, and he gives me a big hug. Hey, Brandon. He's like, oh, yeah, I've known Peyton and Ashley for a decade, and she called up, and he goes, I knew this gig was going to suck, but I couldn't say no. So,
yeah, it sucked so bad hanging out with the most legendary crew of dudes.
Yeah, but so it's funny because Paul and I are good enough
Yeah.
friends that and he's not on social media, so I had no way of knowing he was going to be the DJ. Had I have known he was the DJ, that would have been the only party we went to. And so, it's just a funny turn of events or funny coincidence at the end of the night.
I love it. I love living vicariously through this stuff. It's amazing good stuff there.
But Tommy got the picture of Tom Brady. Come on.
Good. He did. I loved it. I'm not saying there's no jealousy. I love seeing this stuff. I love the
It's
envy.
pretty awesome.
Envy's not part of my being anymore. It's more just excited for people like yourselves doing it, living it big. When you're in that lifestyle, you have to live it up. When I was in radio, that's all it was about. So I love it.
Did
very cool.
McManus and Morton exchange numbers?
So I took down his number. I don't know if Morton did because we were talking a few days after because I saw him taking down Von Miller's number. He was exchanging, like making sure he had the right number for Eli. Like he was booking dudes at this party, and he had definitely had some man sodas, and he would come up to be like, I just talked to Tom Jackson, we're having him on. And then, I was talking to Jeff Saturday, he's just all these people talking to Aqib Talib, we're having him on, And then whenever Morton and I were recording a few days later, I'm like, hey, so did you get so-and-so's number? And he's looking through his phone. No. Okay, what about Vaughn? I saw you exchange. No. What were you doing with your phone with all these people?
Tommy, that's your job, Freeze Pops. That's your job.
Well, it is and it isn't. I'm not going to interrupt Morton and Vaughn's conversation to be like, hey, just want to make sure that Morton is actually saving this contact as he's typing this number into his contact section.
No,
but,
you should.
61-year-old man who's had, quite a few vodkas maybe didn't click save as he was taking down all of these great players' numbers.
I have two questions because, I've talked to people that were there, but I haven't really done much follow-up. Who surprised you the most that you saw there? They're like, oh, that person's friends with Peyton Manning. That makes sense. And then I want the interaction on the Tom Brady picture second.
Okay.
Because you were there much earlier than me. You got to see all the who's who. I got to see who was there late. And
you got the
missed
late
a lot of the people.
crowd.
Yeah, I went and talked to a lot of the Broncos players at the ceremony before Peyton came on. It was cool to just kind of catch up with some dudes. But it was not the same as being there at that event early. So who surprised you? You're like, oh, that's.
I gotta be
cool.
honest.
President
No one
Obama?
really surprised me per se because you'd
Yeah, I
expect
guess
all of the
surprisingly,
great
where
Colts
you're
and
just like,
Broncos.
oh, huh.
The only guy that I was like semi surprised to see, just because I didn't think he'd come in town for this, was Adam Vinatieri. I didn't expect him to be there just because I know he's kind of a private dude and he's just like super into being a dad and stuff. And then just Vinatieri was quietly hanging out in the corner at this party, and it was almost like Morton's doing to like bring him into the room to like talk to more people. He's like, Adam, what are you doing just standing in the corner here? So
did you see Kenny Chesney there? Because somebody saw him at the ceremony. I don't know who saw him at the party.
So I got to be completely honest, I couldn't tell you what Kenny Chesney looks like. So
A little guy.
I'm just not a country
about
guy.
5'7".
Yeah, he was the little
about
skinny
5'7".
guy. He was pretty ripped.
So no, he could have been there. I don't know. So, but the Tom Brady story, we were coming into the day knowing that Morton was going to this party. He didn't know if I was going to be his +1 or not, if it was going to be allowed. I think he was just messing with me, as we have a touchdown here for Hunter Henry. Because later in the day,
anybody
just like,
showed up with Hall of Famers. They were fine letting Hall of Famers and their friends.
Yeah, so we showed up, and I had planning all day. Okay, I know I might meet Tom Brady today, so I have to be ready to say something of substance when I meet him. So Brady didn't stick around long at the party because he had practice the next day. So as he was leaving, Morton saw it from a distance, and he was like, TB12's leaving. We gotta go talk to him. Because they had talked briefly at the ceremony. Brady walked by Morton and said, Morton Anderson.
Very often.
Yeah. Right. And so he says, Morton Anderson, you were great. And then Morton said, you were all right. So they had like a brief exchange at the ceremony. So he's like, I got to follow up with him. So we stopped him. We talked for maybe 4 minutes. Morton speaking for 3 minutes and 45 seconds of those 4 minutes. He was very excited to meet Tom Brady and talk with him.
Smiling and nodding his head, right?
Well, so the first thing he did when we walked up to him was, "Hey, Tom, here's my co-host. You're his hero. He grew up in Rhode Island. Can he get a picture?"
Okay.
So we did that first. So that was really cool. So then we're talking, and then I knew I had like a 20-second opening at the end here. So I said, "Hey,
Right.
Tom, just wanted to say that you brought my friends and family 20 years of happiness, and you are the reason why I love and work in sports. So I just wanted to say thank you." And he looked me in the eye and he said, "Tom, I really appreciate you telling me that, man." He stuck his hand out and he shook my hand. So, and then he was like, "All right, I got to go, guys." And then as he started walking away, I was like, "Oh, Tom, by the way, I root for the Bucks now." And he tapped me on the shoulder and he said, "Heck yeah, you do."
What a piece of card.
You and Matt Damon. You and Matt Damon are Brady first, Patriots second.
Well, I'm not Brady first, but they have become my NFC team, no question. I do not miss a Brady start.
All right. Well, we know this isn't going to happen because Mac Jones is a rookie and he's not built like Lamar Jackson kind of rookie or even Patrick Mahomes. And Cam Newton doesn't appear to be the same Cam Newton that we saw in 2015.
He stinks.
So the Patriots, well, let's make it simple. October 4th or whatever, Tom Brady is in New England, return home, Bucks at Patriots. And at that point, they're both 3-1 or whatever, 2-1.
They're the same record,
And-
right? Yeah.
And they obviously need to win games. Certainly the Patriots will because of the Bills. The Bucks, I think, can probably stand to lose one or two and still win that division. But it's coming down in the fourth quarter. Are you pulling for Tommy? Or are you pulling for your Pats?
As I sit here today, I'll tell you that it will be the Patriots, but I can't predict how I'm going to react in that moment. I feel like my heart might pull for Brady. I don't know. I've never had to make that decision, so it's hard.
Story goes this way. I don't care. I believe Mac Jones will be starting by that point. I think
I hope
narrative
so.
street. Cam Newton still begins the year. Injury, something, bad test, makes a mistake, going somewhere. I don't know. Is that a touchdown? Who cares? So I want so badly for that game to be like 24-24 or like 27-20, maybe a touchdown because Brady's going to get a field goal. So like 31-24, minute and 50 left. Brady has the ball. And I see it. And you get Tom Brady coming down, and I want that son of a gun to throw a pick at the end.
Wow.
To Logan Ryan.
You're very anti Brady though. Like you weren't watching playoff games. You've been a part of that narrative, and I don't like it.
I don't want to get to hope it never happens, but if my wife, I'm not going to her wedding. I'm not watching the highlights of her face. I'm not looking at her Facebook pictures.
Yeah, but it's different.
No, it isn't. I'm there. I was married.
You never slept with Tom Brady.
You don't know that. You have no idea. I have his pajamas.
And you know what? His ex-lover, who he has a child with, still seems to want to hang out with him. He's a pretty cool dude, man. He's built differently, bro.
Unbelievable.
It's wheeling and dealing, baby.
Hat cocked. I wish that people could see that. Just put us on camera. Forget about the game.
Worth noting, I do have Melvin Gordon in my lineup. I was in third place before.
That is worth
so I might
noting.
be in first place. I might be in first place.
Don't care.
I am in first place. Hey,
let's go.
BK and Freeze Pops.
Yes.
I'm in first place.
Look at you,
now
BK.
we know it's a 4-quarter game, not a 2-quarter game. But it'd be nice to win this, me being a Broncos expert.
Listen,
PK, I
this
can
is what I wanted
confidently
from Tom
say.
Brady. Oh yeah.
I was going to say I can confidently say that I'm going to be conflicted going into and during that game the whole time.
All right, let me ask you this. Let me just make this a little bit easier in my head. Do you want the Patriots to win the Super Bowl or the Buccaneers to win the Super Bowl?
Patriots.
All right, so then you want the Patriots to win the game because they can't afford to lose these games.
Yeah, because what do you care if Tom Brady wins a Week 4 game? Who cares?
Exactly.
Right.
You think he's going to get booed? I bet he gets booed.
No way.
God, no.
No chance.
No, he's
Like
not getting
CM
booed.
Punk returning in Chicago.
It's Ted Williams coming
just
to
like
Gillette
CM
Stadium.
Punk.
It is.
No, just like CM Punk returning to Chicago. That is the best comparison you can make.
It is. A man returning that once poo-pooed the entire industry.
I think it's more like Hulk Hogan when he went from being in the NWO back to being the Hulkster.
Yeah,
Stop making wrestling references.
Wrestling is
Brady
That's
is
about the
God.
best I can do.
No, God
That's the best I
fought in
can
a match once. Shawn Michaels tag team with God against Vince and Shane McMahon. You can Google it. He did not show up, but he was a Shawn Michaels tag team partner. Ridiculous, but true.
I'm trying to decide if I should really push to go to that game or if I want to experience it at home. I personally, and BK, you cover the sport, so you have a different opinion on this. Like you go to the games, but I like watching games at home more than sitting in the 300s or in a media box.
You're not alone. Well, I guess if you have a press pass, that's a little different because you have the ability, especially that early in the year, to walk around and go. If you're especially not really covering it, right? You don't give a damn about.
Yeah, if you're just there to take in the color.
We got you. Yeah, look, you're moving. Here's the thing: you're moving back to Providence, or moving to moving back to Rhode Island. It's a 20-minute drive from your house,
something like that,
right?
Yep.
You'll get to enjoy plenty of Patriots games and plenty of Tom Brady games when they might overlap too, with them both being on the East Coast, and you want to be at home or at a bar. But you're going to get Tom Brady, the return of Tom Brady. If they'll give you a credential, you have to go cover it.
Yeah,
because you don't
right.
even really have to cover it. Go get the free food in the press box and then just walk around.
That's a good point.
Being
someone that did.
Okay, you've made the argument. I'm going to try and get to that.
Don't.
Yeah, let's be honest. This is definitely going to be the last time Tom Brady plays there. I can't imagine he'll still be there. And it's not going to be 8 years now. It's not 8 years.
Who the hell knows, BK?
Well, no, but they have that schedule rotation now where.
With the 8 extra games.
He could play there in 2 years.
No, here's the thing, BK. If Tom Brady's back on this team, if it's 3 years, like you're saying, they'll guarantee they'll make that game happen again.
Of course.
Because that 17th game is such
That's not how it works. So it has to do with your record against the cross-conference opponent from 2 years prior. And here, we can do the math right now. So AFC is home this year. NFC is home next year. AFC is home the year after that. So it would be in Tampa. Even if they both finish in the same spot, they both have to finish first, second, third, or fourth, and then it's a pretty simple equation. The Broncos are playing the Lions because they both finished in last, and they played each other 2 years ago. And the AFC is hosting all of the 17th games this year.
See, it's funny. I didn't know that that's the way they're planning out those.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, let's get the Jets and Giants together every year. No, the Jets and Giants played 2 years ago. They happen to both be in last place.
You know what? I'm going to give you a hot take. They should be able to do that. Like,
they should pick the games.
It should be one flexed game by the NFL where they're allowed to make the best possible either in conference or cross conference matchup that they possibly can, because we want to watch great football and we want storylines. That's what the industry is built on in theory. So
just like wrestling,
I'm fighting for that. I'm stumping for that moving forward. I'm going to send Goodell an email, a strongly worded email.
Write him a letter. I heard he likes.
Dear Roger.
I'm being honest. I'm with you, Freeze Pops. It's an entertainment source, and I rather.
Yeah, and you're a wrestling fan, so I mean, that's right up your alley.
I'm saying everything is wrestling. But yeah, I'm agreed. But no, I get it, BK, and I appreciate you breaking that down. I didn't know exactly how it worked. It's weird. It's kind of weird, to be honest.
I get it though. They have to be
good
fair.
games. Aaron Rodgers is playing, I want to say, in KC this year, just by dumb luck, or vice versa. Mahomes is at Green. Well, no, it's in
Packers
KC
and Chiefs are playing. I know that. Yeah.
Well, but no, I just told you AFC's home. That's the easiest way. That way you'll know. So you're going to get a few of these a little more often. It's always cross conference, and it's the conference, the division you rotated with 2 years prior.
Okay. All right. Don't like it. Team's too scheduled. Team's too easy. I want people debating. Yeah, no, I want people debating. No. I want them to be like.
Now, here's the thing: when they go to 18 games, maybe that's when you can get more creative, and that could be,
let's have some fun.
In a couple of years.
4 years, it's going to happen. They built it out that way. No preseason game, complete 2 weeks. By the way, love that. I actually really like that. I think it's going to be great for a lot of these franchise, like every team to get, make their cuts, see who else is available, give some of these cut players an actual opportunity to be ready for week 1 with their new rosters. It's going to be exciting. A couple weeks away.
Nah, bring back 6 preseason games. Morton mentioned that on the podcast this week. He's like, when I was a rookie, we played 6 preseason games.
Yeah.
Those rookies were ready.
Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, because so he was a rookie.
Well,
what? 80,
and they didn't get paid for that.
Really, like 85.
Yeah, what was his?
82.
82. Okay.
Oh, 82.
Preseason games.
He played forever, dude.
And they still playing 16 games at that point, right? That was the 16 game schedule.
What's interesting?
I don't know. I got to look that up, actually.
What's interesting about preseason games is the level of over-analysis, and we're getting it certainly in Denver, with how teams are approaching the third preseason game. Now, they're playing the Rams here in Denver on Saturday. Sean McVay, we know, doesn't play his starters. So you don't see Matt Stafford at all the whole preseason. Aaron Donald, Jalen Ramsey, just go down the list, right? He just doesn't. He's a new school coach, and that's his approach. Vic Fangio's not. So I had lots of people today talking about, they're naming Teddy. That way he doesn't have to play. I go, I don't think that's the way Vic looks at it. I think he's looking at it like the dress rehearsal. And yes, that 4th game that comes 4 days later, give or take, that was for the back end of the roster guys. Their thought was like, oh, no, they're going to play those guys more so they can get a better look at them. I'm like, I don't think so. I think they want to get guys ready, and they want to come out after halftime, go through that routine, which they sometimes scrap because it's going well on the field offensively. But then he comes out and he goes, oh, yeah, Teddy's playing. He's like, everybody's playing. Von Miller, who hasn't played in the game since January 1st or 2nd, whatever that day was of 2020, but the end of 2019, says he can't wait. He's like, yeah, I'm dialing in my pregame meal routine 2 days early. He's like, I am treating everything like a dress rehearsal. I have no idea how many snaps. Melvin Gordon, who hadn't played a snap, told me, he's like, I'm playing. So it's just interesting, the overthinking, like, oh, well, now it's the final preseason game, so our blessed starters, like, if you're not going to play your starters, fine. And you do run a risk. But if you have a philosophy, that hasn't changed.
No, I listen, I like it. You're seeing it. You said it. All the young coaches seem to be not playing players, more veteran coaches playing their players. It's different strategies.
It seems like that you can make an argument both ways. If I was in the coach's shoes, I would not play my dudes in the final preseason game, personally. I think taking some series early in the preseason is helpful because there's just a different cadence to that type of stuff, and you don't want to come in completely cold, although, these guys are professionals, but don't take any injury risk.
Give him a little. By the way, BK, Brandon Cristal, at BK Denver Sports. Check out the Shell Shocked podcast wherever you find your podcast. At your boy TC Freshies, Tommy Freeze Pops. Check out the Great Dane Nation wherever you get your podcast. I am
Jerome Bettis this week.
Can I ask you this, Tommy Freeze Pops? And I don't know why I haven't brought this up before. I was
Yeah.
able to pretty easily convince Glash to change his Twitter handle to @Brendan Glasheen.
Yes, I've gotten this question before.
Why aren't you just @Tommy Freeze Pops? 'Cause no one
Yeah,
else has that, do they?
it's a long story, but I guess it really isn't. So when I was working on Russillo and Cannell, there was this whole bit around my Twitter handle. So of the people that do follow me, it's kind of like a thing. And I've even put it out there before. Should I change it? Everyone always says no. So I know it seems
But from
like
a brand
a
building, you're on
no-brainer.
a
Yeah, I
podcast
know.
with Morton Anderson, you're talking to Jerome
Tough.
Bettis. If you're gonna go by Tommy Freeze Pops and not Tom Carroll,
Yeah, I know.
then why wouldn't? Because I can also make the case just go to Tom Carroll. Those are very easy names to spell.
Yep.
But if you're gonna
Tom Carroll was
roll with Tommy
taken-
Freeze Pops, yeah, the persona of Tommy Freeze Pops, that should be your Twitter handle. It's a
It
brand.
should be. It should be, and it probably will be at some point. I'm not ready to make that switch. There's been, a long part of my life. I've been at your boy TC Fresh. It's like it's a part of the story. I don't know.
Brand, baby, and
Yeah.
check him out again.
It's tough.
Yeah, Jerome
BK,
Bettis.
it's tough.
I'm actually
Kenny calls you Tommy Popsicles for real.
Kenny sucks.
Yes, so does Emerson.
Kenny sucks.
We can you can check out. I put together Pop Culture Pile Drive with Babysitter Billy reviewed the Suicide Squad. Also broke some news about things that
Is
happened.
that good? Is that
Yes.
good? This is what happened. So I'm gonna tell you guys real quickly. I've got the 4 TVs behind me, but we can make it, one big screen. So wife and I are watching Ted Lasso.
Oh, cool.
She falls asleep, and when she falls asleep, I'm like, all right.
Sounds like
I
my
don't really
wife.
feel like playing. I could play video games, but let me just see what's out there. And I spent probably 20 minutes going through Netflix, HBO Max, Amazon, right, going through all of them. And then I realized it was a new Hard Knocks, so I watched that and fell asleep.
Mhm.
But I just didn't. It was like 10:30. I'm like, I can't get into the Suicide Squad now. I kind of want to go see it in the theater. I'm paying for the AMC Movie Pass. How good was it? I didn't see the Birds of Prey one.
Oh, don't bother.
And should I just watch it at home on my little movie screen behind me, or should I go if I could find the time, which is not that easy to come by right now because of our nanny debacle, which some people have heard about in the chat? Or do I just watch it? Do I watch it at home or go to the movie theater?
I would say that's a dealer's choice on that. I watch it. At
No,
home.
like is it a big, like is it really cool? Like
Yes,
should I see it on?
The visuals, the audio. It's a really beautiful movie. I'll be honest.
James Gunn did it, right? So
Gunn, his brother. It's just unbelievably well done. Even if you don't like the movie, you tell me at the end, I didn't love it, but just visually, it's pleasing. There are some of the best action scenes.
I wish Will Smith was back, but I understand why
was
he's
he.
not because he cost $40 million.
No, he wanted to do it. Then the movie sucked. Suicide Squad was real bad, and he got hosed. He had a bad.
I don't know. I enjoyed it. I get that you're right. It was a pretty bad movie, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, it was fun, but it was a bad. The villain looked bad, and everything. But anywho, also
Yeah, there was a lot going on there with that.
the movie was bad. This one is much more creative and fun. We got in ops tonight. We got P Fry, Jim, who, by the way, Jim broke his silence to call me out for not connecting with him on LinkedIn. Love Jim. We are connected now.
Why I accept everybody that connects on LinkedIn.
Thank
There's
you.
anybody
I
in
did the
chat
same
that
thing,
wanna be
Mika.
connected on LinkedIn.
You guys are acting like I don't. I just didn't go onto the app. I just saw the email. Anyway,
How dare you, Rossi? How dare
It's
you?
not really blowing him off. That's more just you haven't
Lazy.
gotten there.
Yeah, I only go on LinkedIn twice a week. Eamon is our producer extraordinaire who's just wondering what the hell are we doing here tonight. And so is TP, our technical director. And TP, let me do a quick check. I haven't even looked. I haven't pinned this game yet. I have not seen this game full screen. Let's see where you're at for you. See where TP. Oh, you're behind time right now, TP. We gotta do your job here. Just kidding. TP's the best. Appreciate everybody being here. Hope
Do your
everybody.
job.
Oh, Queenie says it was a horrible movie. You better be talking about the first one, not the new one. The Suicide Squad, good. Jim. Tara Lynn's phone charger says. By the way, shout out to Eamon, who's been working over he's part of the WEI here in Boston, the Jimmy Fun Telethon. I know Emerson.
Oh wow! Oh yeah.
He's been working since 4 a.m. the past 2 weeks.
Wow! I just put 2 and 2 together on that. Yo, good for you, Eamon.
Shout out to Eamon. Please smash that like, guys. Literally working.
Shout out to the Jimmy Fund. That's the coolest thing every year.
Yeah,
I know that you've been a part of that in the
Why don't you
past.
tell people
I've
who
worked
don't
on
know
it
what
in the
it
past.
is?
Yeah,
Tell
go
people
ahead,
what
Rossi.
it is.
Yeah, so the Jimmy Fund Telethon, Jimmy Fund is a cancer institute for children. here in Boston. Boston has a big reputation for being, the best for hospitals in America. So the Jimmy Fund helps children who are dealing with cancer. They're whether they're just going through chemotherapy. I've had family, friends, people go there. So they put on these telethons every year because they're funded privately through some of the Boston hospitals, but just enough. There's never enough money for these situations for these children to actually come in for all the studies, the tests, the things that they have to go through, from chemotherapy to multiple surgeries. And you can hear these stories or just Google it on your own time if you want to pretend like you're not crying, you're cutting onions. But it is just a remarkable organization run by an amazing woman named Lisa Sherber. So I have a nonprofit that teams with them to give direct funds. But yeah, they just do amazing things. So WEEI, while, I'm not here to say anything bad, and I wouldn't anyways, but didn't have my greatest life experiences there, but I will always say those 2 days stand out remarkably to me.
For sure.
All the cold-hearted people I worked with, the melty heart. Actually, they weren't cold-hearted; they were just losers and idiots. But only some. Don't get me wrong; I'm one of those too. It depends on the time. But with all that being said, it's just a great event that very, very fortunate to be a part of. And Eamon, I'm sure, feels the same way. Again, it's been doing it yesterday morning and this morning, 4 a.m. at Fenway Park all day. Emerson, same stuff. He had his shift for Nesson, so.
They're up to $3.5 million.
Wow.
That's wild. Just so you know, because think about
2 days.
And think about what this last year has been.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. I know in the past they'll always show you they used to raise 15 million, but the world's been very different over the past few years in general.
Right.
That is huge money. And they have celebrities and a lot of people. Is great. And great job by everybody in the crew and everybody there. So Eamon, our hats are off to you, my man. Yeah, Eamon says 4:40 a.m. Fenway Park both days. And he says clinical trials are almost always funded privately. Thank you. That's a better way to put it. It's crazy. But there you go. Jimmy Fund, baby. So, and everybody, there's stuff across, people fly in, they send their children. You'll hear stories. People you have someone that has a real serious youthful leukemia or something. They usually fly in here into Boston for that. So, anywho, we got some sim action going on. Somebody scored. Something happened. Freeze Pops left. But we're happy to be here with you guys. Again, this is the last Wednesday of commentation.
Take the trash out.
Better take a dump. Go for it.
I gotta take the trash out. It's getting bad.
Oh, okay. This is what you do. You just say, hey, you got a 10 o'clock appointment. I'm just going to go take the trash out. What's in the trash? Meat? Is it meat?
No, just it's
bananas?
2 days worth of trash.
2 days?
Okay. Are you all packed up and ready to move?
Yeah, yep. It's I'll just show you guys off camera what it looks like in my living room right now.
Yeah, what do you got? Okay, we're getting a turn of the What the hell is that?
The pack, baby.
Is that hoarders? What the hell's going on in there?
Doesn't normally look like
What
that. And then
what are those tickets on the wall?
WrestleMania? These were the menus from our first date.
Oh, where'd you guys go?
You went to 2 places? Well, I guess
that's the drink menu and that's the food menu.
Oh, okay.
Where is it?
Did you ask for them or did
it's
you
called
pocket
Mission
them?
Taco.
Yeah, we've talked about it.
I
it.
snagged
yeah, sushi place, right? Sushi place?
Yeah, they have great sushi at the taco spot.
That's great, man. I like that. That's a good one. See, that's a good you should
I think it was a birthday or anniversary gift. I forget.
If I could give you any advice and you can flush it down the toilet or throw it in the trash with the rest of your stuff, duplicate that as something for people to make a poster board out of that for people to sign at your wedding. Or something like that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Unique or
maybe
something.
with the how quickly did you guys take a picture together? Because my wife and I actually have pictures from the night we met.
Oh hell yeah!
She took a Snapchat of me on our first date.
Does it have words on it?
Yeah, it has the tag of the where the
But if
restaurant.
it's just you, that looks funny. If the
Yeah.
first picture all together, maybe.
I don't know what our first picture together is. Actually,
just go back in your phone. It shouldn't be that hard to figure out.
Yeah. All right, BK. That's a good.
Shout out to BK's wife for having the wherewithal to take a picture with someone on a first date. That's
BK's wife. It's in my phone.
All right, whatever. Shout out to BK then. Whatever. You said my wife took a picture.
Yeah, I don't know whose idea it was.
That's pretty.
I'm gonna give BK credit.
We're both pretty not sober.
What a ride today has been. I'll tell you. I did 3-man weaves earlier. It was me, Christian, and Moose. And Christian was going off about German beers and all this stuff. It was absolutely hilarious.
Christian loves
There you
beer.
go.
His path. Oh my God, it's a beautiful picture.
Yeah.
That's not like some random that's a nice pic. What city are you in there?
Denver. We're at our friend Ann and Joe's. Ann and Joe are married. Ann's 30th birthday. That's where we met. 32nd birthday. And that's the first picture. I guess we took that one and then the next one. May 18th, 2012. And then that picture for the next one.
I want to find my picture now. You've motivated me.
Oh, what is going on with all these pictures being taken? I gotta find. I couldn't even tell you the first time I was photographed. Actually,
Speaking of pictures, Tommy,
let's see.
I forgot about the picture you took. Tommy took one picture at the Hall of Fame. It was when we were sitting in the seats.
What, you and I took a picture together?
Oh no, I guess was it just some guy next to us that took it when we took we sat behind somebody famous and took a picture with him because he's a friend of ours.
Oh, it was Guy Fieri, right?
No. Oh, we took those. No, Fieri's not a friend of mine.
The spy
next
shot of
night-
Guy Fieri.
The next night when we were watching the ceremony, and we were sitting in Jimbo Culver's section.
That's Morgan and I's first picture together. Right there.
Nice. What's the date?
September 7th, 2019.
And when do you think y'all went on that date with the menus?
August 1st. So it took us like a month and change.
All right. All right.
I think where's my? I had a picture with my wife before we started dating. Does that count?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Way back. That's like 2007. Oh, good Lord. I don't know.
What was the premise for the picture?
We were at a work event and people were just snapping. It was somebody's. I think it was also somebody's 30th birthday. Actually, and we're at a fancy little restaurant and people were just snapping pictures of people. And I was like, get a picture with this chick.
Hey, this guy.
Yeah. Before we started dating anything.
Watering that seed, baby.
That's all I do every day, one way or the other. We got to have something on those burners. Hope everyone listen. That's my advice to people. I'm saying this all week. I've been telling
Still in first place, by the way. 3 quarters in.
I gotta see where I am now.
I
Not in first.
You know where I am? Make sure you guys put on some sunscreen. I did earlier, but my computer fried. But this is
I'm in 90th.
Moisturizes your skin.
Basil Oates saying I look like brother and sister. No way. She's blonde.
You've never really seen Morgan if you think that. Like that was just that was a picture of a picture. You do not look,
even close.
No. Well, but here's the other thing. Anybody can look like brother and sister because sometimes you don't look anything like your brother or your sister.
That's true.
Kent said BK always trying to solve a mystery that doesn't need solving. Yeah, what's the date on that?
He's an investigator by heart. The guys
That's kind of the way my brain works. It's
yeah. Dates matter.
Everything matters. Super Bowl, baby. Haha, get a picture with this chick. Dude, everybody.
So,
do your shots.
Tommy, I paid you for the fantasy.
I just saw that. Thank you.
Oh, how much is it?
50.
I'll do it right now.
50,000. Come on, we gotta let people know we're rolling.
You want a G right now?
50K.
Yeah, $1,000.
I don't have 50K available, but I have to go to talk to my bank.
Where are you guys on the using our friends in the SimFam's screen names? As part
I
of
like
our
it.
team
I like it, and I changed my name to Tom's Microwave.
Okay.
Makes sense. I think Koff is going to change his to It's a Damn Koff Man, or It's Just a Damn Koff Man.
Did he catch that?
No. Don't think so. But I like the idea. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm now toying. Do I want to go with Rossi's Fat Cat or do I go?
Yes.
I think Rossi's Fat Cat is the
has to
obvious.
I don't know,
one.
man. I might go with Obi-Wan because we have such a strong bond that we've built the two of us.
If anyone's got to be Obi-Wan, it's you or Koff.
No, it should be Glash because he's always saying Obi-Wan, I've got the high ground. It's like,
I know, but he doesn't clash with Glash.
No, he
See what I
absolutely
did there?
despises my entire being, and
Yeah.
that's okay because I love him anyways. And
What a grab!
Touchdown, sports. I've asked Obi-Wan several times what state he's in because yesterday I did this whole thing. People are hooking me up with their coach recently.
Oh, are you going to be couch surfing?
I told people I will if they really would allow me.
Like you're going to go do Sims from people's houses the last week?
No. I'm talking about like down the line. I will go visit their city if they can let me crash. Michael was legitimately telling me to come out for the season.
Yeah, he wants you and I to go to a Chargers game. He's going to give his tickets to us. I was on that sim with you.
But he yesterday, earlier today showed his face, by the way.